Chapter 1, The Weight of Nine Tails. Fellow cultivators, before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation, subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now, let us begin. The first thing he noticed was that he had too many tails. Not metaphorically. He woke, if waking was even the right word for the grinding, tidal surge of consciousness that dragged him up from somewhere formless, to the physical reality of fur, of a body that stretched in 7 directions behind him at once. 7 tails. Silver. Each one thick as a young man's torso, tipped with gold that caught the morning light filtering through ancient pine boughs above. He was lying in a den carved by time rather than paws. The rock around him bore the marks of long occupation, claw lines in the stone, smooth patches where a large body had rested for years, for decades, for centuries. The smell of the place was enormous. Pine resin and cold stone and something that had no name in any human language he had ever known, the particular musk of an apex predator who had lived so long that the forest itself had started to smell like them. He was that apex predator. The memories came in a flood, and they were not his. Or, no. They were. He carried 2 sets of memories the way a person carries 2 coats. The outer one was unfamiliar but fitted to him perfectly. Modern Earth. A cramped apartment. A game screen. The precise blue light of a monitor at 2 in the morning. A name he could no longer speak aloud because nothing in this body's throat was shaped for those particular consonants. Work. Traffic. The dull persistence of an ordinary life that had ended. How? He pressed at the memory and found only the sensation of falling, and then nothing, and then this. The inner coat was the problem. Nearly 90 millennia of it. Not in sequence. Nothing that long could be remembered sequentially. It was compressed into something that felt like instinct until you looked at it directly, and then it unfolded like a map of the world drawn by someone who had walked every road. The den. The mountain above. The forest below. The smell of the stream to the northeast. The temperature of the rock in July. The best angle to intercept a descending falcon. The precise distance at which a human being stopped being a curiosity and started being a threat. He knew this mountain. He knew every stone. He just didn't know what he was going to do with the knowledge, because he wasn't supposed to be here. He sat up, the motion fluid in a manner no human body could manage, 7 tails spreading instinctively for balance, and that was when the light appeared. It manifested in the center of his field of vision, gold as his tail tips, geometric in a fashion that nature absolutely was not. A clean rectangle. Text inside it, rendered in characters that were somehow both ancient cultivation script and modern sans serif at once. Human transformation system initialization complete. Host, Nine-tailed sky fox, Spirit Mountain Sector, Douluo Continent Cultivation Age, 89,247 years. Current rank, Rank 6, Ancient Spirit Beast. Humanization Degree, 0, 1000 horsepower. Soul Harmony, 12% active quest, threshold run. Reach 90,000 cultivation years before the next blood moon. Failure condition, Heaven Sealing Formation tightens by 40%. 8th and 9th tails remain permanently sealed. Reward, Rank 7 threshold crossed. Human form, 1 hour/day, unlocked. Time remaining, 23 days. He studied the notification until each word was memorized. Then he studied it again. The system waited, patient and geometric. "You're real," he said, aloud, in beast speech, which sounded nothing like human language and everything like wind through high stone. The words carried the authority of a creature whose voice had commanded territory since before most spirit masters' bloodlines existed. Even so, his phrasing came out slightly wrong, inflected with habits that didn't belong to a fox. The system didn't respond to that. It simply waited. He read the notification again. Then he looked up, through the gap in the den's stone roof where morning light fell in a column, and counted what he could feel, 7 tails, mobile and warm. And behind them, or rather beyond them, past a barrier that felt like a wall of solidified winter, the impression of 2 more. Heavy. Locked. He could sense their potential the way you sense a door that won't open, knowing there's a room behind it. The Heaven Sealing Formation. Something his true self's memories identified as ancient. 10,000 years old. Put in place by a committee of spirit master archmages who feared what a full 9-tailed sky fox might do to the fragile ecosystem of beast-human relations on the continent. Well, he thought, with the wry humor of someone who had read enough cultivation novels to know what he'd been dropped into, that's a problem for the next 23 days. 23 days was workable. 800 years in 23 days was a hard ask, but not impossible for a beast of his rank. Cultivation at this level happened in surges. He just needed to find the right meditation grounds, the right convergence of natural chi, and push. First, though, he needed to understand where he stood in the timeline. He moved to the den's entrance and looked out at Spirit Mountain. The forest below stretched to the horizon without a single building visible. Before the construction of Shrek Academy, before the events that would reshape the continent. He was in the margins of the world he knew from fiction, the quiet before the storm. He pulled the system interface back up and studied it. Cultivation rank ladder, rank 6 rank 7 at 90,000 years, human form unlocked, 1 hour/day at base, humanization degree gates, 10 horsepower equals plus 1 hour, 100 horsepower equals plus 1 day per milestone soul harmony gates, 50% equals cross-species communication expanded, 80% equals liminal being status 3 progress bars. He was going to need to manage all three at once. "All right," he said, in a voice that was not quite a fox's and not quite a man's. "Let's begin." Outside the den, Spirit Mountain woke around him, bird calls layered in the canopy, the distant rush of the northeastern stream, and below, somewhere east of the Ironwood Grove, the howl of wolves starting a morning patrol. He filed every sound into the map that was already open in his mind. He had the accumulated knowledge of nearly 90,000 years and the transmigrated memory of a man who had spent 10,000 hours reading about this world. Both were going to matter. The only question was which would matter more, and the answer to that was going to determine whether he survived the next 23 days or spent the rest of a very long life sealed into 2/3 of himself. The system pulsed once, gently, and the quest timer ticked down to 22 days, 23 hours. He stretched his 7 tails and stepped out into the morning, and from somewhere deep beneath the mountain, something old and sealed stirred restlessly in its chains, and for the first time in 10,000 years, it was listening. Chapter 2, The Wolf Pack's lesson. The northeastern stream was colder than memory suggested. He stood at its bank in his full fox form, 7 tails trailing behind him, and watched the water move over ancient stones. The cold was welcome. His true self's body ran hot, a fox near the divine threshold generated its own ambient warmth, and the stream's chill was a counterbalance that helped him think. His other memories kept surfacing in odd moments. Running water made him think of tap water, of a kitchen in an apartment he no longer had. He let the thoughts come and released them downstream. He was here now. The other life existed only as a toolkit. And it was a useful toolkit. He knew the broad shape of this world, which was more than any beast had ever possessed. He was working through options when the wind shifted. He lifted his nose, the motion automatic, the whole accumulated weight of his cultivation reading the air, and caught the scent before he heard anything. Wolf. Young wolves, perhaps 30 years old at the eldest. A pack of 8. Moving in a loose crescent through the pine-heavy slope north of the stream, skirting the edge of his territory's formal boundary line. He recognized his own scent marker on the western edge. Left months ago, if the fading was accurate. Still strong enough to be legible to any beast with working senses. The wolves were reading it as they walked, he could tell by the way they slowed, each one dropping its head briefly as it passed the marked stones. They were testing. Not attacking. Not yet. But a crescent formation through borderland had a specific meaning in beast territorial language. We are here, we are watching, we are wondering how firm this line really is. He considered. He could ignore them. The mark would hold another few weeks, and 8 30-year wolves were no threat to a beast of his age regardless. But ignoring them would read as uncertainty, in territorial logic, uncertainty invited pressure. He could drive them off with a single burst of age aura, fast and efficient. They would flee and not return for months. But his other memory sorted the crescent formation differently, a probe, not aggression. Someone had sent these wolves. The question was who, and that question was more interesting than how quickly can I scatter 8 wolves. He circled wide and south, staying downwind, covering the distance in a low, smooth run that made no sound in the dry pine needles. He came around the south end of the crescent and rose from the undergrowth 10 meters in front of the lead wolf. The wolf froze. Its packmates froze. 8 pairs of eyes showed wide at the edges. The beast equivalent of a man discovering the ceiling of a room is occupied by something very large and very old. He sat. That was all. 7 tails arranged behind him with the casual authority of a creature who had never needed to threaten anything because the threat was simply inherent in its existence. The lead wolf was young, barely mature, thin through the shoulders, with the over-serious expression of a beast trying to look older. He held eye contact with it, because breaking contact would be disrespectful to them both. 3 seconds. 5. 10. The lead wolf lowered its head. The rest followed. He held position for another breath, let the age aura settle between them like a temperature, then turned and walked back toward his den at a pace that communicated everything. I saw you. I know who sent you. This territory is not uncertain. The system pulsed when he'd taken 6 steps. Observation complete, territory challenge assessed and de-escalated without violence. Reasoning pattern, cross-contextual analysis applied to beast communication. Plus 2 horsepower awarded. Current HP, 2. 1000. He paused. He hadn't been thinking about the system. He had just been thinking. The system, apparently, was watching whether he applied human framework reasoning to beast problems. That was worth filing away. Behind him the wolves retreated north at a quick trot. He catalogued their direction and pace. Whoever sent them would receive a clear report. Either that would end the probing, or it would escalate to something more deliberate. The boom came late in the afternoon, not loud, the mountain absorbed sound well, but the kind of transmission that traveled through stone. Something large to the east, moving with purpose. The canopy rippled in a pattern inconsistent with wind, too organized, too diagonal, with pauses at regular intervals. Human spirit masters. Setting up a camp or a perimeter. He counted 5 pause points before the canopy settled. He filed this, added it to the morning's wolf probe, and began to form a picture that had several edges he didn't like yet, and would almost certainly develop more by morning. Chapter 3, The yearning Doua Yin came at dawn, as she always did. He had met her before, the memory of nearly 90 millennia held her clearly, the yearning doe, 80,000 years old, with a coat the color of first light on snow and eyes that held the particular steadiness of a being who had decided long ago to be gentle on purpose rather than by nature. She arrived at the den clearing without announcement, settled near the stream's edge, and waited. He watched her from the den entrance before walking out. "You felt the disturbance last night," she said. Not a question. Yin spoke in beast language the way some teachers spoke in classrooms, with a cadence that assumed the listener was worth talking to. 5 camp positions, he said. Eastern slope, below the Ironwood Ridge. Moving into position yesterday afternoon. She nodded. I counted 4. You have sharper range. No resentment, only the calm acknowledgement of a fact. Spirit masters. The one at center carries something that interferes with natural chi flow. I can sense it from here. He could feel it too, now that she mentioned it, a faint wrongness in the eastern air, like a note played slightly flat. A compass, he said. It reads age signatures. That would be aimed at you. Probably. You're not worried. I'm thinking. He sat beside her at the stream's edge, which was unusual, his true self would have paced. Yin noticed. Her ears moved, tracking him with the quiet attentiveness of someone noting an unexpected word in a familiar sentence. You've been different since the cold season, she said. Different how? Quieter. You used to pace when you were thinking. And you sit with your spine straight now. She looked at him sidelong. It suits you, actually. What do you know about the sect they belong to? She transitioned the topic so naturally he almost missed it. The heaven hunting sect, she said, before he could redirect. Her voice was even, which cost her something. He could smell the faint stress marker that beasts emitted around words that frightened them. They've been operating in this region for 6 years. They specialize in ancient beast soul rings. Beasts above 10,000 years. And above 90,000. Yes, he considered the soul ring system, the way spirit masters killed beasts to absorb their power, the calculus of which lives were worth which abilities. He had read about it from the outside. Living on the receiving end was considerably less abstract. They won't try anything direct, he said. Not yet. They'll probe first. The wolves yesterday were not their doing, Yin said. But they are watching. He looked at her. How do you know about the wolves? I watch the eastern slope every morning. I saw the pack return north. She paused. Huolai's mark was on the lead wolf. He filed this, Huolai already in play, probing from 2 directions at once. I'm going to lead the team into a fog channel, he said. By yourself? They don't know the mountain. He was already planning the route, the low valley southeast of the Ironwood Ridge where morning fog accumulated and compass devices lost signal in the dense chi interference. Bring them in through the northern approach, let the fog do its work, watch them leave frustrated. Yin steadied him. The old Tianchu would have driven them off directly. He felt the weight of the name, his true self's original designation. Not a rebuke. The old Tianchu would have advertised exactly where he was in the process. I'd rather they leave wondering. A pause. All right. But be careful with the southern fog channels. There's a rock shelf unstable after the winter. I know. He did, the memory was right there, filed under terrain hazards. She rose to leave, then stopped. The compass was pointing here. Not the mountain generally. Here specifically. Someone already gave them your location. He watched her go, and after she disappeared into the trees he stayed at the stream looking east. Someone on the mountain had made contact with the heaven hunting sect. That was a problem no fog channel could solve, a problem requiring patience, observation, and the kind of quiet attention that a beast like him could sustain essentially without limit. He went to prepare his trap, and kept the other problem tucked behind his teeth where it could wait, but problems that waited did not stay still. Chapter 4, A trap made of mist. The Spirit Master team was 5 men and 2 women, ranks between 30 and 45 based on the soul ring colors visible from upwind. He watched them from the canopy, motionless in a pine's highest branches, wrapped in the passive illusion every sky fox above 50,000 years could sustain without effort. To a human sensor, a large bird. Nothing more. Below him the team moved through the forest in professional formation, 2 point scouts, a device operator at center with the compass, 2 flankers, and a rear guard pair. Someone had trained them well. The compass was a jade disc on a wooden handle, humming faintly. It pointed northeast, toward his den, with consistent certainty. He needed that certainty to become uncertainty. The fog channel ran 200 meters south, a low-lying trough between rocky ridges where morning cold concentrated. The ground fog there was thick enough to walk through without seeing your feet until well past the season's first heat. It would burn off in 2 hours. Plenty of time. He moved ahead of the team through the canopy. At the fog channel's eastern mouth he waited. The team reached the point where his scent trail split. He had laid 2 trails, one leading northeast toward the den, one curving south. The compass tracked chi signature rather than physical scent, but he had meditated briefly at the southern trailhead this morning, leaving a scatter of ambient cultivation energy that would read as a faint residual presence. Not his full signature. Just enough to create doubt. He watched the device operator slow. Tap the compass. Look south. The formation leader, a woman in her 40s with gray at her temples and the confident movement of a practitioner years deep in this particular trade, came forward and studied the device. A quiet exchange. The compass was giving a split reading. She conferred with her rearguard, consulted a paper map, and then made a decisive turn south. Into the fog channel. He dropped from the canopy ahead of them and moved south along the ridge above, keeping pace as they entered the mist. The formation tightened. You couldn't maintain flanker distance when you couldn't see your flankers. The compass began to drift. He gave them 3 minutes. Then he moved to the center ridge directly overhead, positioned his third tail, which had the most precise control, and released a pulse of foxfire, low and directional, aimed into the fog. Not visible from below. But the thermal bloom scattered the chi interference in the compass's field. The compass spun. He heard the formation leader swear. The device operator recalibrated. The fog pressed in. He maintained the pulse for 90 seconds, then withdrew and moved silently north. The team spent 20 minutes in the fog before extracting themselves and retreating east to camp. Professional, disciplined. The leader handled the failure with frustration and no panic. The system pulsed. Deception objective achieved, non-violent misdirection of hostile party. Plus 10 horsepower awarded. Current HP, 12, 1000. New ability unlocked, partial humanization, fingertip form. Duration, unlimited while stationary. Description, hands from wrist to fingertips can be held in human form. Chi cost, negligible. Note, visible to other beasts above 30,000 years who are specifically looking for it. He sat in the pine and looked at his forepaws. Then, slowly, the right paw changed, fur retracting from the wrist down, bones shifting in a process that should have been agonizing and was instead deeply strange. A human hand sat at the end of his right forelimb. Long fingers. Pale. He turned it, flexed each finger individually. He had not had hands in all those long accumulated years of his true self's memory. But the other memory supplied it with sudden clarity, typing at a keyboard, holding a cup, the feeling of hands that could do things paws could not. He held both memories at once and let them find their own arrangement. After a long time, he restored the paw. The system was quiet. No additional notification. Just 12 horsepower sitting in the progress bar, and the knowledge that this particular morning had started something that the fog, however useful, was not the most important part of. The first month of deliberate humanization practice had produced specific results that the HTS tracked and that Feng Yao tracked differently. The HTS measured output, HP earned, soul harmony percentage, human form stability. He measured something the HTS did not have a category for, the experience of encountering a limitation and working around it rather than through it. Spirit beasts in full form work through limitations, raw cultivation force, direct application, the body's native capacities brought fully to bear. Human cultivation, as the human practitioners he had been watching in Spirit Mountain's rare human-adjacent zones demonstrated, worked around limitations, technique substituting for raw force, understanding used where power was insufficient, the specific intelligence of a being that had learned to compensate for physical vulnerability by developing capacities that physical strength alone could not produce. He was large. They were clever. The HTS wanted him to become both, and the both was more difficult than either. Chapter 5 Quang Feng's challenge. The Azure Wind Leopard arrived mid-morning with the energy of a problem that had been building since last week. Quang Feng was 45,000 years old and had the manner of a creature that had spent most of those years being right about things other beasts refused to acknowledge. Younger than most of Spirit Mountain's prominent residents but faster than all of them, he compensated for the age gap with a relentless practical intelligence that Feng Yao found genuinely formidable. What Quang Feng did not have was patience. "You played with them," he said, before he'd fully entered the den clearing. No greeting, no territory acknowledgement, just the accusation, sharp as a leopard's particular tooth. The human team. "You led them into fog and let them walk out." "Yes." "Why?" Not a question. A demand for justification that had better be good. "Because killing them attracts more, and we don't yet know how many there are." "Letting them leave attracts more," Quang Feng said. "It tells their sect the mountain is soft. It tells their sect the mountain is confusing. That's different. He watched Quang Feng pace. The leopard moved like wind over stone, never quite still, burning energy just by existing. Killing 5 mid-rank spirit masters creates a response. Losing 5 mid-rank spirit masters to unclear causes creates uncertainty. Uncertainty slows decisions. That's very elaborate for a creature that could just bite them. I could. Then the heaven hunting sect sends 20. Quang Feng stopped pacing. Whiskers still, genuine alertness. You never thought like that before. His gold eyes were direct and uncomfortable. You used to solve problems with your tails. I still have tails. 7 of them, yes, very impressive. The leopard dropped the subject in the way he dropped subjects he couldn't resolve quickly, storing them for later use. There's something else. While you were entertaining the humans, I ran the western perimeter. Huolai's markers are fresh. How far in? 6 meters over the formal line on 3 points. Just deliberate enough, not enough to justify a formal challenge yet. Quang Feng's tail lashed. He's measuring. I know. He turned both facts over, the sect team, Huolai, and felt the shape of what was coming. Both parties moving simultaneously was not coincidence. And the heaven hunting sect has posted a bounty on an ancient fox of Spirit Mountain? Quang Feng's head turned sharply. How did you know that? The device operator's team briefing. I was close enough to read the document she was referencing. He watched Quang Feng accept this and file it. No specific description yet. Yet, Quang Feng said. You need to bring this to the council. When I have a complete picture to bring. Greystone won't thank you for waiting. Greystone will thank me for substance rather than fragments. He held Quang Feng's gaze, using none of the age asymmetry between them, because making someone feel small was an excellent way to lose their future cooperation. 2 days. Quang Feng was silent. Then, fine. 2 days. He turned to go, then stopped without looking back. Your combat style has changed as well. The South Perimeter Patrol 2 weeks ago, you flanked the bear group from the east instead of going straight through. It worked better than straight would have. A pause. Think about why that bothers me. He was gone before Feng Yao could answer. And the system pulsed, soul harmony 12.3%. The question wasn't one he could answer with words Quang Feng would accept yet. But it sat there anyway. The leopard had named something real, and whatever it worked better meant was going to keep surfacing until either Quang Feng understood it or it cost both of them something. He stayed in the den clearing and thought about what Quang Feng had actually said. Not you fought strangely. Not you used a technique I haven't seen. He had said the technique worked better, which meant Quang Feng had observed it, evaluated it against the alternative, and reached a conclusion. For a 45,000-year leopard with the tactical instinct of a creature whose species had been hunting apex prey since before most of Spirit Mountain's current residents were born, that was not a small thing to admit. It also meant Quang Feng was already partway to the question rather than stuck at the surface of it. He had passed that was different and arrived at that was better, and I want to understand why. The difference between those two positions was the difference between something that would fracture a working relationship and something that could, given time and careful handling, become a genuine partnership. He went to the northern perimeter after Quang Feng left and ran the boundary check himself, the markers, the scent lines, the condition of the 3 stone piles that served as territorial reference points at the northwest corner. All intact. The Wolf Patrol's withdrawal had been total, no new markers placed, no attempts at a second test. Huolai was patient, it seemed. 6 meters over the line, then nothing. A declaration of intent, not a declaration of war. The gap between those two things was a space that could be managed, could be negotiated, could potentially be used. But not while the heaven hunting sect was also active on the eastern slope. Managing 2 fronts at once was a resource question, and right now his most critical resource was cultivation time. Everything else had to be arranged so that the cultivation push could proceed. He checked the quest timer, 19 days remaining. He was at 89,271 years. He needed 729 more. Manageable. The word sat in his chest with the particular weight of things that were technically true and practically uncomfortable. The bounty Quang Feng had confirmed, the heaven hunting sect's documentation of the ancient fox of Spirit Mountain, was the more urgent problem than Huolai's patient land grab. Because Huolai wanted territory. The sect wanted him dead. He added Quang Feng's name to his mental list of potential allies, filed it carefully next to Ai Yin's and the Sable Mothers, pending, and went to run a second meditation session before dark, because the problem of being underestimated was only useful for as long as the underestimation held, and it would not hold much longer. Chapter 6, What a Human Hand Can Do. He had been practicing for 3 days. Not cultivation, he was doing that in the mornings before the mountain woke, but the fingertip form. Holding it. Moving through individual exercises, extension, flexion, the spread of the hand to its full breadth, the closing of fingers into a fist and the slow opening again. It was deeply interesting. The fox body was extraordinary in ways that were only becoming clear now that he had the vocabulary of another kind of embodiment for comparison. The sensitivity of the sense web, the authority of the age aura, the way the environment read him back when he attended to it, all of it was magnificent. But foxes could not do what hands could do. Hands were tools with intent built into their shape. He found a piece of fallen pine, softwood, still slightly green, easy to work, and spent an afternoon with his human form right hand and a sharp stone. The first hour was clumsy. He'd known how to carve in his previous life the way that someone who spent evenings watching craft tutorials knew things, theoretically, partially, with gaps where actual practice should be. By the third hour the gaps were filling. The stone bit into the wood at angles that made sense. By the end of the afternoon, he had a small figure, rough, but recognizable. A human hand, reaching upward, fingers spread. He set it on the ledge outside the den entrance. He didn't know what else to do with it. "What is that?" "Xiao Wu." Closer than expected, she moved like wind when she chose to, which was most of the time. She stood at the clearing edge, looking at the carving. 100,000-year spirit beast in partial human form, the pink-silver rabbit manifested as a girl in a white dress, ears and tail unsuppressed. Large dark eyes, hair the color of her beast form's fur. The particular energy of someone extremely capable and extremely aware of that fact. He had known her for most of 9 decades of accumulated years. It was different now, looking at her, knowing what he knew from the second set of memories. He knew the shape of what she was, what she would become, what she meant to the story of this world. He needed to be careful with that knowledge. "A carving," he said. "I can see that." "Why?" "I wanted to make something." She crossed the clearing and picked it up, turning it over. "This is a human hand." "Yes." She set it down and looked at him. "Tianchu." Using his original name, which she'd called him since they were both young by beast standards. "Your right foreleg has been held at an odd angle for several days." "Has it?" "Show me." He let the right paw shift into the hand. She inhaled, short, sharp. Not fear. Genuine surprise, which from Xiao Wu was the equivalent of another creature stumbling backward. She looked at the hand, then at his face, then at the hand. "How?" she said. Slowly. He flexed the fingers, turned the hand palm up, then restored it to the paw. "It's a new ability. I'm working on it." She was silent with the weight of approximately 1,000 unsaid words. Then, "Beasts don't work on human form abilities. You either have them from cultivation age or you don't. I'm finding a different way." Another silence. Then, "You feel like someone else now." The words landed with unexpected weight. "You've changed but it isn't wrong. That's what I can't resolve." He sat on the den ledge. There was no good answer, not one honest and not one he wanted to give. So he settled for the partial truth, "I've been thinking differently." The form is following the thinking. She picked up the carving. "May I keep it?" He hadn't expected that. "Yes." She tucked it into the fold of her dress. "Be careful about the council knowing," she said, walking away. "Greystone has been asking about you, and the way he phrases the questions suggests he already suspects the answers." Greystone's questions had a specific character that distinguished them from ordinary inquiry. They were questions that assumed the answer and asked only for confirmation. "Did you run the standard territorial patrol this morning?" Was a genuine question. "How do you find the patrol patterns?" Was an assumed knowledge question, the kind asked by a being who had already concluded that the person being asked found them inadequate or different from expectation and wanted to understand the specific texture of the difference. Greystone had been asking the second kind of question for 2 weeks. He was building a picture, and the picture he was building was accurate, and the moment he said what the picture showed him would be a moment Feng Yao had not yet adequately prepared for. The preparation required was not a story. Greystone would not accept a story. It required something true that was also incomplete, and the specific version of truth that was incomplete in the right direction was something he had been trying to construct since the questions began, with limited success, and Greystone's next question would be the one that ended the interval. Chapter 7, The Weight of Being Watched. He reached 89,400 years on the 6th day. It came in a surge, 4 hours of deep meditation in the den's rear chamber, the highest chi concentration on the mountain, cycling through breath patterns until he found the one matching his current resonance. The surge felt like a tide, gradual, then all at once. When the counter updated, the system pinged 3 times. Cultivation milestone, 89,400 years. Plus 20 horsepower awarded. Current HP, 35, 1000. New ability unlocked, partial humanization, wrist to elbow. Duration, unlimited stationary, 2 hours moving. Description, both forearms to elbow in human form. Greater manual dexterity. Grip strength 70% of full paw power. He tested it. Both arms ended in human hands, the transition sitting cleanly at the elbows. He could work with both hands simultaneously. The carved pine figure had been a one-handed project, 2 hands opened considerably more possibilities. But there was a note under the ability description that concerned him. Note: humanization resonance at this level generates a detectable ambient chi signature. Other ancient beasts, 50,000 plus years, in proximity may sense it without specific searching. It reads as unusual to standard spiritual perception tools. He extended his senses outward, mapping the mountain. Yin at the stream to the northwest. Quang Feng patrolling their western ridge, moving fast. 3 stone tortoise patrol members making their slow rounds. Elder Greystone in the council hollow, the massive, ancient weight of the tortoise's presence like a deep bass note in the mountain's chi. None moving toward him with purpose. But the key word was yet. He spent the morning making himself useful in visible, conventional ways, reinforcing the scent lines on the northern perimeter, clearing a fall block drainage channel, spending an hour at the territory boundary performing the standard age dominance display. All normal fox behavior. His true self's memories confirmed he had done these things regularly. The performance of normalcy, he was learning, was a skill in itself. By midday, he had apparently managed to seem, from the outside, like a beast who was simply doing what beasts of his kind did. Then Xiao Wu arrived again, and she sat beside him on the northern ridge, and said nothing for a stretch of time he didn't bother measuring. "You're covering something," she said. He made a sound that was not quite a sigh, because foxes didn't sigh. "Exactly. Can you be more specific?" "You're doing all the ordinary things very visibly. It's like watching someone pretend to be casual." She tucked her knees up, rabbit tail flicking. What happened? He weighed this. She would fill gaps with her own guesses, and her guesses would be good ones. "The new ability generates a signal," he said. "I'm managing it." "The arm form?" "Yes." She considered. "Does it hurt? The changing?" "No. It feels like finding a position that's comfortable after you've been tense for too long." She looked at him sidelong. "That's a strange description." "Is it? Beasts usually describe power unlocks as pressure releasing. Or heat. Not comfort, unless they're very close to the human form threshold." She tilted her head. "Tianchu. I'm not going to tell anyone. I'm saying, you don't have to manage everything so relentlessly when you're near me." He looked at her. Afternoon light through the pines at a low angle, doing interesting things to her silver-white hair. "Thank you," he said. Meaning it more than she probably knew. The system pulsed, +2 horsepower. He acknowledged the notification and moved past it. Some things shouldn't be reduced to numbers, though the fact that the system had registered it at all meant it was watching for something more than just combat and survival decisions. The HTS watching for something more than survival decisions was the sentence that occupied his processing for the rest of that training cycle. What did a cultivation progress system optimized for humanization watch for beyond the obvious? Not just skill applications, not just combat or social navigation. The HTS had registered decisions in the gray zones, the moments when the choice was not between the clearly human option and the clearly beast option, but between 2 possible human responses, and the question was which one the transmigrator would choose. Those were the decisions that seemed to be generating the most data. Not whether he was performing humanization, but how he performed it when there was no single correct human response, when being human meant making a judgment call rather than following a script. The system was mapping his judgment, not his compliance. That distinction, when he understood it fully, changed what he thought the HTS was for. Chapter 8, The Council's Eye. Elder Greystone's summons arrived on the 7th morning. Formal, delivered by a stone tortoise courier who placed a carved stone tablet at the den entrance before dawn and retreated without waiting for acknowledgement. The tablet read, in the formal beast law script, "The Spirit Mountain Elder Council requests the attendance of the one known as Tianshu at the 3rd hour of morning, in the Council Hollow, regarding matters of territorial security and observed behavioral anomaly." He read behavioral anomaly twice. Then he went. The Council Hollow was deep in the mountain's interior, a wide stone bowl in the earth, open to sky, where Spirit Mountain's natural chi concentration peaked. 5 seats carved into the stone walls, gray stone at center, massive and gray and patient as geology. 2 senior wolves on the left flank. Yin standing at the right, her expression carefully neutral. And on the far right, in a seat carved somehow lower than the others, a 55,000-year serpent with scales the color of deep shadow, Elder Shadow Veil, who Feng Yao was meeting in person for the first time and disliked within the first 5 seconds. He entered, acknowledged the council with a formal head bow, and sat. Greystone opened without preamble. "There have been 3 Spirit Master teams on the southern and eastern approaches this week. 2 have left. 1 remains." The tortoise's voice was deep and deliberate, each word placed like a stone set in a wall. "Additionally, Huolai's western markers have advanced 6 meters into our boundary on 3 points. I do not believe these events are unrelated." "They aren't," Feng Yao said. "The sect teams and Huolai's probes are separate but occurring together because both parties believe this is a favorable moment." Elder Rockpaw, gray-muzzled, 65,000 years, asked, "What makes this moment favorable?" "Coordination failure." If Huolei and the Heaven Hunting sect are both moving at once, it suggests someone informed both that Spirit Mountain's defenses are currently divided. He paused to let that land. Which means someone spoke to both parties. Silence. The shadows in the hollow shifted slightly as the morning light changed. "That is a serious accusation," Shadow Vale said. His voice was smooth and controlled, the kind of controlled that was a choice rather than a default. "An observation," Feng Yao said. "The coordination is too convenient to be coincidental. Simultaneous pressure from two previously uncoordinated directions, arriving in the same week, suggests planning." Greystone steadied him with the attentiveness that the tortoise's still expression could carry when he chose. "You've given this considerable thought." "I have." "The anomaly report," Shadow Vale said, smoothly redirecting. "There have been observations of unusual chi emissions from the northwest quadrant, specifically near the Fox Den. Several patrol members reported a signature that does not match any known Spirit Mountain resident." Feng Yao met Shadow Vale's eyes. "That would be me. Intensive cultivation sessions near a threshold can read as anomalous at range. The signature reads more specifically than cultivation density. The dark eyes were doing exactly what he was doing, measuring and calculating. It reads like partial humanization." The hollow was very quiet. "My cultivation is approaching a threshold," Feng Yao said, carefully truthful. "The resonance effects near thresholds can be unusual." Greystone was quiet before speaking. "This council acknowledges the threshold proximity of Spirit Mountain's senior Fox resident. Natural progression is to be expected. A look at each council member in turn. However, the standing law is explicit: a spirit beast who manifests human form within Spirit Mountain territory without council sanction faces consequences up to and including exile." He inclined his head. "I understand. And if any resident were to develop such abilities ahead of formal threshold crossing, they would be expected to submit a declaration within 3 days of the first manifestation." "Yes, Elder." "Good." The tortoise settled back. "The council thanks you for attending." He rose, bowed, and left. Behind him, he heard Shadow Vale's smooth voice beginning again, low and measured, carrying the particular quality of a speaker who had held certain words in reserve and was now deciding whether to release them. A speaker who held words in reserve and was deciding whether to release them was, in Feng Yao's estimation, a speaker who had already decided to release them and was only calibrating the timing. The deliberateness was not uncertainty, it was the pause of someone who understood that the words they were about to say would change something in the relationship between speaker and listener, and was giving themselves the space to receive that change before it arrived. Whatever came next would be something that could not be unheard. The question was whether being heard by the specific person, in this specific configuration of their current relationship, was something he had prepared adequate responses for. He considered the preparation's adequacy in the 3 seconds the pause provided. The preparation was not adequate. He had learned, in 9 months, that this was normal, that adequate preparation for someone who saw more than they acknowledged was not a condition that could be achieved in advance, only navigated in real time, which was what the next conversation required, and the next conversation was coming. Chapter 9, The Transformation Edict. The council archives were guarded not by locks but by something more effective, the social assumption that no one would read them because no one had ever been desperate enough to need what was inside. He was. The archives occupied a secondary hollow off the main council chamber, natural alcove, driest stone, lowest chi concentration. Accumulated documentation of Spirit Mountain's governance went back approximately 20,000 years. Stone tablets in the earliest period, then carved wooden panels, then layered bark paper bound with sinew. The organization was roughly chronological and entirely idiosyncratic, which meant finding anything required either knowing where it was or a willingness to read everything. He had a very good memory. He spent 2 mornings in the archive. The first morning he covered 12,000 years of boundary disputes and census records. The second morning he found what he needed, wedged between an ancient boundary resolution and a beast census from 8,000 years back, the Transformation Edict. 3,000 years old. Written in the formal script of that period, slightly different from the modern form but entirely readable. He read it with care. The edict had been proposed and passed during a period when Spirit Mountain had faced a coalition of Spirit Master sects, different from the Heaven Hunting sect but recognizably similar in motivation. Its core provision: any Spirit Beast resident of Spirit Mountain who through cultivation or innate ability acquires the capacity for stable human form shall not be exiled or penalized for said capacity, provided, 1. The beast remains rooted in Spirit Mountain's community and contributes to its defense. 2. The human form is not used for purposes adverse to Spirit Mountain's interests. 3. The beast registers the ability with the Elder Council within 10 days of stable manifestation. Passed 4-1. One dissenting vote, recorded as the precedent, is dangerous. It had been invoked once, by a beast whose name was given only as the Iron Horse, who argued successfully for the right to take human form to negotiate with the human city on Spirit Mountain's behalf. The outcome of the negotiation was not recorded. The note beneath the iron horse's name read, "Deceased, year 89 of the edict." He reread that line. The iron horse had been killed. Not by Spirit Mountain's law, no record of formal punishment. Just deceased. Which could mean anything, but given the context almost certainly meant exactly what it sounded like. A beast who had used the human form right had died in unexplained circumstances, and no one had documented the explanation. The edict was technically valid law. It had never been repealed. The provisions were clear, the precedent existed, and the legal framework was sound. But using it would require Spirit Mountain's active goodwill rather than passive tolerance. Goodwill was something he would need to earn before he invoked anything. He returned the edict tablet to its place, every word memorized. He had the legal shield, if and when he needed it. He had a precedent. He had a 3-day declaration window once stable manifestation occurred. What he did not have was a guarantee that the Iron Horse's fate would not be repeated, and between the Council's caution and Shadow Veil's careful eyes, that gap was not one he could afford to ignore. He left the archive and went to run the mountain's perimeter, thinking about serpents and the particular way danger sometimes introduced itself as an ally. The Iron Horse's precedent bothered him more than he had let himself fully acknowledge while sitting in the archive's cool stone. 3,000 years ago a beast had done what he was trying to do, had won the legal argument, and had died anyway, not through formal process but through whatever external threat, caught at a vulnerable moment actually meant when written in the dry language of record-keeping. He turned the phrase over as he ran. External threat, something that came from outside Spirit Mountain. Caught at a vulnerable moment, during a transformation, which meant during a moment when the beast's defenses were, by definition, divided between two forms. The Iron Horse had been exposed while changing, and something had taken advantage of that exposure. Which meant that the most dangerous phase of what he was trying to do was not the political fight with the Council or the legal argument with Shadow Veil. The most dangerous phase was going to be the transition, the point between forms when he was neither fully one thing nor fully the other and anything that knew his location could hit him at a fraction of his normal defensive capacity. He needed to know who had killed the Iron Horse. The archive record didn't say, and the omission was loud. In beast law documentation, deaths were noted with cause when the cause was natural or territorial, falls, combat, illness, old age. Unexplained deaths were noted without cause, which was itself a kind of notation. This death is not something we are prepared to document. Someone had made sure the Iron Horse's death stayed undocumented. Someone still on the mountain 3,000 years later, or their institutional successors. The perimeter check came back clean. Nothing new on the east slope. No fresh markers from Huolai's faction. The mountain's surface was quiet. He ran an extra loop past the Council Hollow's entrance, not slowing, and noted that Shadow Veil's personal scent trail was fresh near the Council archive's outer wall. The serpent had been there today, or yesterday. The archives were not locked to Council members. Shadow Veil could have read every record in that alcove at any time. Including the Transformation Edict. Including the Iron Horse's entry. He finished the perimeter run and added Shadow Veil knows the precedent to his mental model of the situation, then adjusted several assumptions accordingly, which made the picture somewhat worse but significantly more accurate. Chapter 10. The return of the pack. The wolves came back on the 10th morning. He was with Xiao Wu when the first scout smell reached them. They were sitting on the northern ridge in comfortable silence, which had become a morning routine. She had stopped demanding explanations for his behavioral changes and started simply observing, with the watchful quality of someone deciding how much to adjust their understanding of another person. "North," he said, when the scout smell arrived. She had it a second later. "Wolf. And, Flame Ridge fire mark." Her voice was flat and careful. "Huolai. Not the young pack from before." The scent profile was older, heavier, and the fire scent layered over it was unmistakable, a formal affiliation marker, applied deliberately. These wolves were not probing. They were carrying a flag. He stood. "I'm going north. I'm coming." They moved north quickly and reached the boundary line in 8 minutes. The wolf pack was there, 15 wolves, mature, ranging from 20,000 to 35,000 years. Experienced fighters. Behind them, past the formal boundary, the orange flicker of fire-marked totems placed in a line, 5 of them, evenly spaced, marking what Huolai's faction was claiming was a new boundary. A formal territorial declaration. Not an invasion, an announcement. The lead wolf was a 35,000-year alpha female with scars that carried their own history. She stood at the original boundary line and did not cross it, but she stood there with the Flame Ridge totems behind her as explicit context. "You speak for Huolai," he said. "The Flame Ridge Lord presents his claim to the northern quarter of Spirit Mountain Forest," the wolf said, in the formal phrasing of Beast Law communications. "This claim is active as of today's date and will be considered accepted if no formal counter-challenge is made within 30 days. Spirit Mountain counter-challenges," he said immediately. "Counter-challenge is hereby formally lodged and will be presented to the full council within 3 days. The counter-challenge is acknowledged. The Flame Ridge Lord bears no ill will, Only a necessary interest in territory. Noted. Spirit Mountain will respond in due form. The wolf dipped her head, the minimum required by protocol, and stepped back. The pack retreated in formation, orderly and professional. He and Xiao Wu watched them go. 30 days, she said. Yes. And the sect team is still on the eastern slope. Yes. The Blood Moon Quest, 14 days to reach 90,000 years. The Whole Eye Challenge, 30 days. The sect team, days to weeks before direct action. They're not coordinating with each other, but they're both reading the same signal, he said. What signal? He looked north along the ridge, where the fire-marked totem still flickered. That Spirit Mountain is worth moving on right now. He paused. Because something on this mountain has changed, and the old certainties about what it would cost to pressure us no longer apply, and I am the reason for that, whether I want to be or not. She took this in. Then, so you have to get faster. Yes. The system interface was open in the corner of his vision, 89,390 years. 610 to go. And smarter. And I need allies I don't have yet. I'll run the western patrols tonight so you can meditate, she said. Practical. No negotiation. You don't have to, I know I don't, she said, already heading back toward the mountain center. Over her shoulder, start tonight. You're behind, and standing here watching torches isn't going to change that. He watched her go and thought about what she had just done, which was, without being asked and without making it into anything more than a practical exchange, offer to carry his work while he focused on his. He had spent 9 decades of memory learning to read the texture of how beasts communicated care, and Xiao Wu's approach was characteristically precise. She did not name the things she was doing. She just did it. The fire-marked totems along the northern tree line flickered in the afternoon light. 5 of them, evenly spaced, each one a specific size that indicated Huo Lai had spent resources on this display rather than simply putting rocks or old wood. The totems were carved, symbols of the Flame Ridge Court's authority, rendered in obsidian and red resin. This was not a casual provocation. This had been prepared in advance. Which meant Huo Lai had been planning this challenge before the wolves first probed 2 weeks ago. He had been watching Spirit Mountain long enough to time a formal challenge to land during a period when the mountain was already under external pressure from the heaven-hunting sect. The coordination, again. Not with Shu Kanglang, he still believed that, but both parties reading the same opportunity. And the opportunity was him. Specifically, a 90,000-year fox approaching a transformation threshold, with the behavioral signs of that approach visible to anyone paying close enough attention over a sufficient period of time. His true self had been growing toward the threshold for years. The increased cultivation density, the subtle chi fluctuations that preceded a major breakthrough, all of that had been detectable for anyone watching long enough. He had inherited a situation that had been building before he arrived. The informant, the dual pressure, the formal challenge, all of it predated his transmigration. He had woken into a crisis already in progress. That was worth knowing. It changed the resource calculus. He wasn't fighting enemies he'd created. He was managing enemies his predecessor had accumulated. The distinction was subtle but practically relevant. Some of these relationships could potentially be reoriented, because their grievances were against a version of him that no longer existed in quite the same way, but the new version had not yet introduced itself. Chapter 11, The Technique That Wasn't a Fox's The wolf incursion came 3 days later. Not the formal pack from before, smaller, younger, moving like a test rather than a declaration. 12 wolves, 15,000-year average, pushing 10 meters into formal Spirit Mountain territory through the northwestern entrance. Not placing totems or making speeches. Just there, inside the line, in a tight group, waiting to see what happened. He found them with Quanfang, who had been running the northwestern perimeter and called for backup with the minimal beast signal that meant, extra set of eyes, not emergency. 12, Quanfang said, not looking at him, his eyes on the wolf group through the understory. Young. They've been there 20 minutes and haven't moved deeper. Holding position. He read the formation, compact, oriented outward rather than inward, which meant they were watching for something to react to rather than trying to advance. Someone is observing from outside the line. They want to see our response pattern. Or their bait. Quanfang's tail was still, his version of genuine alertness. Drive them out? Yes. But how we do it matters. Quanfang gave him a look. How isn't usually a question you ask? This group is designed to be driven out. The way we drive them out tells whoever is watching something about our standard response. He thought quickly. Charge straight, they scatter north back to the boundary. Huo Lai learns our default is force and retreat. But if we split the approach, flank, Quanfang said, following. East and west simultaneously, squeeze the formation, force them between 2 walls. You come from the east while I hold their attention from the west. They won't be ready for the split. Quanfang looked at him with an expression that was half surprise and half the kind of respect that didn't want to admit itself. East approach. 50 meters out, hold until you engage. He gave Quang Feng a count of 30, then walked toward the wolf group at an unhurried pace, visible, letting them orient west. The pack leader, a young male doing his bravest work, held position as he approached. Commendable. Then Quang Feng arrived from the east. The wolves broke in the controlled scatter of a group that had hit an unprepared for situation. Half went north back to the boundary, half scrambled south, and all were moving too fast to maintain the organized retreat that a report-back mission required. He watched the tree line after they left and caught it, a flicker of orange in the pines past the boundary, a flame tiger, watching and now retreating north fast. Let it report back. Quang Feng returned from the east. You flanked without a plan, he said, meaning, you did something unconventional by instinct. I had a plan. I just made it in front of you. Where did you actually learn that technique? He thought about the best answer. I spent time watching human spirit masters train. Their formation logic translates. Quang Feng was silent with the quality of someone choosing not to say several things at once. Then he turned and left without another word, and Feng Yao was fairly sure that particular silence was going to accumulate until it demanded an answer he wasn't ready to give yet. He stayed at the northwestern boundary for a while after Quang Feng left, reading the ground where the wolf formation had stood. 15,000-year beasts, all of them, but they had held formation under pressure, not scattering at his initial approach, maintaining grouping until the pincer made the choice for them. Someone had trained them. The formation discipline was not natural wolf behavior at that age. It was learned. Huo Lai was investing in his probe forces. That was significant. The territorial declaration from the formal pack had been protocol, the legal process that established the challenge. The probe forces, these irregular incursions, were reconnaissance. They were teaching Huo Lai about Spirit Mountain's responses, building a behavioral model of how the mountain defended itself. Which meant Huo Lai's 30-day territorial claim was not the actual timeline. The actual timeline was however long it took the intelligence-gathering phase to reach a conclusion. If the formal challenge was accepted by the counter-challenge and went to arbitration, the 30 days would be extended by whatever the arbitration process required, months, potentially. During those months, Huo Lai would continue learning. And what Huo Lai had learned today was that Spirit Mountain no longer responded to incursions in predictable ways. The flank had surprised the Flame Tiger observer. He had seen the rapid retreat, a fast withdrawal rather than the observer's usual methodical exit. The report going back would include split formation response, unexpected angle of engagement, no sign of which defender initiated the split. That was ambiguous. Ambiguous reports required follow-up. The follow-up would be more sophisticated than what came today. Which was good, it bought time, and was also a problem, because sophistication was harder to misdirect. He turned back toward the mountain center and walked at a pace that suggested calm, because the mountain had eyes and the eyes were not all friendly, and the performance of calm while thinking hard about several urgent problems simultaneously was, he was discovering, one of the primary skills of a creature that existed in the space between what it was and what it was becoming. Chapter 12, The Cost of Rushing. He pushed too hard on the 13th night. The risk was known. The accumulated memories of his true self included examples of forced cultivation acceleration, achievable at his rank, with significant safety margins. The problem with significant margins was that they felt generous right until the moment they weren't. What he had learned in the Hot Spring Valley, after 6 hours of meditation combining his beast instinct breathing patterns with the circulation principles he understood from his other life's knowledge of cultivation theory, was that the two systems worked together in a way pure beast cultivation didn't anticipate. His true self absorbed chi passively, efficient, organic, slow. The modern memory approach directed chi once absorbed, accelerating integration through controlled circulation rather than passive accumulation. The hybrid method worked. In a single 13-night session he gained 200 years. 89,600 years. The system updated with a cascade of notifications. He ignored them until the meditation completed. Checking a screen mid-deep chi cycle was like checking a pocket during open surgery, and when he surfaced, his body was trembling finely in a way that had nothing to do with cold. Every cultivation pathway ran hot. His age aura, normally a steady ambient pressure, pulsed with his heartbeat in a way that must be visible from 50 meters to any sensitive observer. He checked the system. Cultivation surge recorded, plus 200 years in single session. Current age, 89,600 years. Warning, forced acceleration via hybrid methodology creates resonance signature detectable by calibrated spiritual perception tools within 2 kilometers. Specifically, soul compasses, spiritual harmonizers, and sect-grade tracking arrays will register this pulse for approximately 6 hours. Recommendation: vacate current position. He moved immediately, north from the den, taking the stream path, weaving through the mountain's chi-dense corridors to create interference between his signature and the eastern slope. He ran for 20 minutes before slowing, then spent 2 hours repositioning false chi trails, brief meditations at several points across the north quadrant, each shorter and less intense, creating scatter in the signature. Not enough to fool a good compass, but enough to require time and interpretation. It was going to be a long night. What he had gained, 200 years in one session, putting him at 89,600 with 9 days left on the quest. He needed 400 more years. At 3 days per 100 years with normal meditation, he needed 12 days. He didn't have 12 days. So he needed another surge. Smaller. Smarter. A different location, with better cover against the harmonizer's range. He had the hot spring, but that was compromised now. The ironwood grove was dense enough, but the SEC team had been investigating it. The eastern face of the summit rock, where thermal updrafts generated natural chi fluctuation, was less visited and might provide the interference he needed. He added it to the plan. The lesson from tonight was simple: the hybrid method was the path forward, but it needed to be treated like controlled demolition rather than free excavation. One mistake at the wrong moment, in the wrong place, with the wrong people nearby, and everything he'd built over the last 2 weeks collapsed into a single very bad night. He kept moving through the ironwood dark, laying false trails, and let the lesson settle into bone where it would be harder to forget. The resonance signature was fading, he could feel it as a temperature dropping, the hot pulse of the surge cooling toward the mountain's ambient background. By dawn it would be undetectable except to something calibrated specifically to his individual chi pattern. The question was whether the SEC team's equipment was that specific. Standard jade harmonizer, no. It read density and age range, not individual signature. The compass from the first team was better, but still a broad instrument. The item he hadn't been able to account for was the solar A nodes. Those had been placed after a baseline reading, which meant whoever had set them had a fixed reference point for his specific chi. And the node's precision targeting suggested they had at least a partial individual signature locked. Someone had given the SEC team a sample of his chi. Not just his location. His actual spiritual fingerprint. The question wasn't just who had told the sect about Spirit Mountain's fox. The question was who had been close enough to him, recently enough, to obtain a clean chi sample. And the answer to that was a much shorter list. He worked through it as he ran. Close proximity in the last 2 months, Ah Yin, certainly. Quangfang, yes. The council members, at the formal meeting. The patrol beasts he had interacted with on the perimeter runs. And one other, the stone tortoise courier who had delivered Greystone's summons, who had placed a stone tablet directly against the den entrance at the point of highest residential chi density. A courier. The lowest status member of the mountain's administrative system. The kind of position that received no scrutiny and had access to everything. He filed this alongside Shadow Vale's archive visit and Huo Lai's timed pressure and the compass that had been pointed at him before the first team even arrived, and built himself a picture he was increasingly sure he wasn't going to enjoy looking at when it was complete. Dawn was 2 hours away. He laid the last false trail near the western stream and went to ground in a dense stand of young pine to wait for morning with his options spread out in the architecture of the dark, and one of them, he was beginning to understand, was not an option at all. Chapter 13. The better-equipped team that came with a jade harmonizer and 3 soul rings apiece. He spotted the second SEC team from the canopy on the 15th morning, entering the forest from the southeast, and immediately distinguishable from the first team by their equipment quality. The first team had been a probe, mid-rank practitioners with standard tools. This group had a 55th rank elder at center, flanked by 2 disciples in the 40s, all in a tight 4-person core with a 4-person security perimeter. 8 practitioners total. The 55th rank elder carried the jade harmonizer, a flat disc the size of a dinner plate, carried in both hands, pulsing with light just outside visible spectrum but entirely readable to beast senses. He listened to their briefing from above. Targeting an ancient spirit beast, specifically 9-tailed sky fox, estimated age 85,000 to 95,000 years. The elder's voice was precise, professional. Gray hair, economy of movement, a man who had been doing this long enough that unnecessary motion had been entirely pruned away. The harmonizer gives a 600-meter accurate reading within 500 years of actual age. Any fox signature above 80,000 years is our target. Grand Priest Shu Kanglang's authorization? A flanking disciple asked. Signed and dated. Full harvest rights for any unclaimed beast in this territory. The elder folded the document away. Legal clearance is not a concern. He tracked their movement into the forest and planned. The jade harmonizer changed his options. Simple fog misdirection worked on a compass. The harmonizer operated on a different principle, reading cultivation density. He could interfere with a compass. Interfering with a harmonizer required either distance or another high-density chi source in the same range band. The ironwood grove had that. Ancient trees with sufficient cultivation analog concentration could scatter a harmonizer reading if he was inside the grove. But the elder was clearly competent. He would interpret the scatter correctly. Something large was using the grove for cover. The team would converge on the grove. So he needed to be absent from the grove at the exact moment they concluded he was inside it. He worked backward from their conclusions and built a chain of evidence, traces of his presence in the grove from the past week, which were genuine, a fresh cultivation residue at the grove center, which he would add tonight, and a departure trail heading south, late after he left, that would indicate he had used the grove and moved on. The elder would find the evidence. Interpret it correctly, he had been here, recently. And then follow the south trail away from his actual location, which would be the summit rock's eastern face for the next 2 days. 2 days. Enough for one more controlled search. He began laying the groundwork, thinking about the name Shu Kanglang and the authorization document and what it meant that a grand priest of a major sect had personally signed harvest papers for this mountain's senior fox, and what that said about how long this particular hunter had been watching. The answer, based on the disciples' phrasing, was at minimum 6 years, the same 6-year operational window Yin had cited for the heaven hunting sect's regional activities. But a grand priest signing a personal authorization was not a 6-year of background intelligence kind of action. That was a focused, specific, years in development kind of action. Grand Priest Shu Kanglang knew about this fox specifically. Not an ancient beast on Spirit Mountain generally. Him specifically. He sat in the canopy above the departing team's southeast approach path and let the implications arrange themselves. The solar nodes required a chi sample. The compass team had arrived with targeting already prepared. The authorization was personal and specific. All of these things pointed toward a source, someone who had been passing information to the sect consistently, over years, building toward this moment. He had been thinking of the informant as a recent problem, someone who had made contact when the pressure started 2 weeks ago. The evidence suggested something older. A long-term intelligence relationship between a Spirit Mountain resident and Shu Kanglang's sect, predating his transmigration by years if not decades. His true self had been unaware of it. Not surprising, the true Tianshu had been a powerful beast with sovereign territory and no reason to look inward at the mountain's politics. Power at that level made you confident in ways that confidence sometimes made you blind. He did not have that luxury. He had arrived without the blind spots of a creature who had never needed to question its security. He spent the morning in the grove constructing the false evidence chain, cultivation residue at the center, deliberate tracks leading south, the impression of a beast that had been here and moved on. The elder would find it convincing because it was built from real elements arranged to suggest a false conclusion. The best deceptions always were. 2 days on the summit's eastern face. The harmonizer team would investigate the grove, follow the south trail to its empty end, and by the time they recalibrated, he would have the threshold behind him and a different set of options in front of him. It was the best plan available given the information he had. He did not entirely trust plans that were the best available given the information I have, but the alternative was waiting for better information, and the quest timer didn't negotiate. Chapter 14, The Human Who Moved Like a Storm. He had not expected to see Tang Hao here. The wandering spirit master came through the mountain's lower western slopes on the 17th morning, moving with no particular direction, which is to say with the direction of someone wandering purposefully, letting the path choose itself. He carried a child. A small bundle in his arms, swaddled against the mountain cold, that Feng Yao could identify even from distance as recently newborn. Tang Hao. The name arranged the whole second set of memories around it. He knew this man, his history, his tragedies, his strengths, his willingness to walk away from everything the world valued in order to preserve the one thing he valued most. A 95th rank spirit master. A man who had given up the world's greatest position for love and then for his son. He was watching that man carry his son through a forest at dawn, moving with the quiet of someone who had grown used to having no home. He moved to follow from a distance. Not tracking, observing. Tang Hao's rank was palpable from 50 meters without effort, the spiritual pressure of someone near the absolute ceiling of human cultivation, compressed into a frame that moved like ordinary, walked like ordinary, and registered to any sensitive observer as a sun traveling through shadow. The 3 spirit rings passively visible when Tang Hao used their warmth were gold and red and gold again, the colors of tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years. In 3 minutes, Tang Hao dealt with 3 bears. The bears were Spirit Mountain residents, 5,000-year average, territorial and aggressive toward intruders, which Tang Hao technically was. They came out of the pine understory as a group, fast and certain. Tang Hao didn't break stride. The first bear he sidestepped, using its charge momentum to redirect it into a tree trunk, martial footwork and a spirit ring activation so fast it looked like nothing. The second he stopped with an open palm strike that hit the bear in the chest and sat it down with the faint expression of a creature whose physics had been renegotiated. The third he looked at. The third bear turned around and left. 3 seconds total. Feng Yao had been watching combat for longer than most mountains had been standing. He had seen every kind of power, every kind of technique. He had rarely been impressed in precisely this manner, not by the rank, which he'd known, but by the economy. Tang Hao had used exactly as much as required. The baby in his arms hadn't shifted once. That was mastery. Not the mastery of having great power. The mastery of never using more than the necessary amount of it. The gap in technique, in what you could do with what you had, regardless of the raw quantity, was not a function of rank. That was something else entirely. Then Tang Hao stopped. 10 meters from the pine where Feng Yao sat, motionless, wrapped in full fox illusion. The spirit master did not look at the pine. He looked slightly left of it, at a rock, and stood there for 3 full seconds. Then he walked on. The baby in his arms made a small sound, and Tang Hao hummed something that wasn't cultivation, just sound. Feng Yao remained in the pine for several minutes after they disappeared. The HTS pulsed, plus 5 horsepower. Observational learning, cross-species combat philosophy. He noted the HP. But the thing that stayed with him longer was this: Tang Hao had stopped. Had looked at the rock beside the pine where Feng Yao sat. 3 seconds. Then walked on. A 95th rank spirit master had looked at the exact wrong spot, or had he? And if it was the right spot, why had he walked on? A 95th rank spirit master who looked at the exact wrong spot and then kept walking had either made a genuine error or was performing an error. The performance of an error, looking without appearing to look, noticing without appearing to notice, continuing past in a way that did not suggest continuing past had been the plan, was a technique that high-level intelligence practitioners developed across decades of cultivation. A 95th rank practitioner had decades at minimum. The question of whether the look had been genuine or performed changed every inference that followed from it. A genuine error meant the concealment was holding. A performed error meant the concealment had been seen through, and the continuation past it meant the practitioner had a reason to appear to not have seen it, which meant a larger plan, a later move, a strategic patience that made immediate action less valuable than information collection. Both possibilities required different responses. He filed them both as active hypotheses and kept moving, but the hypothesis with the worse implication would not stop insisting on attention. Chapter 15, Silver Hair. He reached 89,500 years 3 days before the blood moon deadline. Quiet accumulation rather than surge, he had been meditating steadily in the hot spring valley, using controlled acceleration more carefully than the 13th night, spreading each push over longer periods so the resonance signature stayed below the harmonizer's trigger threshold. The Elder's team had spent 2 days in the Ironwood Grove and departed, convinced the quarry had moved on. The system updated. Cultivation milestone, 89,500 years. New ability unlocked, partial humanization, full arm form. Duration, 4 hours moving, unlimited stationary. Description, both arms from shoulder down in human form simultaneously. Grip strength normalized to 85% of beast paw. Fine manipulation fully available. He tested it immediately, both arms ending in human hands, the shoulders in the curious half state of neither fur-covered nor bare, simply present. He could write. Could hold tools. Could do with both hands free what the earlier carvings had only hinted at. He found better wood this time, ironwood fallen last season's storm, smooth on one face. He worked through the afternoon with sharp flint. Not the hand reaching up figure this time. Something harder, a standing figure, roughly human in outline, with something curving behind it that was ambiguously either a tail or a cloak. He worked for 4 hours. It was better than the first carving. Not beautiful, he didn't have the patience or the technique for beautiful yet. Recognizable. Alive. He set it on the ledge beside the space where the first carving had been before Xiao Wu took it. "You're doing it again." She was apparently making a habit of finding him at the exact moment he'd finished something he wasn't prepared to explain. Xiao Wu stood at the clearing edge. In the late afternoon light she looked like herself and also like someone who had been processing a difficult conclusion for several days and had arrived here to deal with it. "This one is different," she said, picking it up. "The first one was just a hand. This is someone. With a tail." She looked at him. "Or a cloak. It's deliberately ambiguous." "Yes." She held the carving. Her thumb ran along the rough line of the figure's spine, the curve of the ambiguous tail cloak. He watched her, curious about what she was seeing in it. "May I have this one too?" she asked. He'd started to say no and found he couldn't locate a reason for it. "Yes." She tucked it into her dress beside the first. She had apparently been carrying the first carving around for days, which was information he set aside carefully rather than examining directly. Then she sat on the den ledge. "How much longer?" she asked. 3 days. Maybe 2. She processed this. And then the full form. "For 1 hour. It's a start." She looked at the mountain below with the thoughtful patience of someone not accepting the partial answer as the whole one. "When you have it," she said, "what are you going to do with it?" He was honest. "Figure out what needs doing and do it as whatever form works best." That's very calm for something that's never been done before. "I've had a long time to practice calm." He paused. "And before you ask, yes, there's a version of this where I stop. Where I stay a fox and stop trying to become something the council has no framework for. I've considered it." She looked at him. "What decided you against it?" He looked at the carving, the ambiguous figure, the possible tail or cloak. "I picked up a piece of wood and made something," he said. "A fox doesn't do that. But I did." The decision was already made before I understood I'd made it, and I think I need to trust that. She held his gaze, and for a moment he could see her working out something in the architecture of his answer. Trust in an architectural answer was a specific kind of trust, the kind that did not require the statement to be fully comprehensible but required the statement to be built from real materials. A constructed answer, assembled from reasoning and conclusions, was recognizable to a careful listener as constructed, the way a structure could be identified as designed rather than grown. An architectural answer, one that had emerged from the actual shape of the thinking rather than been arranged for delivery, had a different quality, one that was also recognizable, less smooth, less optimized, but carrying the weight of genuine derivation. She was reading the weight. Whatever conclusion she was working through in the architecture of his answer, she was working through it with the information that the architecture was genuine. Whether the information she extracted from that genuine architecture was the information he had intended to provide was the question he could not answer for her, and she had not asked it carelessly. Chapter 16, The Solar Array. He found the array nodes on the 18th morning. He had been running the southern perimeter at speed when the wrongness in the air stopped him, not a hostile presence, not a beast scent, but the faint hum of worked metal in a specific frequency range. He circled back and found the first node, a bronze disc smaller than his paw, pressed into a rock crevice at the southeast corner of his territory. Dark. Dormant. He found 4 more in the next hour, positioned at intervals of approximately 60 meters, forming an incomplete ring around the Fox Den territory. The ring was missing 1 node, either unplaced or positioned somewhere he hadn't looked. Solar Array Trap. Designed to activate when triggered by a specified chi signature passing through the ring, broadcasting a detection pulse to whoever had set it. Short range, specific, unambiguous. You are here. He weighed his options with care. Destroying the nodes eliminated the trap but confirmed to whoever set it that the trap was discovered, that would accelerate their response. Leaving the nodes in place meant living with a hair trigger inside his own territory. A third path, find the missing node, complete the ring under controlled conditions, trigger it deliberately at a time and place of his choosing, and let the pulse go out reporting nothing useful. He spent 2 hours finding the missing node, recently placed, still warm with handler scent, on the south face of the den's main rock wall. 8 nodes total, forming a ring encompassing the den entrance and the clearing before it. He moved all 8 nodes. Carefully, using his human form hands to avoid imprinting his own chi on the metal, he repositioned them in a ring centered on the spring runoff channel to the south, 50 meters from the den, in terrain that would read as a natural beast gathering spot. Then he retreated and waited. At midday a bird flew over the south ring's position. Its wing beat pattern changed as it passed, a sole construct, triggered by the completion of the false ring. The activation pulse went out, thin, directional, east. Toward the heaven hunting sex camp position. He felt it leave. The nodes had been set and activated. Their report would go to whoever sent them, would indicate a precise location that didn't match the den. They would investigate and find the repositioned ring and understand exactly what had happened. The question was how long the investigation would take, and what they would send when the investigation concluded. He had, by his estimate, 2 days. Possibly 3 if the team was currently occupied with the Ironwood Grove investigation. He needed to be at 90,000 years before their next move arrived, and at 89,600 with 8 days left on the quest. That math was tight but not impossible. He went to meditate on the summit's eastern face as planned, carrying the problem of the solar array response alongside the cultivation work, and prepared himself for the probability that the next team would be better equipped than anything he'd seen yet. The summit's eastern face was a long shelf of granite that jutted out over the forest canopy at an angle that made it invisible from below and exposed to the open sky above. The thermal updrafts from the sun-warmed canopy below created a constant chi fluctuation, not dense like the Ironwood Grove, but variable and unpredictable in a way that made any fixed-point reading unreliable. A harmonizer pointed at this shelf from ground level would register something like static, a signal present but without stable characteristics to pin down. He settled into the meditation position that was becoming his default, spine straight, tails arranged for stability, both forearms resting in full arm form with hands open on his knees. The hybrid position. Neither entirely beast nor entirely human. Fitting, he supposed. The push toward 90,000 years required a particular quality of attention, not the open absorption of natural cultivation, not the directed force of the surge method he'd used on the 13th night, but something between them, the absorption approach with a gentle guidance applied downstream, like redirecting water into a prepared channel rather than simply damming it. It was slower than the surge but significantly more controlled. He had 8 days. He needed 400 more years. 50 years per day, on average, through this gentler method. That was achievable. What was not achievable was doing it while also managing the perimeter response to the solar array activation pulse. Those were 2 separate cognitive loads, and running both simultaneously was how you turned a controlled process into another surge that burned too hot and too visible. Which was why the meeting, and the perimeter delegation, and the 60 hours of secured space were not indulgences. They were prerequisites. He breathed in. Let the chi of the summit settle around him. Let the HTS's guidance, quiet today, more presence than interface, orient the flow. 89,712 years when he checked after the first hour. Progress. And silence around him, which was the most valuable thing on Spirit Mountain right now, and he had learned, in these months, that valuable things had a habit of running out at exactly the wrong moment. Chapter 17, the general he had never commanded before. His true self's accumulated decades of centuries held extensive experience of territorial dominance, the simple authority of being strongest, but not what was different from dominance, coordination. Getting other free-willed, independent creatures to act together toward a goal that required each of them to sacrifice part of their autonomy for the whole. He had watched Tang Hao. He understood the principle. Now he needed to execute it. He called a working meeting, not a council meeting. Those were Greystone's domain and the council's deliberate pace was not what this moment required. 5 recipients, Yin, Quanfeng, 2 Stone Tortoise Patrol leaders, and the Sable Mother, whose territory bordered Spirit Mountain's south face and who had been observing the situation for weeks based on the Sen evidence at shared boundaries. He sent individual messages, phrased to each recipient's sensibility. For Yin, a simple request. For Quanfeng, a stated problem that would be more satisfying addressed together. For the Tortoise Patrol leaders, a formal security consultation. For the Sable Mother, an invitation from elder to elder, left at her territory boundary. They came. All of them, which surprised him slightly. He'd expected the Sable Mother to send a proxy. He laid out the situation, the solar A nodes, the false pulse, the incoming sect response, Huolai's concurrent western pressure, and his estimation of the timeline. He did not mention the Blood Moon quest, just said he was near a cultivation threshold and needed 60 hours of secured perimeter. What do you want from us? Quanfeng asked. His version of cooperation. Perimeter rotation. 4 points, 12-hour shifts. He sketched the positions in the dirt with the human form hand. He noted Yin watching the hand quietly, said nothing. You're fast enough for the eastern approach alone and still have engagement capacity. Yin on the south, between the den and the relocated nodes. Tortoise Patrol on the western border, Huolai's side. He looked at the Sable Mother. If you're willing, the north access. Your people are quieter than anyone else in this region. The Sable Mother studied him. Why organize this in advance? You could handle the incoming sect team directly and push to the threshold in peace. Direct handling uses energy I need for the cultivation push. And if the sect team brings a Jade Harmonizer, fighting them advertises my position to the full weight of the Heaven Hunting sect rather than delaying their certainty. You want delay? 2 days of quiet. I want the sect team's response to hit a perimeter that confuses rather than engages, and I want every sensor on this mountain oriented outward while I work. She was quiet for a moment. You speak like the old sages, she said finally. Not praise or criticism. Observation. I'll take the north face. He organized schedules, communication signals, escalation triggers, overlap zones. He answered Quanfeng's pointed questions about the eastern approach timing. And when they dispersed, he stayed behind and looked at the dirt diagram. He had just directed 5 significant Spirit Mountain residents to protect him for 60 hours so he could complete a task he hadn't fully explained. And they had come. The modern memory had a word for what had just happened. The beast memory had a different one. Both were true, and neither was the whole thing, and whatever was happening here was accumulating toward something he could sense but not yet name. He smoothed out the dirt diagram with one human form hand, erasing the evidence. Then he sat for a moment and thought about what had actually occurred beneath the surface of the meeting. Quanfeng had come because the problem was real and interesting, which was all Quanfeng ever needed. But Quanfeng had also stayed through the full plan review without challenging the premise once, which was unusual. The leopard challenged everything as a default. His silence during the strategic portion had been the silence of a mind that had already reached the conclusion Feng Yao was outlining and was waiting to verify whether his outline matched. It had. Yin had come because she cared about the mountain, and because she had been watching Feng Yao with the attentiveness of someone who understood more than they were saying, and because whatever she understood had apparently convinced her that his survival was worth 2 nights of her time. The Tortoise Patrol leaders had come because Greystone's implicit endorsement, he had not forbidden them from attending, gave them institutional cover for a meeting that was technically outside normal council process. And the Sable Mother had come because, he wasn't entirely sure yet. She had her own calculations. She had mentioned the golden glow and the bear from 70,000 years ago, which suggested she had context for what he was doing that predated his arrival in this body. That was information he needed to understand better before he trusted it fully. He rose, restored both hands to paw form, and went to begin his part of the perimeter check, not the formal hours he'd assigned to others, but his own reconnaissance of the lines between their positions, making sure the gaps were covered and the communication paths were clean. Whatever was coming in the next 48 hours would test the arrangement he'd built. He intended to be ready when it arrived, and he intended to have reached 90,000 years before it did. Chapter 18, The Sable Mother's Knowledge. She stayed behind after the others left. The Sable Mother settled at the den clearing's far edge, far enough to be respectful by any measure, close enough to speak without raising her voice. He waited. "I've seen that golden glow before," she said. "When you were sketching the perimeter in the dirt. Your eyes carry a particular light, not the chi display an ancient beast shows when demonstrating power. Something else. It looks like what the old texts call directed cultivation, meditation with a purpose beyond natural accumulation." He kept his voice even. "I've been working on a focused advancement method." "I know." She held his gaze. Dark water eyes, ancient and patient. "I've seen that glow on one other creature, a bear, 70,000 years ago. Far older than me then, but I was already old enough to remember clearly. He was attempting human form through a deliberate internal process rather than natural threshold crossing." She paused. "He succeeded, briefly. Before the council had ruled on it." "What happened to him?" "He died before the ruling concluded. Not by the council's hand, external threat, caught at a vulnerable moment during a transformation. The council never had to decide." The dark water eyes held steady on his. "I'm not telling you this as a warning. As context. I understand. Do you need anything beyond perimeter security for these 2 days?" He considered what use to make of this opening. "Information about the heaven hunting sex structure. Specifically who Shu Kanglang answers to and what level of political protection he carries in the continental hierarchy that I can get." She rose, fluid and dark. "I'll also bring you what I know about the second team's departure timeline from the East Camp. They're packing. I had a scout watching." "Packing because they found something or because they didn't?" "Because they didn't." A pause. "Which means the next team will be different from what you've seen so far." She moved toward the north face without looking back, and he stood in the empty clearing and looked at the evening sky and thought about the difference between a team sent to find something and a team sent to take it, and how the equipment profile between those two categories was not a small gap. The first team had been sent to locate compass, mid-rank practitioners, a formation leader who handled failure with controlled frustration. That was the toolkit of an information gathering mission: go, confirm the target exists, establish coordinates, return. The second team had been sent to assess Jade Harmonizer, a 55th rank elder, authorization documents personally signed. That was the toolkit of a mission that expected to escalate from assessment to extraction. They hadn't gotten that far, because he had led them into false evidence and they had followed the evidence rather than his actual presence. The third team, whatever the solar reactivation pulse had summoned, would be sent to take. Because at this point the sect knew, the mountain had a 90,000-year fox, the fox was aware of them, and the fox had evaded 2 teams using methods that were not standard beast behavior. That changed the risk assessment significantly. They would send something appropriate to a target that was smart, territorial, and aware. Appropriate worried him more than anything else on that list. He went into the den and lay down in the back chamber where the chi was thickest and the stone walls were coldest, the conditions that helped him drop fast into deep cultivation, and let his mind settle toward the threshold work while the outer perimeter held. 88 horsepower in the bar. The human form was 1 day away. Whatever came out of that solar ray summons was also, if the Sable Mother's estimate of their camp activity was right, approximately 1 day away. The timing was what it was. He had managed worse odds on fewer resources in less time, though he was using a memory for that claim that technically didn't belong to fiction he'd read rather than life he'd lived, which was either a comfort or an absurdity, and he was too tired to decide which. He closed his eyes and cultivated, and let the mountain hold his watch, and somewhere in the dark, something that had been patient was becoming less so. Chapter 19, The Eighth Tail Stirs. They came at midnight on the 20th day. He was in the den, deep in the final push, 89,900 years, the threshold trembling just ahead, when the perimeter alert reached him. Not a sound but a chi signal, Quine Feng's marker, tight and controlled. Incursion, east face, organized. He surfaced from the meditation like a swimmer coming up fast. 89,912 years. So close. But not close enough. He left the den. The Spirit Master team was not the same group as before. 7 practitioners this time, rank colors ranging from 45th to 58th rank, with a single 72nd rank elder at center. Spirit Saint level. A harvest team with authorization, moving with the efficiency of professionals who knew exactly what they were hunting and had done it before. Quine Feng had engaged 2 perimeter scouts, holding them at the eastern tree line. The Sable Mother's people, invisible but sent present, had delayed the northern flank. He met the main team in the Ironwood Grove. The 72nd rank elder was a woman of perhaps 60 in human terms, with close-cropped white hair and the particular stillness of someone who had been doing this long enough that they no longer felt the need to perform confidence. She saw him coming and raised one hand, her team spread to encirclement formation, smooth and practiced. "Ancient spirit beast," she said. Her voice carried the professional respect that powerful humans sometimes extended to powerful beasts, not a moral stance, a tactical one. "I am Elder Wu Ming of the Heaven Hunting Sect. We hold authorization for your soul ring." "You're trespassing," he said. Beast speech, which she could understand, probably a soul skill. "This territory has no human jurisdiction protection." She stepped forward. "We have." He didn't wait. He moved. The first 4 spirit masters he hit in sequence, fast, low, tail sweeps and delusion layers breaking the encirclement before it fully formed. 2 went down, 3 staggered. The encirclement became ragged. Elder Wu Ming activated her spirit ring, the 50,000-year ring, gold, releasing a gravity class technique that pulled downward at double force. He had enough mass that it only slowed him rather than stopped him, but the remaining spirit masters used the half-second of deceleration to regroup. 3 on 3 sides, Wu Ming directly ahead. And then he felt it. The cultivation push was still active, he could feel the threshold close, so close it was almost external, a door just barely out of reach. In the heat of the combat, fighting at near full intensity, the locked awareness of the 2 sealed tails became suddenly louder. He felt the 8th tail. Not manifested. Not breaking the seal. But present in a fashion it hadn't been before, a pressure from inside, like a muscle that had been numb for years beginning to wake. The sensation was so striking that he paused for half a second, and in that half-second Elder Wu Ming's gravity technique caught him. He hit the ironwood ground. Wu Ming closed fast. Professional. No taunting. He rolled, came up with the rolling momentum bringing all 7 tails around in a sweep that broke the gravity field's orientation. The flanking spirit masters scattered. He came to his feet and hit the air with an age or a burst, not directed, just released, the full pressure wave of 90,000 years of spiritual authority. Wu Ming stumbled. The 3 flanking masters fled. The 2 from the opening exchange were already gone. Wu Ming assessed the remaining math with the cool-eyed precision of a veteran making a professional exit, then stepped backward and controlled retreat toward the eastern boundary. He let her go. He stood in the ironwood grove and felt the 8th tail sensation slowly fading back to dormant pressure. The seal hadn't broken. But it had moved, had pressed against its boundary with something that felt, beneath the beast instinct reading of it, very much like impatience. The system pulsed, plus 15 horsepower. Defensive combat objective achieved. Note, rank 7 threshold approaching. 8th tail seal stress event recorded. Seal integrity, 94%. He read 94% and thought carefully about what 6% of a heaven sealing formation's failure looked like when the formation was the only thing standing between his current stability and an uncontrolled divine-grade release. Then he returned to the den and drove hard toward 90,000, because the seal had moved, and whatever lived behind it was no longer entirely patient. Chapter 20, Who Are You? He reached 90,000 years at dawn. Not thunder. No divine light. No acknowledgement from heaven. A quiet, profound settling, the way something at tension for a very long time simply releases. His body felt different. More complete. The 2 sealed tails were still sealed, but the quality of the seal had changed, where before it was a locked door, now it was a door that could in principle be opened. The system blazed. Rank 7 threshold cross 9-tailed skyfox, divine grade spirit beast current cultivation age, 90,000 years, exact, achievement, threshold run, complete blood moon seal tightening event, averted new unlock, human form, full body transformation duration, 1 hour per day, base, HP gating, 10 horsepower equals plus 1 hour, 100 horsepower milestone equals plus 1 full day energy cost, 15% cheaper hour in motion, 8% per hour stationary limitations, seals on 8th and 9th tails hold in human form. Current HP, 87, 1000. He sat with the notification until he had read it twice. Then he activated the human form. The change was not as quiet as the partial forms. A total rearrangement of mass and structure, painless, still, but with a depth of physical transformation the earlier partial forms hadn't prepared him for. His entire body rewrote itself in approximately 4 seconds, and when the rewriting finished he was sitting cross-legged on the den floor in a body he did not yet know how to fully inhabit. He unfolded to standing. Strange. Bipedal meant his center of gravity was wrong, too high, he needed adjustment, but the body was capable, and the proportions those of a young man in perhaps his early 20s. Not thin, not heavy. The kind of build that accumulated from 9 decades of millennia in a body that spent most of its time moving through high terrain. Silver hair visible at the edges of his peripheral vision, longer than strictly necessary. He raised both hands and looked at them. Human hands. Both. No transition, no edge. Just hands. He walked to the den's entrance and stepped out into the morning. The forest looked different from this height. Medium fox form was approximately 3 feet at the shoulder, human form put him at 6. The horizon dropped. The canopy rose. The entire scale of the world around him shifted in a way he would need time to fully recalibrate. He stood in the den clearing with his face turned toward the morning light, eyes closed, absorbing the sensation of wind on skin rather than fur. The system timer had started, 59 minutes, 30 seconds. Tianchu. He opened his eyes. Xiao Wu stood at the clearing edge. 10 paces away. She had been there for, he had no idea. Long enough to have seen the transformation. Long enough to have watched the 4 seconds of it and the 30 seconds of standing afterward in silence. She was looking at him with an expression he had never seen on her face. Not fear, Xiao Wu did not do fear. Not anger. Something located between shock and grief and a kind of helpless wonder, and he watched her hand come up involuntarily toward him and then stop. "Who are you?" she said. Her voice was very quiet. And behind the question was not accusation, it was the raw confusion of someone who had accepted every change they'd seen and now stood at the edge of a change that was too large to simply accept. He stood in his first hour of human form, silver hair loose and gold eyes bright in the morning light, and he looked at the person who had known him for most of all those years, who had kept both of his carvings, who had told him he didn't have to manage so hard, and he found that the honest answer was also the only answer that mattered. "Still me," he said. "But more of me." Her hand lowered slowly. She didn't move toward him or away. She stood at the clearing edge and looked at him, and her expression moved through things he couldn't name, and for once in a life that had given him more time than he had known what to do with, he had no idea what happened next. Then she said, quietly and completely, "That's not a complete answer. And you know it, so stop standing there looking beautiful and start explaining." The system timer, 58 minutes. He had 1 hour. And Xiao Wu was already walking toward him, and whatever came next was not going to fit in an hour, but he had learned, over 9 decades of accumulated years and 1 transmigrated lifetime, that some things didn't wait for a convenient amount of time. He took a step toward her and began. Chapter 21, The Partial Truth. He had 57 minutes of human form remaining when Xiao Wu crossed the clearing and sat down beside him on the den ledge. Not across from him. Beside. Which was, deliberate. An action that carried its own meaning in beast social language. "I am not interrogating you. I am simply here." He appreciated it. "The form is temporary," he said. Starting there, because it was true and it framed everything that came after. 1 hour per day at current capacity. It will extend with time. She was looking at his hands. He noticed her notice them, the way her eyes tracked the shape of them, the specific texture of skin rather than fur, and then look away and back again, as if she kept checking that what she saw was still what she thought she was seeing. "How long have you been able to do that?" "The partial forms, weeks. The complete form," he held up both hands, "since this morning." "Since this morning?" She absorbed this. "You've been keeping partial forms hidden for weeks?" "Yes." She was silent for a while. The morning was getting on, birds cycling through their mid-morning frequencies in the canopy above, the stream audible in the distance, the mountain's ordinary rhythms holding their patterns regardless of what was happening in this clearing. He noticed how good his hearing was in this form. Different from fox form, less range, less acuity at distance, but a different kind of resolution at conversational range. He could hear the specific quality of Xiao Wu's breathing. "You changed after the cold season," she said. "Not gradually. At once. I noticed, but I thought, animals change. Cultivation does things. I told myself it was threshold proximity." She paused. "But it was more than that." He chose his words with care. "Something happened to me during the cold season. Something that changed how I think and what I remember. I'm still, me. The territory is mine. The instincts are mine. The cultivation is mine. But there's more inside than there was before." "More from where?" This was the question. He had prepared several answers, ranging from entirely false to entirely true, and he had decided somewhere in the 30 seconds of standing in the morning light that he wasn't going to use the false ones. "Not with her. Another life," he said. "A life that ended elsewhere and landed here. I have memories of something completely different that exist alongside the mountain, alongside all those years of being here." Her expression moved through several phases he didn't try to read too closely. Then, "Another life. How? I don't know. The way transmigration happens in the old stories, I suppose, death and then somewhere new. Except the somewhere new was this body, already existing, with all its own history intact." He spread his hands, human hands, the gesture coming from the other memory. "I am both things at once. I am the fox who has been on this mountain for nearly all of its remembered life. And I am something else who knows things about this world that I shouldn't." Xiao Wu was very still. "What do you know?" she asked. "Enough to be careful with," he said it without deflection, as a true statement rather than an evasion. "Enough to know what's worth protecting. Enough to know that you," he paused, chose carefully, "are important. To this mountain. To me." She held that for a moment. Then, "Is that why you changed the way you think? Not because of cultivation. Because of the other memory?" "Yes. And the system. The golden interface." Her gaze was steady and direct. I've seen you go still sometimes and look at nothing. It's that. He should have been surprised that she'd noticed. He wasn't. Yes. She was quiet for a long stretch, and he let her be quiet, because Xiaowu's silences were not absence but presence. She was processing, not withdrawing. The system timer said 41 minutes remaining. I'm not going to pretend this is simple, she said finally. Because it isn't. You are and you aren't the same, and I don't know yet how to hold both versions at once. I'm not asking you to hold them yet. I know you're not. She looked at him sideways. But I'm going to anyway. Because whichever you is in there is still the one who made those carvings. And I kept both of them. She stood. And I need to think. She left him with 23 minutes of human form remaining, and the particular sense that the conversation had gone better than he had any right to expect, and that what she was walking away to think about was not going to lead anywhere that either of them could predict, which was either exactly what this needed or the beginning of something considerably more complicated than a threshold crossing, and he genuinely could not tell which one it was. Chapter 22. The girl who didn't run. He descended to the mountain's base on the third day of human form practice. Not all the way to the village, just to the forest edge, where the cultivated fields began and the mountain's formal territory ended. He stood in the human form at the tree line, wearing the kind of plain clothing he had fashioned from mountain cloth based on the other memory's knowledge of what dress like a wandering cultivator was supposed to look like, and he simply watched the human world from the edge of his own. The village was small. 24 buildings, a market square, herb terraces carved into the lowest slopes. People moved through it at the pace of people who worked hard and had always worked hard and didn't think of this as unusual. He watched them for perhaps 20 minutes, cataloging the texture of an ordinary human life from the outside. He was thinking about what Tang Hao had looked like, moving through the world. The compact authority, the economy, the way his presence occupied the space around him without announcing itself. He was trying to understand what the baseline of human movement looked and felt like so he could work toward it from his current position, which was, he would be the first to admit, not quite right. He moved too fluidly. Too precisely. His peripheral awareness tracked too many things simultaneously. A human watching him would see a young man whose attention never quite settled, whose eyes moved with more accuracy than they should. He was working on this. He heard the sound first, a scraping, and then a short cry, and then the particular silence that follows a fall that has taken a moment to process. He was already moving before the second processing stage, the forest instinct acting before the human form's slower calculation could engage. He came around the east side of a rocky outcropping on the mountain's lower face and found her. A girl, perhaps 15 years old, on the wrong side of a ledge. She had been working her way along a narrow shelf of rock, herb gathering, from the basket strapped across her back, and the shelf had given way at the east end. She was hanging by both hands from the remaining stable edge, feet swinging 5 meters above a rocky slope that would be very bad to land on. He reached over the ledge and took both her wrists. The action was automatic. He pulled her up in one smooth motion, depositing her on the stable rock above the broken shelf with the careful efficiency of a motion performed 1,000 times in a different kind of context. She landed on her feet, staggered, caught her balance, and turned to look at him. He had golden eyes. He knew this. There was nothing to be done about it. They were not human gold, they were fox gold, a color that existed outside the normal range of human iris pigmentation and registered as immediately wrong to a human looking directly at him. She looked directly at him. She did not scream. She did not step back. She stood on the stable rock, slightly scraped from the fall, with a large basket of herbs strapped to her back, and she looked at his golden eyes with an expression that was equal parts surprise and assessment. "Thank you," she said. He had not expected that either. "Are you injured?" "My hands are scraped." She examined them, matter of fact. "The ledge was unstable, I should have tested it." "That's my fault." She looked back at him. "You were very fast. I heard you from the tree line." "That's..." She thought about this. "That's very far away to hear a scrabbling sound." Her expression shifted to something that was clearly doing a second-pass analysis on the exchange. A bright-minded person running the arithmetic. "Are you a spirit master?" He considered the answer. "Something like that." "Your eyes are..." She stopped herself from completing the obvious sentence, which was more controlled than many adults would have managed. "You're not from the village." "No." "Spirit Mountain?" He said nothing, which she correctly read as confirmation. She looked up at the mountain face above them, then back at him, and something in her expression settled, the way an assessment settles when the arithmetic comes out to an answer you can work with. "You live up there?" "Yes. My family gathers herbs on the lower slopes," she said. "The shelf I was on is technically mountain territory. I'm sorry for trespassing, we have an old agreement with the mountain's beasts but it covers the lower west face, not the east." He looked at her. She was apologizing to him for trespassing on territory she correctly understood as his. While hanging from a ledge 60 seconds ago. "It's fine," he said. "I'm Lin Meiwa." She offered it the way someone offers their name as a gesture of respect toward a stranger who has just saved their life. "My father is herbalist Lin at the market." "Feng Yao," he said, using the name he'd chosen for himself in the human form, because it was his and he had decided this while fashioning the clothing 3 days ago. She looked at his eyes again, not flinching from them, just noting. "That's not a common name." "No. All right, Feng Yao." She adjusted the basket on her back, checked her scraped hands a second time, and looked at the broken shelf with the practical disappointment of someone recalculating a plan. "I'll need to find another route down. Thank you again." She turned to go. He watched her start down the safer western path, unhurried, navigating the rock with the bone-deep competence of a person who had grown up on these paths. She did not look back, which somehow told him more about her character than almost anything else could have. His HTS interface noted, "Human Interaction Objective. +3 horsepower." He barely registered it. He was thinking about gold eyes and a girl who had looked directly at them and said thank you, and about the fact that somewhere between the ledge and her walking calmly down the western path, she had filed spirit beast in human form into the same category as everything else she dealt with practically, and he was not sure yet whether that was the most reassuring thing he'd encountered on this mountain or the most alarming. Chapter 23, The Beast Who Watched. He watched Lin Meihua from a distance for the next 2 days. Not in a way that followed her, he stayed within his own territory, and she stayed below it, collecting from the approved western face of the lower slopes. But his territory's edge gave him clear sightlines across the valley, and his senses at 90,000 years were not gentle instruments. He could track her by sound, by scent, by the particular quality of her chi, ordinary and unhurried, but present in the way all living things were present to something that had been paying attention to the world's texture for a very long time. She talked to the forest. He noticed this on the first morning of observation. She was working through a stand of mountain herbs on the approved western face, her basket filling steadily, and she was talking. Not to anyone visible, to the space between the trees, the undergrowth, the general mountain air. He was close enough to hear the words. "Slow morning," she said. "The frost came late this year. The root herbs are good but the leaf ones are still thin." A pause, as she crouched to examine a particular plant. "You know, my father says the spirit beasts on this mountain were here before the first humans settled in the valley. He says they're the reason the valley is as green as it is." Another pause. "I don't know if you can hear me. But it seems polite to say thank you for the territory anyway." He watched a patrol beast, a young deer, 2,000-year range, skittish by nature, come to a stop 20 meters from her and study her with the particular attention that beasts paid to unusual humans. The deer did not flee. After 30 seconds it went back to grazing. She had been doing this for years, he realized. Long enough that the mountain's lower range beasts had catalogued her as a known presence, not a threat, not food, just a fixture of the lower slopes with a basket and a habit of speaking to the air. He thought about that. On the second day, a young boar, perhaps 500 years old, came out of the undergrowth and stood 5 meters from her position. She stopped working and looked at it. The boar looked back. "Hello," she said, with no particular inflection, just acknowledgement. The boar snuffled once and walked past her without engaging. He was starting to understand why the spirit masters who came to this mountain made careful noise and watched carefully for danger, while this girl moved through it in ordinary clothing with a basket on her back and had no particular reason to worry about the lower slopes residents. She had never treated the mountain as anything other than a place to be respectful toward. And the mountain, in its own pragmatic way, had noticed. He was considering whether to approach her again when the moment became irrelevant. One of his patrol beasts, a 3,000-year hawk that covered the lower eastern face, swept low over her position and turned sharply north with the flight pattern that meant intruder, your concern level. He tracked the hawk's heading and found the source, 2 men, not from the village, moving through the lower eastern face with the equipment profile of independent herb merchants who had not checked whether this territory had existing collection agreements. They were moving toward Lin Meihua's position from the east, which put them converging with her in perhaps 5 minutes. He dropped from the canopy and moved south at a run, not because the men were necessarily dangerous, but because the hawk's assessment of an unfamiliar presence arriving near a known benign presence was a reasonable flag, and he was close enough to intercept before anything became a problem. And because 5 meters of mountain terrain separated Lin Meihua from 2 strangers, and the memory of her looking at his golden eyes without flinching sat in his chest with an unusual insistence. He arrived at the lower east junction before the men did and placed himself in their path with the casual authority of a local who had every reason to be here and was mildly curious about why they weren't somewhere else. The men took one look at his eyes, his posture, and the specific way he was standing, which was not aggressive but was not exactly welcoming either, and changed their route south without asking questions. He watched them go, then turned back toward the mountain. Lin Meihua was where he'd left her in his sightlines, still collecting herbs, still talking to the air. She hadn't noticed any of this. The morning continued normally. He went back to his territory and thought about what protective instinct meant when you weren't quite sure anymore what you were protecting or why it felt so self-evident, and thought, too, about the fact that the HTS had been watching the men in the market and had been watching Lin Mei-hua and had chosen this particular morning to issue the Protector's Proof quest, as if it had known before he did which human life was going to start mattering, and the question he couldn't answer was whether the system was reading him or building him. Chapter 24, The Grand Priest's Map. He first heard Shu Kanglang's full name from a distance of 200 meters. He had descended to the forest's lower edge on the morning after the Lin Mei-hua encounter, in fox form this time, invisible in the undergrowth, running a territorial inspection of the boundary zones, when he caught the voices on an eastern approach trail he hadn't patrolled in 2 days. 4 voices. Professional cadence. And through the tree line, at the trail junction that connected the eastern foothills to the main valley road, he could see 4 figures gathering around a spread map. One of them, standing with his back to the mountain and his face to the map, wore the robes of senior administration in a major sect, deep blue with gold trim at the hem, the kind of clothing that communicated institutional weight rather than personal wealth. He circled wide and came up from the northeast, settling into the high canopy 40 meters above the group with the passive illusion active, confirmed as the target territory, the robed figure was saying. He had a voice that was accustomed to directing rooms, clear, precise, measured. The 2 previous teams' failures are consistent with an ancient spirit beast of significant intelligence. It has been redirecting our trackers. This is not typical animal behavior. The Harmonizer team reported the signature before they lost it, one of the others said. 90,000 years, give or take. Right at the threshold. Which means it is currently in transformation. The robed figure traced something on the map. A beast at the precise threshold between ranks is temporarily more detectable, because the cultivation surge creates consistent resonance, and temporarily more vulnerable, because the threshold crossing draws significant internal resources. He paused. Grand Priest Shu Kanglang's assessment is that the optimal window is the next 2 weeks. After the crossing is complete and the beast stabilizes, the opportunity narrows significantly. He was looking at a disciple-level briefing from Shu Kanglang's personal direction. The robed figure was not the Grand Priest himself, he had the authority but not the mass, a 70th rank spirit sainted estimate, acting as proxy. The Fox Scentlock Soul Tool, the robed figure continued, touching a case being carried by the 4th member. This is Shu Kanglang's personal instrument. It holds a cultivated sample of the target's chi from, a slight pause, a source within the mountain territory. The lock will track the target within 3 kilometers with the accuracy of a personal name. He looked around the group. This is not a reconnaissance mission. This is an authorized harvest. Shu Kanglang wants this done before the threshold stabilizes. He remained absolutely still in the canopy and absorbed every word. The source within the mountain territory was not news to him at this point, he had been building toward that conclusion since the solar A nodes. But hearing it stated as a matter-of-fact operational asset in a mid-level briefing session confirmed it beyond reasonable doubt. Someone on Spirit Mountain had given Shu Kanglang a chi sample sufficient to program a personal scent lock. The logistics of obtaining a cultivated chi sample required proximity and deliberate effort. This was not an accidental leak. The Fox scent lock was a problem of a different order than the compass or the harmonizer. A personal chi lock could follow him in any form. It would track him as a fox, as a human, as anything in between. The only countermeasure he knew for a personal chi lock was either destroying the instrument that held it or being so far outside the instrument's range that the lock couldn't complete a circuit. He needed to know the instrument's range. And he needed to know it before the man carrying that case got any closer to Spirit Mountain. The briefing was wrapping up. The group folded a map, adjusted equipment, and began moving. Not toward Spirit Mountain directly, north, toward the valley road. Setting up a secondary position, probably, or coordinating with the team already on the eastern slope. He dropped from the canopy when they were clear and moved back up the mountain fast. The quest timer, 11 days. His cultivation counter, 89,750. He needed 250 more years and he needed to know who on this mountain was feeding Shu Kanglang personal chi samples, and he needed to resolve both problems before Shu Kanglang's optimal window closed on him. Chapter 25, The Council Fracture. The council meeting Greystone called 3 days after the Flame Ridge formal declaration was the most important one Feng Yao had attended. He had come in fox form. The human form had 1 hour per day, which was better spent on other things, and the council's formal protocol required beast form for attendance anyway. He sat in his assigned position in the hollow and listened to the first hour of the meeting with the patience of a creature accustomed to patience, then paid close attention for the second hour when the actual decision started. Greystone's proposal was conservative and thorough, as Greystone's proposals always were: seal Spirit Mountain's borders entirely for 10 years. Close all territory boundary access points, withdraw the Nature Guard Pavilion Alliance arrangement, cease all contact with human parties including Lin Meihua's family's collection agreement, and concentrate all defensive resources on the formal boundary lines. From a purely defensive standpoint, the proposal had logic. An isolated mountain with clear, enforced boundaries was harder to probe and harder to justify attacking under continental beast law than an open one. It would eliminate the informant problem by eliminating all human access. From every other standpoint, it was exactly wrong. He said so. Isolation announces vulnerability, he said, when Greystone finished. A mountain that seals itself is a mountain that has admitted the threat is too large to manage with open resources. That changes the risk calculation for both Huolai and Shukanglang in the wrong direction. The counter-argument, Rockpaw said, being active deterrence is more effective than passive isolation. The Pavilion Alliance is a human-facing deterrent. Huolai pulled his western probes back because he saw human cultivation practitioners on our border. That deterrent disappears if we withdraw the alliance. He looked at Greystone. And the informant problem isn't solved by closing the borders. The informant is inside the mountain. A brief silence. That is a serious allegation, Shadow Vale said. The same smooth phrasing as the last council meeting. I've made it before, Feng Yao said, keeping his voice level. The evidence is consistent with a long-term intelligence relationship between a mountain resident and Shukanglang's sect. The solar anodes required a personal chi sample. The compass teams arrived with targeting preconfigured. The timing of Huolai's pressure coincides with an escalation in sect activity that suggests coordinated information flow. Closing the external borders addresses symptoms, not the source. He watched Shadow Vale's expression carefully. All of this, Shadow Vale said, with the measured quality of someone presenting a counter-argument they have prepared in advance, is circumstantial. An ancient beast approaching a threshold produces unusual resonance that multiple parties could detect independently. Huolai has his own intelligence network that operates without our informant's assistance. The solar anodes could have been calibrated from the resonance pulse of 2 weeks ago. Every point was technically valid. Every point was also technically constructed to be valid regardless of whether the underlying allegation was true, the classic architecture of a prepared defense. Greystone listened to both positions and deliberated for a long time. Then, the council will vote on the isolation proposal. The vote was 3-2 in favor of isolation. Greystone and Shadow Vale and one senior wolf for. Feng Yao and Ah Yin against. He accepted the decision without argument, which he could see surprised Greystone slightly. But he had one immediate follow-up request, which he phrased as a formal motion. Given the isolation proposal's passage, I formally move that Spirit Mountain's response to the Huolai territorial challenge be filed before the isolation takes effect, within the next 3 days, to ensure the counter-challenge's legal standing under Continental Beast law. Greystone nodded. Seconded and passed. The counter-challenge documentation will be filed. He left the hollow and went to find Yun's liaison contact in the city, because the council's isolation vote meant he had 3 days to put everything in place before the doors closed, and 3 days was enough if he moved immediately. Shadow Vale's prepared defense had told him 2 things, it was rehearsed, and it had anticipated his specific points. Which meant that somewhere, someone had run him the arguments in advance. He added that to the picture and walked faster, and behind him, in the council hollow, Shadow Vale's voice continued at its measured, unhurried pace, as if there was no urgency at all, and no reason whatsoever to hurry. Chapter 26, The hidden student Xiao Wu came to the den the morning after the council meeting and sat where she had been sitting for the past week, beside him on the northern ridge, in the morning light, with the comfortable lack of ceremony of a creature that had decided to be present and saw no need to make a statement about it. He had been watching her. Not in the way he watched Lin Meihua, that was curious observation of something new. This was something older and more familiar, the particular attention that accumulates over decades until you know the texture of someone the way you know the texture of a place you've lived. She had been doing something with her movement patterns. Show me, he said. She looked at him. Show you what? What you've been practicing. A pause. Then she stood and ran the sequence she'd clearly been working on, a lateral movement pattern, low and controlled, with the particular weight transfer that was not rabbit natural at all. It was the weight transfer he used in his human form when moving through a crowded space, or through rough terrain that required quick direction changes without telegraphing. She had watched him do it. She had replicated it in her own body without asking him anything. He watched the whole sequence. That's from my human form, he said. Yes. You've been watching me move. You move differently now. You've moved differently since whatever happened in the cold season. She stood naturally, the practice session complete, as composed as if she hadn't just demonstrated that she'd been running quiet research on him for weeks. The weight transfer is more efficient than the natural rabbit approach. It uses the hip rotation differently. Less energy on direction changes. You figured that out from observation. I have 100,000 years of movement memory to work with. The pattern matching is the easy part. The actual execution took the 2 weeks. She met his eyes. Was that intrusive? To practice from your movement? He thought about it honestly. No. It's a compliment, actually. He paused. And it makes you harder to track. In a fight, most opponents read your species and expect species-typical movement. What you just did is not rabbit-typical. The expression she wore when she was deciding whether to pursue a line of thinking crossed her face, and she decided. Teach me more. Xiao Wu, I know you're cautious about what you share. I know you have reasons. She sat back down on the ridge edge. But I'm asking. Not because I want to become something I'm not. Because whatever you're doing, finding the middle between two things, it seems to work. And I want to understand it. He looked at the morning light on the mountain. Then at her. 3 sessions, he said. We'll see. The HTS notification arrived, plus 5 horsepower. Interpersonal development, peer cultivation collaboration initiated. He dismissed it. Whatever the system thought was happening here, what was actually happening was more interesting and more complicated than any notification could capture, and the 3 sessions were going to turn into something else, he could already tell, because Xiao Wu's learning speed was not a thing that had a polite 3-session ceiling. He thought about what she had demonstrated, the precision of it, the hours she must have spent practicing a movement pattern she'd observed from watching him without being told to watch. Xiao Wu had never asked to be trained. She had simply decided she wanted to understand something and had begun understanding it on her own terms, and had come to him only when she had already done the hard part. That was characteristic of her. He had 90,000 years of memory confirming it. What was different was the direction of the learning. She had always been formidable on her own terms, with her own methods. This was the first time she had looked at his methods specifically and decided they were worth incorporating, which was not a small acknowledgement from a creature of her age and pride. It was, if he was reading it correctly, something closer to trust. He spent the rest of the morning running his own practice with the arm form extended, trying combinations of beast technique channeled through human frame movement geometry. The wolf flanking sequence from the week before, the one that had worked and that he hadn't been able to fully explain to Quangfeng, he ran it again in slow motion, analyzing what he'd been doing that made it effective. The answer was, the weight was distributed differently than a fox's natural weight distribution. The human form's hip placement changed the center of the movement in a way that made the flanking approach wider and the commitment to direction later, which created ambiguity about which direction the final vector was going to go. He wrote this down. In human form, with both hands, using a stick on soft earth, because committing understanding to physical notation was something the other memory had valued, and he was beginning to agree. The 3 sessions with Xiao Wu were going to begin tomorrow. And he had the distinct feeling that she was going to understand the notation before he'd finished explaining the movement, which meant he needed to prepare more carefully than he might otherwise have bothered to do, because teaching someone who learned fast required you to have thought further ahead than the lesson itself, and Xiao Wu was going to reach the end of his preparation before he'd expected. Chapter 27, Silver Fox Lin Meihua came back to the forest on the 9th day after their first meeting. He saw her from the canopy before she reached the lower boundary, the distinctive basket, the herb-gathering knife at her hip, the particular walk of someone who had been doing this since childhood and thought of the mountain as ordinary. She was collecting on the Western-approved face, which was within her family's agreement, and he watched her for approximately 20 minutes before deciding. Then he descended in human form. She was crouched over a stand of deep-root herbs at the junction of the western path and a small tributary stream when he stepped into her sightline. She looked up, saw him, and stood. No alarm. No reaching for the knife. Feng Yao, she said. The name he'd given her. She remembered it. I didn't expect to see you here. I wanted to apologize for the abrupt departure last time. There's nothing to apologize for. She assessed him with those bright, matter-of-fact eyes. You live up there. I live down here. We happen to be in the same place for a moment. You're not afraid of me, he said. It came out more directly than he'd intended, but she didn't seem to find it strange. Should I be? He thought about the honest answer. A reasonable person might be cautious about a young man with gold eyes who moves very fast and apparently lives on the mountain. A reasonable person might also notice that the young man with gold eyes moved very fast in order to pull them off a ledge they were about to fall from. She tilted her head. I live at the foot of a mountain full of spirit beasts. The beasts have never bothered my family has never bothered the beasts. It seems to work. She paused. You're not from the valley, are you? Or any village I know of? No. Are you going to tell me where you're from? Eventually. Maybe. All right. She crouched back down to the herbs with the easy acceptance of a person who had assessed a situation, found it manageable, and moved on. You can stay if you want. I'm not doing anything dangerous today. He sat on a nearby rock and watched her work for a while. She talked as she worked, not to him specifically, just into the air as she had been doing, the ongoing low commentary of someone who thought through doing rather than before it. What she was collecting, why those particular roots, how the frost timing had affected the yield this year. The note she'd received from her father's regular city buyer about the price fluctuation in dry ginseng. He said almost nothing. He didn't need to. She wasn't looking for responses, she was thinking out loud in front of an audience she'd decided was safe. At some point she looked up. My father calls this part of the mountain the Silver Fox territory because of the tracks. Big Silver Fox has been here as long as anyone remembers. She looked at his hair, which was silver and somewhat visible in the morning light. You have interesting hair. I've been told. Does it come from the mountain? Some of the cultivators who spend a lot of time in a chi-heavy area develop unusual physical characteristics. She was completely matter-of-fact about this, purely practical curiosity, no implication. Something like that, he said. She gave him an assessing look that said she noted the non-answer and had filed it appropriately. Then she went back to her work and said, almost as an aside, if you're going to visit this territory regularly, you might as well know where the unstable shelf sections are. The east face is worse than it looks after the spring runoff. He thought about what she was actually offering, practical mountain knowledge in exchange for, apparently nothing, except a presence she decided she didn't mind. I'd appreciate that, he said. She nodded, tucked the last of the root herbs into her basket, and stood. I'll draw you a map next time. I have one at home. She paused with a question in her posture. You'll come back? He realized he'd already decided. Yes. And the answer carried a weight he hadn't expected, the weight of a commitment that was going to pull on other commitments he hadn't yet made, in directions he couldn't yet see, toward things he hadn't yet named. Chapter 28. The Systems Command. The HTS issued the new quest at midnight on the 11th day of human form. He was meditating in the den's back chamber when the notification appeared, not the gentle pulse that accompanied HP awards or milestone updates, but a full presence interface expansion that filled his field of vision with gold light. Quest issued, the Protector's Proof Objective, protect one non-beast life through a lethal event by direct intervention. Reward, plus 50 horsepower, human form extended to 3 hours per day, permanent. Time limit, open, no expiration. Note, the life must be in genuine lethal danger. The intervention must be in human form or using human-learned techniques. Proximity assistance does not qualify. He read it twice. Then he thought about it for a long time. The system had been running him through increasingly specific objectives. The first ones had been abstract, reasoning patterns, observational learning, interpersonal honesty and partial measures. This one was concrete, a human being in genuine danger, Feng Yao in human form, direct intervention. It was asking him to be a protector. Not of territory. Not of beasts. Of a human life. He understood why the system was issuing this now. He had taken human form. He was spending time near humans, specifically near Lin Meihua. The system was pushing the humanization degree not just through abstract HP accumulation but through actual human experience, the experience of caring about a human life enough to put himself between it and danger. The problem was that genuine lethal danger was not something he could manufacture. And he was also, very clearly, not supposed to. The note said proximity assistance didn't qualify, meaning he couldn't arrange a situation and then solve it. He had to find a genuine danger and respond genuinely. He closed the notification and returned to his meditation, but the quest sat in the back of his mind with the weight of something that was waiting for its moment. He reached 89,820 years by dawn. The cultivation push was going well, the controlled method was consistent, if slow, and the summit's eastern face had provided excellent cover for 2 more sessions. He needed 180 more years in 11 days. That was entirely achievable without another surge. What he was less certain about was whether the next 11 days would give him a quiet meditation schedule or put the quest's conditions directly in front of him. Below the mountain, in the village, he could hear, faintly, at this distance, through the predator hearing that didn't shut off in any form, the sounds of the market beginning its morning. Stalls opening. Cartwheels on stone. The ordinary percussion of human commerce at the foot of a mountain that held things the market stalls would never hear about. He thought about Lin Meihua's map. The unstable shelf sections on the east face. The question she'd asked, "You'll come back?" "Yes," he had said. He was starting to understand why that had been so easy to say. And that understanding, he was fairly sure, was going to complicate things considerably. He spent the afternoon meditating on the summit's eastern face, running the controlled accumulation technique that had become his default, and thought about the nature of the quest the system had issued. Protect one non-beast life through a lethal event. The words lethal event were specific and not ambiguous. This wasn't protection from inconvenience or embarrassment. The system was asking him to intervene in something that would otherwise end a human life. He knew the shapes these things took in this world. Spirit masters using civilian populations as leverage. Rogue cultivators extracting resources by force. Intersect conflicts that spilled over into villages. The village at the mountain's base had been sheltered by Spirit Mountain's presence. No one bothered the people who supplied the mountain's approved herb quotas, because Spirit Mountain's senior residents were not things most rational parties wanted to antagonize. But that protection was territorial, not absolute. Something that bypassed the territorial logic. A rogue, Someone working outside sex structures, someone sufficiently motivated, could walk through the village without caring about the mountain above it. He was at 89,820 years. 4 days of controlled cultivation at the current rate would put him at threshold. He had the window to respond to the quest when it presented itself. The complication was that Protector's proof required him to be present in human form when the moment came, which required the moment to find him, rather than him finding it. And events that required a 90,000-year fox to act in defense of a human life were not things he could schedule in advance. He let it go. Some things had to be waited for, and waiting was a skill he had cultivated longer than most things had existed. He breathed out, found the cultivation current, and let the mountain's chi do what it did when he stopped pushing it and simply opened to it, fill in, find the path, accumulate with the patient certainty of a river that has been running the same course since before anyone was counting. 89,840 years when the sunset came. 20 more years than morning, and 60 to go, in 11 days, with the named hunter already en route and carrying an instrument that knew his personal chi better than his own reflection did, and that was not something distance or misdirection was going to fix. Chapter 29, The Rogue's Mistake. He heard the commotion from 2 kilometers away on the 14th morning. It came from the village market, shouting, the specific acoustics of a single loud voice overwhelming several quieter ones, and underneath both the baseline sound of people moving away from something rather than toward it. He was on the mountain's south face in human form, midway through the daily hour, when it reached him. He was down the slope and at the village's outer boundary in 4 minutes. The market square was partially cleared, the usual morning flow of customers and sellers disrupted by a cluster around the herb stall at the market's east corner. A man was there. Mid-30s, carrying a spirit ring on his right hand, 2 rings visible, which put him in the 25 to 35 rank range, enough to be dangerous to civilians, and he was arguing with the stall owner. Loudly. With the particular belligerence of someone who had decided they were taking something and was working up to the justification. The stall owner was Lin Meiwa's father. Feng Yao recognized him from Lin Meiwa's description, a slight man in his 50s, with the unhurried competence of someone who worked with plants for a living and the slightly lost expression of someone who worked with plants for a living being confronted by someone who worked with intimidation. 3 times the listed price, the rogue spirit master was saying, or I take all of it and you report it to the guild as theft in dispute, which means you see nothing for 6 months while the paperwork moves. He had the tone of someone who had done this before, in other markets, successfully. Lin Meiwa was behind the stall. He could see her, she had come to the market today, evidently, and was watching the confrontation with the expression of someone who was running calculations about whether intervention was practical. He had 42 minutes of human form remaining. He crossed the market at the pace of someone walking, not running, because running announced urgency and urgency suggested he thought this was worth being urgent about, and he didn't want the rogue to feel he was being challenged before the conversation had even started. He stepped into the stall's perimeter and stood beside Lin Meiwa's father. This stall is under Spirit Mountain's commerce protection, he said. Calm. Factual tone. Any dispute over pricing is handled through the Mountain Compact, which supersedes Spirit Master Guild process in territories adjacent to claimed mountainland. The rogue looked at him. Read the gold eyes, the calm posture, the phrasing, and started the recalculation. The Mountain Compact hasn't been invoked it doesn't need to be invoked. It's standing. Feng Yao held the man's gaze with the particular quality of something very old operating through a young body. I'd recommend the listed price. The rogue spirit master was between 25th and 35th rank. Feng Yao was a 90,000-year spirit beast in human form. Even through the form, the weight of age leaked out in ways that sensitive practitioners could feel, a pressure in the air, a certainty, the sense that whatever this young man was, arguing with him would cost more than the herb markup. The rogue paid the listed price. He walked away without another word, taking the South Market exit. Feng Yao watched him go, stayed long enough to verify he left the village entirely, and then looked at Lin Meiwa. She was looking at him with an expression that was working through several things at once. The Mountain Compact, she said. Is that real? Old law, rarely cited. It was real, he had found it in the council archives. But valid. And you're authorized to cite it? Adjacently. She stared at him for another moment. Then, thank you, said the same way she'd said it on the ledge, direct, without performance. You should go. He's going to check the compact and find out it doesn't quite work the way you described. He had 28 minutes of human form. He left the market and ascended the lower slope at a walk that became a run once he was out of the village's sightlines, and the HTS blazed as he went. Quest progress, Protector's proof, defense without lethal danger. Note, HP awarded for intervention but quest completion requires lethal threat. Partial award, plus 15 horsepower. Current HP, 105, 1000. Milestone reached, 100 horsepower. Human form extended, 3 hours per day, permanent. He reached the tree line with 12 minutes to spare and climbed until the village was below him and the mountain's chi closed around him like a door. The HTS notification sat in his peripheral vision: quest progress, partial, incomplete, lethal threshold not met. He had intervened before a life was in danger, which was the right thing to do and also the reason the system wasn't giving him the full award, and somewhere in the gap between right thing and system requirement was the unsettling suggestion that the quest would not be satisfied until something was allowed to get worse before he stepped in. Chapter 30, The Flame Ridge Declaration. The official award declaration from Huo Lai arrived on the 15th day. It came through a formal beast law messenger, a 40,000-year golden eagle, Spirit Mountain's traditional communications counterpart from the Eastern Territories, arriving at the council hollow at dawn with a sealed scroll in its talons. Formal delivery, witnessed by 3 council members who happened to be present at the time, which Feng Yao suspected was not accidental, because the timing of witnessed formal deliveries was something that could be coordinated. He was not in the council hollow. He was in the Ironwood Grove, mid-session, when the message pulse of formal diplomatic receipt went through Spirit Mountain's chi network, the kind of pulse that every beast on the mountain above 10,000 years could feel as a specific note in the shared ambient. He surfaced from meditation and went directly to the council hollow. Greystone held the open scroll with the expression of a tortoise who had lived long enough to recognize the specific texture of bad news. Around him, 4 council members stood or sat in the posture of animals absorbing an unpleasant fact. Shadow Veil's expression, in the moment before he noticed Feng Yao's arrival and adjusted it, carried a very faint quality that was neither shock nor grief. He filed that expression away. The Flame Ridge Lord Huo Lai formally withdraws the 30-day accommodation period, Greystone read from the scroll, in the flat cadence of official documentation. Given Spirit Mountain's failure to respond to the territorial declaration within the framework of the pre-established informal understanding, he looked up. There was no informal understanding. He looked back down. And given the evidenced external alignment of Spirit Mountain with human factions contrary to beast interest solidarity, another pause, the claim on the northern quarter is hereby escalated from formal challenge to active territorial extension, effective immediately. Spirit Mountain has 7 days to withdraw all presence from the northern quarter or face kinetic response. 7 days. Not 30. 12 days ago it had been 30 days. Now it was 7. The counter-challenge he had filed 3 days ago would take 4 days minimum to reach the arbitration body. The filing would reach them in 4 days, the arbitration process would begin in 7. The timing meant that if Huo Lai acted on day 7, the kinetic response would begin 1 day before arbitration could formally protect the counter-challenge. This was not a coincidence. This timing had been designed. Someone told Huo Lai about the counter-challenge filing and the arbitration timeline, he said. The room was quiet. Someone with access to council administrative records told Huo Lai exactly when to escalate to create a 12-hour gap before arbitration protection begins. That is, Shadow Veil started. True, Feng Yao said. The timing is mathematically exact. A 1-day gap isn't chance. He looked at Greystone. We need to accelerate the arbitration filing by 2 days. And we need to reinforce the northern boundary before day 7. Greystone studied him. 3 council elders had just heard him accuse their administrative system of compromise, in front of Shadow Veil, without softening language or diplomatic hedging. The tortoise's expression shifted, not to agreement, not yet, but to the particular quality of someone who was starting to believe that the uncomfortable thing might be true. We reinforce the northern boundary, Greystone said. And we file the accelerated arbitration request today. He looked around the council. Spirit Mountain has faced worse than Huo Lai's 7 days. We have faced it before. We will face it now. Feng Yao left the hollow with the scroll's words sitting in his mind like stones. 7 days. Someone inside had designed this gap. And whoever that was had just made a move that was too large to stay hidden much longer, which meant they were either confident they wouldn't be exposed, or they were willing to be exposed because the next move didn't require secrecy, and neither possibility was comfortable. The calculation about whether the other party's exposure concerned them ran through its final iterations while he walked. A party unconcerned with exposure was either confident in their legal standing, which meant they had prepared a justification that would survive scrutiny, or confident in their ability to manage the narrative in the aftermath, which required either institutional power sufficient to rewrite the record or the absence of any credentialed witnesses to the event in question. The Dao Covenant had the institutional power. It did not yet have the absence of credentialed witnesses, because Feng Yao had been building the witness infrastructure since his first week in the city, and the infrastructure was not yet complete but was further along than the Grand Priest likely knew. The calculation's output was not reassuring, but it was accurate, and accurate information, even when it was not reassuring, was preferable to reassuring information that was wrong. Chapter 31. 30 Flame Tigers. The northern boundary in 7 days meant reconnaissance first. He went with Qiang Feng the following morning, the two of them moving through the northern approaches at speed, no patrol beasts accompanying them. staying high and keeping scent signatures suppressed by the specific method his true self's memory held for moving through contested territory. The Ironwood Grove's northern face was Spirit Mountain's first natural defensive line before the formal boundary markers. It was old forest, trees at this latitude grew slowly, and these had been growing for approximately 2,000 years based on the ring width he could read from the outermost bark layers. The grove provided cover, limited sightlines, and the chi density that complicated tracking equipment. If Huo Lai's forces came through the formal boundary, they would have to come through the grove. Or around it. Which took longer but gave better sightlines. He and Quine Feng reached the northern tree line just after midday, and he counted 30. Conservatively. The Flame Ridge Fire Tigers were stationed in groups of 3 to 5 across a wide front that covered both the through grove approach and the eastern bypass route. All apex-tier fire beasts, ranging from 15,000 to 40,000 years, none at his level, but in numbers that overwhelmed any calculation of one on many that he was comfortable making. Quine Feng was lying beside him in the undergrowth, reading the same count. "We can't fight this directly," Quine Feng said. "Not a question, not an admission of weakness, just calculation." "No. What's Huo Lai's actual force if those are the forward position?" "At least double behind the line." "Probably triple." He watched a fire patrol, 5 tigers in loose formation, move through the tree line 50 meters north of the formal boundary. "He's not planning to fight through us. He's planning to occupy. Take the northern quarter and hold it while our arbitration moves slowly. So we need to make the occupation cost more than the territory is worth." "Yes." He filed the terrain, the positions, the patrol intervals. "But we can't do it with force numbers. We need the human deterrent again, visible cultivation presence on the northern boundary, enough that an occupation would mean engaging humans, which puts Huo Lai in violation of the beast-human non-aggression accords." Quine Feng looked at him. "The council voted for isolation. The council voted against my recommendation once before, too." He kept his voice even. "I'm going to propose an emergency suspension of the isolation measure for the northern boundary only, under emergency territorial defense provisions. Greystone has the authority to grant it. And if he doesn't?" Feng Yao was quiet for a moment, watching the patrol through the tree line. "Then I handle the northern boundary myself. 7 days is enough to make 30 fire tigers not want to be here. It's just messier without the deterrent." Quine Feng watched the patrol pass. "You're very calm for a creature who just counted 30 apex fire beasts." "I'm counting, not panicking." He began the route back south. "There's a difference." The system was quiet. No HP, no notifications. Just the count, 30 tigers, 7 days, and one mountain that had been here longer than any of its current problems. He and Quine Feng spent another hour at the ridge, cataloging everything they could see: patrol timing, formation sizes, the positions of the senior fire tigers who held territory north of the formal boundary and stayed back from the line as if they were managing the advance forces rather than participating in them. Officers. Huo Lai had organized this with genuine strategic thought. He studied, Quine Feng said, voicing the same observation Feng Yao had reached independently. "Yes. Human formation doctrine, adapted for fire beast movement characteristics." He watched a 4-tiger formation execute a precision route change that no beast operated purely on instinct would execute with that geometry. Someone trained these forces. The question is who? "Shadow Vale," he said. He had been building toward this conclusion since the mistimed war declaration. The council administrative mark on the delayed message. The archive excess. The prepared defense at the council meeting, specific to my exact points, which means he had them in advance. And now Huo Lai using human tactical formations that someone would have needed to teach. He paused. Shadow Vale has been advising Huo Lai on Spirit Mountain's internal information for at minimum 2 years. Quine Feng was still for a long moment. "That's a serious allegation." "I know." He looked at the count one more time. 30 forward. 90 to 100 total. 7 days. The northern deterrence needs to land before day 5, not day 7, to ensure Huo Lai's advanced commanders have time to receive the information and adjust their orders before the window. "Can you get word to the pavilion tonight?" "I can run it myself." "Do it." He turned south. "And Quine Feng, stay out of the grove after dark. Something is going to happen in the grove before the week is out, and I want you clear of it when it does." He didn't explain further. Quine Feng gave him the look he gave when he was deciding not to ask the follow-up question yet, and ran north at speed, and Feng Yao went back to the summit and tried very hard to meditate while knowing that what was coming to the grove was exactly as specific and patient as he had been told, and had a personal lock on him that didn't care whether he was ready or not. Chapter 32, An Unorthodox Strategy. He presented the plan to Greystone the next morning. Not in the council hollow, Greystone had a specific contemplation spot on the mountain's midwestern face where he spent most early mornings, a flat boulder above a spring where the chi was gentle and consistent, and where he was more approachable than in the formal setting of the hollow. Feng Yao arrived there with the specific body language of someone who wanted to talk rather than argue, which Greystone read correctly and responded to by shifting slightly to face him. The northern boundary assessment, Greystone said. No preamble, the tortoise had been expecting him. 30 forward position fire tigers. Conservative count. The real force is likely 90 to 100. He sat beside the spring. We cannot hold the northern quarter in a direct engagement. Even with Quang Feng in the patrol complement, we lose on force mathematics. I know. Then you know the isolation measure creates a problem for the northern boundary defense. He chose his words carefully. The deterrent that worked before, the visible presence of the pavilion's practitioners on our border, worked because Huolai's advance force isn't willing to start a formal incident with human cultivators. Their mission is territorial extension, not war. An incident with an allied human sect triggers arbitration processes under different and more aggressive timelines. Greystone was silent. I'm proposing a temporary suspension of the isolation for a single purpose, a cultivator presence on the northern boundary for 7 days. Not an alliance. Not integration. A visible patrol presence that makes the occupation's cost calculation come out wrong for Huolai. He paused. After 7 days, the arbitration process formally begins and Huolai's territorial extension is legally unsupported. The patrol ends. The isolation resumes if the council wishes. The council voted for isolation. The council voted before we knew about the 7-day escalation. Emergency territorial defense provisions allow the council's senior elder to grant temporary exceptions in active defense scenarios. You have that authority. Greystone looked at the spring for a long stretch. The water moved over old stones in the unhurried way of water that had been moving over those stones since before the tortoise was born. You've read the transformation edict, Greystone said. The shift in topic was not accidental. Yes. You've read the emergency defense provisions. Yes. You've read most of the archive. Yes. Greystone made a sound that was, in tortoise language, roughly equivalent to a dry laugh. I wondered when you started going in there. The dust was disturbed. He was quiet for a moment. The Nature Guard Pavilion elder, how much do you trust him? It was a question that required an honest answer. I trust his self-interest. The pavilion benefits from Spirit Mountain's stability. He has no particular reason to want us destabilized. He paused. I'm investigating something about Elder Yun specifically. Until I've concluded that investigation, I'd recommend we use the pavilion as a deterrent presence only, not as an intelligence resource. Greystone looked at him. You're investigating one of our human allies. I'm investigating everyone with access and motive. He met the old tortoise's gaze. That includes people on this mountain. Another long pause. Then, grant the emergency exception, Greystone said. 7 days. Northern boundary only. No human cultivators on Spirit Mountain proper. He stood, the motion of a creature that moves slowly but only needed to move once. And Tianchu. Yes. Whatever is happening on this mountain, whatever you know and I don't yet, I am listening. You have been right about enough things. The tortoise paused. Come to me before the next council meeting. Privately. He watched Greystone walk back toward the hollow, and felt something shift in the way the mountain's chi settled around him, as if even the chi recognized that a certain old door had opened a crack, and the question was what was on the other side of it, and whether both of them were ready for the answer. An old door opened a crack was a specific kind of threshold, not fully open, not locked, but available. The question of whether both parties were ready for what was on the other side was the kind of question that the door itself did not answer and could not answer, because readiness was something of being generated through experience and the experience was on the other side of the door. The only way to determine whether they were ready was to open it. Which was, of course, the thing that the question of readiness was deferring. He had been on Spirit Mountain for long enough to recognize the deferral mechanism. The readiness question was not a genuine question about capacity, it was a question about whether the opening was desired, and the framing as a readiness question was the way that desire questioned itself before committing. He had recognized it in himself many times. He recognized it now in the other person's silence. The door was not going to stay cracked. Chapter 33, A City. For the first time he entered the city of glittering jade for the first time on the morning of the 16th day. He had 3 hours of human form. He needed perhaps 2. That left a margin he was grateful for. Glittering Jade was not a large city by the standards of his other memories world, perhaps 20,000 people, a market district that occupied the Central Valley, several sect headquarters on the Outer Ring, and the administrative district that housed the Continental Spirit Master Arbitration Council's regional office. But it was the largest human settlement he had been within since he had woken up in this body, and the density was something he was unprepared for despite knowing it was coming. The noise was the first thing. Not loud, he'd managed noisier environments at distance. But constant, without break, without the intervals of silence that forest sound always contained. People talking over people, cartwheels over stone, market calls, children, dogs. The sensory load was manageable but occupied more of his attention than he'd allocated. The smell was the second thing. Thousands of human beings, their food, their animals, their cooking, their refuse, their personal chi, all layered over each other in a composition that was not unpleasant so much as overwhelming in its specificity. Every person had a scent signature. Every building had one. He was cataloging them all simultaneously, and it was taking cognitive resources he needed for other tasks. He controlled both sensory inputs consciously, narrowing his active intake to a practical range, and walked. He was looking for the notice board that Lin Meiwa had mentioned, the one in the Market District Center where sect postings and public announcements were displayed. She had mentioned it in passing, describing how her father tracked herb price fluctuations by reading the commodity postings. He found it at the market's northern end, a large wooden board, densely covered in paper notices, maintained by the city administration. He read the whole board in approximately 90 seconds. There was the commodity pricing section. There was the sect information section, postings about enrollment, about events, about intersect agreements. There was a public interest section that included missing persons, bounties, and community notices. In the bounty section, he found a paper posted by the Green Path Circle, a sect name he hadn't encountered before, the paper's institutional header carrying imagery of forest and natural forms. The posting described itself as, "Protection partnerships available for territories in transition. We are committed to the defense of natural beast habitats against extraction-focused spirit master factions." A contact address was listed. This was not the Nature Guard Pavilion. A different faction. One that had made the commitment to beast territory protection explicit in public postings, which was either genuine or the most effective possible camouflage for its opposite. He noted the address and turned to leave. Then, in the missing persons section, one paper caught his eye, a drawing. A young man with silver hair and gold eyes. Beneath it, seeking individual of interest for commercial discussion, significant reward for contact information. No name. No sect listed. Just a commercial registry mark that he traced, in his memory, to a merchant company that he had previously associated with the heaven hunting sect's supply chain. He looked at the drawing for a long time. It was accurate. Someone had described him precisely, the hair color, the eye color, the approximate ages human form presented. Not a spirit beast bounty posting. A seeking posting in the missing persons section. The kind of thing you used when you wanted information without announcing a hunt. He committed the registry mark to memory, turned away from the board at a normal walking pace, and began the walk to the Green Path Circle's address, thinking, as he walked, about who in Glittering Jade or its approaches had seen him in human form recently enough to provide that description. The answer was uncomfortably short, one person, and she had not done this. He was certain of that. Which meant someone else had been watching, and had seen enough to describe him precisely, in daylight, at a range that suggested they had been very close when he hadn't been looking for observers, which meant they were patient, and good, and had been waiting for exactly the right angle. Chapter 34, The Nature Guard Pavilion. The Nature Guard Pavilion was housed in a converted granary on the city's west side, a practical building, unassuming, with cultivation gardens that were well tended in a way that suggested the people who worked them actually understood plants rather than using them for decoration. The Green Path Circle notice had been from a different faction. He had investigated the address and found a small student group, idealistic and insufficient for his purposes. He had redirected to Yun's sect, which he had contacted 3 weeks ago through Yun's messaging network and which had agreed to the Northern Boundary Patrol under their existing arrangement. But Elder Yun was in the city today. He had learned this from the morning's movement patterns in the pavilion's eastern gate, specific to the Elder's cultivation chi signature, which he had read and catalogued during their 2 previous interactions. Yun was here, in Glittering Jade, on what appeared to be administrative business based on the documents under his arm and the direction he was heading. He intercepted Yun at the administrative district's edge with the body language of an accidental meeting. Feng Yao. Yun's surprise was genuine, the slight adjustment of posture, the quick recalculation. Elder Yun was perhaps 60 in human years, with the lean practicality of someone who had spent decades outdoors. He had not done the second glance at the gold eyes that most humans did. "I was going to send a message to Spirit Mountain today. I'm here instead." He fell in step beside Yun, matching the older man's pace. "About the Northern Boundary Patrol." The extension request, yes. Yun was carrying a set of documents that he adjusted under his arm. "We can hold the boundary presence through the full arbitration window, that's what I was going to confirm. The pavilion has 12 practitioners available, which should be sufficient for visible deterrence without engagement risk. I appreciate it." He watched Yun's face as they walked. The elder moved with the efficiency of someone who thought while in motion, productive, practical, no wasted attention. "You've been managing this practice for how long?" "The pavilion has existed for 80 years. I took over 30 years ago." A brief quality in his voice, something that might be pride, or might be the absence of something. "We started specifically to counter heaven hunting sect expansion. They've been the primary threat to natural territories in this region for a century. And you've been personally opposed to the sect for 30 years. Yes. Straightforward. They killed a colleague of mine. A man who had dedicated 30 years to studying spirit beast intelligence. They killed him because he opposed one of their hunting operations. He filed this genuine grievance, long-standing, clearly the foundation of the pavilion's mission. Nothing in Yun's effect suggested fabrication. When you met me in Spirit Mountain territory, Yun said, glancing at him, you presented yourself as an independent cultivator. You spoke with an authority that didn't match a standard spirit master's range. He paused. You're not a spirit master. Not in the conventional sense. From Spirit Mountain. He chose the answer with care. I represent Spirit Mountain's interests, yes. Yun stopped walking and turned to face him. His expression was the expression of a man doing rapid arithmetic on several simultaneous facts. You're the ancient beast. You're the one the heaven hunting sect is after. He held Yun's gaze and said nothing, which was the honest answer. Yun looked at him for a long time. Then, I've heard of this. Ancient beasts reaching the human form threshold. I've never seen it. He looked, carefully, professionally, without fear and without the hungry assessment of a soul ring hunter, at the gold eyes, the silver hair, the way Feng Yao stood. How close are you to the crossing? I've crossed it. This is the result. He let the statement land, watching Yun's response. The elder breathed out. And you came to Glittering Jade. In this form. Today there's a missing persons posting with my description on the market notice board. In the heaven hunting sect's supply chain registry. Yun's eyes sharpened. That was fast. They usually take longer to escalate to city posting. I've been faster than they expected. He began walking again, and Yun fell in step. The 12 practitioners on the northern boundary, how quickly can they be in position? 6 hours from my order. Give the order today. And Elder Yun, he paused, thank you. For the 8 years of patrol work you've done for this mountain without being asked to. Yun looked at him with an expression that had just recalibrated toward something between professional respect and something less categorizable. Which academy did you attend? He asked. None. I trained alone. That's, Yun stopped himself and nodded once. I'll give the order. And his eyes, as he said it, had a quality in them that Feng Yao filed carefully rather than examining directly, a quality he would need to understand better before he decided whether it was the expression of genuine commitment or something that looked identical to commitment from exactly the angle he was standing at, and the difference between those two things was not one he could resolve from this position. Chapter 35, The Deterrent Works. The effect of the pavilion's northern boundary presence was visible by the morning of the third day. He had been monitoring from the high northern ridge, the vantage point he'd used to count Huo Lai's advance forces, when he saw the patrol rotation change. The 5-tiger formation that had been holding the tree line position since the escalation declaration pulled back 200 meters from the formal boundary. Not a withdrawal, a tactical readjustment. But the geometry of it was clear, with 12 human cultivators on Spirit Mountain's side of the line, advancing through the tree line into the grove meant a high probability of a formal incident with a recognized sect under the beast-human non-aggression accords. Huo Lai's mission was territorial extension, not war with human factions. He watched the readjustment complete and felt the tight coil of the past 4 days relax fractionally. Not victory, this was a pause, not a resolution. But a pause was time, and time was cultivation, and cultivation was everything else. He was at 89,880 years. 20 years to go. 2 days at the controlled method rate. The system notification arrived as he watched Huo Lai's patrol settle into its new position, plus 10 horsepower. Strategic objective, non-violent territorial deterrence through alliance leverage. He acknowledged it. 115 horsepower total. The 2-hour daily human form was active now. He had reached the 100 horsepower milestone the day before. He was spending the second hour of each day in a specific kind of practice that the modern memory called being a person in public, walking through the lower forest edge, occasionally into the village's outer streets if you judged the timing right, managing the sensory load of human civilization, practicing the movement economy he'd observed in Tanghao. He was getting better at it. The cataloging impulse, reading every person's chi signature, tracking every motion, was becoming something he could choose to engage rather than something that happened automatically. He could walk through the market like a young man walking through a market rather than like a predator processing everything at threat assessment range. Lin Meihua had helped with this, inadvertently. She walked through the world with a particular kind of attentive calm, present to what was in front of her, not running threat models on everything that moved. He had been watching her the way he'd watched Tang Hao. Learning the texture of it. A message arrived from Ah Yin via the Mountain Chi network. The Sable Mother had returned from her intelligence gathering and had information about Shu Kanglang's sect structure. She was at the mountain's south boundary. He descended from the ridge and moved south, calculating what pieces of the picture he had and what pieces he was still missing, and where the next pressure was most likely to come from. The answer to that last question was, as it had been for the past 3 weeks, all of the above. He stayed on the high northern ridge until the pavilion's 12 practitioners were visible on the boundary line below, a row of human silhouettes against the tree line, their cultivation ores making them visible at this distance to anyone with the senses for it. Good. Huo Lai's scouts would see them within the hour. He had 4 hours of human form remaining for today. He had been spending them in fragments, 1 hour in the morning for practical movement practice, 1 hour in the afternoon for the lower forest walks, and the remaining time held in reserve for unexpected demands. He spent the reserve hour sitting at the northern ridge's edge and watching the boundary. The message from Greystone had arrived that morning, private meeting requested, before the next council session. He had agreed. He was not sure what Greystone wanted to discuss. The tortoise's shift toward something like belief in Feng Yao's assessments had been gradual, visible in the way the elders' silences had changed quality over the past 2 weeks. What Greystone was building toward, he thought, was a conversation that would require acknowledging things the council was not yet ready to formally acknowledge. He was prepared for that conversation. He had been prepared for it since the archives. What he was less prepared for was the message he had received from Lin Meihua that morning, carried by a village child who had been paid a coin to deliver it. The missing persons notice on the market board had been removed and replaced by a different one, with a different registry mark but the same description of a silver-haired young man, and this one included a reference to Spirit Mountain territory explicitly. Someone had escalated the search. They were no longer looking for a young man in the city, they were looking for a young man associated with a specific mountain. The deterrence was working on Huo Lai's northern front. Everything else was converging on schedule. And schedules, in his experience, had a way of arriving at the same place from multiple directions at once, and the thing he could see converging was the 7th day of Huo Lai's window, the timeline of the Sentlocks range, and Lin Meihua's weekly herb collection Friday, all pointing at the same grove in the same approximate week, and he had no clean way to separate any of them. Chapter 36, Huo Lai's message. The message from Huo Lai arrived at Chu Kanglang's sect headquarters. He found out about it through the Sable Mother's network, 4 days after it was sent. The message was short. The Sable Mother relayed it in the precise beast signal encoding of high-trust intelligence. The fox walks as a man. Its form is stable, its behavior deliberate, it commands beast and human forces simultaneously. This is the abomination the edict forbade. Heaven hunting interest confirmed. Accelerate. He sat with this for a long time. Huo Lai had decided to play this particular card. Not just boundary pressure, direct escalation, pointing Shu Kanglang's full resources toward Spirit Mountain. The Flame Ridge Lord had been watching him more carefully than he'd realized, reading the border management and the northern deterrence as evidence of what he was, and had made the calculation that Shu Kanglang's intervention would serve Huo Lai's purposes. If the Grand Priest neutralized the Spirit Mountain Fox, the deterrent alliance would likely collapse, and the northern quarter would be available for occupation without the human incident complication. Clean politics. Bad for him. The Sable Mother was waiting for his reaction. How reliable is this source? He asked. My network inside Flame Ridge has been active for 40 years. This source has been accurate on every significant report. She paused. There's a second message that went out the same day, from a different hand, which the source could not retrieve the full text of. Partial text indicates Spirit Master coordinates and a time reference. A meeting time and location. Yes. Between Huo Lai and Shu Kanglang's representative. Likely. He thought about what this meant for the timeline. Shu Kanglang's optimal window, per the briefing he'd overheard, was the 2 weeks surrounding the threshold crossing. That window was now past, the crossing was complete. But the Grand Priest didn't know that yet. He believed, based on whatever intelligence he had, that the crossing was imminent. He would accelerate on the assumption of catching a beast mid-transformation. That assumption was wrong. And wrong assumptions were the foundation of useful plans. He looked at the Sable Mother. Can your network intercept the meeting location? For a price, she said it without apology. My network operates on reciprocity. Name it. Safe passage through Spirit Mountain's herb groves for my Midnight Clan's winter foraging season. Exclusive access to the northeastern stands. He considered. The northeastern stands were prime territory, Ah Yin used them. He would need to clear this with her. Conditional on Ah Yin's agreement. If she agrees, yes. That's fair. The dark water eyes held steady on his. And Feng Yao, Shu Kanglang is going to send his best disciple next. Not a harvest team. A named disciple with a personal authorization. He nodded slowly. Shan Wei, he said. Her eyes sharpened. You know the name. I've been building toward it. He felt the pieces of the picture settling into place, not complete, not yet, but close enough to act on. When you have the meeting location, send it to Ah Yin. And thank you. He turned back toward the mountain, and Shan Wei's name sat in his mind with the particular weight of something incoming that couldn't be redirected with fog or false trails, a hunter built specifically for this specific prey, arriving on a specific timeline, and carrying the Grand Priest's personal authority. He needed to be ready for a different kind of problem. He spent that evening working through what he knew about Shan Wei from the name alone and the Sable Mother's description. A named disciple. Personal authorization from Shu Kanglang. Ranked at 68th, high enough to be genuinely formidable, not high enough to be spirit saint. The kind of rank that represented a practitioner at the ceiling of their current development, who had likely been working a specific specialty for the past decade. The specialty was hunting. Named disciples of the Heaven Hunting sect were called that because they had each earned the title through a specific achievement, hunting a named, listed target. Shan Wei had hunted before. Shan Wei knew how to hunt through evasion, through misdirection, through terrain use. He would not be fooled by fog channels or false trails. He would follow the lock. Which meant the lock was the problem, and the lock could not be destroyed without destroying the instrument that held it, and the instrument was with Shan Wei, and Shan Wei had not yet arrived. He had, at best, 2 to 3 days before the lock arrived in range and the hunt phase began. In those 2 to 3 days he needed to cross 90,000 years, he was at 89,940, 60 years to go, and move the bulk of his accessible HP toward a higher daily human form duration, and have whatever conversation Greystone was asking for, and manage the northern boundary's 7-day window, and tell Lin Meiwa to stay off the mountain for the coming week. He could do all of these things in 2 days. He was very good at doing a lot of things in a short time. What he could not do was eliminate the probability that some of them would arrive simultaneously, in the same location, at the moment of least convenient overlap, which was the universe's particular sense of humor, in his experience, and it never seemed to improve with the passage of time, it simply acquired more precision. Chapter 37, the second carving. Lin Meiwa returned to the forest on the 20th day, and she had a rolled piece of paper in her hand. "The map," she said, when she found him at their usual meeting point near the Western Path's junction. "I said I'd draw one." He took it and unrolled it. She had drawn the mountain's lower face in careful detail, the western approved collection territory, the eastern restricted face, the shelf sections and their stability assessments marked in a different ink color. Her handwriting was precise and her spatial reasoning was excellent. The map was accurate and readable and more useful than anything he'd had access to regarding the lower face's terrain. "This is very good," he said, meaning it. "My father taught me to map the collection routes when I was young. It's practical. You don't want to lose a day's herbs because you went down a path that ended at a cliff." She was looking at his hands as he held the map. Human hands, today, she had seen them before and seemed to have processed the strangeness of them into the same category as the gold eyes, notable, filed, not a problem. "You use your hands a lot," she said. "More than most cultivators I've seen. Most of them move very still." "I'm practicing," he said. Which was true. Practicing what? He thought about the honest answer. "Being here," he said. "In this form. It's new." She studied him. Not prying, she had the quality of someone who asked what was necessary and left alone what wasn't. "The Silver Fox territory," she said. "The one my father named. Is that you?" He folded the map. Met her gaze. "Yes." She was quiet for a moment. "The one that's been here since before my grandmother's grandmother was born." "Yes." Lin Meiwa held very still, this young man with silver hair and gold eyes and careful hands who had just confirmed what she had clearly been hypothesizing for at least a week. Her expression moved through something he couldn't fully read, and then settled into the particular quality that he had come to think of as her version of resolved, the look she wore when she'd processed something and decided where it fit. "You made those carvings," she said. "The ones I heard about from the forest beasts. There's a story that goes around about a fox that makes human-shaped things from wood." "Yes." "Why?" He thought about it. "Because I could. Because hands can make things that paws can't." He paused. "Because making something is different from knowing something. I know this mountain in every direction. Making a carving is choosing what to notice." She was looking at him with an expression he couldn't quite name. "Do you still make them?" "When I have time." "I would like one," she said. "Direct, without performance. Not as a curiosity. Because I think you make things that mean something." He looked at her for a long moment. Then, "Next time." She nodded. Started down the western path, then stopped and looked back. "Feng Yao, be careful in the city. Someone is looking for you there." She held up a hand before he could ask. "The merchant notice board. The drawing. My father saw it this morning and recognized you immediately." He looked at her. "He won't say anything," she said. "He's good at not saying things." She turned and continued down the path. "But someone else will recognize you eventually." He watched her go and held the map and thought about what eventually meant in a timeline that was already very full, and about the missing persons notice on the market board that had used his human form's description, and about the fact that Lin Meiwa now knew both his forms, and about whether eventually was a timeline measured in days or hours, and about the fact that the eventually he'd thought he had seemed, in retrospect, To have already arrived. The timeline feeling compressed from eventually to already arrived was a cognitive adjustment that came from the outside rather than the inside, not a decision he had made but a recognition that the situation structure had changed around him. Eventually was a relationship with time that assumed the relevant conditions were still being assembled. Already arrived was the recognition that the conditions had been assembled while he was thinking about eventually. The interval between those two states was not wasted time. The things that had happened in the interval had been necessary to produce the current state, and rushing them would have produced worse conditions rather than the same conditions faster. But the shift in relationship to time required a corresponding shift in what he was doing with the present moment, and the shift was not something he had completed yet. He was still living in eventually. The situation required already arrived. Chapter 38, a full voice. On the 22nd day he reached 150 horsepower. It came from an accumulation of small moments, the extended patrol command session with Quanfeng, the 3 training sessions with Xiaowu that had become more like something else, the daily walks through the lower forest edge, the conversation with Lin Meihua at the map junction. The system tracked all of it and added it up quietly, and then the milestone notification arrived at midnight while he was sitting on the den ledge looking at the stars. Milestone reached, 150 horsepower. New unlock, sustained human voice. Description, human vocal register fully stabilized. No chi cost for maintaining conversational range. Capable of projection at cultivation enhanced volume. Cross-species reception, humans no longer hear ambient beast undertones in your voice. Human form duration, 4 hours per day. He tested it immediately, speaking at normal conversational volume in the midnight quiet. Good evening. Different. He had been managing a slight undertone in his human voice, not loud, not usually noticeable to humans who weren't specifically listening for it, but present, the bone-deep resonance of a creature accustomed to making itself heard across territory. With the new unlock, that undertone was gone. What was left was, a voice. A young man's voice, with the pitch and texture of human vocal cords, clean of the age weight that had been leaking through. He talked to himself for 5 minutes. Testing range, volume, inflection. The voice could do things he hadn't been doing yet, conversational quietness, warmth, humor, the specific kind of emphasis that human language relied on for meaning layering. His previous vocal register had been too flat, he realized. Too even. Efficient and precise, but not quite human in the way that mattered for extended conversation. 4 hours of human form. He had been working with 2. Lin Meihua came to the forest the following morning. She seemed to have settled into a weekly pattern, collecting on Tuesdays and Fridays, and he met her at the western junction with a small carved figure he had made in the night. Pinewood, this time finished, sanded smooth, oiled. A standing figure with both arms spread and one foot lifted, not the ambiguous tail cloak of the second carving but something clearer, a figure in motion, going somewhere. She held it and looked at it for a while. Is this how you see yourself now? Going somewhere? I think so. Not sure yet where. She turned it over. Better finish work than the last 2. I had more practice time. She looked up at him, and he noticed the change in her expression, the recalibration that happened when someone registered something different about a person they'd been speaking to. Your voice sounds different today. A change I've been working on. It sounds, she paused, finding the right word, more like a person. That's the goal. He met her gaze. Lin Meihua, there's something I want to ask you. The city notice, the one with my description. Do you know which merchant registry mark was at the bottom? She thought for a moment. The ones with the 3-leaf stamp? Those are the Shu family subsidiary network. They operate as fronts for the heaven hunting sect. She said it as straightforwardly as if she'd just told him the weather. My father has a list of them, we don't sell to them directly. He filed this. Her family had been managing their own version of this problem for years. How long have you known that? Since I was 12 and my father taught me which buyers to avoid. She put the carved figure carefully into her basket. Are they after you specifically? Yes. She nodded once, as if he'd confirmed something she'd been turning over for a while. Then be careful with which roads you use coming into the city. Their watchers tend to use the eastern approach. The HTS, plus 8 horsepower. Sustained human interaction, extended authentic dialogue. He dismissed it. Some conversations weren't the kind you wanted annotated. And some people, he looked at Lin Meihua's direct, assessing face in his memory, the carving in her basket, the easy way she said be careful, were becoming harder to hold at the careful practical distance he'd been maintaining, which was either a sign that he was doing this right or a warning about something he wasn't ready to name yet, and the longer he thought about it, the less certain he was which one it was. Chapter 39, The Lock. He felt the fox scent lock the day Shan Wei arrived. He was in the den, in the early morning of the 24th day, running his daily cultivation session, 89,940 years, 60 to go, when the sensation arrived. Not sudden. A slow tightening, like the air becoming slightly more specific, the way the scent of one particular thing gradually defines itself out of a complex mix. It was, to his predator senses, the unmistakable signature of a hunter's lock. He had been expecting it. Since the Sable Mother's intelligence report, since the overheard briefing in the city, since the solar ray nodes, he had been building toward the understanding that the fox scent lock was coming. But knowing something is coming and feeling it arrive are different things. The sensation was faint. He was, by his estimate, at the edge of the instrument's range. Probably 2 to 3 kilometers. But it was pointed. Directional. The lock was not searching, it had already found. He surfaced from the meditation carefully, without disrupting the cultivation session's accumulated gains, a technique that required a quality of attention he was getting better at. 89,940 years. The threshold was close enough to feel as a physical thing now, a resonance just ahead of his current cultivation range. He sent chi signal to Quanfang, quiet alert, eastern approach, organized intrusion. Then he went to the den entrance and looked east. The forest was visually undisturbed. No movement visible to normal sight. But to his senses, extended outward, he could feel the team approaching, the pattern of their movement through the chi field, the suppression techniques they were using, the way they were reading the mountain's layout against their instruments. The scent lock's pull was getting stronger. He had options. Move now, away from the lock's direct bearing, lead the team into a prolonged chase through the mountain's chi interference zones, but at this range and with a personal lock, evasion was a long game and a tiring one. Wait and fight, but at 89,940 years, an hour before the threshold crossing, fighting a team led by a 68th rank named disciple would draw the full cultivation surge toward combat rather than completion. Or, he looked at his human form time remaining, 3 hours, 14 minutes. He had a different idea. It was less comfortable. It required him to trust something he hadn't fully tested yet. But it was the cleanest solution to a problem that had no clean solutions. He activated the human form, dressed, and walked east, not toward the team, but parallel to their approach, angling toward the forest edge where his tracks would be consistent with the wandering cultivator who had been collecting herbs this morning. The plan required the lock to follow the chi and not the human form. If the lock was calibrated specifically to his beast chi, the human form's different resonance might confuse it long enough to get through the team's position without triggering engagement. If it didn't work, he was going to be in human form in front of a 68th rank spirit master with a personal lock on him and 60 years of cultivation left to complete. He walked east, steady, unhurried, with the practiced casualness of a young man who had somewhere to be, and behind his practiced calm, the cultivation counter at 89,940 and a lock that was pulling him like a hook in still water, tightening with each step he took east, and not caring at all that he hadn't yet decided what he was going to do when the line ran out. The line tightening around him with each step east was a physical sensation and a strategic one simultaneously, the physical sensation of a formation boundary approaching, the strategic sensation of options narrowing. The two forms of tightening produced the same cognitive pressure, a reduced sense of available space, an increased imperative toward decision. He was walking into a narrower configuration rather than a wider one, which was not the standard approach to a problem with a solution he was uncertain about. Standard approach, stay in open space until the solution became clear. Current approach, move toward the constraint, because the constraint was also the location of the information he needed to develop the solution. The discomfort of the tightening was not a signal that the approach was wrong. It was the cost of the approach, which was different, and a cost that needed to be paid was not a sign to turn around. The line tightening to its limit was also a signal about something else, that the configuration he had been operating in was not stable and had never been intended to be stable. It had been designed for a specific window, the window before external parties fully understood what Spirit Mountain was in the process of becoming, before the institutional recognition caught up to the on-the-ground reality, before the legal proceedings that Lin Meiwa had been pushing toward had created an official record of Spirit Mountain's status. That window was closing. Closing windows created urgency, and urgency created errors, and errors in the current configuration created consequences that the mountain's defenders could not yet fully absorb. He needed to arrive at the other side of the window, the place where the recognition had caught up and the institutional record existed and the hostile parties had to work around a documented reality rather than a contested claim, before the window closed completely. Chapter 40. Both at once the team broke through Spirit Mountain's outer wards at dusk on the 24th day. He had anticipated their direction from the lock's bearing and Quanfang's signals, 7 Spirit Masters, 3 above 50th rank, Shanwei himself at 68th rank leading from the rear in the controlled position of a hunter who expected the prey to run. They entered through the eastern ward at the grove's north corner, which was a gap he'd left in the ward configuration deliberately after reading the team's likely approach vector from the lock's signal. He was in the grove itself when they entered. He had 61 minutes of human form remaining. The cultivation counter, 89,940. He needed 60 more years of quiet meditation that he was very much not going to get in the next 20 minutes. The fox scent lock was still active on him. In human form it was weaker, the beast chi was suppressed but not absent, and a finely calibrated instrument would still read it. Shan Wei's instrument was finely calibrated. He was moving east through the grove when he heard Xiao Wu. Not a sound, a scent trail, fresh, moving northwest through the grove's north edge. She had come to the grove, doing what, he didn't know, but she was there, close, and the team was moving northeast, which would intersect her position within 5 minutes. Lin Meihua was also in the grove. He stopped. She had come to the mountain today. He had seen her at the western path junction early this morning, and she had been collecting further up the slope, wanting to reach the eastern herbs before the light changed. He had meant to tell her to leave early. He had not told her. Because the cultivation session and the lock arrival and the planning had consumed the morning, and the reminder had not made it to the surface. She was somewhere in the northeast quadrant of the grove. Shan Wei's team was moving northeast. He ran through the options in the 4 seconds he had. Xiao Wu could defend herself. Was 100,000 years old. Was also, in partial human form near the tree line, potentially visible to the team's tracking tools in a way that would identify her and escalate this from an intrusion to a capture or kill. Lin Meihua was a human girl with no cultivation, a basket of herbs, and 3 hours of mountain familiarity. There was no option that saved one comfortably and left the other entirely secure. There was one option that put him between all of it. He turned northwest, moving fast. He found both of them within 40 meters of each other, Xiao Wu at the north edge, Shan Wei's team bearing northeast, and Lin Meihua's scent coming from directly in the team's path at the grove's northeast corner. He threw himself between them. The human form burned through its remaining duration as he activated every suppression technique he had, illusion, age or redirection, scent masking, channeling it at both Xiao Wu's position and the team's bearing simultaneously. His human form's chi was draining at emergency rates. He had perhaps 8 minutes. Then he heard Shan Wei's formation halt. "The lock is splitting," one of the disciples said. 2 signals. He looked at Lin Meihua. She was 10 meters away, frozen, staring at him with the basket clutched in both hands. She had seen him come out of nowhere. She had seen the human form. She had also, he noted, not moved. He looked at Xiao Wu, 20 meters north, very still, the particular stillness of a 100,000-year beast that has just understood exactly what is about to happen. Then his human form reached its limit and failed. In front of Lin Meihua, in the failing light of the ironwood grove, the young man with silver hair and gold eyes unmade himself in 4 seconds and became a silver fox the size of a draft horse, with 7 tails, and 2 eyes that were still exactly the same gold. Lin Meihua did not run. She did not scream. She held the basket very tightly and looked at him and said, in a voice that was remarkably steady, "Oh." And Shan Wei's team stepped into the grove, and Feng Yao, standing in his fox form between a girl who knew what he was and a girl who had just found out, understood that there was no version of the next 10 minutes that didn't cost something. Chapter 41. No running. The fight lasted 11 minutes. He did not remember all of it clearly. Combat at this level ran on instinct and the accumulated reflex of 90,000 years, with the reasoning mind acting as a secondary layer that observed and adjusted rather than directed. What he remembered was the quality of it, the way Shan Wei's team formed up with the smooth efficiency of practitioners who had done the specific kind of thing before, and the way Lin Meihua stood very still in the northeast corner of the grove with her basket clutched in both hands and did not run. She did not run. He kept track of her from his peripheral awareness while he worked through the team. 7 Spirit Masters, Shan Wei at 68th rank, the remaining 6 between 40th and 55th. He had fought the previous 2 teams in contained bursts, enough force to discourage, not enough to commit. This time he did not hold back on the first exchange. Shan Wei was good. He moved in the controlled, practiced way of a hunter who had faced large targets before, angling to exploit the 3 dimensions of the grove space, keeping his disciples positioned to limit Feng Yao's lateral movement, deploying his spirit rings with economy and sequence rather than flooding the field with power. His first ring, suppression, localized gravity. His second ring, a soul tool integration technique that created a conductive net in the air, designed to make escape from the grove very costly. His third ring Feng Yao avoided entirely by going through the second ring rather than over it. The conductive net was designed to stop a beast moving laterally. Not one moving straight at the source. He hit the 3 disciples on Shan Wei's right flank before the third ring could deploy. Not with killing force, he was not here to kill anyone, he was here to make the calculus of continuing this engagement come out wrong for Shan Wei's professional assessment. He hit them with enough impact to break the formation's integrity and send a clear signal, "I could have done this harder." Shan Wei retreated 3 steps. His expression was the expression of a professional who has received new information and is updating a model. "The fox scent lock is still active," one of the remaining disciples said. Breathless. "It's in the grove." "No," Shan Wei said. He was looking at Feng Yao with the particular quality of a hunter who has just understood that the prey is more aware than expected. The lock triggered because it was in the grove. Whatever was in the grove changed state. He looked at the northeast corner, where Lin Meihua was standing. "Who is the girl?" No one, Feng Yao said. Using his full voice, the new register, clean, human, without the age undertone. A civilian herb gatherer who is protected under Spirit Mountain's territory agreements. Touch her and the incident goes to the arbitration council by morning. Shan Wei studied the scene for a moment that felt longer than it was: the fox, the girl, the broken formation, the three disciples on the ground who were breathless but mobile. His assessment was thorough, methodical, unmistakably the assessment of a man who had survived this long by never misjudging the moment when retreat was not defeat but intelligence. He signaled a withdrawal. The team retreated in the same controlled formation, never showing their backs, never moving faster than a pace that said we choose to leave rather than we were driven out. Professional to the last step. Even the three fallen disciples rose and fell in with the formation rather than being carried, because being carried out said something about a team's situation that Shan Wei clearly did not want said. He watched them disappear through the grove's eastern edge, then turned to Lin Meihua. She had not run. She had not screamed. She had watched an 11-minute combat between a large silver fox and 7 spirit masters from a distance of approximately 15 meters, and the primary expression on her face now that it was over was not fear. It was something that looked more like the expression of a mind that has just confirmed a hypothesis built carefully over several real weeks. "Oh," she said. And then, after a moment, "I see. You're not afraid," he said. "Because it required naming. I've been talking to this mountain since I was 7, she said. I've always known something large was listening." She looked at him, the silver fox, 3 times her height at the shoulder, 7 tails, the particular gold of eyes that were exactly the same as the young man she'd been speaking to. "You're both." "Yes." She moved her weight from one foot to the other, the gesture of someone filing an enormous piece of new information and choosing to continue functioning. "Are they going to come back?" "Eventually. Not tonight." "All right." She tightened the basket on her back with both hands, the automatic, practical motion of a person who has just confirmed that the day's work is still waiting. "I should go before dark." She looked at him one more time. "Feng Yao. The man. You, will be at the Western Path Junction on Friday?" He felt the strangeness of the question, the matter-of-factness of it, and recognized it as the thing he'd thought about since the ledge, since the market, since the map. She had filed this into things I am working with rather than things I can't handle. The category did not surprise him. It confirmed something he'd suspected for weeks. "Yes," he said. She walked south, and he watched her go, and behind her in the northeast corner of the grove Xiao Wu finally emerged from the shadows where she had gone absolutely still and silent for 11 minutes, a feat that required its own particular kind of discipline. "She's remarkable," Xiao Wu said, with the tone of someone delivering an honest assessment that costs something to make. "Yes. Are you going to tell her everything?" He thought about it honestly. "Eventually. When she asks." Xiao Wu considered this. "She already knows most of it, she just hasn't named it yet. That may happen faster than you expect." He stood in the grove long after both of them were gone, and thought about the three-way geometry that the evening had created, and about the fact that none of its 3 points had gone the way he would have predicted. Xiao Wu had named Lin Meihua remarkable. Lin Meihua had named him both. And somewhere in the territory between those two assessments was a shape he hadn't finished finding yet, and the feeling that he was running out of time before it found him first. Chapter 42, The Agreement. He returned to Lin Meihua's assumption of his human form the following Friday. She was at the Western Junction as usual, basket partially filled, moving through the approved herbs with the focused attention of someone who was also thinking about something else entirely. She saw him coming from 50 meters away, the silver hair, the particular way he moved, and stopped working and stood with her hands at her sides in the posture of someone prepared to have a serious conversation. "I have questions," she said. "I expected that." She pulled out a small notebook, the same one she used for mapping collection routes, with the trail marks and elevation notes and the careful symbols he'd seen once through the trees, and looked at the first page. Her handwriting there was small and orderly, written in the deliberate way of a person awake the night before organizing their thoughts into order. "You're the 9-tailed sky fox. The one who's been on this mountain since before the first settlement in the valley." "Yes. The heaven hunting sect has been trying to harvest your soul ring for at least 6 years. Longer than that. The form," she gestured at his human frame, "is recent. Something you've been developing. Since the cold season." She wrote something. "The girl who was in the grove. Xiao Wu. She's also a spirit beast in human form." "Also a beast, yes. Her form is older than mine and more stable." "Are the two of you?" "It's complicated," he said. She made a note with the expression of someone writing complicated in a category labeled revisit later with the clear intention of actually revisiting it. "You've been protecting my family's collection agreement," she said. "I thought it was the mountain's general territory protection. But it was you specifically." He thought about whether to agree. There was no version of this conversation in which evasion served either of them. "Yes." She looked up from the notebook. "Why?" He held her gaze for a moment. Because you talked to the mountain when you were 7. Because you called the forest polite and thanked it for the territory. Because when you fell off the ledge your first instinct was to say thank you to the thing that caught you. He paused, choosing each word with the care of something that mattered being said for the first time. Because you looked at my eyes and saw a person. She took this in. The notebook stayed open but she wasn't writing. I see, she said. And then, in the same practical tone, with a slight forward lean of a girl who has made up her mind, what would it mean for me to help you? Not the herb collection, the other things. The city business, the sect problem. You're operating in a world that requires human representation and you don't have enough of it. He had not been expecting this. He had expected questions, perhaps acceptance, perhaps a request for some distance while she processed. Not an offer delivered with the directness of someone who had already run the calculus and reached a firm position. It would mean some risk, he said. The people who want to harvest my soul ring don't distinguish between the spirit beast and the humans who associate with it. I'm already associated with it. I've been coming to this mountain my whole life. My name is on the collection permit. If their intelligence is good enough to find me in the grove, it's already good enough to find my permit in the city register. She looked at the notebook without reading it. What do you need? He thought about the arbitration council, about the legal pathways, about the gap between beast law and human law that he'd been navigating alone, the fiction of a contracted spirit guide that might protect her legally, the documentation framework he had no way to access from the mountains inside. Information about human legal structures, he said. Access to city registration systems. Someone who can move through the merchant and sect networks without attracting the kind of attention I attract. She nodded, writing. I can do those things. She closed the notebook and put it back in the pocket of her collection apron. And in exchange, I want to understand the mountain. What it is, how it works, what the beasts here think about. I've been talking to it my whole life without a translator. I've been saying things into the trees and not knowing whether I was being understood or whether it mattered. It mattered, he said. It has always mattered. Her expression shifted, briefly, into something that was not the practical negotiating face. Then she recovered it. Then we have an agreement. She picked up her collection knife. I'll start with the Arbitration Council's registration system. My father has done business with their administrative office. I'll find out what documentation a contracted spirit guide arrangement actually requires. She paused, not quite looking at him. Feng Yao, the man. Yes. Thank you for the carving. I put it on the windowsill. He watched her go back to work, and thought about what had just happened, which was that a 15-year-old herb gatherer had just offered him the human world network access he'd been building toward for 3 weeks, in exchange for something he had wanted to give her anyway, without asking. Some negotiations, he was learning, were less difficult than anticipated. This one felt like something that had been ready to happen for a long time before anyone spoke the words. And the herb packets she left the following week, placed on the stone boundary early, before he was awake, suggested she had already moved into the next stage of it, without waiting for him to confirm he was ready. He was not sure whether that was encouraging or whether it was the early sign of the specific problem he hadn't anticipated yet, the one where the help he'd asked for moved faster than the situation he'd asked about. Chapter 43, Xiaowu's distance. Xiaowu pulled back after the Grove incident. Not dramatically, she didn't leave Spirit Mountain, didn't withdraw from their training sessions, didn't stop their morning ridge meetings. But the quality of her presence changed in the specific way that careful attention could detect. She was more precise with her words. More deliberate about the distance she maintained when they sat. The comfortable unself-consciousness that had characterized their interactions for weeks, the morning silences, the way she'd pressed his carved figures against her chest before tucking them away, the offhand directness when she named something she wanted, became something that had a more visible edge around it. He noticed it and said nothing, because naming it would require her to address it, and she was clearly not ready to address it. That was fine. He had patience in quantity. What he had less of was tolerance for his own uncertainty about what he should actually do. On the third day of the shift, he worked through it methodically during cultivation. Xiaowu had watched him interact with Lin Meiwa in the grove, not as adversaries, not as strangers, but as two people who had already built something between them without her presence. She had watched Lin Meiwa not run from the fox form and call him both, with the casualties of someone confirming what they'd already have known. She had said she's remarkable with the quality of a creature delivering a verdict it wasn't entirely glad to be delivering. He was not going to make assumptions about what this meant to her. He was, however, going to be more honest about the assumptions he'd been making without noticing, specifically the assumption that whatever was between him and Xiaowu was so clearly defined that it didn't need to be articulated, and that the articulation could wait until things were less complicated. Things were apparently not going to become less complicated. He went to find her on the fourth day at the Eastern Watershed, which was her secondary territory when she wanted to think without the social pressure of the mountain center. She was sitting at the water's edge in beast form, the pink-silver rabbit, large and very still, in the way she sat when the human form's expressiveness felt like too much work. He sat beside her without speaking. Fox form, close but not crowding. Said nothing. After a long stretch of time in which the watershed moved cold and shallow between worn stones, she said, "The grove." "Yes." "She knows what you are." "Both things." "Yes." Another silence. He didn't fill it. "You trust her," Xiao Wu said. "I do. With specific things, that have specific foundations." He thought about how to say what he meant without making it sound like a defense of something that didn't need defending. "It's different from how I trust you. You carry most of what I am. She carries a piece of it. Different kind of trust, same root, different branch. She's going to become more involved." "Yes. I need what she can do. I won't pretend otherwise." Xiao Wu was quiet for a moment. "I know." And then, "I'm not asking you to choose. I'm not asking anything. I'm just processing." "I know. You're very calm about things that are not calm," she said, with a slight edge that was not accusation but observation. "I have practiced being calm about things that are not calm. That doesn't mean they aren't." He paused. "You can also just ask me what you actually want to ask." She was quiet for a long stretch. The watershed ran. A bird passed overhead and was gone. Then, "Are you going to leave the mountain?" "Eventually. When you can hold the form permanently." He thought about it with the honesty the question deserved and that she deserved in turn. "I'm going to be on the mountain and off it. Back and forth. The thing I'm building doesn't work from only one side." He looked at her. "I'm not going to leave you, if that's the actual question. I've been on this mountain for 90,000 years. That doesn't stop." She made a sound that was not quite any particular named emotion. Then she stood, shifted to human form in a single easy motion, and started back toward the mountain center. "Tomorrow, Northern Ridge," she said over her shoulder. "And bring the new movement sequence. The hip rotation variant. I've been working on something." He watched her go, and the watershed continued its cold, steady run, and he thought about the specific difficulty of being someone who wanted to be honest and precise about everything except the most important things, which apparently required the longest approach, and which he was beginning to understand might not have an endpoint so much as a series of increments, each requiring the same patience as the last, none of them resolving into the clear and unambiguous thing he was used to working toward. That was uncomfortable. He filed it. He went back, and knew, even as he went, that the filing was only temporary. These things came back. They always did, and this one, with its roots in whatever was between him and Xiao Wu and whatever was building between him and Lin Meihua, was going to come back harder. Chapter 44, The Healing Hands. She was injured 5 days after the Grove incident. Not badly, not life-threatening, but the kind of injury that required immediate attention, a deep claw mark across the left shoulder from a Huolai advanced tiger that had pushed through the northwest access point during the dead of night patrol cycle. Xiao Wu had been running the western perimeter alone when the tiger had probed the boundary, and she had engaged it and driven it back across the line before signaling for help. He found her at the boundary marker by the northwest stand, sitting on the rock with her left shoulder turned toward the dim light of the sky, examining the wound with the focused assessment of someone deciding whether to be concerned or merely inconvenienced. The claw mark was deep. A 40,000-year tiger's strike carried enough force to matter, even to a 100,000-year rabbit, and it was bleeding at the kind of steady rate that suggested something needed to be done before it could begin to close properly. He went to work immediately. The medical knowledge he was using came not from the fox body's instinct, which ran to triage assessment rather than treatment specifics. It came from the other memory, from the accumulated hours of reading he'd done in his previous life, the reading that a person who spends long stretches indoors does on subjects that seem abstract until they aren't. He knew the pressure points that affected blood flow in cultivation practitioners. He knew the basic wound closure technique that field healers used when no healer was available. He knew how to channel qi into an injury site to accelerate the initial closure phase without forcing it in ways that would create complications later. He applied all three in sequence, using both hands, human form hands, because the delicacy required was beyond what Paz could manage, while Xiao Wu sat very still and watched him work. She was good at sitting still. Better than almost anyone he knew. Her stillness had quality, not the stillness of someone fighting the urge to move, but the stillness of a practitioner who had learned, through long cultivation, to give things the space they required. Midway through the process she said, "You learned that from the other memory." "Yes." "Does it work for beasts?" "The chi channeling does. The pressure point work is adapted. Your physiology is different from a human's in specific ways but the underlying principle holds." He finished the shoulder closure and checked the depth assessment. The bleeding was slowing appropriately. "You should tell me when you're taking solo night patrols. I need to know your route." "I didn't want to wake you." "Wake me." She was quiet for a moment, not quite defensive. "You were deep in cultivation. I could feel it from the boundary. The density of it. Wake me anyway. The cultivation can be interrupted. It will not be damaged by interruption." He finished the last of the chi channeling and sat back. The work in his hands had left a particular warmth in the skin, not energy, just the residue of attention. "How does it feel?" She rolled the shoulder carefully through a short arc. "Better. You have fast hands." "I've been practicing." She looked at his hands, in human form, the traces of the healing work still visible in the way he was holding them slightly above his knees, the exact position from the other memory's unconscious muscle habit. "You've been practicing a lot of things," she said. "Yes." She looked at the shoulder again, then at him with a quality of attention that was different from her usual frankness. "You carried me back from the wolf incident last month," she said. "And the time before that, the spring before I can clearly remember. And now this." She paused. "You've always been attentive. But it's different now." He wasn't sure how to respond to that. "Different how?" "More present," she said. "More deliberate." She stood, testing the shoulder's range with a careful upward motion. "Like you're choosing every time instead of just doing it by habit." He thought about the accuracy of this. "That's probably true. I prefer it," she said, simply. And she started back toward the mountain's center with a pace that accounted carefully for the shoulder's current limitation, not favoring it dramatically, just adjusting, and in the manner of her walking there was something that was not quite the careful distance of the last 4 days. He watched her go and felt the strange, specific weight of a moment in which he had just been told, in the most indirect language available, that the difference between habit and choice was legible to her, and that it mattered. Which turned out to be a larger difference than he'd been giving it credit for, when he thought about all the times he'd been paying attention without knowing it was a choice. He thought about the number of those moments, the specific, accumulated count of them across the past weeks, and understood that the count was higher than he'd been tracking. He thought, "She noticed before I did." And there was no comfortable response to that, only the forward motion toward whatever came next, and the awareness that next was arriving faster than he was prepared for. Chapter 45, The Council's Trap. The council meeting on the 28th day produced the vote Shadow Vale had been positioning for since before Huolai's declaration arrived. The meeting was called as an emergency session, Greystone convening all 5 council members, plus Feng Yao as a non-voting attendee with senior resident status. The official agenda was the Northern Boundary Crisis. The actual agenda, as Feng Yao read it before the meeting started, was a test of the council's internal cohesion at the moment when that cohesion was most fragile. Greystone opened by reviewing the situation with his habitual precision. The pavilion's patrol presence, the 7-day window Huolai had given now reduced to 2 days, the status of the arbitration filing at the neutral council. All accurate. All delivered without editorial. All setting up the question of what the council intended to do before the window closed. Then Shadow Vale moved. Given the demonstrated external threat, Shadow Vale said, with the particular smoothness of someone deploying a prepared argument at the right moment, and given that the recent Grove incident confirms the Heaven Hunting sect has direct access to Spirit Mountain territory in human form, a pointed glance at Feng Yao, this council should consider whether Spirit Mountain's recent decisions have served its safety, or compromised it. Feng Yao listened and said nothing. The Northern Boundary Crisis was triggered by Huolai's declaration, Shadow Vale continued, whose timing correlates directly with the increase in Spirit Mountain's human form activities and external alliances. The sect team in the Grove represents a 5th incursion, escalating because our responses have been insufficiently decisive. He paused for the exact duration required to let the argument settle. I move that the council place Spirit Mountain's current transformation-related activities under formal suspension, pending a full security review. The vote among the primary 5 was taken quickly. Shadow Vale and 2 senior wolves in favor. Greystone and Ah Yin against. Tied, 3-2, which, under the council's procedures, required escalation to a full council majority that included the 7 tertiary members. Shadow Vale had clearly spoken with the tertiary members in advance. Not in the day before the session, there had not been time for that, not with the emergency convening. Days before. He had known this session was coming, had known the window it would open, and had organized his vote before anyone else was aware the session would happen. The expanded vote came back 6-3 in favor of suspension. Formal house restriction on Tianchu, the council's ancient fox resident, for 60 days. All human form activities suspended pending security review. All external contacts placed under formal scrutiny. The Grove incident, specifically the presence of Lin Meihua, was entered into the record as evidence of unauthorized civilian involvement in Spirit Mountain affairs. He accepted the restriction without argument. Arguing would give Shadow Vale what he needed, a demonstration that the restriction's target was defensive, reactive, unsettled. He accepted it with the composure of something that had been alive long enough not to confuse a temporary defeat with a permanent one. Shadow Vale looked at him during the acceptance. The expression he wore was not the triumph Feng Yao had expected. It was more controlled than that, the expression of a professional who has achieved an intermediate objective, not a final one. He was looking at the restriction not as a conclusion but as a position. A situation from which the next move could be made. not the end goal. An intermediate step. He left the hollow and went to the northern ridge and sat for a long time with the sound of the mountain around him, working through the full shape of what had just happened, and what it meant for the next 60 days, and for what Shadow Vale's intermediate position was actually aimed at accomplishing, which he was now beginning to understand with a clarity he had not had before the vote. Shadow Vale's intermediate objective was not the restriction itself, the restriction was the container. What fit inside the container was the period of 60 days in which Feng Yao would be isolated, limited, and unable to act freely, while Huo Lai's forces positioned themselves and the sex approach narrowed. 60 days. The hearing to review the restriction was in 23 of them. He had 23 days to change the shape of the situation before the container became permanent, and the hearings committee included Shadow Vale. Chapter 46, Soul Sink. He reached 90,800 years on the 32nd day of the restriction period. The cultivation push had continued through the house arrest without pause. The restriction limited human form use and external contacts, not meditation. He had spent the first 10 days of restriction in an intensive sequence that used both the controlled acceleration technique and 3 deep immersion sessions in the den's inner chamber, where the chi concentration was highest on the mountain and the interruption density was lowest. The combination had produced gains that surprised even the HTS tracker. The system update arrived with the milestone, formatted in the clean gold display he had come to recognize as the interface's notation for something significant. Cultivation milestone, 90,800 years. Plus 25 horsepower awarded. Current HP, 162, 1000. New ability unlocked, Soul Sink. Description: by maintaining direct physical contact with another being for a minimum of 3 seconds, you may transmit a precise sensory impression, a single memory, emotion, or moment of understanding, to the recipient. The impression is received involuntarily and clearly. The recipient cannot prevent reception but can choose how to interpret it. Limitations: 1 use per day. The transmitted impression cannot be fabricated, only genuine experiences can be sent. Duration of the transmitted impression, up to 60 seconds of subjective experience. Warning: recipients with sensitive spiritual perception may detect the transmission's origin. This ability is not a mind control technique. It is communication. He read the ability description twice, carefully, the way he read things that had the potential to change the shape of how he operated. Then he tested it on a passing sparrow. The result was immediate and educational. The sparrow landed on his human form hand, attracted by the warmth, which birds often were, and he made contact with its feet for 3 seconds and transmitted the specific, clear memory of looking out from the fox den at dawn on the first morning after the transmigration, the mountain below, the forest stretching to the horizon, the particular quality of first light on pine boughs, the vast and vertiginous sense of scale that came from being a creature of this size in a world this large. The sparrow froze for approximately 2 seconds. Then it flew away at maximum speed and perched in the highest available pine and looked at the mountain in a way that suggested it was currently experiencing the mountain through a very different frame. He had transmitted 60 years of accumulated wonder in approximately 2 seconds of subjective sparrow time. The system responded with +2 horsepower, and the notation, ability test completed. Note: full memory transmission duration should be modulated carefully for non-cognitive recipients. He thought about what Soul Sink meant for his current situation. The house restriction had cut him off from Lin Meiwa's information network, from the Nature Guard pavilion contact, from his free movement on the mountain's outer perimeter. But it had not restricted his contact with Xiao Wu, who came to the northern ridge every morning and whose spiritual perception was sensitive enough that the system's warning about detection was directly relevant. Soul Sink worked through touch and through genuine experience. It could not be fabricated. The system had been explicit, only genuine memories could be sent. He looked at his hands, the human form hands that the ability worked through, and thought about the specific things those hands had done in the past weeks, and the memories those things had produced, and what it would mean to transmit 60 seconds of genuine experience to someone whose spiritual perception would recognize the origin, and who would know, then, what was being offered, and what it cost to offer it. That was a different kind of communication from anything else available to him. And it was, the system had taken care to note, not strategy. It was something else entirely. Something that operated in a register he had spent 90,000 years being careful around, and that the system had just handed him the ability to use directly, without the usual barriers. He would need to be thoughtful about this. The ability to transmit a genuine experience directly to another's perception was not neutral ground, it was the kind of intimacy that changed the shape of a relationship permanently, once used. The sparrow's current behavior from the highest pine branch told him exactly how disorienting 60 seconds of another creature's full experience could be. He would be careful. He was not yet sure that careful was the same as cautious, and the distinction was going to matter, perhaps sooner than the system anticipated. Chapter 47, Lin Meiwa's notes. She left herb packets on the stone. He had been watching the boundary of his house restriction territory for 3 days when the first packets appeared, neatly wrapped in the same cloth wrapping she used for her best quality collections, the varieties that commanded the higher prices in the city market, placed on a flat stone at the southern edge of his allowable range. She wasn't visible when they arrived. She had left them early, before he was awake, and had been gone well before his senses reached the stone. He went to collect them on the third morning at the first light. Under the packet, held down by a flat river-smooth stone, was a folded piece of paper. He read it in the cool of the early morning. The paper contained 3 items in Lin Meiwa's precise handwriting, the same hand that had produced the mountain map, the same disciplined spacing that made dense information easy to parse. First, she had begun making inquiries at the Arbitration Council's administrative office, presenting herself as a merchant's daughter seeking information about contracted spirit guide documentation for a mountain herb gathering operation. Second, the administrative clerk had confirmed the legal framework existed but required a specific cultivation attunement test, for which the beast in question would need to be physically present in the city. Third, the missing persons notice with Feng Yao's description had been updated again, now cross-posted to 3 additional cities and including a phrase that hadn't been in the original posting, Spirit Mountain Territory, Senior Fox Resident. He read the third item twice. Senior Fox Resident was not a public term. It was the administrative designation used in Spirit Mountain's internal census documentation and council records. It was not a term that Shu Kanglang's network would have encountered through any kind of external observation or market intelligence. It was a specific internal phrase, the kind that only appeared in formal records. Someone with current access to Spirit Mountain's administrative records had provided it to Shu Kanglang's posting network. Not historical access, the original bounty posting had used Ancient Fox of Spirit Mountain, which was a generic regional term. The updated posting used the formal designation, which meant the intelligence was recent, active, and coming from inside. He sat with this for a long moment, the paper held still in his hands. Then he went to where Ah Yin walked in the mornings and intercepted her on the eastern path before the second hour. "I need you to carry a message to the southern stone," he said, "at the usual time tomorrow morning, without telling anyone." He handed her a written reply for Lin Meiwa, brief, careful, the specific information she needed to protect herself, nothing that would identify the source if intercepted. "Ah Yin, don't use the administrative path. Take the stream route." She looked at him with the attentive stillness of a beast who had known him across many centuries and understood precisely what it meant when he was being careful. "You believe the main paths are monitored." "I believe the main paths are being used by someone who understands Spirit Mountain's movement patterns very well." He met her gaze, and she met his. "Be careful yourself. All routes." She moved east without another word, carrying the reply that needed to reach the stone before Lin Meiwa's next visit. He watched her go and thought about how thin the information line had become. A single trusted courier, a single stone, a single girl in the city who didn't yet know her name was on an updated bounty posting. If any one of those connections broke, the line went dark entirely, and the next team Shu Kanglang sent would be looking for her specifically, not just him. The line going dark entirely if a connection broke was not hypothetical, it was the operational perimeter that had determined every choice in the cultivation arrangement since the beginning. Spirit Mountain's information network was not robust. It had been assembled quickly, under pressure, by practitioners who had not been trained in network construction and who had been balancing the construction against the simultaneous requirements of the mountain's defense. Each connection in the network was real and functional. None of them were backed up. A network without backup connections had a specific failure mode. Remove one node and the information flow depending on that node was interrupted, not rerouted. Feng Yao had been thinking about the backup problem since the second week, and the solution he had identified was labor-intensive and required time he might not have. He was trying to complete it before the time ran out. Chapter 48, the official picture. The missing persons posting told him something he had been approaching from the side for weeks. He worked through it during the 4th night of restriction, when the mountain was quiet and the cultivation sessions had finished and there was nothing else to do but think. The den's inner chamber held its characteristic deep silence, qi dense, sealed, the kind of space that the body had learned to associate with the kind of thinking that required no distraction. The posting had used Senior Fox Resident, the administrative designation. But when it was cross-posted to the 3 additional cities, the accompanying physical description had also been updated to include a detail that hadn't been in the first posting. Subject has been observed accompanied by a young human female, approximately 15 years, dark hair, herb gathering tools. Lin Meiwa. Named by category, with enough detail that anyone who had seen her would recognize the description. Someone had described her specifically and added her to the posting as an associated individual. Which meant someone had seen them together, at the Grove, at the Western Junction, or both, and had reported the association back with enough specific detail to update the posting scope from a single target search to a networked association search. He worked through the witness list with care. Xiaowu in the Grove, not a suspect. Shanwei's team in the Grove, possible, but their description of the situation would have focused on the combat target, not the civilian. The observer who had given his description to the original posting, whoever had seen him in human form at close range, whose report had been detailed enough to include physical description and Spirit Mountain association. That observer might have been one of Shan Wei's team from an earlier engagement. Or it might be a separate surveillance asset, a longer-standing watcher who had been tracking the mountain's activities from the city or the valley over an extended period. The phrasing in the updated posting treated Lin Meihua as a separate subject of interest rather than as background context to a target. That kind of language came from an observer who had been tracking her independently, building a file on her separately from the main target file. Someone had been watching Lin Meihua specifically. Her family's collection permit was on file in the city's administrative records, findable by anyone with access. Her presence on the mountain was a pattern, regular and observable over years. If whoever was watching him had noted her as a consistent presence and begun tracking her as a potential leverage point, they would have had plenty of time to build a detailed picture. Xu Kanglang was patient. He was beginning to understand this in a way that went beyond the general assessment of the man as a capable cultivator. He was patient in the specific sense of a planner who maintained parallel surveillance tracks over years, who thought in terms of the long approaches, who did not allow himself to be defined by the urgency of a single target. He wrote the warning note with careful precision, in small characters, using the language they'd established for messages that needed to travel through uncertain hands. He would route it through Ayin before morning, and hope it arrived before Lin Meihua went back into the city. The specific fear he was managing was not abstract. It was the image of a 15-year-old with a herb basket and an updated posting on her name, walking into a city where Xu Kanglang's network had her description on file, and not knowing it. Whatever his restriction covered, it did not cover the responsibility of having made that connection possible. She had offered to help him. He had accepted. The consequences of that were his to manage, even from inside the restrictions limits. He sealed the note. He set it where Ayin would find it. He went back to thinking about the 23 days, and about what it would take to make them enough. The 23 days had seemed like enough when the count began. With each passing day, the adequacy of the timeline had become less certain, not because the situation was deteriorating, but because the situation's complexity was revealing itself, and complexity revealed itself in proportion to how closely you examined it, and the examination became more focused as the timeline compressed. What had looked, from a distance of 23 days, like a manageable sequence of required outcomes had revealed itself, at close range, to be a tightly coupled system in which each element depended on the preceding elements in ways that were not fully knowable until you were inside the sequence. He set the note for Ayin and turned back to the problem of what making it enough actually required, which was the real problem, and the one that had no clean answer. Chapter 49, The Serpent's Logic. He pieced together Shadow Veil's full position on the 37th day. The evidence was not single and dramatic, it was the accumulated weight of small things observed carefully and held in memory until their relationships became visible. The prepared defense at the council meetings, always ready exactly when needed. The timing of Huo Lai's territorial escalation, which had corresponded to a gap in the arbitration protection schedule that required specific legal knowledge to identify. The solar A nodes requiring a chi sample that the stone tortoise courier had the proximity to collect. The senior fox resident phrase in the updated posting, drawn from internal administrative records. The 6 tertiary council members who had voted for the restriction before they'd been formally lobbied, which meant the lobbying had happened days in advance, before Greystone called the emergency session. That last point was the pivot. Shadow Veil had known the emergency session was coming before it was called. Either someone had informed him, which required a secondary informant inside the council's planning process, or he had anticipated it with specific knowledge of when and why it would be necessary. And anticipating that required knowing about Huo Lai's declaration timing, which was not information Spirit Mountain had possessed in advance. Shadow Veil had known about Huo Lai's declaration before it arrived. He sat with that for a long time. The implications were slow-moving but total. If Shadow Veil had known the declaration was coming, he had known because he was connected to the process that produced it. Which meant he had not simply been passing information to Huo Lai's court, he had been advising it. The specific timing of the declaration, designed to create a 12-hour gap before arbitration protection could activate, was too legally sophisticated for Huo Lai's court to have developed independently. Huo Lai was powerful and territorial and tactically capable. He was not a legal strategist. Someone had told him, here is the gap, here is the window, here is the moment to escalate from challenge to declaration. Shadow Veil was not an informant. He was an architect. The relationship with Xu Kanglang was probably far older than the current crisis, the chi sample for the fox scent lock, the compass pre-calibration, the original bounty posting with enough specificity to indicate years of careful intelligence development. Shadow Veil's value to Xu Kanglang was not simply current intelligence. It was the accumulated product of a decades-long relationship whose goal was precisely this moment. Spirit Mountain's leadership divided, its senior ancient beast restricted and isolated, and its external threats precisely coordinated to arrive simultaneously. The goal was not to harvest a soul ring. The goal was to dismantle the mountain's ability to defend itself, create a window, and then harvest the soul ring. Shadow Vale would receive something for his service. He was clearly not doing this from ideology. Probably the guarantee of safe passage and his own soul ring's protection when the sect came through, which required him to be on the outside of the thing when it happened. He had two problems. The first was that he had no proof satisfying Greystone's proceduralist standards, only a picture built from inference and a set of correlations that a careful thinker could see, but that the Council's formal evidentiary rules would pick apart one link at a time. The second was that Shadow Vale was on the committee that would decide whether his restriction became permanent exile. 23 days remained until the hearing. He filed all of it with the precise attention of someone who would need every detail when the time came, and went back to cultivating, but the picture would not stay quietly filed. Shadow Vale had been doing this for decades without a significant error. The architecture was clean and patient. And the committee that would decide the hearing included the architect himself. The proof would have to arrive before the hearing did. Or the hearing would settle nothing, and he would have lost the 23 days in the wrong direction. The hearing that settled nothing was the hearing in which Spirit Mountain arrived without the information that changed the arbitrator's calculus, the information that was not simply additional evidence on a settled question but that reframed what the question was. Feng Yao had been in enough of the preliminary sessions to understand the difference. A hearing where both parties presented their positions and the arbitrators weighed them according to existing precedent produced an outcome in which the existing precedent was confirmed. That outcome was not survivable for Spirit Mountain, because the existing precedent was not favorable. The only outcome that was survivable was the one in which the hearing was required to address a question that existing precedent could not resolve, which meant the information he needed had to be genuinely novel, not stronger evidence for an existing argument, but the evidence that made a new argument necessary. Chapter 50, Huo Lai's War begins. The war proper started on the 40th day. Not a declaration this time. Not a formal announcement through the channels that would require diplomatic response before action. 50 fire tigers crossed the northern boundary line at 3 hours before dawn, moved through the Ironwood Grove's western edge rather than through it, avoiding the Grove's Chi interference field, which was exactly the tactical consideration Feng Yao would have made in their position, and occupied a 300-meter section of the northern quarter's ancient Ironwood stand. He woke when the first patrol beast's distress signal hit the mountain's Chi network. He was at full alert in seconds, the fox body moving from rest to readiness without the gradual stages that a human waking required. The house restriction covered his movement. Formally, he was confined to the Fox Den territory and its immediate surrounds, approximately a kilometer radius from the den. The Ironwood stand was 2 kilometers north. He looked at the restriction boundary. Thought about it for exactly 4 seconds. Then he crossed it. Whatever consequences this had for the committee hearing in 23 days, he would address later. The Ironwood stand was being occupied and he was the only thing on this mountain with the combat capacity to make that occupation unsustainable before it became permanent. He arrived at the northern edge of the stand in 11 minutes, crossing the mountain's interior at the speed that 90,000 years of body memory supported on known terrain, the movement that had no pause in it, no deliberation, only the accumulated knowledge of every root and ridge and slope along this path in every season. 50 fire tigers. The count from the reconnaissance had been accurate. They were in organized groups, not just holding ground but actively securing it, setting their own territorial markers in the ancient ironwood bark. The markers were deep-scored, applied with the concentrated fire energy of beasts who had been told to make them permanent and who had the cultivation weight to make permanent mean something. He moved to the center of the occupation and released his age aura. Not in the controlled, careful way he had been using it for weeks, not the measured pressure of a beast managing a situation with deliberate restraint. He released 90,000 years of accumulated wild fox spiritual authority into the air of the ironwood stand in a single pulse, the way you open a door that has been under pressure for a very long time. The 50 fire tigers stopped moving. Every single one of them, 40,000-year apex predators who had been doing this specific kind of work for most of their long lives, went still and looked at him. The fire went out of the markers they'd been pressing. The formation held its shape but held it in the way of something that has forgotten why it was there. He walked through the stand from one end to the other at the pace of something that had no reason to hurry. The fire tigers did not engage. They did not run. They held their positions and tracked him with their eyes and did not do the thing they had come here to do, because the thing standing in front of them was older than every concept of territorial holding they had ever learned, and the oldest instinct they possessed was telling them to be very still. He reached the stand's north end and turned back. "Tell Huo Lai," he said, in the beast language that carried across species at this power level, that Spirit Mountain's senior resident requests he reconsider his current tactical position. A pause. Tonight. He walked back south. 3 patrol beasts were dead from the initial crossing, killed in the first minutes, before anyone had reached the stand. He filed that, and the rage that lived behind it, in the place where he kept the things he would use when the time was right, and wasting that rage now, in the stand, would accomplish nothing except making the next move harder, and the next move was what mattered. The stand was repelled. The territory was held, for tonight. But 50 tigers had crossed a formally recognized boundary, 3 beasts were dead, and Huo Lai's court was going to report to Shadow Vale that the age-aura pulse radius had now been observed under operational conditions. He had hours before the information was in the wrong hands. He needed to use them, and Shadow Vale needed to not know he was using them. Chapter 51, Counting the differences. He returned to his restriction territory before dawn and found Qiang Feng waiting at the boundary line with the particular expression of a tactical mind that had watched a distant age-aura pulse from 2 kilometers away and was already working through what it meant for everything that came next. "That was visible from the western ridge," Qiang Feng said. "I know. The restriction committee will hear about it before morning." "I know." He kept his voice even, because Qiang Feng needed his calm more than he needed to vent what he was actually feeling. 3 beasts are dead at the north access." Qiang Feng's expression shifted through grief and calculation, arriving in the same instant, the specific quality that a mind built for tactics wears when it cannot separate the two. He filed it, contained it, and spoke. Huo Lai's advanced commanders were using human formation patterns. "Yes. I noticed that before. The patterns were updated since the last incursion. The geometric spacing is different, compensating for a specific age-aura pulse radius." Qiang Feng looked at the northern horizon. "Someone told them what that radius is. That's not observable from outside. The pulse radius, the precise range at which an age-aura release became overwhelming rather than merely impressive, was different for every ancient beast and was not something an external observer could calculate from watching a single pulse. It required either direct testing experience or access to cultivation records that specifically logged the beast's aura parameters. Spirit Mountain's cultivation records. Maintained in the Council Archive. Accessible to Council members. Accessible to Shadow Vale. Shadow Vale is coaching Huo Lai's formations," he said. Qiang Feng went very still. "That's not what you were thinking." "No." The leper looked at him for a long moment, the full weight of the implication visible in the way his shoulders set. "What do we do? First, we manage the immediate situation. The 50 tigers are back across the boundary because the age-aura held, but that only lasts until they recalibrate for the pulse radius. We have until Huo Lai's commanders redistribute the formation to account for what they saw tonight." He thought through the window. 6 hours. Maybe 8, if Huo Lai's communication is slower than his commanders. And then? Then I need Greystone to hear what I know about Shadow Vale. Not at a council meeting. Privately. Tonight, before the restriction committee has their morning session. Get word to Yin, I need her to arrange access to Greystone's contemplation spot before the 2nd hour. Qiang Feng moved without asking further questions, which was the specific kind of operational trust that took a long time to build and was worth more, in moments like this, than almost anything else. The system pulsed, +8 horsepower. Alliance deepened, mutual operational trust established. He crossed the restriction boundary back into his allowable range, and for the first time all night, did not feel the weight of having crossed it, because the distinction between what the restriction permitted and what the mountain required was becoming impossible to honor, and he had known for days it would come to this. The restriction had been a line drawn in the wrong place by the wrong hands, for the wrong reasons, and Spirit Mountain's people were paying for it in dead patrol beasts while the line stood. He crossed it and did not look back. Qiang Feng was waiting at the boundary with everything Feng Yao needed to know, and Greystone was waiting at the spring, and the mountain was still holding, and the next 6 hours would determine whether it continued to, and all of that depended on Greystone hearing what Shadow Vale had done before Shadow Vale could act to prevent it. And Shadow Vale already knew the meeting was planned. Shadow Vale learning about the planned meeting before it happened was not the worst case. The worst case was Shadow Vale learning about it and having time to act before the meeting made the action less available. The specific threat was not conflict, which could be responded to directly. The specific threat was the quiet closure of options, a message delivered before the meeting that changed the recipient's incentives, a piece of information released to a third party that reframed the context within which the meeting would occur, an action taken against a party peripherally connected to the meeting that sent a warning without producing direct accountability. Shadow Vale was not a confrontational organization. It was an organizational ecology of pressure applied at distance, the kind of pressure that was always deniable and often invisible until the options it had closed were already gone. Chapter 52, The Communication Break. Shadow Vale moved first. He was in meditation at the den's inner chamber in the early hours of the 41st morning, sitting with the full geometry of what Greystone needed to hear and how it needed to be presented, working through the sequence, identifying which evidence would land first and which required context to be useful, when the mountain's communication array went silent. He surfaced from meditation and extended his senses outward. The Qi network that Spirit Mountain's senior residents used to exchange signals, not sophisticated, not designed for complex messaging, but consistent and always present in the way a background tone is always present until the moment it stops, was gone. Not degraded. Not distorted or interrupted by weather or interference. Simply absent, in the complete way that deliberate disruption produced. He moved to the den entrance and extended his senses to their full radius. Without the communication array, Spirit Mountain's senior residents were isolated from each other except at direct conversational range. It was the difference between a coordinated network and a collection of individuals walking to each other's houses, across a territory that was, at its longest dimensions, 12 kilometers across, in a crisis that required coordination at multiple points simultaneously. He ran through the implications quickly, because there was no time for anything other than quick. The incursion response was coordinated through the network. Patrol movements, reinforcement calls, emergency position signals, all of it depended on the array's continuous background presence. Without it, the Northern Stand Patrol didn't know what the Western Boundary Patrol was doing. Quang Feng, currently running toward Greystone's position, had no way to receive updates from the Northern Patrol beasts. The committee hearing in the morning could not be coordinated or managed via the network. Shadow Veil had cut the communication array at the moment that best served his interests, after the Northern crisis was already active, when the loss of communication would be attributed to chaos rather than deliberate action, and when the resulting isolation would prevent exactly the kind of coordinated private meeting that Feng Yao had been arranging with Greystone. He was out of the den and moving north before he'd consciously decided to go, toward the communication array's primary node, which was located at the mountain's geometric center in a sheltered depression he'd mapped during his archive research. The array was a physical construct, stone and carved inscription, maintained by centuries of cultivation attention from Spirit Mountain's senior residents. It could be damaged. It could also be repaired by something with sufficient cultivation weight. He reached the primary node in 4 minutes. The damage was surgical. Not destroyed, the primary inscription stones were intact, chosen correctly as targets that would be too obvious to hit, but the connecting arcs between nodes had been severed at 3 points simultaneously, the chi channels disrupted in the specific way that someone with deep knowledge of the array's architecture would know to target. The work of a practitioner who had studied the array across years of access and knew exactly where its structural dependencies lay. He sat at the primary node and assessed the repairs needed. Achievable, but it would take at least 90 minutes and would leave him exposed at the mountain's center for that full period, unable to move or defend himself, his cultivation attention entirely committed to the repair work. Shadow Veil would know the array had been targeted. Would know that someone was attempting repairs. Would understand precisely what a restored array would mean for the morning. He began the repair anyway, because the alternative was 12 hours of isolated patrols managing a military incursion on all fronts without coordination, and 3 beasts were already dead, and that number was not going to stop growing unless the network came back online. The thought that kept surfacing while his hands worked through the repair was not about the array itself, it was about Shadow Veil's timing. He had chosen this moment, this night, this specific window before the hearing. Which meant he had access to the hearing's schedule. Which meant the private meeting with Greystone was already known, which meant tonight's plan was already compromised, and he had no way to know by how much. He worked faster. The repair was a race now, not a task, and the race was against a creature who had 40 years of experience on Spirit Mountain, who knew this mountain's timing as well as anyone living on it, and who had already moved twice tonight before he'd had time to respond. Chapter 53, The Death Marks. He found the evidence of Shadow Veil's deeper work while his hands were occupied with the array. The repair required tracing each severed chi channel from the primary node to its connection point at the next ring of the array structure, which meant moving through the depression's perimeter in a specific path that covered approximately 300 meters of the mountain's interior. He moved methodically, finding each severed point, restoring the channel with careful cultivation pressure, marking the work complete and moving to the next. On the eastern segment of that path, he found the marks. Not in the communication array structure. In the ground itself, buried a few centimeters below the surface soil, only detectable by something with his level of chi sensitivity or by the specific attunement of the creature that had placed them and already knew where to look. A set of 5 disruption markers. Small chi constructs, each roughly the size of his palm in human form, each charged with a technique he recognized from his weeks of archive research. Boundary dissolution markers. He crouched and examined the nearest one without touching it. The design was clear in the archive's description. Constructs used historically to create gaps in a territory's formal wards at specific points, making those points permeable to hostile entry without triggering the standard intrusion alarms. The markers were current, active, fully charged, placed recently. Not years ago. Weeks. Perhaps days. 5 gaps in Spirit Mountain's outer wards. He traced the geometry of the 5 marker positions against the mountain's boundary map in his memory. 3 on the northern face, corresponding exactly to the approaches Huolai's advanced tigers had used for the incursion, which meant the animals had been able to enter more easily than the patrol density should have allowed, and which meant the incursion's unusual precision had not been tactical intelligence alone. 2 on the eastern face, which was precisely where a second incursion force would enter if Huolai deployed a pincer, using the northern crisis as cover for the real thrust. Shadow Veil had not just destroyed the communication array. He had opened the mountain's gates. He completed the array repair in 90 minutes, using the surge technique rather than the controlled method, accepting the signature cost in exchange for speed. The network re-established itself with the clarity that hit him all at once with the accumulated signal backlog. Qianfeng's signal 3 times in sequence. Yin's signal. Greystone was waiting. A secondary patrol signal from the northwest edge. He sent his own signal. Array restored. 5 ward gaps on northern and eastern faces, located close before dawn. Then he picked up the first eastern face boundary dissolution marker and held it for the time the archive had said was necessary. Shadow Veil's chi signature was unmistakable, and with it, the particular shape of a plan that had been years in the making. He held the marker for a full 10 seconds, feeling the deliberateness of its construction, the patience encoded in its design. This was not the work of someone improvising. This was the work of someone who had been waiting for exactly this sequence of events, and had prepared for it long before the first piece of it was visible. He set the marker down carefully and stood. 300 meters of searching, 90 minutes of repair, and this small cold construct at the end of it, carrying in its chi signature the full answer to a question he'd been building toward for weeks. The hearing was in less than 12 hours. He had what he needed. The question was whether he had enough, and whether Shadow Veil would wait for the hearing, or move first to prevent it. He picked up the eastern face markers carefully, tucked them into the inner fold of his cultivation robe, and moved toward the spring, aware that somewhere on the mountain, Shadow Veil had registered the array's restoration and was currently deciding what to do about a plan that had just stopped working. An array restored to function was, from Shadow Veil's perspective, a confirmation that the plan they had been executing was no longer viable, and an organization that operated on plans was an organization that had to adapt when a plan stopped working. The adaptation time was the variable. A sophisticated organization with multiple parallel approaches adapted quickly, because the failed plan was one of several and the others could be accelerated or reconfigured. An organization operating on a single approach adapted slowly, because the failure of the single approach required building a new one from scratch. Shadow Veil's behavior over the preceding weeks suggested the former, multiple parallel approaches, none of them fully visible, operating on separate timelines. Which meant the array's restoration had not stopped anything. It had redirected something, and the redirection would become visible when the redirected thing arrived at its new destination. Chapter 54, A Private Council. He reached Greystone's contemplation spot at the second hour of the morning. The tortoise was waiting alone, without a council escort, which told Feng Yao that Greystone had been expecting something significant for longer than tonight, had arranged the privacy in advance, which required planning that predated the communication array failure. The stone spring moved over old smooth rocks in the dark, unhurried in its habitual way. The mountain around them was alive with the restored communication signals, the reorganized patrol movements, the beginning of the emergency coordination that the repaired array was now supporting. He sat across the spring from Greystone and told him everything. Not in the persuasive structure of a council presentation, not framed for an audience, not edited for palatability. He told it in strict sequence, starting with the first solar array node he'd found and moving forward through every piece of evidence he'd accumulated over the past month, ending with the boundary dissolution markers and the chi signature he had carried back in his hands. He spoke for 40 minutes without interruption. Greystone listened with the particular quality he brought to information he was treating as serious, not the formal courtly attention of a council session, but the deep absorbing stillness of a mind that had been alive long enough to grasp the full weight of what was being told to it. He did not move. He did not make the small sounds of acknowledgement that a younger listener would make. He simply received. When Feng Yao finished, there was a silence that lasted long enough to tell him Greystone was assembling not just a response but a full accounting. "The boundary markers," Greystone said. "You have them?" "I brought the eastern face markers. They're here." He set them on the rock beside the spring, 5 small chi constructs, each carrying their unmistakable signature. "The northern face markers were already closed by the patrol team before I could retrieve them." Greystone looked at the markers without touching them. Then he extended one very old, slow hand and placed it on the nearest marker for perhaps 3 seconds. He withdrew the hand. "Shadow Veil," he said. A single word, delivered with the weight of something that has been suspected for a very long time and is now confirmed. "Yes." A silence. Then, the Iron Horse. He had not expected that connection to come from Greystone before he named it himself. "You know, I was young when it happened. Younger than I've been in a very long time." The tortoise looked at the spring moving through its course. It was not presented as a council action. It was presented as an external threat. A spirit master team caught the Iron Horse during a transformation. But I was there when the body was found, and the timing was precise in a way that external threats rarely are. The location was known. The timing was the transformation window. He paused. "I have been looking at the same question you've been carrying for 3,000 years, and I could not answer it. Until now, he looked at Greystone for a long moment, holding the weight of that admission and what it meant for the old tortoise to make it. "The hearing tomorrow," he said. "The hearing will not proceed as Shadowvale intended." The tortoise's voice carried the particular quality of an elder who has weighed a cost fully and settled it in advance of speaking. "But the evidence must be presented formally. You know I cannot act on a private communication alone. The council requires the formal record." "I know." He had prepared for this. "Give me the floor at the start of the session and 3 minutes before Shadowvale can contest the procedure. That is all I need." Greystone considered this. 3 minutes. "It's enough." "Then you have it." The old tortoise rose, slowly, with the mass of his years, and paused at the spring's edge. "Tianchu." "Yes. You've been right about everything." A long pause. "I should have listened sooner. I have no excuse for the time it took me." He watched the tortoise walk back toward the council hollow, carrying something that had been put down only just now, after 3,000 years, and thought about what it meant to be right for a very long time before anyone believed you, and whether it mattered, in the end, that the believing had come when it had rather than when it should have. He sat by the spring for another moment after Greystone was gone. The mountain around him was alive with the restored signals, the organized sound of a crisis being managed. 3 patrol beasts dead. 2 dead at the eastern approach, whose names he would learn at the hearing. Shadowvale's route through the mountains still active until the eastern gap was closed. 3 minutes at the start of the session. He would use them well, or the next 3,000 years would belong to whatever Shadowvale had been building toward, and he had not yet found the bottom of how deep that building went. Chapter 55, The Assassin's Route. Shadowvale moved before the hearing. He learned this not through the communication network but through Xiao Wu, who had been running the Eastern Approach Patrol at dawn and had found something she hadn't expected, evidence of a Spirit Master team moving through the eastern face, on a specific route that the normal intrusion alarm system hadn't flagged. Not the northern face. Not the access points the previous teams had used. The eastern face, where the southern of the 2 eastern boundary dissolution gaps had not yet been closed. He had sent Quang Feng to close both eastern gaps. Quang Feng had reached the northern one, had it covered within 30 minutes. The southern gap had been at the far end of his route, and the escalating situation at the northern stand had diverted him before he could reach it. Shadowvale had known about that gap because Shadowvale had placed it. And Shadowvale had apparently communicated its status to Shan Wei, had given Chu Kanglang's representative a route through an unclosed gap, timed for the morning of the committee hearing when the restriction would officially require Feng Yao to be present at the council hollow and absent from the eastern face. Except Feng Yao was not going to be in the council hollow. He sent a signal to Quang Feng immediately: "Eastern South Gap, team inbound, intercept and hold position, do not engage alone." Then he moved east. Xiao Wu's route information gave him a 20-minute window. He moved at the speed that long familiarity with this terrain supported, cutting through the sections that a stranger would go around, using the ridge angles that saved distance, moving with the fox body's ground covering ease on known slopes. He reached the gap with 8 minutes to spare. The dissolution marker was still active. He could feel its specific wrongness from 15 meters out, the chi signature of Shadowvale's work, the particular quality of a construct that existed to create absence where there should be presence. He closed it the way he'd closed the others, forcing his own cultivation weight into the gap's structure, overriding the dissolution marker's pattern with the mountain's baseline ward energy. It was not elegant. It was thorough. The gap closed. The team approaching the eastern face hit the restored ward and stopped. He could feel them from 50 meters on the other side, the professional pause of a group that has found an obstacle where intelligence said there would be none. The specific frustration of a plan that has been well researched and has just encountered new information. Shan Wei's voice, through the ward's thin barrier: "The gap is closed." A longer pause. Someone closed it. A silence in which he could feel the calculation happening. Fall back. He stood at the closed gap and listened to them retreat with the organized quiet of professionals making the correct decision. He thought about how many elements had needed to align for the morning to go this way instead of the way Shadowvale had planned, and what it would have meant if even one element had gone differently. The gap could have remained open. Quang Feng could have been slower. The main array could have taken longer to repair, leaving the Eastern Patrol without the signal update that had sent Xiao Wu to check the approach. The hearing started in 3 hours. He had 3 hours to return to the council hollow, arrange himself, and present what needed to be presented without any of the accumulated weight of the night showing in his posture or his voice. He turned back toward the mountain center, and hoped the 3-hour walk was long enough to become the version of himself the hearing required, and wondered if 3 hours was enough, or if Shadowvale was already 3 hours ahead. 3 hours was not enough to become a different version of himself. It was enough to become the version the hearing required, which was not a different version, but a more specific presentation of the version he already was. The distinction mattered because a different version required construction, which required materials he did not have, while a more specific presentation required selection, which required only accurate knowledge of what he already possessed and what the situation needed. The hearing needed credibility, which the HTS had been tracking as soul harmony for 9 months. Clarity about the mountain's actual situation, which he had more completely than anyone else in any room he would enter. The specific form of authority that came from being the entity most directly affected by the outcome and being willing to account for it fully. All of those things were present. The 3 hours were for making sure they were organized. The version of himself the hearing required was not an idealized version, not the version that had been correct at every turn and had never doubted and had known from the beginning exactly what Spirit Mountain's situation required and how to address it. That version did not exist and would not have been useful in a legal proceeding anyway, because legal proceedings were adversarial and an adversary who presented an idealized version of events was identifiable as presenting an idealized version, which undermined everything the presentation was trying to establish. What the hearing required was the actual version, the version that had made correct decisions under incomplete information and incorrect decisions under the same conditions, that had learned from both, that had continued through both, and that could account for the full record without selecting the favorable parts. That version was what he had. It was, he had come to believe over 9 months, enough. Chapter 56, The wrong bodies. He ran the eastern approach route after the team had cleared it, because the discipline of accounting required knowing what had actually happened before moving forward. He found the 2 scouts. Young beasts, a forest deer and a small hawk, both under 1,000 years, both assigned to the Stone Tortoise Patrol out of Greystone's eastern network. Dead on the path the SEC team had used. Not from combat, they hadn't had time to fight, or perhaps hadn't understood what they were seeing quickly enough to fight. The marks were from Sean Wei's close-range spirit ring techniques, used on something that wasn't the primary engagement target. The scouts had been on the path when the team moved through, had witnessed something they weren't supposed to witness, and had been eliminated to prevent a signal from going out through the restored communication array. He crouched beside the deer and stayed there for a moment that was longer than the situation's urgency strictly allowed. The 8th tail stirred in its seal, not from cultivation pressure this time. From something else. The accumulated cost of 3 patrol beasts killed at the northern stand, and now 2 more here, and Shadow Vale's architecture running through all of it, and the hearing in 3 hours at which he was going to need to be precise and controlled and measured rather than whatever the thing behind the 8th seal actually felt. He stood up. The system was silent. No HP notification. No ability trigger. No gold display. Just the mountain around him and the 2 dead scouts and the path back toward the Council Hollow. He sent a signal to Yin, Eastern Approach Path, 2 casualties, send the recovery team. Then he began the walk back toward the hollow, and he used the length of that walk to do what 90,000 years of hard lessons had taught him to do with grief that couldn't be acted on yet: hold it with precision, identify it completely, set it where it would remain accessible when the moment arrived to use it correctly. The moment was 3 hours ahead. He did not waste it by arriving at the hearing in anything other than the full composure required, not because the composure was false, but because composure was the instrument through which the grief would eventually have its proper effect. The moment was 3 hours away. He could not afford to arrive at the Council Hollow as something that had just spent a night finding dead scouts and closing ward gaps and repairing arrays. He needed to arrive as the ancient fox of Spirit Mountain, composed and precise, with the 3-minute floor statement already fully formed. He began composing it on the walk back. The grief could wait. The dead had already waited long enough for someone to name what had killed them, and he was not going to make them wait any longer. The 3-minute statement had to do 3 things simultaneously: establish physical evidence, establish the intelligence connection, and give Greystone the procedural foundation to act. 3 pieces in 3 minutes. He had practiced this kind of brevity across decades of negotiation. He would use it now for the 2 scouts and the 3 patrol beasts and the Iron Horse and every ancient beast who had died in this mountain's long slow drain, every death that Shadow Vale's architecture had been moving toward. Chapter 57, The Open Accusation. He spoke for exactly 3 minutes at the opening of the committee session. Greystone had arranged the formal procedural floor, the rule that permitted any senior resident to present emergency evidence before the committee's agenda items began. Shadow Vale was present when the session opened, seated across the hollow with the smooth and controlled expression of a creature who had prepared for any intervention and was confident in that preparation. He placed the eastern face boundary dissolution markers on the council floor. These were placed by a Spirit Mountain resident within the past 2 weeks, he said, his voice carrying the clarity he'd been practicing: human voice, full register, the kind that left no ambiguity. They contain the specific chi signature of Elder Shadow Vale. They were designed to permit Shukanglang's SEC teams access to Spirit Mountain territory through our formal wards. He placed a second set of evidence, the transcript of the overheard city briefing, written in his own hand and accurate to the precise phrasing he'd heard through the city streets' ambient noise. The Heaven Hunting Sec's advanced team referenced a source within the mountain territory from which they obtained Shukanglang's personal chi lock. The lock's sample quality indicates deliberate close proximity collection, not passive observation. He placed the third item, The cultivation record fragment from the archive, noting the specific aura pulse radius data that Huolai's commanders had been incorporating into their adjusted formation patterns. This information is in Spirit Mountain's cultivation archives. It is not externally available. The formation adjustments observed in Huolai's forces reflect this specific internal data, updated within the past 2 weeks. He stopped speaking at the exact 3-minute mark. The hollow was very quiet. Shadow Veil looked at the markers on the floor. His expression was, for the first time in all their interactions, not smooth. Not the composed, ready surface of a creature in control of its presentation. He looked at the markers for approximately 4 seconds with the expression of someone whose architecture has just been named aloud in a room full of people who have the cultivation sensitivity to recognize what they're looking at. Then he looked at Feng Yao and began. These allegations are, the committee will review the markers, Greystone said. His voice carried the weight of finality, not anger, not drama, just the complete and unhurried authority of a creature whose decision was already complete before the words were spoken. Elder Shadow Veil's participation in today's session is suspended pending that review. Shadow Veil was quiet for one more moment. Then he stood, with the exactness of a practitioner that has reached a decision in real time, calculated quickly and completely, and walked out of the hollow. Not toward his territory in the mountain's western section. Toward the eastern approach. Follow him, Feng Yao said to Quang Feng, who had been positioned in the hollow as a witness. Quang Feng was already moving. Shadow Veil crossed the hollow's threshold and was gone, and the evidence remained on the floor where Feng Yao had placed it, the markers, the transcript, the archive fragment, and the hollow was very quiet around it. The committee members who had voted 6-3 for the restriction looked at the markers, and at the empty space where Shadow Veil had been sitting, and their expressions carried the specific quality of people who had just understood they had been used. 2 of the 3 tertiary members who had been most vocal in supporting the restriction rose from their positions and crossed to the evidence on the floor and crouched to look at it closely. Neither spoke. The hollow held the specific silence of a decision being remade in real time by the people who had made it wrong the first time. Greystone said, without turning, the restriction is lifted, effective immediately. No one contested it. He left the hollow immediately, not waiting for the committee to finish organizing its response. Shadow Veil was moving, and every moment he spent in the hollow was a moment the serpent used for distance. Every moment in the hollow was a moment spent in a location that had already served its immediate purpose. The concealment was functional, the chi signature was masked, the position allowed observation of the serpent's departure vector. The information he needed from the hollow had been collected. The hollow was no longer producing new data, it was providing only shelter, and the shelter was available anywhere on the mountain that Shadow Veil had not already surveilled. Moving earlier would have produced better pursuit angles and a narrower gap to close. Moving later would produce a larger gap and a reduced probability of successful intercept before the serpent reached its destination. The balance point was exactly now, and he had already passed it by 30 seconds while running the calculation one more time. He stopped running the calculation and moved. Chapter 58. The array falls. Shadow Veil destroyed the secondary communication array node as he fled. Not the primary node, the one Feng Yao had spent 90 minutes repairing during the night, but the secondary node on the mountain's eastern midface, which handled all communication between the eastern patrols and the central command structure. A careful, knowledgeable destruction, not an explosion, not a crude application of force, but the precise targeting of specific inscription points that would create a cascade failure through the eastern channel's entire network segment. He had studied the secondary node. He had known exactly which inscriptions to damage, in which sequence, for maximum lasting effect. It took him perhaps 30 seconds. Then he was moving east at the speed of a 55,000-year beast in an emergency, fast and deliberate, using the refraction path technique that was a serpent specialty, a way of moving through terrain that made pursuit geometrically difficult by folding the path back on itself in patterns that a pursuing beast had to solve rather than simply follow. Quang Feng reported via the restored main array before the secondary node's failure cut the eastern channel. He's running. Eastern face. I can't hold him, the path refraction is specifically configured to prevent linear pursuit. He had the technique in his memory from the archive. At 55,000 years, Shadow Veil was not outrunning Quang Feng, he was making pursuit expensive enough that a rational pursuer would calculate the cost and stop. Let him go, he said through the main array. Don't cross the boundary. A pause. Then Quang Feng, he's across. Eastern boundary. He had known this was the likely outcome. Shadow Veil had planned his exit as carefully as he had planned everything else, perhaps more carefully, because exits are the only part of a long-term operation that must be ready before the operation begins. Huolai's territory was the logical destination for someone who had been serving as Huolai's strategic advisor. The hearing could proceed without him. The physical evidence was in the council's hands. The committee had everything needed to reach the conclusion the evidence required. What the committee did not have was what Shadow Veil had taken with him, the defense maps, the patrol routes, the cultivation data, The full picture of Spirit Mountain's internal architecture that a 55,000-year council member had been quietly compiling across the years of his service. Huo Lai now possessed a complete intelligence file on Spirit Mountain's defensive capabilities, weaknesses, personnel, and boundaries. He held the weight of that across his shoulders and thought about what it meant for the days ahead. Huo Lai now had Spirit Mountain's patrol routes, ward architecture, cultivation parameters, and defensive timing. The northern incursion had been repelled, but it had also been a test, a reconnaissance in force, and whatever intelligence it had gathered had been confirmed. The next attack would be different. Shadow Vale had been doing this for decades. The defense maps he was carrying were not this season's work. They were the long-accumulated documentation of someone who had never intended to be on this mountain's side. He needed those maps back. Without them, Huo Lai's commanders had a complete operational picture of Spirit Mountain's interior. The next incursion would not be 50 tigers sounding out the defense radius, it would be a coordinated strike at the specific vulnerabilities the maps revealed. There were 5 of them. He had memorized their locations from the archive. Huo Lai now had the same information with annotations. The committee hearing was still technically in session. Greystone had lifted the restriction. He was, for the first time in 40 days, free to move. He moved, eased, fast, toward where the serpent's refracted path was going. Free to move was a condition that had been absent for long enough that the experience of it required a moment to register. The restriction had not been a restraint he could feel the edges of, it had been a structural condition of the period, like temperature or terrain, present in everything and therefore not separately noticeable until it was gone. Gone was noticeable. Not because anything felt different in the physical sense, the body that moved east was the same body that had been constrained to the mountain's core for 40 days. What was different was the relationship between available action and chosen action. Constraint meant available action was determined externally. Freedom meant available action was determined by capability and intent. He was moving at the speed his capability allowed and in the direction his intent required, and both of those were, for the first time in 40 days, entirely his. Chapter 59, The Border Chase. He crossed the boundary. The decision was made in the time between Qianfeng's report and the next breath. He had not been instructed to cross. The committee hearing was technically still in session. The House restriction was technically still active, having not been formally rescinded in the disruption. He crossed the boundary and moved east. Shadow Vale had a 3-minute lead in a refraction path technique that made direct pursuit an exercise in geometry rather than speed. Feng Yao had 90,000 years of navigation instinct in terrain he knew better than Shadow Vale had ever bothered to learn. The leopard had spent his time on Spirit Mountain in the Council Hollow and the Archive and the administrative paths, not in the outer terrain. And Feng Yao had the specific quality of spatial attention that came from weeks of patrol reconnaissance on exactly this section of the mountain. He didn't follow Shadow Vale's refracted path. He followed where the path was going. The serpent was heading for the section of the eastern boundary that marked the transition to the valley approach, the most defensible crossing point, the one with the best cover on the far side. The fastest route through that terrain from the Council Hollow was not the refracted path. It was the ridge route that Feng Yao had used 3 times in the past week. He went up rather than east. He reached the ridge in 7 minutes and came down its eastern face at a speed the gradient allowed, angled to intercept the refracted path's terminus, the point where the technique's complexity exhausted itself and committed to a single direction. He got there first. Shadow Vale came around the last refraction and found a 90,000-year fox sitting on the path ahead of him with the composure of something that had not needed to hurry. The serpent stopped at 30 meters. The expression on his face was the expression of someone who has been outmaneuvered and understands precisely how it was done. Not surprise, he had known Feng Yao was capable. Something more like acknowledgement. The defense maps, Feng Yao said. Give them back. Shadow Vale was quiet for a moment. If I do, he said, what happens? You face the council's hearing. The evidence will result in exile. Greystone's council doesn't provide for execution on the presented evidence, and the proceduralist standards hold even for traitors. He held the serpent's gaze. What happens if you cross the boundary with the maps is a different question. Shadow Vale looked at him for a long time. Then he reached into the folds of his body and produced a sealed document case, the administrative type, used for sensitive records, and held it without moving forward. Why do you protect a mountain that spent a month trying to restrict and exile you? He asked, with the genuine curiosity of a mind whose calculations have consistently produced a different answer. Because it's my mountain, Feng Yao said. I've been here for 90,000 years. That doesn't end because the relationship becomes complicated. Shadow Vale set the document case on the ground between them. Then he withdrew from it, turned without another word, and crossed the boundary line, moving east into the volcanic approaches of Flame Ridge. He picked up the document case and went home, and thought, on the way, about the specific loneliness of being the kind of creature whose loyalty doesn't have an off switch, which was both a strength and a permanent inconvenience. Shadow Vale had asked why he protected a mountain that had tried to exile him. The answer he'd given was true, But not the whole truth. The whole truth was that he didn't know how not to. That was what 90,000 years meant. The mountain was inside him, its chi, its soil, the sound of its watershed, the weight of its ancient ironwood. The restriction hadn't changed that. The vote hadn't changed it. Even the 3 dead patrol beasts, whose names he still hadn't learned, had not changed it, only deepened it, in the way that grief deepens the things it attaches to. He went home. He thought about Xiao Wu, and the thought arrived with a specific unease that was different from the general worry of a long, difficult day. She had been quiet for the past 2 days. More internal than usual. The kind of quiet that in 90,000 years of reading creatures had come to mean a decision being made, not a mood being processed. He went to check her den before he went to rest. The den was quiet. The path scent was fresh but wrong, pointing north, not south, not toward the usual morning ridge route. Chapter 60, Xiao Wu gone. He returned to Spirit Mountain to find Xiao Wu's den empty. This was not unusual in itself. She moved through the mountain's territory freely and her den was often empty during the day, especially in the morning hours when she preferred the ridge. What was unusual was the specific quality of the absence. The den did not feel like the temporary absence of someone who would be back shortly. It felt like the deliberate absence of someone who had chosen to be elsewhere and had arranged it before dawn, with intention. He went to the northern ridge and found her note. She had left it on the flat rock where they usually sat, a piece of bark paper, her handwriting, held down by a smooth stone from the watershed. Brief. Direct. I can handle myself. Huolai's rear territory has an access point that the defense map review may not address in time. I am going to scout it before it becomes a second front. I know you would have said no. I'll be back by nightfall. He read it twice, then read it a third time. She had left before dawn. It was now mid-morning. She had gone into Huolai's territory, not through any of the contested boundary points that the current military situation covered, but through an access point she had apparently identified during her own patrol work, which she believed to be unmonitored. The phrase "I know you would have said no" is the kind of phrasing used by someone who has weighed the objection, considered it seriously, and decided the action was worth the cost of the objection. He tracked her scent trail. It went north, as expected, then cut east of the normal patrol arc through a section of the mountain he recognized as the location of one of Shadow Vale's now closed dissolution gaps. The gap was closed, he had closed it himself, or it had been closed by Quangfang, but Shadow Vale's route maps, now in Huolai's possession, had included this gap as an access point. Huolai's commanders now had those maps. A scouting probe through an access point that appeared on Huolai's intelligence files would not go unnoticed. Her scent trail ended at the eastern boundary line, on the wrong side of it, 14 minutes old at the rate it was fading. He looked at the crossing point and at the terrain beyond it, the volcanic approaches, the heat shimmer, the distinctive gray-orange of Flame Ridge's outer territory, and at the HTS display, 5 hours, 22 minutes of human form remaining today, most of it preserved for the hearing that had now concluded without him. He thought about what he'd told Xiao Wu at the watershed, "I'm not going to leave you." He crossed the boundary. And whatever Shadow Vale had taken to Huolai's court, whatever the committee had decided in his absence, whatever came next from Shu Kanglang's network and the council's conclusions and the 6 other HTS seeds and the Ninth Tail's distant pressure, all of it was behind him now. Xiao Wu was in front of him, somewhere in the volcanic air of Flame Ridge, and she had 14 minutes before the last trail marker faded entirely. He ran. The volcanic terrain began immediately past the boundary line, the temperature change, the mineral sharpness in the air, the specific gray-orange of Flame Ridge's outer territory that had no equivalent on Spirit Mountain's cooler slopes. He had never crossed this particular boundary before in the full fox form. He was crossing it now without a plan and without preparation, because Xiao Wu had said "I can handle myself" and then walked into the territory of an 88,000-year scarlet flame tiger whose entire military apparatus had just been given Spirit Mountain's defense architecture. The trail marker held for 12 minutes before it faded. It had pointed northeast, deeper into Flame Ridge, not toward the boundary but away from it. Not a scouting approach. A pursuit. Or she had found something and followed it instead of returning. He pressed northeast and hoped her judgment had been as good as she believed it was, and that Huolai's commanders, who now had Spirit Mountain's full defense architecture and were actively using it, had not noticed a 100,000-year pink-silver rabbit moving through their outer territory before he arrived. Chapter 61, Flame Ridge. The volcanic terrain began at the boundary line and did not apologize for itself. Everything on the Spirit Mountain side of the border had the quality of accumulated centuries, old growth, layered soil, the deep cool quiet of a forest that had not been significantly disturbed for long enough to become something almost geological in its patience. What was on the other side was the opposite in every measurable way, bare rock faces with no topsoil, vents of sulfurous air rising from cracks in the obsidian, ground that radiated heat through his paws with a directness that said "This is not your territory, do not become comfortable here." He suppressed his scent using the technique he'd developed over the past month, not concealing the age aura completely, which was impossible at his cultivation level, but folding it inward in the way a fire dims to coals rather than extinguishing. The fold would not deceive Huolai. It would deceive every other beast in Flame Ridge that wasn't specifically looking for him. He moved by chi residue. Xiaowu's signature was distinctive, a cool, silver-blue trace that contrasted against the volcanic red-orange of everything around it with a clarity that her cultivation level produced. She had moved fast across the territory's outer perimeter without stopping, which told him she hadn't been intercepted immediately. She had gone northeast, not toward the open ridge territories where Huolai's patrol beasts ran their standard formations, but toward the cave complex that the defense maps had identified as Huolai's administrative center. She had not scouted randomly. She had aimed at something specific. He followed the trace and thought about what he knew. Xiaowu was a 100,000-year beast, half-divine sovereign threshold, spatial step ability beginning to emerge, domain power starting to cohere. In a straight cultivation contest she outweighed most of what Huolai maintained in his outer court. The specific problem was not her power. The specific problem was that Huolai's outer court now possessed Spirit Mountain's defense architecture, courtesy of Shadow Vale's maps. A 100,000-year rabbit moving through Flame Ridge using Spirit Mountain's standard patrol evasion patterns was as easy to locate and intercept as those maps predicted she would be, and whoever had coordinated her pursuit had known exactly where to position the flanking elements. The chi trace cooled as he moved northeast. She had been moving fast. 20 minutes ahead of him, possibly more. The obsidian underfoot was warm enough to dissipate the trace faster than it would have in Spirit Mountain's cooler soil. He moved faster. The volcanic terrain was hostile to him in ways he was cataloging as he covered ground, the thermal interference with his illusion techniques, which operated on ambient spiritual energy and found volcanic chi a different medium than forest chi. The way the heat shimmer distorted his distance perception, not dramatically, but enough to require active compensation. The way the rock formations clustered in patterns that blocked scent and chi dispersal differently from the tree formations he'd spent 90,000 years learning to navigate. On a flat stretch of obsidian shelf, approximately 70 meters past the boundary line, he found what he'd been dreading finding, a small tuft of pink-silver fur caught on a sharp edge of rock at exactly the height of a rabbit's shoulder moving at speed. He stopped and examined it without touching it. The angle of the catch was specific, the kind that happened when something was running and something else was running in close parallel, forcing a course adjustment that brought the runner into contact with a hazard they hadn't had time to avoid. Not a trap catch. A pursuit catch. Something had been beside her, running hard, forcing her path east rather than letting her choose her own line. He put the fur in his inner pocket and pressed northeast, and understood that the situation had already shifted from retrieval to rescue. The shift from retrieval to rescue changed the operational parameters in a specific way. Retrieval had a fixed endpoint, a known object at a known or knowable location, and the calculation was one of speed and approach angle. Rescue had a variable endpoint, a subject who might be moving, might be injured, might have been contained by the party whose intervention had created the need for rescue, and the calculation required modeling the other party's probable decisions alongside one's own approach. Feng Yao pressed northeast and ran the rescue calculation while running. The other party's most probable decision: contain the subject at the location where they had encountered her, or move her to a more defensible position. The most defensible position in the volcanic terrain, he had mapped it in his first week in the region, was the ridge formation 2 kilometers northeast. He redirected 2 degrees and committed to the ridge. Chapter 62, The Fire Cage. He found her in 23 minutes. The cave complex that the defense maps identified as Huolai's administrative center was built into the side of a volcanic ridge, a series of chambers connected by natural lava tubes that had been widened and shaped over time, lit from within by the ambient glow of fire element chi so concentrated it manifested as visible light. The outer approach was guarded by 3 beasts on rotating patrol, 2 30,000-year firefoxes whose irony he filed for later, and a 45,000-year lava snake that moved through the rock floor itself with the ease of something that had been doing it for 4.5 decades of millennia. He worked around the outer patrol using the fold technique and heat shimmer cover. Volcanic zones produce the kind of visual distortion that his 90,000-year illusion techniques were designed to work with, not by creating a false image but by making himself part of the shimmer, a slight wrongness in the distortion pattern that resolved as nothing worth investigating to a guard whose sensory calibration was tuned to specific threat frequencies. He reached the complex's second chamber in 14 minutes. Xiaowu was there. She was in a fire cage, a beastcraft construct of the kind described in Spirit Mountain's archives under fire element containment techniques requiring rank 8 cultivation or above to construct. The cage was approximately 3 meters in diameter, formed by interlocking columns of dense fire chi burning at the specific wavelength that suppressed mobility without causing injury. She was in human form, sitting with her knees drawn up and her arms wrapped around them in the posture of a being that has performed a complete situation assessment, found the exits unavailable, and is now conserving energy while waiting for the most useful next development. She was uninjured. The fire cage suppression field worked by making the space inside it uncomfortable to leave rather than comfortable to stay in. The walls felt like pressing against something between flame and pressure, which discouraged most beings from attempting to breach them. Standing outside the cage, in the posture of a guard assigned to watch something below its dignity, was a 65,000-year magma bear. Enormous even by fire beast standards. Dense with millennia of fire chi that had been condensing for 65,000 years into a body so saturated with thermal energy that the heat shimmer around it was real rather than illusory, and looking at it directly required the same adjustment that looking toward a very bright light source required. He counted the guard rotation timing. Counted the positions of the outer patrol beasts through the cave system's chi network. Assessed his resources, HTS timer showing 4 hours and 32 minutes of human form remaining. Soul sync used in the morning. The full technique, the illusion suite, the age aura available and controlled release or full pulse. He shifted to human form. The cave's heat became more manageable, the human body metabolized thermal stress differently, processed it through channels that were more efficient at radiation. He moved to a position between the chamber wall and a natural column of volcanic rock, from which Xiaowu had direct line of sight but the magma bear did not. Xiaowu had seen him enter. Her senses were oriented for the cool end of the energy spectrum, and she had caught his chi trace through the fold even before he'd positioned himself. Her expression, across 20 meters of cave floor, carried the look of someone genuinely relieved and is simultaneously formulating thoughts about the decision-making that produced this situation. He put one finger to his lips. She looked briefly at the cave ceiling. The universal expression for patience under duress. He settled in to count the magma bear's attention cycle. The bear's patrol was 40 seconds forward, 20 seconds rotating, 10 seconds back. He had done this kind of timing work enough times on Spirit Mountain to have patience for it. The patience of something that had been waiting out patrols since before most of the beasts in this cave complex had been born. But the difference here was that Xiaowu was in the cage, and the fire cage's suppression field was uncomfortable even for a 100,000-year beast sustained over hours, and the magma bear showed no indication that it was going anywhere. He thought about resources. The soul sync ability had been used. His human form timer was ticking. The full technique was holding, but the cave's volcanic chi concentration was creating interference that required continuous active management. Not expensive, but present, a background cost that would compound over time. He had arrived in Flame Ridge with a finite toolkit and an optimistic timeline and had managed to turn a straightforward retrieval into a waiting game inside his adversary's cave complex. Whatever came next, he needed it to happen before the timer became the deciding variable, and the timer, as of now, had 12 minutes left in the current window. Chapter 63, Soul Sync. He had 8 minutes of human form remaining when he achieved the contact. The magma bear's attention cycle was long, which helped. 40 seconds facing the cage forward, 20 seconds of slow rotation across the chamber's full perimeter, 10 seconds back to the cage. During the rotation's blind arc, a specific window of approximately 15 seconds opened in which the rock column covered his approach path. He moved on the third cycle, crossing 20 meters of cave floor at the careful speed that made no sound on volcanic stone and left no thermal disturbance in the cave's ambient heat. He reached the cage's outer wall, close enough to feel the column heat as uncomfortable pressure, as Xiaowu shifted her position to place her hand near the gap between two of the fire columns. The column's configuration left a gap every 70 centimeters that was just wide enough for careful fingers. He reached through. Their fingertips made contact for 3 seconds. He transmitted the soul sync impression immediately, a precise sensory experience of the outer cave approach, compressed into the 3-second window, the patrol rotation timing, the specific 4-minute window that opened at the third guard change when the lava snake completed its floor passage cycle and both firefoxes were simultaneously at the eastern wall. The window would open in approximately 36 minutes. During that 4-minute period, the eastern approach to the cave complex would have the lowest detection density. The impression was not words. It was the direct experience of having observed the rotation, with the elapsed time perception compressed and transmitted directly into her sensory memory. Her body would know what he knew. Xiaowu's eyes changed, the slight unfocus of someone receiving a direct sensory impression. Her focus returned after 2 seconds. She looked at him with an expression that communicated several things in rapid succession. He read them accurately, because 90,000 years of knowing someone built the same fluency with their expressions that cultivation built with qi. The expression said, "I understand the plan." The expression also said, "You came into Flame Ridge territory with 8 minutes of human form left, which is exactly the level of planning I expected, and I will be discussing this with you when we are not in a fire cage." He withdrew his fingers from the column gap before the heat became a practical problem, and retreated to his position behind the rock column. He checked the timer. 7 minutes and 19 seconds of human form remaining. The rotation window was in 34 minutes. He was going to run out of human form 27 minutes before the window opened. He ran the math. The only option was to shift back to fox form now, which would halt the human form HP consumption and extend his available duration by returning what the current period was using. He had never tested whether the fold technique held better in fox form and volcanic Qi concentration. The interference patterns were different from what he'd been practicing in forest environments. He shifted back to fox form. The cave's thermal pressure immediately registered differently. The fox body's relationship to extreme heat operated through a different physiological set of assumptions, less efficient at radiation, more reliant on internal Qi management. He tightened the fold technique and moved into the shadow behind the largest available stalactite. 31 minutes to the window. He settled in to wait, conserved his Qi, and thought about whether the situation could get more complicated. He catalogued what he had. The fold technique, holding. His age aura available for release, not useful for quiet work, but available as a last option. The information from the soul sync impression, now in Xiaowu's memory as well as his. She knew the rotation window, she knew the timing, she knew where the eastern approach opened. If he ran out of options before the window, she had what she needed to attempt the gap herself. He was not going to let it come to that. A 100,000-year beast attempting a solo exit through a fire cage gap in the middle of an active guard rotation, in a cave complex belonging to an 88,000-year fire tiger, was not a plan. It was an emergency measure that he would not use unless he had exhausted every other option. He had 28 minutes of human form remaining and 31 minutes to the window. The math was clear about what was required. He shifted to fox form and felt the cave's heat differently, and counted the magma bear's cycles, and waited. It was about to become much more complicated. The air pressure changed. Chapter 64, Huolai at 18 minutes to the window, the cave complex changed. Not with a sound. Not with a visible sign. With a pressure change in the ambient Qi of the entire system, the kind of pressure that preceded something with very large cultivation presence entering a space and filling it with its own spiritual atmosphere, the way a storm changes the air before the rain arrives. Then Huolai walked in. He was not what Feng Yao had expected. The scarlet flame tiger at 88,000 years was the size of a large draft animal, enormous compared to most apex predators, dense with the centuries of fire cultivation that had compressed his spiritual energy into a body that radiated heat like a banked forge. Feng Yao had expected something larger. What he encountered instead was the thing that 90,000 years occasionally produced in a creature, the point at which physical size had stopped being the primary expression of power, because the power had moved past physical expression entirely. Huolai was not a mountain. He was a fire. The magma bear dropped into the guard presenting posture with the efficiency of reflex. The two fire foxes on the outer patrol snapped to alert. The cave complex's ambient temperature climbed 3 degrees in 15 seconds. Huolai surveyed the chamber. His eyes moved across Xiaowu's cage with the mild attention of a commander reviewing an administrative detail. Then his eyes moved to the shadow behind the largest stalactite in the cave chamber's eastern corner. His pupils contracted. "I expected you sooner, Sky Fox," he said. His voice was the voice of something accustomed to being the highest-ranked presence in any space it occupied, with the particular easiness that very old and very powerful creatures developed, no performance of authority, because authority was simply the ambient condition. Feng Yao stepped out of the shadow in fox form. There was no tactical advantage remaining in the fold technique once the host of the territory had acknowledged his presence. "Huolai," he said. "You've come far for a beast whose restriction was lifted this morning." A pause. The tiger was clearly well informed. "Some business with Shadow Vale." "I came for Xiaowu," Feng Yao said. "Yes. I expected that too." Huolai looked at the cage with the mild interest of someone studying a well-made tool. "A 100,000-year beast. Rare. I thought perhaps you'd want her back badly enough to make a conversation worth having." "What conversation?" Huolai sat, in the unhurried way of something that is all the time available and no need to deploy urgency. "The one where I explain what I want, and you decide whether it's worth your time to accommodate it." He met Feng Yao's eyes. "Or the one where you realize I had you and your rabbit in my cave complex all morning and didn't do anything with that, and ask yourself what that means about what I'm actually after." Feng Yao waited. "Shu Kanglang," the tiger said. "He offered me half of Spirit Mountain's territory if I cleared his path. I declined. I don't share territory with humans, and I don't divide my kills." A pause. "But his offer told me something useful about his timeline. He is coming, Sky Fox, within 3 weeks. And after you, I am next on his list." Feng Yao processed this. The information aligned with what Huolai had told him during their earlier standoff, but hearing it in the context of an offer changed the shape of it. If Huolai was sharing Shu Kanglang's timeline willingly, he was doing so because the information was more valuable to him as a negotiating asset than as a secret. Which meant Huolai had calculated that the information alone, without the deal, was not enough to produce the outcome he wanted, and that getting Feng Yao to understand the threat clearly was a necessary precondition for whatever he was about to propose. "You've been watching Shu Kanglang's movements," Feng Yao said. "I've been watching Shu Kanglang's movements for 3 years," Huolai said. I knew about the fox scent lock before he deployed it. I knew about the spiritual suppression cage before he acquired it. A pause. I knew about Shadow Veil's arrangement before he became useful enough to introduce to your council. The amber eyes were steady. I have been managing the situation, Sky Fox. Not responding to it. There is a difference. Feng Yao looked at the tiger and understood that he had been underestimating the scope of what was happening around him, and that Huo Lai had been counting on exactly that. Chapter 65, The deal. Huo Lai's proposal was structured with the particular precision of someone who had spent decades managing territorial negotiations. Spirit Mountain ceded the northern quarter of the Ironwood Forest, the stated cause of the current conflict. In exchange, Flame Ridge withdrew all forces formally, ended the war declaration, and provided complete intelligence on Shu Kanglang's current approach vector, timeline, and force composition, including the spiritual suppression cage. Xiao Wu would be released immediately upon agreement. Feng Yao sat across from the Scarlet Flame Tiger in the cave's administrative chamber and thought about the offer with all the accumulated judgment that 90,000 years of experience had built. The surface structure was fair. The northern quarter was valuable, ancient ironwood, high chi concentration, strategic elevation, but it was not the mountain's core. Spirit Mountain could function without it. The intelligence on Shu Kanglang was genuinely valuable. The timeline alone changed the nature of the preparation. Huo Lai had been careful to make the offer legible. The intelligence was worth more than the territory, and he was offering both. What the deal required, in addition to the territory concession, was the ending of the Nature Guard Pavilion alliance. Huo Lai had been explicit. Any deal between Flame Ridge and Spirit Mountain required the human alliance to dissolve. He would not negotiate around it. Elder Yun of the Nature Guard Pavilion had sent patrols to Spirit Mountain's northern border on the strength of Feng Yao's word and a formal agreement. Those patrols were still running. Withdrawing the alliance meant ending that protection. At the moment when Shu Kanglang's approach made Spirit Mountain the most dangerous place in the region to be an allied human sect. Elder Yun and his people would find themselves without their ally at exactly the moment an alliance was most dangerous to lose. He was being asked to abandon someone who had trusted him for a territorial gain and an intelligence package. He looked at Xiao Wu in her cage. She was watching the conversation with the look of a creature who understood every element of what was being discussed and had already formed a clear opinion about the correct response, but also understood that the decision was not hers to impose. He looked at Huo Lai, who was watching him with the specific quality of attention a very old predator brought to a creature it was genuinely uncertain how to categorize. The Pavilion Alliance, Feng Yao said. What form does withdrawal take? A formal message to their leadership before end of week, Huo Lai said. Ending the contracted arrangement. After that, what happens to them is their own affair. I have no interest in the pavilion specifically. He absorbed this. The message implied, Elder Yun would receive notice and would have some time to adjust. Not much, but some. The pavilion had resources of their own. They were not helpless. Give me until morning, he said. Huo Lai considered for a moment. You have until dawn. The rabbit stays in the cage until we have an agreement. He left the cave complex. He sat on a volcanic shelf outside its entrance, looking toward Spirit Mountain's direction, and thought about the specific weight of a decision that didn't have a clean answer, and about whether the calculus changed depending on whether you were a beast who had never given your word to a human before, or a creature who had done exactly that 3 months ago. The northern quarter of the Ironwood Forest. That was what was on the table. He thought about the ancient ironwood and about the beasts whose territory it anchored, the seasonal migrants that passed through, the patrol routes that used its old growth cover, the council records of everything that had happened and that stand over the past 5,000 years. Valuable, irreplaceable in some ways. But not the mountain's heart. He thought about Elder Yun. About the Nature Guard patrol that was currently running its circuit along Spirit Mountain's northern border on the strength of a word given in a city meeting room 4 months ago. About the way Elder Yun had asked him which academy he attended and had accepted none, self-taught without the skepticism that response deserved, accepting it because the being in front of him had spoken with the authority of something that didn't need an academy's endorsement. He thought about what his word was worth if it ended when the cost of keeping it became significant. He sat on the volcanic shelf until the night was half gone, and then he went back in to tell Huo Lai what the answer was, and prepared himself for what that answer was going to cost. Chapter 66, The Court. He spent the stalling time before dawn making use of what the night offered. The cave complex extended beyond the administrative center into chambers that served different functions, a strategy room, a cultivation hall, a record archive, several smaller spaces that served Huo Lai's court in ways he could partially identify from the chi signatures and partially not. The outer chambers were staffed by beasts of varying ranks, all fire type, all moving with the organized purpose of a military court in active operations. He moved through the outer chambers in human form. Human presence in a beast court read as anomalous but not alarming. The classification for a human in Huo Lai's territory was trespasser, not direct threat, and the response protocol was detection and holding rather than immediate combat engagement. A 90,000-year fox's chi signature would have triggered a different and faster response. He kept the fold technique active and moved with the purposeful ease of someone who belonged to the space, which was the specific kind of belonging that confidence created. He was counting forces and mapping the court's organization. What he found was informative in ways that changed the shape of the situation. Huo Lai's immediate operational force numbered approximately 12 beasts between 40,000 and 80,000 years, more than he'd expected at the administrative center, which suggested Huo Lai had consolidated forces here in anticipation of some kind of significant event. 3 of the 12 were above 65,000 years. One of them registered in the strategy chamber's chi signature with the density of a cultivation level that approached something in a different category from the others, old enough that age alone was a weapon. He watched the strategy chamber's entrance without entering it. Shadow Veil was at the strategy table inside. Not dead. The intelligence that had reached Spirit Mountain was, apparently, premature or manufactured. The serpent was in partial form, standing at a table covered in documents, Spirit Mountain's defense architecture maps, in the specific size and format he recognized, annotating them with the focused efficiency of someone adding operational notes to material he had been developing over an extended period. Shadow Veil did not look up. He watched the serpent for a controlled moment. Then he withdrew from the entrance and continued his circuit of the outer chambers. The intelligence from this visit was now specific and actionable. Huo Lai had Shadow Veil actively working on Spirit Mountain's defense maps, which meant Huo Lai had been planning an operation against Spirit Mountain's interior architecture regardless of the deal's outcome. The offer was real. Huo Lai genuinely wanted a deal rather than a direct assault, but the planning for the alternative was equally real. Whatever Feng Yao decided at dawn, Huo Lai had prepared for both answers. He returned to the volcanic shelf. Dawn was 6 hours away. He used the 4 observation hours carefully, cataloging force numbers, identifying the 3 beasts above 65,000 years by their chi signatures, mapping the cave complex's secondary exits, noting the supply routes that Huo Lai used for provisioning the court. Shadow Veil in the strategy chamber was annotating the defense maps with the specific attention of a creature that had moved past intelligence gathering into operational planning, which meant the maps were already in a state that Huo Lai could act on. The question was whether he would act before or after Shu Kanglang's arrival, and whether the answer to that question depended on what Feng Yao said at dawn. The 2 remaining hours he used for the thinking. He went through the decision from every angle he had, applied every version of the calculus, and reached the same conclusion from each direction. He knew what he was going to say, and that knowing it wouldn't make the consequences of saying it any smaller. Knowing what he was going to say and knowing the consequences were not reducible facts, they were each complete and each independently verifiable, and together they produced a specific pressure that he had been managing for the 3 days since the conclusion became clear. The pressure was not doubt. He had moved past doubt in the second day and had not returned to it, because the conclusion was correct and doubt would not change the conclusion. It would only make the period between conclusion and action longer without making the action more precise. The pressure was the anticipation of the moment, the knowledge that when the words were spoken, something would begin that could not be recalled, and the moment of speaking would become the boundary between 2 different versions of the situation. He had been in that boundary space before. He knew how to cross it. Knowing how to cross it did not make the crossing easier. Chapter 67, The Refusal. He refused the deal at first light. Huo Lai received this without visible surprise. He had positioned himself at the cave complex's main entrance at dawn, which suggested he had calculated the answer independently and had arrived prepared for it. "The pavilion," he said. "Among other reasons. You're protecting a human sect." The Tiger Stone was genuinely curious rather than contemptuous. "I'm honoring a commitment I made. The distinction is important to me." He met the amber eyes across the threshold. "I understand what my refusal costs. I understood it last night." "The answer is still no." Huo Lai was quiet for a moment. He looked at Feng Yao with the specific quality of attention that a creature who has been alive a very long time and has seen most categories of behavior brings to something it hasn't categorized yet. "Spirit Mountain's northern quarter remains contested," he said. "My forces remain at the border. The war declaration stands." "I understand. And you are currently in my territory at the beginning of a day with a depleted human form allocation, and the rabbit is still in my cave?" "Yes." A silence. The volcanic terrain around them was alive with its characteristic morning activity, the thermal vents cycling as the night's cooling reversed, the specific sounds of a fire element ecology waking. Huo Lai studied him. "What are you, Sky Fox?" he said. Not rhetorically, with the quality of someone who wanted an actual answer. "The senior resident of Spirit Mountain," Feng Yao said. "Who came to retrieve what belongs with me." He gathered everything the day had available. The accumulated cultivation weight. The HTS-HP reserve. The meridian channels that the restriction period's intensive meditation had brought to their highest efficiency. He focused all of it with the precision that the archive's dissolution research had provided, not the age aura, not the full soul burst, specifically at the fire cage's structural matrix. At the resonant frequency of fire cage construction, identified in the archive records during the restriction period, applied with the targeted force of a 90,000-year fox who had been looking forward to this for 36 hours. The cage shattered. The sound and light of 40 rank 8 power levels of concentrated fire chi dissipating simultaneously was significant. Uncomfortable for everything in the immediate vicinity, including the magma bear, including him. The residual cage energy as it burst caught his left foreleg, not aimed, simply thermodynamic consequence, with a sharp and specific pain that the body filed immediately as damage requiring later attention. Xiaowu was through the gap before the light had cleared. She moved directly to his left side, assessed the foreleg with a glance, and then looked at Huo Lai. Behind them, Huo Lai said, without urgency, "Let them run. It changes nothing." They ran. The magma bear was already in motion, not toward them, toward the cave complex's secondary entrance, moving with the controlled efficiency of a creature that has been assigned a job and is doing it. The outer patrol beasts had received a signal. The complex was activating at a measured pace, not emergency speed. Huo Lai's instruction had been sincere, they were being allowed to run, which meant Huo Lai had a longer view of the situation than the immediate pursuit suggested. He thought, while running, about what it changes nothing meant from Huo Lai's perspective. The offer had been declined. The cage had been broken. Shadow Veil's maps were still in the strategy chamber. Xu Kanglang was still 3 weeks out. The fundamental position of every party involved was unchanged by what had just happened in the cave, except that Feng Yao now knew what Huo Lai had, and Huo Lai now knew what Feng Yao wouldn't trade, and both pieces of information were useful to both parties going forward. He ran. The volcanic terrain required attention at this speed, and attention was what he gave it, all of it, because the patrol was closing. The volcanic terrain required attention at speed in a way that cultivated movement did not. The ground surfaces were irregular in a pattern that was not predictable from above-ground observation. The chi density was distributed in volatile pockets that interfered with the automatic self-correction that cultivation-enhanced movement relied on, and the patrol's familiarity with the specific terrain meant they had routes through it that they could move on faster than a newcomer could adapt to. He was not a newcomer by the metric of days spent in the region, but he was a newcomer by the metric of territory sense, which required years of deep exposure to develop fully. He moved on pattern recognition and projected route geometry rather than the intuitive territorial awareness that the patrol had, and pattern recognition at this speed was more expensive than intuitive awareness. It required active attention rather than the passive reception that territory sense provided. He gave it the attention. Chapter 68, The Border Trap. They ran for 43 minutes. Flame Ridge's terrain was not designed for running. The obsidian fields, the heat vents, the volcanic plates that shifted underweight in ways that were not predictable. He navigated by the compass sense of 90,000 years of directional instinct augmented by the defense map knowledge, which turned out to be useful in enemy territory as well as home territory when you understood the geological relationship between the two mountain systems. Xiaowu ran in beast form, the pink-silver rabbit in full combat mobility, which was something he had not seen at maximum effort until now. Her technique had developed since the Northern Ridge training sessions. She was using the hip rotation variant she had been working on, sustaining a ground speed that was extraordinary while generating less chi turbulence than the standard technique would produce. She was managing the residual suppression field discomfort from the fire cage. That kind of energy interference took 3 to 4 hours to clear completely from a cultivator's system, and adapting her movement pattern around it in real time. She was thinking tactically while doing all of this, which was the quality he had come to expect from her and which was, in this moment, exactly what the situation required. The pursuing patrol was 12 beasts strong, staggered in a wide formation. Not gaining, but not losing ground either. They had been organized in advance for exactly this kind of pursuit, and the formation spread was designed to prevent the kind of terrain use that he would normally employ to shake a pursuit. He had 3 hours and 41 minutes of human form remaining. The foreleg injury was manageable in fox form but would require attention before any intensive cultivation session. They reached the Spirit Mountain boundary line in the 39th minute, and found Xu Kanglang's team on the other side. They stopped at the boundary. The terrain ahead was Spirit Mountain's territory, a sudden transition to cooler air, denser vegetation, the chi character that 9 decades of familiarity made instantly recognizable as home. The team positioned across the transition was 12 Spirit Masters in the specific containment formation the sect used for perimeter operations, not pursuit formation, not combat formation, but the arrangement designed to close an escape route. They had positioned themselves across the 6 most viable crossing points. At the formation's center, on a carrying platform, was Xu Kanglang. He looked like a man in his middle years who had spent those years becoming very good at exactly this, composed, direct, watching the 2 spirit beasts at the boundary line with the particular measuring quality of a man who has arranged a situation and is interested in how the subjects respond to it. Behind them, the pursuing patrol from Flame Ridge was 40 seconds away. He had that long to decide. He looked at the formation. 12 Spirit Masters. The containment configuration. Shu Kanglang on his platform, watching. The ward line ahead, and Spirit Mountains territory beyond it. He looked at Xiao Wu beside him, her breathing measured, her body language reading the situation and waiting for his call with the trust of a beast that had been running through enemy territory for 43 minutes with someone who had made good decisions under pressure. He looked at his human form timer. 3 hours and 41 minutes. He ran the options. He could release the full age aura and press through the formation center, but that would use most of his available cultivation reserve, leave him depleted for the next day's preparation work, and potentially injure the Spirit Masters in Shu Kanglang's employ rather than the Grand Priest himself, which was a cost he wasn't willing to pay. He could go back toward Flame Ridge and look for a different crossing point, but the pursuing patrol from Flame Ridge was converging on their position, and a 90,000-year fox's age aura was visible to anyone in the vicinity who was paying attention, which meant any delay would become a three-way trap. He could try to break through the ward structure itself, but Spirit Mountain's wards were built for exactly this direction of pressure and would hold. Human form. 3 hours and 41 minutes. The formation was a containment configuration, not a combat configuration, designed to hold a target, not to fight one. A human walking through a containment configuration was a different category of entity from the target the configuration was built to contain. He made his decision, and shifted. Chapter 69, The Bluff. He shifted to human form. The HTS timer registered, 3 hours, 41 minutes. The foreleg injury translated in human form to a bruise along the left arm from elbow to shoulder, painful, visually unremarkable, consistent with someone who had been moving through rough terrain. He straightened his cultivation robe, which looked exactly like what it was, the practical garment of someone who had spent an extended period in volcanic territory. He checked nothing, adjusted nothing, composed his expression to the mild faint attention of someone looking at a group they had no particular reason to avoid. He walked toward Shu Kanglang's formation. Not fast. Not slow. At the pace of someone crossing a border in the course of an ordinary journey. Xiao Wu had understood before he moved. She dissolved into the boundary zone's heat shimmer, not across the boundary, but in the specific thermal interference layer that the transition between volcanic and forest chi created, where the distortion was sufficient to make a stationary being effectively invisible to human sensory techniques if the being in question was a 100,000-year cultivator who knew how to hold still. He reached the formation's outer edge. A disciple raised his hand. He stopped. He looked at the disciple with the mild slight impatience of a traveler who has been stopped and considers it an inconvenience. "Wandering cultivator," he said. Clean, precise human voice. "Caught between territories in the current border conflict. I'm looking for the road back to the valley." A pause. "I'd appreciate passage." The disciple studied him. The silver hair. The gold eyes. The volcanic dust on his robe and the bruise on his left arm in the complete absence of any visible spirit ring manifestation. What academy? Self-taught. The disciple looked at his colleague with the expression of mutual verification. From the carrying platform, without raising his voice, Shu Kanglang said, "Let him through." The formation opened. He walked through it. He maintained the ordinary traveler's pace. He did not look at Shu Kanglang as he passed. He felt the Grand Priest's attention on him the entire time, not the curiosity of a man watching a wandering cultivator pass through, but the measuring attention of a man watching a component of a situation he has arranged, to see whether the component will reveal itself. He walked through the line and continued into Spirit Mountains territory. The ward boundary closed behind him. Shu Kanglang's technique use, at that range, would be significantly dampened by Spirit Mountain's wards, which were still functional, which was why Shu Kanglang had not entered. He waited until the ward's outer boundary was between him and the formation. Then he sent a chi pulse back toward the boundary zone, the specific frequency of their established signal. Xiao Wu came through the boundary in 3 long strides, fast and clean, in the heat shimmer's cover, and was into Spirit Mountain's ward space before Shu Kanglang had time to respond. He felt the Grand Priest's attention sharpen as she crossed, but the ward interference was already between them and the response. He did not look back. He walked deeper into the mountain's territory and listened to the specific sound of the pursuit dissolving behind the ward line, and thought about the fact that Shu Kanglang had let him through knowing it was a bluff, and what it meant that the Grand Priest had chosen curiosity over capture. Chapter 70, After the Ridge. They reached the Fox Den in 1 hour and 40 minutes. Not at a run. The immediate urgency had ended at the ward line, and what was left was the return journey through familiar territory with both of them carrying the accumulated cost of a significant day, the fire cage's residual suppression, the foreleg burn, the continuous cultivation expenditure of the escape run. They moved at the pace of 2 beings who have completed an extremely demanding sequence and are now conserving what they have for whatever came next. Xiao Wu said nothing for most of the walk. She moved close on his left side, not physically touching, but close enough that he was aware of her as a consistent presence rather than an occasional point of reference. She checked his foreleg twice without speaking, reading the injury through proximity the way that a cultivation-sensitive being read chi disruption without requiring direct examination. At the den, she went to the medicinal herb cache at the eastern wall and came back with the specific materials for fire chi disruption burns, and a piece of clean cloth, and the face of a person who has something to say and is choosing the correct moment. He held out his left arm without being asked. She worked on the burn with methodical precision, the herb paste applied in the specific order he had explained once, weeks ago, when she'd asked about his techniques. She had retained the exact sequence. The fire cage residual energy had not created a surface burn but a chi disruption injury along two specific meridian channels, and the paste worked by providing an external chi current that the disrupted channels could use as a template for re-establishing their own pattern. The den was quiet around them. Outside, the mountain was alive with the restored communication network, the signals of the reorganized patrol, the ordinary sound of a mountain continuing to function. None of it was immediately urgent. After a while, her hands still working, Xiao Wu said, "You didn't take the deal." It was not a question. She had understood this from the moment he had walked toward the formation rather than back toward Flame Ridge. "No," he said. He offered something real. The pavilion would have had time to prepare. Possibly. I don't know that for certain. He watched her hands on his arm. "And it doesn't matter. I gave Elder Yun my word." She finished the paste application and secured the wrapping. She sat back and looked at him. "Tell me about the human transformation system," she said. "The actual thing. Not the pieces I've been getting over the past months." He thought about whether this was the right moment and recognized the thought for what it was, a delay rather than a genuine assessment. The right moment had clearly arrived, or she wouldn't have asked in the specific way she had asked. He told her. Not the transmigration, he was still not ready for that, and it required a kind of foundation that this conversation was building toward rather than assuming. But the HTS, what it was, what the milestones meant, what the direction of the curve suggested. He told it without editing it toward something easier to hear, a transformation that was not reversible and was not stopping, that was pulling him toward a human identity that was not native to this body, and that he had stopped fighting because fighting it had felt like fighting something that was already him. Xiao Wu listened without interruption. When he finished there was a silence that had weight in it. "Does it hurt?" she said. "Being between." He held the question honestly for a moment. "Every day," he said. She looked at his arm. At his hands, which were human form hands and had been human form hands for most of the past week. "I know," she said. And then, looking up with an expression that had given up the distance she'd been maintaining, "I'm still here." He looked at her. The den was quiet around them. The mountain outside was doing what it always did. He turned his attention to the distance she had maintained since the grove, the careful space, the precise words. He thought about what it meant that she had removed it. Not the whole distance, not instantly, but the deliberate barrier had come down, and what was left was just the ordinary space between two beings who had been living alongside each other for long enough that ordinary space was the correct word for it. "I know," he said. They sat in the den with the mountain around them, and it was quiet, and nothing needed to be said that hadn't been said already, and there was something specific in that. The thing that came when the hard conversation was over and what was left was simply being in the same space, that was its own kind of answer to questions neither of them had been able to say out loud. Outside, the mountain's communication network was running. The patrol was doing its circuit. Somewhere in the valley, Lin Meiwa's father's merchant contacts were moving through the city, carrying information about a cage that was coming closer with every hour. The quiet in the den was real, but it was the quiet between two storms, and both of them knew it. Chapter 71, Confidence Recovery took 3 days. He spent them at the den, in alternating fox and human form, the fox for the deeper meridian repair that the burn injury required, the human for the continued practice of the things that the human form was built for. He slept in fox form and woke in human form. He ate in whichever form seemed appropriate and noticed, on the second day, that appropriate had stopped having a single automatic answer. Both forms were simply available, and the question of which to use was a question about what the next hour needed rather than what he was. Xiao Wu came to the den morning and evening. She did not revisit the conversation from the first night. They were both the kind of people who said what they meant once and then let it settle, but the quality of her presence had changed in the specific way he'd been waiting for. The careful distance had lowered, not completely, but enough that the morning ridge meetings had their old quality back and the training resumed with the productive efficiency of two people who had stopped managing the space between them and were simply working. On the third day, Lin Meiwa left herb packets at the southern stone. The note was longer than usual. She had received Fen Yao's warning about the updated bounty posting and had stayed out of the city for a week, using that time to gather information through a different channel, her father's merchant contacts. What the caravan network had produced was specific and alarming in specific ways. He read the note twice, then went to find Quang Feng. The leopard was running a patrol that was more thorough than the standard pattern, his characteristic response to a situation becoming more dangerous, which was to increase his own vigilance density rather than wait for the additional threat to manifest. He was at the third post of the Eastern Patrol Arc, scanning the territory toward Flame Ridge with the face of a tactician running his calculations. Lin Meiwa's intelligence says Shu Kanglang has purchased a spiritual suppression cage, Feng Yao said. Quang Feng turned. Define that. A first sage aerosol tool. Seals any beast's transformation permanently. If applied while a beast is in human form, the human form is locked permanently, no return to beast form. Applied in beast form, the reverse. Requires direct contact to apply. Effective against cultivation levels up to divine grade. Quang Feng was quiet for a moment, running the implications. Up to 100,000 years. Yes. And you're at 90,000. Yes. How do we know this isn't Huo Lai's intelligence, manipulation to push you toward the deal through fear of Shu Kanglang? It was the correct question. Lin Meiwa's source is her father's trade network, independent of Huo Lai's channels entirely. And Shu Kanglang's formation at the boundary yesterday matched the force configured for containment, not combat, specifically the arrangement for a target you want to take alive and immobile. He met Quang Feng's gaze. It's real. Then we need the route, the leopard said. Where the cage is, when it moves, how it gets here. Yes. I've already asked Lin Meiwa, she's working on it. We have 3 days before she reports back. Quang Feng looked at him. 3 days is a long time to know this and not know the rest. I know. And in 3 days, Shu Kanglang's advance equipment is closer by 3 days. The leopard's jaw tightened. The cage is the most dangerous element. If it reaches the perimeter before we know its route, we don't have a counter ready in time. I know. Feng Yao met Quang Feng's gaze. That's why Lin Meiwa is in the city and not on the mountain. She's the fastest route to the route information. Quang Feng was quiet for a moment. He looked at the eastern horizon, then back. The Nature Guard Pavilion, he said. Does Elder Yun know about the cage? I don't know. He has his own intelligence network. He may have heard something independently. You should contact him. Quang Feng said it with the directness of a tactician who has concluded something is necessary and is not going to apply discretion to the delivery. The deal Huo Lai offered you, the withdrawal, it's gone now that you refused. But the pavilion doesn't know you refused it. They don't know the deal was ever on the table. He thought about this. You're saying I should tell them. I'm saying they're running a patrol on your border because you gave them your word. They deserve to know what that patrol is walking into, and so do you, before you walk into it. Chapter 72, The Confirmed Dead. The news about Shadow Vale arrived on the 4th morning after Flame Ridge. Not as he'd expected it to arrive. He had seen Shadow Vale alive in Huo Lai's strategy chamber 4 days ago, alive and actively annotating the defense maps. What arrived through the Midnight Beast clan's independent intelligence network was a confirmation from the Sable Mother that the Serpent Elder who had been serving in an advisory capacity at Flame Ridge's court had died 2 nights prior. Cause: internal dispute within Huo Lai's court. He read the message and traced the logic. Shadow Vale had been useful to Huo Lai as long as he was providing current intelligence from Spirit Mountain's archives and advising on the defense map applications. The moment the maps were fully annotated and the operational planning was complete, Shadow Vale's value had dropped to 0, and a creature who had accumulated significant knowledge of Flame Ridge's internal operations during his advisory period was a liability the moment his usefulness ended. Huo Lai was a practical intelligence. He had done the calculation. The council session that Greystone convened in response was brief and procedurally thorough. Shadow Vale's involvement in the intelligence leaks was formally entered into the record. The boundary dissolution markers, the communication array sabotage, the leaked defense maps, each documented, each entered with the specific administrative precision that Greystone brought to everything. The restriction motion that Shadow Vale had engineered against Feng Yao was formally struck from the record and expunged. Then Greystone said something unexpected. He said it in the session, in front of the full council, in the voice of an elder making a formal statement. Spirit Mountain owes acknowledgement to its senior resident for the accuracy of his judgment over the past months, for the quality of his service rendered under restriction, and for the cost he bore on behalf of this mountain's defense. That acknowledgement has been overdue. It is delivered now. The other council members were quiet. Feng Yao accepted it without display. The acknowledgement is appreciated, he said. The damage Shadow Vale did, the defense maps in Huo Lai's possession, the destroyed arrays, the intelligence file Shu Kanglang now has, none of it is addressed by the formal record. We have the acknowledgement. We still have the problem. Greystone looked at him for a moment. Yes, the tortoise said. We do. A pause. What do we do about it? The council waited. We start with the array, Feng Yao said. The communication network needs to be complete before anything else can function. Then we address the defense map vulnerability. Then Shu Kanglang. He paused. In that order. Agreed, Greystone said. The array work. You and I, tomorrow, at the Center Depression, 2nd hour. The council session ended. The members dispersed. Feng Yao stayed in the hollow for a moment after everyone else had gone, looking at the empty space where Shadow Vale had always sat. The serpent had attended every session for decades, sitting in the same position, with the same composure, offering counsel that had seemed neutral and had not been. He considered the archive work, the weeks of research, the small accumulations of evidence, the picture built from inference. He thought about Greystone saying I should have listened sooner. He carried the weight of the 3 beasts dead at the northern stand and the 2 dead scouts on the eastern path, whose names he had now learned, Birch, who had been 340 years old, and a hawk named Swiftmark, who had been 780 years. Young. Both of them young. He left the hollow with the weight of knowing their names. He would carry them, not as guilt, which was the wrong response, but as the kind of memory that made the difference between acting carefully and acting well. And the one remaining question, standing behind everything else, Shadow Vale was gone, but Shadow Vale's information was not. It was in Huo Lai's strategy chamber, in the maps that Shadow Vale had been annotating when Feng Yao had watched through the doorway. Huo Lai had refused Shu Kanglang's deal. But Huo Lai had those maps, and a deal that had been declined once could be offered again, under different circumstances, by Shu Kanglang who had been refused and had decided to apply more pressure, and Huo Lai, unlike Shu Kanglang, was not ideological about his choices. Chapter 73, Rebuilding. He worked with Greystone on the communication array for 6 days. The primary node had held through the crisis period, but the secondary node Shadow Vale had destroyed required full reconstruction. The inscriptions were too damaged for restoration, and the original construction materials required sourcing from the archives records before any work could begin. Greystone had maintained 600 years of those records with archival precision that turned out, in this context, to be worth more than any amount of additional cultivation weight. They worked every morning at the mountain's center depression, from the 2nd hour to the 6th. Greystone brought the proceduralist's discipline, methodical, thorough, checking each inscription against the archive reference before setting it, never abbreviating a step to save time, catching 3 errors in the first 2 days that would have produced structural instability in the completed node. Feng Yao brought the cultivation weight to activate each completed inscription and test its resonance with the existing network. The work required proximity for extended periods. Greystone talked. Not about the array work, they had developed an efficient shorthand for it within the first session. He talked about the mountain's history. About the things the formal records contained, and about the things that existed only in living memory, held by elders who had been present for events too significant to reduce to inscription. He talked about the Iron Horse in a way he had not talked about it before, not as a procedural tragedy but as a failure he had participated in through inaction. He had been young when it happened. Young enough to have doubts and old enough to have done something about them and not. The specificity of that accounting was the kind of thing a creature could spend 3,000 years avoiding and apparently had. He talked about the first council, the one before the heaven sealing formation, before the restructuring, and what had been different about how that council understood the relationship between beast sovereignty and the broader world. He talked about the specific disagreement that had led to the current composition, and about what it had cost to resolve it in the direction it had been resolved. He talked, Feng Yao understood, because he had been carrying it alone for a very long time and had finally found someone he could put it down with. Feng Yao listened. He worked on the inscriptions and listened, and thought about what it meant to be given a history by the person who had made it, not the version preserved in the archive but the version that remembered how it had felt. On the 6th day, as the secondary node's first successful test pulse ran through the network with the clarity of a fully restored system, Greystone said without transition, "You think like the first beast kings who built this mountain. Whatever has changed in you since that winter, whatever you are now, that part is real." He set down the inscription tool. He looked at the old tortoise. "Thank you," he said. Greystone nodded once, in the way of something that has put down a weight and is not picking it up again. The secondary node pulsed again, the test signal running its full circuit through the mountain's network and returning clean. The morning was cold in the center depression, cooler than the mountain's surface where the sun had reached, and the chi concentration that made this space useful for array work also made it quiet in a way that was different from ordinary quiet. He reflected on the 6 days, on Greystone's voice during the long hours of inscription work, telling him things that had no other listener. On the specificity of it, not the general history that the archive contained, but the lived history that only the witnesses retained. The council before the restructuring. The beast kings whose names he'd read in inscription but had not understood until Greystone put context around them. He considered what it meant that the oldest living creature on Spirit Mountain had been waiting for someone to receive this history, and that he, whatever he was now, had been the one it was given to. The weight of that was something he hadn't expected when he'd accepted the array repair task. It was not a burden, exactly. It was more like being handed a torch and understanding that carrying it meant being responsible for the light it produced, and for what happened when the things it illuminated became visible. Greystone had given him the history because the history needed to go somewhere. What he did with it was his responsibility now, and the first test of that responsibility was already arriving. 12 Spirit Masters at the Northern Perimeter. Chapter 74, The Cage. Lin Meihua left the note at the stone on the 7th morning after Flame Ridge. The note was 5 pages, the densest thing she had produced, her small precise handwriting compressed to fit the maximum information into the minimum space she could manage without losing clarity. She had gathered from 3 independent sources: the merchant caravan contact, the arbitration council administrative clerk she had been cultivating, and an overheard conversation at a caravan transit stop that the note described as occurring under circumstances she characterized as complicated but manageable, which he filed for later inquiry. He read the 5 pages in the morning light and felt the specific sensation of a situation becoming more definite in the direction he'd been hoping it would. First item, Xu Kanglang's approach timetable was confirmed at 3 weeks, possibly compressed if his intelligence suggested Spirit Mountain's defenses were currently vulnerable. Second item, the Nature Guard Pavilion had received independent information about Xu Kanglang's approach and was debating whether to cross into Spirit Mountain territory without a current alliance agreement. Their leadership was divided. The faction that wanted to help was arguing that honor required it, the faction against was arguing that honor required not entering a war without invitation. Third item, the spiritual suppression cage was confirmed real by 2 independent sources. It was a soul tool of the First Sage's era, recovered from an archaeological site 3 years ago and acquired by Xu Kanglang at significant cost. It was already in transit as part of the advance equipment deployment. Projected arrival at Spirit Mountain's perimeter, 8 to 10 days. Fourth item, the one that he read twice, a second cage was being manufactured. The technique had been rediscovered alongside the original. The second cage would not be available in time for the current confrontation, but its existence meant the current crisis was not the final version of this problem. He looked at Lin Meihua's closing line. Written in slightly different pressure, as if she had paused and added it separately, "I don't know if this helps or makes things harder. I thought you needed to know. Be careful." He folded the note with precision and thought about timelines. 1 cage in transit, 8 to 10 days out. 3 weeks to Xu Kanglang's arrival. The advance equipment would arrive first, which meant the most dangerous element of the coming confrontation would be in position before the main force, giving Xu Kanglang the ability to open a siege with his primary weapon already deployed. He needed to know the cage's route. He went to find Lin Meihua. The stone where she left the packets was at the southern boundary of the mountain's public access range, the place where her collection permits territory and Spirit Mountain's inner zone met. He went there directly, without stopping at the den, because the timeline had just compressed and the next step required her involvement. She was not at the stone. Of course, it was not Friday, and she came to the stone on Fridays. He had 4 days. He could use them for the preparation work and intercept her on Friday, or he could send word through Yin to request an earlier meeting. He weighed the cage's 10-day timeline and the information he needed and decided that 4 days was too long to wait for information that affected how he prepared for the cage's arrival. He went to find Yin. He found her on the eastern patrol route, moving with the particular attentiveness of the Dou who had been adjusting her route since the recent crisis to avoid predictable patterns. She heard him coming from 30 meters and turned without alarm. "The Lin Meihua contact," he said. "Can you reach her before Friday?" Yin thought for a moment. "I can leave a message at the lower path stone. She checks it on her way through the valley, not just on collection days." She paused. "Urgent? Tell her I need to meet before the weekends. The item she's researching, the timeline has changed." Yin nodded. She would leave the message that afternoon. He went back to the mountain's preparations, carrying the awareness that the message might not reach Lin Meihua in time, and that even if it did, the meeting depended on her willingness to enter the city on an accelerated schedule. He had asked her to trust him. She had said she did. He was about to find out, and time was already running. Chapter 75, The Trust Test. She came to the mountain junction on the following Friday. He was there in human form, at the usual stone, waiting. She came up the path with her basket and collection tools and the particular quality of focused attention that characterized her at work, organized, efficient, moving through the task in front of her while also clearly thinking about something else. She saw him and stopped. "The cage route," she said. "That's why you're here early." "Yes. 8 to 10 days. I need to know its specific path, waypoints, transit schedule, which approach it uses into Spirit Mountain's perimeter." She was already calculating. He could see it. The merchant caravan contact runs that route quarterly. If the sect is shipping advance equipment through civilian transport, which they typically do, because military movement on that road attracts attention, the cage would be on his manifest. She paused. "I'd need to meet him in the city. With your name on the updated posting." "Yes," she said it without drama or performance. He thought about what he was asking. She had offered to help him, he had accepted. But there was a difference between that offer and this specific request, which required her to be physically present in the vicinity of the posting, in a city where Xu Kanglang's surveillance network maintained active coverage. Is there another way to get the information? He asked. Not rhetorically, genuinely checking. The caravan contact doesn't use written communication for manifests. He keeps everything in his head and in conversation. She looked at him directly. I could ask my father to make the contact, but my father doesn't know what he'd be looking for, and if he asks the wrong questions it could alert the contact that someone is interested in the shipment. So it has to be you. So it has to be me. She looked at him with the level, unhurried gaze of a person who had made her decision and was waiting to find out if he's made his. Do you trust me? He held her gaze. I trust you more than most beasts I've known for decades. She blinked once, a small involuntary response to something landing with more weight than the words alone carried. Then she straightened. Then let me work. I'll use the back routes through the merchant quarter, stay off the main streets, contact the caravan man through my father's existing connection. 3 days. If I'm not back by the 4th morning, send Ah Yin to the southern path, she knows where my father's shop is. He thought about saying no. He thought about what it cost not to. 3 days, he said. If you're not back by the 4th morning, I'm coming myself. She gave him a look that contained something between exasperation and a thing that was not quite exasperation. You're very bad at staying in your own territory, she said. Yes, he said. I've been told. He watched her go and thought about what it meant to have people who went into difficulty for you when you couldn't go yourself, and about how that weight felt different from the accumulated decades of being the one who went alone, who carried everything and reported to no one. Different was not easier. But it was different in a way that meant something. It meant that the thing he was building had multiple points of support instead of one, and that the specific vulnerability of a single point, him, was distributed across a structure that would hold even if one part of it needed time to recover. The basket disappeared around the mountain path's first turn. He stayed at the stone for a moment longer, and then went back to the mountain and its preparations, because the 3 days before she returned were not days of waiting. They were days of having done what could be done and needing to do what still needed doing, and hoping that the information she brought back was not the kind that changed everything, again. Information that changed everything was, by definition, the information whose arrival made the preceding period's decisions obsolete, not wrong, because the decisions had been correct given the information available at the time, but obsolete in the sense that the framework within which they had been made no longer accurately described the situation. The possibility that this was the information she was bringing back was not hypothetical. The events of the past 2 weeks had been building toward a disclosure whose shape he could see but whose content he could not confirm, and the content was exactly what she had been sent together. If the content was what the shape suggested, then several decisions he had made in the preceding week required revision, not reversal, because reversals required the original decision to have been wrong, but adjustment for the updated information. He prepared the adjustments while waiting, so that if they were needed, the time to implement them was already available. Chapter 76, 200 Hours. The HTS notification arrived on the 8th morning after Flame Ridge, during the cultivation session's deep phase. He was working on the meridian channels that the four-leg burn had disrupted, the primary power distribution channel and the secondary refinement channel, both running along the left arm's inner side. The work was at a depth that required the complete inward focus he reserved for the most delicate cultivation tasks, the kind that couldn't be interrupted mid-process without creating new disruption in the pattern being repaired. The system interrupted it anyway. Humanization milestone, 200 horsepower reached. New ability unlocked, sustained human form. Description: you may maintain human form for 12 hours per day without chi drain penalty. The daily allocation resets at dawn. All previous human form duration restrictions are superseded by this update. Note: soul harmony has increased to 52%. Next milestone, 300 horsepower. Plus 30 horsepower awarded for identity progression. Plus 2 horsepower awarded for this session. He read the notification twice. Then he sat with it for a long moment before returning to the meridian work. 12 hours. More than half of any waking day. The cultivation sessions that required fox form-specific meridian geometry could be compressed into the 12 hours he was not in human form. Everything else could be human, if that was what made sense for the work being done. He had not been tracking this consciously, but he already knew the answer to the question of whether that was what made sense. The array work with Greystone, the training sessions with Xiao Wu, the conversations with Qiang Feng and Ah Yin, the intelligence reviews with Lin Meihua, all of it had been in human form for the past week, not because of the duration limit but because human form was the appropriate form for what the work required. He had been living primarily as a human without having decided to. The particular texture of discomfort this produced was interesting. Not guilt, exactly. Not grief. The awareness of a change that had happened without his active permission, that had happened the way growth happened, which was without announcement and with the particular irreversibility of things that had become true before they were named. The HTS's notation, identity progression. The soul harmony bar had moved, for the first time since the system had existed, from its locked position. He stayed in the inner chamber for a long time after the session, in fox form, with the cool of the dense stone against his fur, and turned the question over. Whether the thing you were becoming was continuous with what you had been, or whether those were actually the same question, or whether the question itself was the wrong one. He had spent weeks trying to resolve this through activity, through the work, through the conversations with Xiao Wu and Quinfeng, through the archive research, through the physical practice of the forms. All of it had been productive in its own right. None of it had touched the question directly, because the question was not answerable through activity. It was answerable only through sitting with it until it stopped being a problem and started being a description. The 12-hour notification sat in the HTS display, sustained human form. 12 hours per day. He looked at the number and understood that it was not a decision being made for him. It was a capacity becoming available. What he did with it was still his. That was the thing he'd been missing. The capacity expanding was not the same as the identity being decided. He could hold 12 hours of human form and still be the fox. He could hold 1 hour of human form and still be human. The forms were not the identity, they were what the identity were when the situation required it. He had been treating them as the same thing. They were not. He shifted to human form and went to find Xiao Wu. He had been trying to determine whether he was still a beast. But that was a category question, and the system's notation, identity stabilized, suggested the answer was not going to come from category but from coherence. Was the thing he was now coherent? Did it hold together? Did it move through the world with the same integrity regardless of which form it was wearing? He thought, yes. That part was steady. Whatever he was, it was steady. The HTS had awarded 30 HP for identity progression. The soul harmony bar had moved. He read those as the system's version of confirmation, not what you are, but that you are. The distinction between the categories could wait. The coherence was what mattered. He shifted to human form and went to find Xiao Wu, and understood, in the walking, that the conversation he was about to have was going to require him to be as honest as he had ever been with her, which was saying something. Chapter 77, Xiao Wu's Question. He told Xiao Wu about the 12-hour unlock that evening. He told her directly rather than letting her notice it in his behavior and have to ask. She deserved to hear it from him, with the full context, rather than to discover it incidentally. They were on the northern ridge in the late light, the same place where the training sessions happened, the place that had become the de facto location of conversations that mattered. She listened without interrupting. When he finished she sat for a long time looking at the horizon, where the mountain's tree line met the sky in the specific way it met it at this time of day, orange and deep green against the fading blue. 12 hours, she said. Yes. More than half the day. Yes. She was quiet for another long moment. Then, are you still a beast, Feng Yao? He didn't answer immediately. The question deserved the actual answer. I don't know, he said. I know I'm still the fox who has been on this mountain for 90,000 years. The mountain is real in me and it doesn't stop being real because of how many hours I spent in which form. The watershed and the ironwood and the patrol routes and every ancient tree on this mountain, those are mine in a way that isn't about duration. He paused. But whether that makes me a beast in the way you're a beast, I genuinely can't tell you. I'm something that contains the fox and contains the other thing, and I don't know which word covers that. She was quiet. Not the silence of processing something difficult in the way she wanted him to not see her process it. The silence of someone sitting with an honest answer and deciding what to do with it. When you're in human form for 12 hours and then shift back, she said, what does it feel like? Coming back to this. He thought about it honestly. Like returning from somewhere that fits differently. Not worse than here, different from here. Both fit. She looked at him, and in her expression was something he hadn't seen before, not quite grief, not quite the wariness of the past weeks, but a thing that had both of those in it and also something that was accepting the landscape rather than resisting it. She stood. I need to think, she said. She walked away in the way of a creature who has received something real and intends going to give it the time it deserves, not in the closed-off way of the earlier weeks, but in the way of someone who takes serious things seriously. He watched her go and thought about the word still in her question, and all the work it was doing. Are you still a beast? The still implied a reference point, what you had been before whatever had changed since that winter. The still was asking not whether he was a beast in the categorical sense, but whether he was continuous with the beast she had known for decades. Whether the thread connecting the fox on the mountain before the winter to the being he was now was unbroken. He sat on the ridge in the fading light and thought about that thread. About how it ran through the den and the patrol routes and the ironwood stand and the council hollow and the watershed and every patrol he'd run and every negotiation he'd sat through and every 3 seconds of cold air on the northern ridge at dawn. That was the mountain being itself and him being part of it. It was unbroken. Whatever had been added to it, the thread itself was unbroken. He thought she would find that on her own. It would take time, and he would give it time, and she would come back with the answer she'd been looking for, and that the answer would be the same one he had just found, because they were asking the same question, from 2 different directions. The same question from two different directions was the condition that produced the strongest possible evidence, not evidence from a single source that could be attributed to that source's biases or limitations, but evidence from independent derivations that happened to converge on the same answer. The convergence was not accidental. Two different directions of inquiry arriving at the same conclusion meant the conclusion was robust in the specific sense that it did not depend on any single path of reasoning to sustain it. Remove one path and the conclusion still stood, supported by the other. The robustness was exactly what the next stage of the campaign required, because the next stage would be contested at every point by parties who would look for the weaknesses in the argument's foundations, and an argument sustained by two independent derivations had fewer foundation weaknesses than an argument sustained by one. Both directions had found the same thing. The thing was real. Chapter 78, The Match. Quang Feng challenged him on the 9th day after Flame Ridge. The challenge arrived the way Quang Feng's challenges always did. The leopard appeared at the den entrance in the early morning, looked at him, and said, "Fox form. North slope. Now." He went. The North Slope's sparring ground was the wide flat granite shelf that the mountain's senior residents had used for strength assessments long enough for the stone to show the specific wear patterns of hundreds of high-level exchanges. He arrived in fox form. Quang Feng was already there, and his body language had the settled quality of a creature that has made a decision and is ready to see if the decision is the correct one. The match lasted 23 minutes. He lost. He lost the way a fighter loses when their body is performing correctly and their mind is divided, technically sound in the movements, executing the sequences accurately, but a consistent fraction of a second behind on every transition because the processing power that should have been completely on the fight had a portion of itself somewhere else. Quang Feng read this immediately, with the kind of tactical intelligence that was built specifically for identifying and exploiting exactly this kind of deficit. He adjusted his approach, not trying to overpower, but pressing the transitions, creating small compounding pressure at every delay point, building an accumulated deficit that became impossible to recover from. At 23 minutes, Quang Feng had him pinned at the base of the shelf with 3 of his 7 tails locked by the leopard's chi binding technique. He submitted. Quang Feng released the binding and stepped back. He was breathing normally, which was the kind of thing that said something about the quality of the session. "First time," Quang Feng said. "Yes." The leopard studied him for a moment with the look of a tactician who has confirmed a hypothesis and is deciding what to do with the confirmation. "Fix whatever is broken inside you before Kanglang arrives," he said. "Because that performance, a gesture at the recently concluded match, is not what I need on my left when the cage comes through the gate." Feng Yao lay on the granite and looked at the sky. "I know," he said. 2 weeks. Probably less." Quang Feng looked at him with the directness of someone who cares about the outcome and has no patience for the indirect approach. "Whatever you're trying to work out, work it out. We don't have time for divided." He watched the leopard walk away and thought about the nature of the division Quang Feng had sensed, not a wound, not a crisis, but the particular unfocused quality of a being in the middle of becoming something, who hasn't yet reached the point where the becoming settles into a stable shape. That was what needed to resolve. Not be fought. Resolved. He had been trying to fight the transition, trying to maintain a fixed position relative to something that was in motion. Quang Feng, who was the most tactical mind on the mountain and had just demonstrated it by winning a match for the first time, had identified the problem from the outside in 23 minutes. He had been living inside it for weeks without seeing it clearly. The fix was not to stop moving or to move faster. It was to settle into the movement itself. To stop treating the space between the forms as a problem and start treating it as the accurate description of what he was. He lay on the granite for 1 more minute. Then he got up and went to the den's inner chamber and began the 2-day meditation that needed to happen before he was ready for what came next. And what came next was Shu Kanglang, the cage, and everything that the past 3 months had built toward. Not being ready for what came next was a condition that had been true for most of the past 9 months and that had not, in any of those months, prevented what came next from arriving. Readiness was not a prerequisite for engagement, it was a variable in the engagement's quality. Being ready produced better outcomes than not being ready. Not being ready did not prevent the engagement from occurring. The distinction had taken him 4 months to fully understand. The part of him that had come from a world where incomplete preparation was a reason to postpone had been gradually replaced by the part that understood that incomplete preparation was the standard condition and preparation's purpose was not to reach complete readiness but to reduce the gap between current capability and required capability as much as the available time permitted. He had used the available time as well as the available time allowed. Shu Kanglang and the cage were coming regardless. Chapter 79, The New Thing. He meditated for 2 days. Not the deep cultivation work the burn required, that was largely complete. Not the strategic planning the Shu Kanglang timeline required, though both of those continued under the surface. He meditated in the way a creature meditates when what needs to be understood is not technical but fundamental, what it actually is. He sat in the den's inner chamber on the first day and let the question that Xiao Wu had asked, "Are you still a beast?" Simply be present without trying to answer it. He let the direction the HTS had been showing him for months be present, the milestones, the soul harmony bar's movement, the way the word identity had appeared in the recent achievement notation. He let the specific texture of returning to fox form after an extended stretch in human form be present, the sensation he had described as returning from somewhere that fit differently. On the second day he stopped trying to categorize and tried to describe. He was the fox who had woken in this body with a stranger's complete library of human memories, and had spent the months since learning what to do with both sets. He was not the stranger's memories had become his memories in the first weeks, had become indistinguishable from the fox body's 90,000 years in the way that long-possessed things stop having a previous owner. He was not the fox as the fox had been before. The fox before had not argued legal precedent in a council session, had not felt the specific pull toward understanding what words could do, had not known the particular satisfaction of explaining something to a 15-year-old who was genuinely learning. He was something that contained both and was reducible to neither. The HTS confirmed this in the way the system confirmed things, without ceremony, without editorial. Achievement, identity stabilized. Plus 30 horsepower. Soul harmony, 52%. Note, the soul harmony progression path is now active. He opened his eyes in the inner chamber. The dense stone was cool under his paw. The mountain outside was the mountain he had known for 90,000 years, the watershed, the ironwood stands, the patrol network, the ridge where Xiaowu did her morning practice. His human form was available, waiting the way a skill waits. He was in fox form because fox form was what the past hour's cultivation required, and that was a choice rather than a default, and the distinction between those two things was exactly what he had been working toward. He was the new thing. Not complete, but stable enough to move from. That was enough to work with. He opened his eyes in the den's inner chamber and felt the mountain around him with the specific full-range clarity that came after deep meditation, when the cultivation channels were open and the senses were extended without the noise of active thought filtering them. The mountain was itself, the watershed running, the patrol moving, the network of chi signatures that he had mapped over 90,000 years distributing its familiar pattern through the stone and soil and root systems. Everything was as it should be. And in 3 days, unless Lin Meihua's intelligence was wrong, Shu Kanglang's advance equipment would be at the northern perimeter. Which meant everything that was currently as it should be had a deadline, and the stable thing he had just built needed to function under that deadline without splintering. He thought, it will. He was certain of this in the way that the things you've worked out through effort rather than faith are certain. It had cost something to get here. The cost had been worth it, and the thing it had produced was real. He left the inner chamber and went to find Quangfang, because there was work to do, and the work would determine whether the thing he had just become was enough, and whether it would hold, and whether what he had become was what the mountain needed, or only what he needed. Whether the thing he had just become was enough was not a question with a known answer, it was the question that the situation would resolve by occurring. He had trained, prepared, deliberated, made decisions, absorbed the costs, continued through the costs. What he had accumulated was real, 9 months of cultivation in human form, the specific adaptations developed fighting opponents who had prepared for a beast and encountered something between beast and human, the habits of energy management built across months of managing a crack seal and a system that rewarded certain choices and logged others. The question of whether it was enough was a question about whether the accumulated real things were sufficient for what was coming, and what was coming had not yet arrived, so the question had no answer yet. The answer would exist on the other side of the encounter. He would be there to receive it, and that was the only preparation that remained to make. Chapter 80, Gather Everyone. The spiritual suppression cage arrived at Spirit Mountain's border on the morning of the 10th day. Not ahead of Shu Kanglang. With him. Lin Meihua had sent the final note through Aiyin 3 days earlier. The caravan contact had confirmed a schedule compression, the advance equipment had been rerouted, and Shu Kanglang had advanced his personal departure by 1 week. The note had arrived with enough time to prepare, but not enough to alter the fundamental shape of the confrontation. He stood on the northeast ridge at dawn and counted 12 spirit masters in full formation below the mountain's northern approach. 3 of them above 70th rank, visible from this distance by the ambient chi density around their positions. One of them, standing directly behind Shu Kanglang's carrying platform, was a presence that registered differently from the others, something above 85th rank, whose spiritual atmosphere changed the chi density of the surrounding area rather than simply occupying it. The Grand Priest himself was not large. He was a man of middle years with the particular posture of a man long accustomed to absolute authority for long enough that the authority had become physical, present in the way he stood, the way he occupied space, the way the disciples around him automatically organized themselves relative to his position. The spiritual suppression cage was not visible from this distance. But its presence was. A dampening effect on the ambient spiritual energy in the formation's vicinity, a deep suppression that radiated outward from somewhere in the middle of the formation and reduced the chi density of the air around it the way a drain reduced water in a basin. He felt it from a kilometer away. He had known it would feel like this. Knowing did not make it easier. Beside him, having arrived at the ridge without announcement and positioned himself with the deliberate calm of someone who had been walking toward this moment for decades, Greystone stood. The old tortoise looked at the formation below with the settled gaze of an elder who had lived long enough to recognize the unmistakable character of an ending. Then Greystone said, without ceremony, "Lead us." He looked at the old tortoise. At the formation below. At the mountain around him, the watershed, the ironwood, the ridge, the den. At the 12 spirit masters arranged with the precision of a force that had arrived with a specific plan and intended to execute it. He took a long breath. Then he turned away from the ridge toward the mountain's interior and said, "Gather everyone. The elders, the patrol, the allied clans, every beast that can move or communicate. Bring them to the council hollow before the 3rd hour." A pause. "This ends now or it never ends." Greystone turned and moved. Feng Yao did not watch him go. He was already looking back at the formation below, at Shu Kanglang's patience, at the 12 spirit masters who would be at Spirit Mountain's gate within a day. He was the senior resident of Spirit Mountain. He had been on this mountain for 90,000 years. He was, as of this morning, exactly what the mountain needed him to be. Whatever that was, it was enough. He turned toward the mountain's interior. The path to the council hollow was familiar. He had walked it hundreds of times under hundreds of different conditions, from peace to emergency to everything in between. Today the path led toward the thing he had been building toward since the first morning in the den, the moment when all the parallel threads, the council, the alliance, the communication network, the intelligence, Xiao Wu, Lin Meihua, Qianfeng, converged into a single response. He walked it at the pace of something that knew exactly where it was going. Behind him, on the ridge, Shu Kanglang's formation was moving toward the mountain's northern approach. The cage's suppressive dampening was already affecting the ambient qi in the territory around him. 12 spirit masters and 1 grand priest, coming with the patience of a man who had been waiting for this for years. He had been waiting longer, and the difference, finally, was that he was ready. The work after the breakthrough was different in texture from the work before it. Before, everything building toward a threshold, the specific urgency of a gap that needed closing. After, the threshold was crossed, the urgency resolved, and the work was now maintenance and preparation rather than transformation. The distinction produced a different relationship to each day, not less meaningful, but differently structured. Before, each day had been a step on a path with a specific destination. Now, the path continued past the destination and the destination turned out to be a waypoint rather than an ending. He had known this intellectually. Experiencing it was different from knowing it. The way was still ahead and the next stage had its own requirements and its own thresholds, and the satisfaction of the breakthrough was real and temporary and appropriate in its temporariness. Chapter 81 The morning of the siege began before dawn. In the particular silence that precedes violence, when birds stop calling and insects go still and the air holds its breath like something waiting to be told what to do. Feng Yao stood at the center of Spirit Mountain's Stone Gate Plateau, human form stable, the HTS reading 210 horsepower and soul harmony at 52%. Around him, his commanders were arrayed in a loose circle, Yin to his left with her patrol leaders, Greystone to his right with the Elder Council, Qianfeng further back coordinating the 3 ridge lines. The Sable Mother had taken the western approach with 14 of her fastest hunters, leaving her post an hour before dawn without ceremony. He had drawn the battle plan in dirt 3 hours ago. Now he was issuing final adjustments with the methodical attention of someone who had been rehearsing this moment through every variation he could imagine, because imagination was the only rehearsal available when you had never fought a siege before. Qianfeng, the eastern ridge holds until they commit the main column. The moment you see Shu Kanglang's personal banner, you pull back to the second line. Do not engage his formation array directly. Make them come to you. Understood? Sable Mother, you are not a wall. You are a blade. When the western probe reaches the ravine, let them enter, then close behind them. You do not hold ground. You destroy a unit and vanish into the trees before they can regroup. If they send a second probe and you've already moved, the second probe finds nothing. The Sable Mother's eyes were flat and certain. As you say? Greystone. The council members stay off the plateau. I need them at the rear coordinate point. If I fall, someone must still be capable of making decisions for this mountain. That someone is you. The old beast started to object and then stopped. He had seen enough difficult seasons to recognize when a commander was being practical rather than pessimistic, and he had the wisdom not to conflate the two. Feng Yao turned to Yin last. She was watching him with an expression he had come to recognize over these past months of shared work, a mixture of careful assessment and something beneath that, something older and quieter, a quality that had no direct name in the language beasts used between themselves. You take the center reserve, he told her. 40 fighters, rested, positioned behind the stone gate. They commit only on my signal. Not on anyone else's. Not on their own judgment. Mine. And if there is no signal? Then use your judgment. You have good judgment. He paused. That is not a contradiction. I'm giving you the authorization in advance so you don't hesitate at the critical moment. She absorbed this and nodded once. He looked out at the first pale light touching the eastern ridge, the very direction Shu Kanglang's column had been observed moving the previous evening, careful and measured, taking no terrain for granted. The light reached the third marker stone and turned it gold, and everything about the morning shifted from preparation to inevitability. Take your positions, he said. They moved without ceremony. This was something he had not expected to learn from commanding beasts, how little ritual they required before danger. Humans needed performance of readiness, needed the words and gestures that signaled transition into a different mode of being. Beasts simply became ready and moved toward the thing that needed addressing. He had learned to find this quality useful rather than unsettling, and then to find it preferable, and then to wonder what that preference said about which direction he was walking. Ah Yin lingered a half-second after the others had gone. It is the first time I have seen a beast direct war like a general, she said, her voice carrying the precision of someone noting an unexpected property of something they thought they understood. Not a compliment. Not an accusation. Pure observation, offered because she thought it was true and true things deserved to be said. Feng Yao did not answer. On the slope below, the first of Shu Kanglang's probe units appeared, glinting with cultivation-enhanced armor, moving in careful triangular formation up the gravel approach. The siege had begun, and the thought that had been waiting underneath all the preparation finally surfaced clearly. He had no idea if any of this would work. He had only the best thinking he could do, and the people who had trusted it, and the mountain underneath all of them, and that was what there was, and it would have to be enough. The mountain's chi signature was the specific background condition that Spirit Mountain's defenders used as their primary spatial reference, not because the chi signature was unique in the world, but because they had been calibrated to it across years of habitation and could read its variations the way a practitioner read their own cultivation channels. A disruption in the mountain's ambient chi was not just an environmental change, it was information, delivered through the same channel that carried everything else they knew about the territory's state. The assault's formations were detectable not from their visible elements but from the way they displaced the mountain's ambient chi as they advanced, the specific signature of organized human cultivation pressing against the natural chi of ancient terrain, readable to any beast sensitive enough to receive it. Feng Yao's defenders were, collectively, considerably more sensitive than the Dao Covenant's scouts had accounted for. Chapter 82 The Nature Guard Pavilion arrived mid-morning of the first siege day, which was earlier than Feng Yao had projected and slightly later than the situation ideally required. He heard them before he saw them, the particular cadence of 40 practitioners moving in coordinated formation, their chi signatures blending in the way trained cultivators achieved over years of shared practice, a kind of harmonic pressure that was unlike anything in his experience of individual beast movement. Spirit beasts moved as distinct individuals, each signature separate and recognizable. These humans moved as a single distributed system, each practitioner a node in a web that pooled and redirected force according to invisible protocol. Elder Yun was first through the eastern mountain pass, her gray-streaked hair pulled back under a light armor headpiece, a cultivation staff in her right hand that hummed at a frequency Feng Yao's ears could track even in human form. She was perhaps 60 in apparent human years, but her chi was dense in the way that indicated someone who had been accumulating for decades without waste. Every year of practice converted cleanly, nothing dissipated on emotion or inconsistency. Fox Sovereign. She executed a formal practitioner's bow, palm over fist, deep angle, held for exactly 3 counts. Nature Guard Pavilion, Yun Chuo commanding. 42 practitioners at your service. I counted 40 in your response last night. I brought 2 additional specialists when I saw the scope of what you were facing. Cage disruption experience. I thought you might find it useful. He nodded. He did not ask how she had assessed the scope from 40 li away. She had clearly assessed it accurately. Northern approach, he told her. Your practitioners hold the tree line. Do not advance past the ridgeline markers. There are beast war traps set at intervals that I cannot disable in time, and your people will not recognize them until it is too late. The traps are calibrated to human weight and human chi, not beast. They will work perfectly on your practitioners. Understood. She was efficient in the way that came from long experience rather than from impatience. He appreciated the distinction. Her second in command was a younger man named Bao, perhaps 30, with a deliberate stillness about him that could have been exceptional training or exceptional caution or some combination of the two that had become indistinguishable. He stood 2 steps back from Yun Chuo, hands clasped at his waist, eyes conducting a continuous inventory of the plateau. Then his gaze reached Feng Yao's face and paused. Feng Yao met it directly. He had learned by now not to look away from an assessment. Bao held the eye contact for 1 precise second too long, the specific duration of someone confirming a recognition rather than forming a new one, and then moved his attention to the tree line, apparently studying deployment options with great care. His right hand made a small unconscious gesture near his waist. The kind of gesture people made when something landed in their mental register and they needed a moment to file it properly. He had seen the wanted notice. He had recognized the gold eyes. Shu Kanglang's description of Spirit Mountain Sovereign had circulated through practitioner networks for weeks. Bao had received it and remembered it and was now standing 20 feet from the subject and had chosen, for whatever reason, not to say anything. That choice was either professional discipline or deliberate strategy or something else entirely, and Feng Yao could not determine which without more information. He filed the observation and continued the briefing, because the battle came before everything else, and everything else could be resolved afterward. They moved to position. Behind them on the slope, Shu Kanglang's probe units were advancing with the unhurried deliberateness of a force that did not need to hurry because it already knew the terrain, or believed it did, which was the gap Feng Yao was counting on. The gap Feng Yao was counting on was specific. The Dao Covenant's assault units had been briefed on Spirit Mountain's territory as it appeared in standard cultivation world records, the formation layout that had been documented in 200-year-old maps, the access points that the mountain's inhabitants had always used, the chi density distribution that external assessors had measured on the 2 permitted surveys conducted before the current conflict. None of that documentation reflected what Spirit Mountain had been doing for the past 4 months. The formation adjustments Greystone had approved, the new chi channeling routes that Yin's patrols had helped establish, the specific defensive improvements that Feng Yao had pushed through over council objection in the weeks following the Flame Ridge engagement, none of it was in the enemy's documentation. They were advancing against a map that was 4 months out of date in the most important ways, and they did not know it yet. The first contact would show them. The question was whether Spirit Mountain's defenders could exploit the information gap before the enemy adapted, and the enemy was already adapting. Chapter 83 Lin Meiwa arrived at dusk of the first siege day, moving up the southern approach alone with the particular competence of someone who had spent months learning difficult terrain under necessity rather than preference. She carried a wrapped bundle pressed against her chest and her face held the careful composure of someone managing something she preferred others not to see. Not fear, precisely. The specific anxiety of a person who has done something that cannot be undone and is now waiting to find out whether it was the right thing. Her boots were muddied up to the ankle. She had come quickly, using routes that the official paths did not cover, routes she had learned from observing Feng Yao's scouts over the preceding months. Cage schematic, she said, without greeting, and unwrapped the bundle to reveal folded rice paper covered in detailed technical diagrams, soul tool construction drawings, anchor calibration notations, field geometry specifications. I took it from Shu Kanglang's planning chamber 3 days ago. He will know it is gone by now. That is why the assault's timing changed from what his scouts had discussed earlier. Feng Yao took the schematic. Yin moved beside him immediately, and they examined it together with the shared attention of 2 practitioners looking at something that may determine the next several days' outcomes. The diagram described a 3-dimensional arrangement of spiritual anchors, 3 points in equilateral formation around the target zone. Each anchor emitted a calibrated resonance. When all 3 resonances were simultaneously active and within range, the suppression field engaged. The calibration was intricate, a network of 12 layered sub-frequencies nested within the primary resonance, each one cross-referencing the others, designed so that a single disruption would cascade through the whole system. The field's target specification was unmistakable, 9-tailed fox spiritual signature, primary lineage variant. This will not affect other beast types, Yin said, tracing a notation sequence with 1 claw. These symbols are restriction parameters. The field is tuned specifically to the 9-tailed lineage frequency. Any other beast or human practitioner caught in the field would feel nothing, it would pass through them without contact. She paused. They went to considerable technical effort to make it specific. Only me, Feng Yao said. Only you, she continued reading. Her expression had the flatness of someone processing information that is worse than expected without performing the fact that it is worse. The cage's critical vulnerability was present in the geometry. All 3 anchors had to be simultaneously active for the field to function. Remove any single anchor's resonance signal, through physical destruction, through blocking the resonance frequency, through disrupting its activation sequence, and the field became incoherent and collapsed. The sub-frequencies required the 3 primary signals to exist in harmonic relationship. Take 1 point of the triangle away and the remaining 2 points could not sustain the shape. He turned the schematic over. On the back, in smaller script, were deployment notes in Shu Kanglang's own precise handwriting. The Grand Priest had not assigned the anchors to subordinates. He would not trust that distribution. The risk of an anchor being seized or damaged in transit was too significant. All 3 anchors were carried on his person, 1 in each inner pocket of his formal robe, 1 bound to the left side of his cultivation belt. The Grand Priest was a walking cage. He opened it when he chose to, and the 3 anchors would be within centimeters of each other rather than distributed across a position. To destroy even 1 anchor, to break the triangle's coherence, someone would have to get within arm's reach of Shu Kanglang himself, through his personal guard formation and his own defensive cultivation, and physically shatter something on his body while he was prepared for exactly that attempt. "How long have you been awake?" Feng Yao asked Lin Meihua. She blinked. That is not relevant. It's relevant to whether you descend tonight or stay until morning. He looked at her directly. You stay. We will need you here tomorrow. She did not argue, which confirmed she was more exhausted than her composed expression indicated, and also that she had hoped for exactly this answer. Feng Yao turned back to the schematic and began working through the geometry of destroying something carried in the pockets of the most dangerous man currently camped below his mountain, because the schematic made the vulnerability clear, and clear vulnerabilities were only useful if someone could actually reach them. Chapter 84. The first full day of siege was paradoxically one of the quieter days Spirit Mountain had known in months. Shu Kanglang did not attack. His forces advanced probe units, small groups of 3 to 7 practitioners, well equipped but clearly not intending to break through. Each probe tested a specific zone and withdrew at the first indication of resistance. The Eastern Ridge probe pulled back when it encountered Quang Feng's forward fighters. The Western Approach probe came within 40 meters of the Sable Mother's concealed position, paused for 11 seconds at a range that suggested they had detected something without being certain of its nature, and then retreated. The Northern Slope probe advanced exactly to the edge of the first Beast War trap zone. One of the practitioners noticed something in the undergrowth arrangement, a too symmetrical spacing, a slight displacement of leaves that did not match prevailing wind patterns, and the probe withdrew without triggering anything. Feng Yao tracked all of this through 6 lookout beasts positioned at altitude points, receiving information as direct beast communication, direction, intensity, movement patterns. He assembled the picture carefully, cross-referencing each probe's depth of advance against the positions he had established, looking for what each probe had learned rather than what each probe had done. They had learned where his defenses were. Approximately how deep they ran. Where the gaps between his position forces created angles of approach that were not covered. The Western probe had identified the edge of the Sable Mother's concealment zone. The Northern probe had found the trap boundary. The Eastern probe had established the extent of Quang Feng's forward line. Shu Kanglang was building a spatial model of the entire defensive arrangement. Not attacking to win on day 1. Mapping. Taking his time with the thoroughness of a commander who had done this before on other mountains against other defenders, and who understood that a few extra hours of preparation made the actual assault substantially more efficient and substantially less costly. He commits the day after tomorrow, Feng Yao said to Quang Feng at evening. He needs one more probe day to complete the western picture. Today he found the edge of the Sable Mother's range but not the depth of the position. Tomorrow he maps that. The day after he attacks. So we change the map tonight. Yes. Spring the western traps now. Give him rubble where he expects clear approach. Add new trap lines where there are currently none, especially on the northern slope past where his probe turned back. Make the real positions look like they're elsewhere. He paused, working the geometry forward. And move the reserve. If his model shows the reserve behind the stone-gated center, they'll calculate their assault assuming center support at that position. Move them low and left. Not obviously, a natural redistribution, the kind a tired commander makes when people need rest rotation. Quang Feng absorbed this with the composed practicality Feng Yao had come to rely on. And the Sable Mother? Tell her to move entirely. New position, 40 meters deeper and 30 meters south. Let the probe tomorrow find an empty ravine and think we abandoned it. Let them wonder why. He looked at the fading light on the eastern slope. Uncertainty costs them something. Patience is a resource. We spend theirs while we still have ours. He paused, studying the map he had drawn days ago, now already outdated in 4 positions. There's also the matter of what they haven't probed yet. The southern ridge has had nothing. That seems like an oversight for a commander as thorough as Shu Kanglang. He traced the southern approach with a finger. Which means either he already assessed it from a distance and found it unsatisfactory, or he's saving it for the assault itself as an unexpected vector. We should assume the latter and set a listening array there tonight. Quang Feng looked at the southern ridge on the map. 3 fighters and a passive detection web? 2 fighters. Keep the third in reserve. If the assault comes from 3 directions simultaneously, I want every mobile unit available. Feng Yao rolled the dirt map away with one hand. Shu Kanglang didn't become Grand Priest by attacking carelessly. Every probe today was information collection. Tomorrow will be more of the same. The day after, he attacks, and everything he learned in 2 days of probing will be wrong, because we will have spent a night making it wrong. Quang Feng stood. The fading light made the plateau's edges look softer than they were. And you? He asked. You sleep tonight? For a few hours, Feng Yao said. There is also the interior problem. The hollow cultivator's entry point needs additional sealing before dark. 2 threats running simultaneously means neither can be given full attention, and whatever gets half my attention is the one that will find the gap. But the assault outside concerns me more tonight than the cultivator inside, because Shu Kanglang is on a schedule and the hollow cultivator appears to prefer his own timing. He stood and looked out at the mountain's approach paths, all the places where tomorrow's adjustments would need to hold. The quiet before battle was not peaceful, it was pressure held in suspension, and the suspension never lasted as long as the preparations required, and the preparations were still incomplete. Chapter 85. He appeared on the third night of the siege, in the hours between midnight and first light when even the most disciplined watch rotation had its natural gaps, the period after the second watch change when alertness dipped before anyone admitted to themselves that it had dipped. Feng Yao did not see the hollow cultivator directly. He learned of the figure's presence through the most unambiguous evidence available. One of his patrol beasts, a young stone-backed tortoise assigned the inner ring route near the den quarter, was found at dawn on the wrong side of the path with its cultivation signature diminished in a way that had no conventional explanation. Not dead. Alert, recognizant, responsive to communication. But diminished, its spiritual qi, which a stone-backed tortoise of 17 years should have carried at comfortable natural fullness, was thin and depleted in the way of something used up or taken rather than spent. Yin examined the tortoise for nearly an hour while Feng Yao waited and the morning brightened and his patience compressed into something that was not quite anxiety but was close enough to require active management. It's years, Yin said finally, looking up. Her expression was carefully neutral, the specific blankness that covered something she was processing slowly because it was outside her framework. It's cultivation years. A stone-backed tortoise of 17 years should feel like 17. This one feels like 9. Perhaps 10 at most. 7 or 8 years of accumulated cultivation energy are simply absent. Stolen? Absorbed. The way cultivation energy transfers to a practitioner through natural death transference, but forced. Applied while the subject was still alive and unaware. She touched the tortoise's shell. It doesn't know anything was taken. It only knows it is tired. At the outer edge of the patrol path, under a drift of leaves, placed with deliberate precision rather than dropped or fallen, a single white foxtail feather, long and fine, the quill end pointing inward toward the den quarter. The HTS alert had arrived in the early morning scramble and he had not had time to read it fully until now. He read it standing over the feather. Alert, hostile entity detected within Spirit Mountain perimeter. Technique classification, age harvesting method, temporal drain variant. Warning, technique targets accumulated cultivation years. Host classification as 90,000 plus year spirit beast creates extreme high value acquisition profile. Recommend immediate threat assessment. This entity's goal is the host. The feather pointed toward the den. The cultivator had been within reach of Feng Yao's origin point and had chosen not to act on the proximity, not because the opportunity was unavailable, but because the introduction mattered more than an opportunistic first strike. He had taken from a patrol beast to demonstrate the technique's function, left a marker that only a nine-tailed fox would interpret as specifically addressed, and withdrawn without making contact with the actual target. He had said, I am here. I know what you are. I will return when the moment is mine to choose. This kind of patience was different from Shu Kanglang's patience. The Grand Priest was patient because his plan was methodical and required time to execute. The Hollow Cultivator was patient because he was not afraid, because whatever calculation he had performed placed him in a position of certainty, and certainty did not require urgency. He could wait for the exact configuration of conditions he needed and simply not arrive until those conditions existed. Feng Yao held the feather for a moment. It was white and fine, a nine-tailed fox's tail feather, which meant the cultivator had obtained it deliberately, had sought it out, had acquired it through some means from some source, as a specific symbol. The gesture carried weight beyond the calling card. It said, I have studied you. I have been studying you before this mountain knew I was watching. That kind of preparation did not belong to an opportunist, it belonged to someone who had specifically chosen this target and made thorough arrangements before arriving. This was not a random threat. It was a campaign, and Feng Yao was its only objective. The foxtail feather at the den entrance was the kind of calling card that required something beyond a standard predator's intelligence. It required the capacity to plan more than 3 moves ahead, to track a target's psychological state alongside their physical location, and to understand that the feather would do more damage as a signal than as a physical object. A standard beast, even a powerful one, did not leave calling cards. Calling cards required the cultivation of a particular kind of attention, the attention that came from having studied the target long enough to know it would unsettle them specifically. The Hollow Cultivator had been studying Feng Yao for months. The feather said, I have been here where you feel safe, and I left something so you would know I was here, and I will be back. It was a technique as deliberate as any cultivation strike, and considerably harder to defend against, because the target never knew it was coming until it had already arrived. Chapter 86. The entry point was a dry waterfall channel on the mountain's northern face, a narrow passage eroded through limestone over centuries, partially filled with debris that looked from any distance like solid mountain surface. The waterfall itself had run dry 3 seasons ago. The channel had not been part of any patrol route because it had not appeared, until someone looked closely, to be passable. Someone had cleared the debris recently. The disturbed stone was visible when you knew to look for it. Feng Yao knew because Yin had found a thread of qi residue at the channel mouth, faint, precisely suppressed, The trace of a practitioner with extraordinary control over their own spiritual signature moving through a space at near-zero emission. Near zero was not zero. Not to a nine-tailed fox with 90,000 years of developed sensitivity. He followed the residue inward, crouching through the narrow passage, reading the texture of what the cultivator's passage had left behind. The technique had a quality unlike anything in his accumulated experience, somewhere between cold water and the feeling of a long note ending, a sensation he had no category for and therefore filed as specifically the hollow cultivator's signature. Wherever the cultivator had walked, that texture clung to stone and air for approximately 18 hours. The path the texture traced did not go toward the defensive positions. It moved deeper, upward, toward the oldest parts of Spirit Mountain's interior, the regions where dens had been excavated over thousands of years, where the accumulated cultivation chi of countless generations had soaked into stone until the stone itself had become something between rock and memory. The cultivator was not here for the battle. Shu Kanglang was the siege. The hollow cultivator was a separate problem with different mathematics. Feng Yao stood at the channel mouth and ran the projection that the HTS had already started. If the cultivator could absorb 7 years from a 17-year tortoise in a single brief contact, and the tortoise's condition suggested efficient absorption, not crude extraction, then the technique's capacity was substantial. Against a target with 90,000 years to draw from, what quantity could be extracted in a sustained application? Not 90,000 years. The cultivator's structure could not hold that much raw accumulation, any more than a basin holds a river. But even a fraction would produce outcomes that removed the word opposition from the equation. He was the most valuable target within range of wherever the hollow cultivator had originated. The feather was not a threat. The threat had already been decided, weeks or months before the first foot touched Spirit Mountain's slope. The feather was notification, the professional courtesy of a specialist informing a subject that they had been selected. He sealed the channel with a spiritual chi compression embedded in the stone, not permanent, not invisible, but sufficient to alert him if anything crossed the entry threshold. Then he examined the channel's entire length again more carefully, looking for secondary approaches, and found two, a narrow crack in the limestone above the main channel that a sufficiently compressed human form could navigate, and a drainage depression 30 meters west that connected, through a series of underground fissures, to the channel's inner terminus. Both needed sealing. He spent 40 minutes on the work, pressing cultivation energy into stone with the deliberate patience of someone who understood that a gap left unaddressed was a gap that would be used. 90,000 years of experience with territory maintenance had produced certain habits, and the habit of assuming that anything left open would eventually be exploited was one of the more useful ones. When the sealing was complete, he stood at the channel mouth and performed a broader assessment. The cultivator had been on this mountain for at least 2 nights and had covered significant interior distance. He had not yet reached the ancient den, the chi residue trail terminated well short of it. But the direction was consistent, inward, deeper, toward the oldest accumulation points. He was not exploring. He was orienting. He returned to the plateau at a measured pace, cataloging what needed doing in parallel. 2 threats, 1 mountain, 1 sovereign, and the combination meant that any moment spent on the interior problem was a moment the exterior problem ran without oversight, and vice versa. The geometry was uncomfortable and did not resolve into a clean answer. But discomfort was information, and the information here was that he needed to close the interior threat before the exterior assault committed, or face both simultaneously, and facing both simultaneously was not a condition he could survive intact. Chapter 87. By dawn of the 4th day, the 2 problems had a geometry Feng Yao could lay out in dirt for his commanders, 2 stones on the map indicating 2 threats operating by completely different logic in completely different parts of the same mountain. Shu Kanglang's assault will come today or tomorrow, he said. He has completed his mapping. His probe pattern yesterday covered the last zone he needed. He moved the first stone. Mainline defense, Quang Feng, you and the Sable Mother hold the stone gate in both ridge approaches. Elder Yun's pavilion holds the northern approach. The reserve stays behind the gate, positioned left and low. You have full command authority over the outer defense. Quang Feng received this with the stillness of someone who had been prepared for it. The hollow cultivator moved again last night, Feng Yao continued. A second patrol beast on the inner ring lost years, a wood monkey this time, 4 years reduced. He is moving deeper into the mountain's interior and getting closer to the ancient den quarter with each pass. If he reaches the deep den while I am commanding the main battle, we face both threats at once, which guarantees failure in at least one and probably both. He picked up the second stone. I go into the interior today. I find him before Shu Kanglang commits his assault. And if the assault comes while you're inside? The Sable Mother asked. Then you hold until I return. The formations we've built have time in them. Use the time. He turned to begin the interior assignment and was stopped by a voice. I'm coming with you. Xiao Wu. She had been sitting at the edge of the command circle, which was not her usual position, Normally she placed herself closer to the center of any gathering she attended, drawn by the instinct of someone who processed information best when surrounded by it. The peripheral position meant she had been thinking rather than listening, and the thinking had apparently brought her to this. "The interior search is not defensive work," Feng Yao said. "I know what it is." Her voice held a quality he had learned to recognize over the months since the Flame Ridge ordeal. Something that had been searching before had settled, and what it had found made her steady in ways she had not previously been. "You'll be slower alone. 2 trackers cover different signs. I notice physical traces. You read chi residue. Neither of us alone is complete. You're not experienced with this kind of threat. I know. But I'm experienced with you, which matters." Her eyes were clear and direct. "You know I'm right." He weighed it against his own discomfort, the specific kind that came not from strategic calculation but from the part of him that had opinions about putting Xiaowu in danger that had nothing to do with tactical analysis, and determined that discomfort of that kind was not a sufficient reason. "Within arm's reach," he said. "If I give you a direction, you move immediately. No confirmation, no delay." "Agreed," she said, already on her feet. They moved into the mountain's interior together, and behind them the outer defense drew itself into final position, and the only unanswered question, the one Feng Yao had not been able to resolve in any configuration of the geometry, was whether he would find the hollow cultivator and return before Xu Kanglang finished his patience and started his assault. The answer was not guaranteed, and what happened if the answer was no was something he had not allowed himself to finish calculating. The split command was a gamble he had run the numbers on 4 times and had never been satisfied with the result. The variables were too many: Xiaowu's endurance, the hollow cultivator's current position, Xu Kanglang's commitment depth, Quang Feng's ability to maintain the eastern ridge without sovereign-level backup. The gap between what the plan required and what was definitely available was not large, but it was present in every iteration, and every iteration produced the same answer: the plan was necessary and the plan was not guaranteed. He had spent 9 months learning the difference between those two things. Necessary and guaranteed were different standards. A plan could be necessary even when it wasn't guaranteed. The alternative, trying to guarantee the outcome by protecting every variable simultaneously, was worse than the plan, because it dispersed the force that needed to be concentrated. He had made the call. Now it required executing, and the answer to the question he could not finish was already on its way. Chapter 88. The tracking took 4 hours through the mountain's interior, and the hollow cultivator was the most deliberately difficult quarry Feng Yao had ever followed. The path the chi residue described was not the path of a cautious person. Cautious paths were direct routes with cover stops, or spiraling patrol avoidance patterns, or backtrack and assess sequences. The hollow cultivator's movement had a different logic. It curved through spaces in ways that mapped specifically to the boundaries of spiritual sensing range, passing through zones where stone absorbed resonance before entering open spaces, crossing waterways that disrupted chi trace at their edges, moving through the mountain with a spatial intelligence that suggested a comprehensive understanding of how perception itself functioned. He was following someone who understood being followed. Xiaowu contributed what she had offered. Twice she stopped at physical details he had passed: a disturbed moss formation on a boulder, a scratch mark on a stone surface at human shoulder height, and both observations narrowed the path from a probability range to a specific corridor. The corridor led to a collapsed den site in the mountain's midsection, an old excavation that had failed when the stone fractured along a fault line centuries ago, the resulting depression filling over decades with leaf matter and organic debris. The space was defensible, sight lines clear in 3 directions, a natural elevated position behind the fault line ridge that served as a perfect ambush placement. They set the trap. Feng Yao placed spiritual chi markers in the approach corridors, subtle, calibrated to look like natural stone resonance, that would alert on any human cultivator signature. Xiaowu took a position downslope where her earth sense technique could read footfall vibrations from below the ground surface. 2 coverage angles, clean geometry, well positioned. They waited in silence. An hour passed. The mountain's interior sounds cycled through their normal patterns. Then the marker sequence fired, left to right, evenly spaced, the pattern of a human cultivator crossing the clearing in measured deliberate steps. Xiaowu's hand went flat to the ground a second later, 3 quick taps, vibration confirmed. Feng Yao closed the trap's activation circuit and threw his full perception into the space. Empty. He expanded the sweep, pushing perception to maximum range, scanning every approaching corridor, the fault line ridge, the spaces beneath the leaf debris, and found nothing. The clearing held no human cultivator signature anywhere within his range. And yet the markers had fired in perfect left-to-right sequence. And the footfall vibrations had been real enough for Xiaowu to feel them through stone. The markers had been triggered by a construct, shaped chi, modeled precisely enough to pass for a human cultivator signature at the frequency his markers were calibrated to detect. The footfalls had been a separate technique, a vibration production method that had nothing to do with the physical body actually crossing the space. The trap had been sprung deliberately. The hollow cultivator had used a decoy to map the trap's detection parameters, confirm its trigger points, determine where the trappers were waiting, and had never been anywhere near the clearing himself. While Feng Yao waited in the midsection, the cultivator had been moving elsewhere, toward the deepest part of the mountain, and the cultivator now knew exactly where Feng Yao was not, which was the same as knowing where to go without interference. "He tricked us," Xiao Wu said quietly. "He used us to confirm there were no other traps between his position and the den," Feng Yao said. He was already moving toward the deeper mountain. "He's been in the den for at least 20 minutes, and what's in those walls is everything I was for 90,000 years. The 20 minutes the hollow cultivator had spent in the fox den mattered in a specific way that was separate from the immediate tactical situation. The den was not simply a physical location, it was the place where 89,800 years of concentrated fox memory existed as ambient qi, where the specific resonance of the accumulated fox life was densest and most accessible. What a practitioner who studied age harvesting could extract from that ambient qi in 20 minutes was not cultivation years directly. The years were locked in a living body and could not be drained from ambient residue, but information. The specific signature of what Feng Yao was. A profile more complete than anything external observation could produce. He had not been hiding in the den. He had been reading it, cataloging what was there the way a scholar cataloged a library, building a picture of the target that the target would not know was being built. The tactical stakes had shifted, and Shu Kanglang had not yet seen the most important change. Chapter 89 The ancient fox den was the oldest structure on Spirit Mountain, not a cave but a sequence of chambers shaped by 90,000 years of spiritual qi pressed carefully into stone, generation by generation of fox cultivation leaving impressions in the rock until the walls themselves held something between architecture and accumulated history. Feng Yao had spent 9,000 of his 90,000 years in the deepest chamber of this den. The walls there held a density of qi impression that was palpable even to unattuned human practitioners who passed nearby, a warmth in the stone, a faint luminescence that old-growth mountains sometimes showed when cultivation energy had been deposited over very long spans. The hollow cultivator was in the innermost chamber, standing with both palms flat against the wall, eyes closed, drawing from the stone. The technique was visible to spiritual perception as a rhythmic pulse, outward from the cultivator's cultivation center, through his hands, into the stone, then returning with the stone's impressions carried in the return wave. The cultivator was reading the den's accumulated memory the way a scholar reads a library, methodically, moving from the oldest deposits to the most recent, absorbing context and history and the specific texture of 90,000 years of a single entity's development. He looked to be approximately 45 in apparent age, though the technique he practiced made chronological age meaningless as a measure. His face was half-masked in pale lacquered bone that covered from forehead to nose. His robes were practical and undyed. He carried nothing visible. A practitioner who had decided his technique rendered weapons redundant and was probably correct about that. He did not acknowledge Feng Yao's arrival. He continued reading for 10 seconds, which was either complete absorption in the work or a practiced demonstration of composure under observation. Then he withdrew his palms and turned. 90,000 years, he said. His voice was conversational, unhurried, the voice of a craftsman describing a piece he has examined. The deposit here holds 89 of them with clarity. The last 1,000 has a different texture. Less continuous. As if the being who lived here underwent some fundamental alteration that affected how the energy was laid down. He had identified the transmigration point. Not by name, he could not know what had caused the change in the spiritual record, but he had detected that a discontinuity existed. He had done this through 30 minutes of reading stone. "You know almost everything about what I am," Feng Yao said. "Almost," the cultivator agreed with the calm precision of accuracy. "There is one gap in what I can read here. But it is irrelevant to my purpose." He raised one palm outward, the formal gesture of a cultivator stating intent before an action. "I am here for your accumulated years. I will extract what my technique can reach in a single sustained session. You will survive. You will be diminished by hundreds of years, perhaps more, but you will recover over a long span. This is not personal. You are the most valuable accessible resource within my operational territory. And if I refuse? You cannot refuse in a way that changes the outcome," he said, with no particular emotion attached to the statement. "You can delay. You can impose cost. But your years are what they are, and I have come a great distance specifically for them." He paused once. "I am telling you this because I prefer efficiency to deception, and because in 30 years of this work I have found that targets fight harder when they feel deceived than when they are simply told the truth. This is the truth. Act accordingly." And then the temporal drain opened, and Feng Yao felt years beginning to unspool from his cultivation core like thread pulled from a spool, each pulse a reduction, each reduction a wrongness that was more specific and clarifying than anything pain could have been, because pain said something is damaged, and this said something is being taken, and the difference between those two sentences was vast. The distinction between damage and being taken was not a semantic refinement. It was the difference between two fundamentally different relationships to the source of harm. Damage said, the source has applied force to a structure and the structure has been stressed. Being taken said, the source has inserted itself into a transfer relationship with the structure, and the transfer relationship has a direction, and the direction runs one way. Damage could be repaired if the damaged structure remained. Being taken could not be repaired by repairing the structure, it could only be stopped by ending the transfer. The temporal drain was an active process. It did not conclude when contact ended. It concluded when the practitioner applying it chose to release it, or was made to release it. Which meant the hollow cultivator's technique was not an attack that had passed. It was a process that was ongoing, and the ongoing nature of it was something he had to account for in everything that came next, and what came next was not going to be simple. Chapter 90. The temporal drain felt like nothing in his catalogue of prior experience. Not pain. Not chi depletion. A reduction, the specific sensation of something present becoming absent, the way a sound stops, the way a light dims. Years were leaving his cultivation core in pulses, each pulse timed to the hollow cultivator's technique cycle. He felt himself at 90,000 and then the successive reduction, 89,980, 89,960, 89,800. 200 years and 8 seconds. The HTS registered it clinically, cultivation years reduced by 200, current, 89,800. Temporal drain technique active. Defensive response required. Note, current capability reduction from 200-year losses functionally negligible at total reserves of 89,800. The last line was the operational truth. He was still enormously, comprehensively more capable than the practitioner across from him. He had assumed, reasonably, based on every prior application of the technique, that temporal drain would slow its target by diminishing their active capability. Against a 17-year tortoise, removing 7 years was a 40% reduction. Against a 90,000-year fox, removing 200 years was a rounding error. He crossed the chamber in 2 steps and struck the cultivator's cultivation center with a focused compression, not lethal, not crippling to the physical form, but sufficient to disrupt the temporal drain's rhythm and force the cultivator's energy into defensive rebalancing. The drain required steady concentration. Disruption broke it. The drain stopped. The cultivator moved immediately, back, through the exit, with a physical speed that established his body cultivation was not negligible even if his primary method was temporal. He had prepared exit routes when he read the den's layout, and he used them now without hesitation, moving with the precision of someone executing a plan rather than improvising a retreat. The connecting passage branched. He had known the branch point. Feng Yao cleared the passage 6 seconds behind him and found the outer chamber empty, and then found the exit the cultivator had located in the den's own chi memory, the hidden passage that Feng Yao had used perhaps 1,000 times in 9,000 years of occupancy and had never thought to seal because it had felt permanent and private in the way of things that belong entirely to one person. He emerged from the exit into open mountain air. The cultivator's chi trace dispersed at the threshold and vanished on the wind. Feng Yao stood at the hillside exit and catalogued what the encounter had established. The temporal drain cycled in approximately 2.5-second pulses. It required physical proximity and concentration. It could not function from a distance, which meant it required close engagement. The cultivator broke and fled the moment physical response was demonstrated. He was not here for a direct fight. He was here for isolated contact with an unprepared target, and he had established definitively that Feng Yao was not an unprepared target, which meant the next approach would attempt to create the conditions of unpreparedness rather than hoping to find them. And from below the mountain, Quang Feng's emergency signal hit him, not words, but the direct beast communication of maximum urgency, 3 rapid pulses, a pause, 2 more. The assault had begun. The patience was done. Feng Yao looked at the dispersing trace where the cultivator had vanished. He had lost 200 years, gained a complete understanding of the technique's mechanics, and confirmed that direct physical response broke the drain. The cultivator would return, but not today, not while a battle occupied the plateau. He would wait for his moment, and his moment would come when Feng Yao was most compromised. The cultivator would have to be dealt with later. The mountain could not wait, and Feng Yao was already running. Running was a tactical decision with a specific cost. The HTS tracked the cost in immediate terms, the cultivation reserve spent on flight rather than engagement, the HP drain of maintaining human form under combat stress, the ongoing reduction from the temporal drain that had not fully released when he created the distance. What the HTS did not track was the secondary cost. Every second spent running was a second in which the mountain's defenders were fighting without sovereign-level coordination. Quang Feng could hold the eastern ridge. Ah Yin could maintain the western approach. Greystone could anchor the council's defensive formations. But the specific function that a sovereign provided, not just combat output, but the coordination signal that told every other defender where to commit their resources, was absent while he was running, and its absence would become visible in the engagement's outcomes over the next hour in ways that would be difficult to reverse, and the hollow cultivator was still somewhere on the mountain. Chapter 91. He arrived at the Stone Gate Plateau at a run, human form because the approach paths were narrow and he was faster in human form through corridors, and found the battle already shaped into something that required rapid rereading. The probe days careful, limited exchanges were gone. 3 assault columns were driving at Spirit Mountain's position simultaneously, the western column pushing through the ravine where the Sable Mother had been holding, the center column hammering directly at the stone gate with formation arrays active and cultivation technique detonations going off at sustained intervals, the eastern column working up the ridge where Qian Feng had positioned his fastest fighters. The scale was different from anything he had prepared for in the way that scale always differed from preparation, not wrong in its specifics, but larger in its aggregate weight, the combined effect of 3 simultaneous pressures doing something to the coherence of his understanding that he had to actively resist. Qian Feng was at the gate's secondary position. The primary position had been abandoned. "Left flank is broken," Qian Feng said. His human form was unhurt but his qi was burning at high output, the pattern of sustained intense activity over several hours. The Sable Mother's unit held the ravine for 2 hours but Shu Kanglang sent a flanking column through the upper path, above the ravine approach, coming from higher elevation. They flanked the position from terrain we didn't fully account for. The Sable Mother pulled her unit back, they're scattered but alive. Casualties? 3 confirmed dead. 7 wounded, 4 of those mobile. Elder Yun? Holding the northern approach. The pavilion hasn't broken. Qian Feng's voice carried the specific flatness of a fighter delivering a report that contains both bad news and good news and does not want to perform either. But the center column has 40 to 50 practitioners, Spirit Master tier throughout. I can see 3 formation specialists in the mid-column carrying ray shells. They haven't deployed them yet, they're waiting for something. Shu Kanglang's personal banner was visible at the rear of the center column. Not the front. The Grand Priest was in command position, surrounded by his personal guard, positioned for oversight and cage activation rather than direct engagement. He was waiting for Feng Yao to commit the reserve before showing his own depth. Feng Yao looked at the 3 columns, the broken left flank, the gate that would not hold another 2 hours against 40 Spirit Masters with active formation support, the Nature Guard Pavilion holding the north, the reserve positioned left and low where he had moved them. He calculated. The left was gone. Defending it was spending resources to protect a position that produced nothing. The center would break on its own timeline regardless of what he did with the left. The only question was what he spent the remaining defenders on, and spent them toward what outcome. The answer arrived complete and certain, the way answers sometimes did when the situation had reduced itself to a single viable path, not because all other paths were gone, but because all other paths led to the same outcome by slower routes. "Qian Feng," he said. "I need a full accounting of every mobile fighter currently positioned." Qian Feng gave it in 40 seconds, precise and without embellishment. The numbers were what they were. They were not comfortable numbers, they were the numbers of a force that had been defending for 2 days against a better resourced attacker, and the difference showed in every category. But they were the actual numbers, and the decision that needed making from those actual numbers had only one shape. Shu Kanglang was at the rear of the center column. His guard formation was 8 practitioners. His personal defensive cultivation was exceptional. The cage was ready. And he was 60 meters from the stone gate, an achievable distance if the counterattack drove hard and Feng Yao moved faster than the guard formation could fully coordinate a response. 30 seconds, Feng Yao said. I need 30 seconds from the moment the counterattack commits before Shu Kanglang knows it's coming at him personally rather than at his formation. Can your fighters give me that? Qian Feng looked at the battle below them and back at Feng Yao. 20 seconds, he said. 20 I can guarantee. Then we have 20 seconds, Feng Yao said, and it would have to be enough. Chapter 92 Pull everyone off the left, Feng Yao said. Qian Feng went still in the way of a fighter who has heard something that requires complete reprocessing of the present situation. The left is gone. We're spending fighters to hold ground that cannot be held and produces nothing by holding it. Every mobile unit on the left comes to center now. If we abandon the left, Shu Kanglang's column comes through. Yes. He kept his voice steady. And we won't be there when it does. Every unit we have, reserve, Eastern Ridge fighters, pavilion from the north if Elder Yun can move them, goes into a counterattack on the center column. Not a holding action. A drive. Straight at Shu Kanglang's personal position. Qian Feng held the silence for a full measured second. His guard formation. If the guard holds, we lose. If we stay defensive with these numbers, we also lose, just over a longer time. The only way to collapse the assault is to remove the command structure. Shu Kanglang's column is coordinated through his formation specialists, and the formation specialists sync to his chi signature. If his signature is disrupted, if he retreats or falls, the formation arrays degrade within minutes. A leaderless column of spirit masters stops being a coordinated assault and becomes 40 individuals making 40 individual decisions. You're betting the mountain on reaching him. I'm betting the mountain on the fact that he mapped and planned and optimized for executing a predetermined assault. He is not optimized for adaptation. Destroy the plan's premise and the plan fails, and the only way to destroy it is to hit the thing the plan is built on. He paused. Everything else is waiting to lose more slowly. Quang Feng looked at the battle below them, then back at Feng Yao. Then he turned to the gate position and began issuing commands before the word yes had formed in the air between them, which was the most complete form of agreement Feng Yao had ever received from him, and the most unambiguous statement of trust. Elder Yun appeared at Feng Yao's shoulder. She had come from the northern approach at speed. Her chi was elevated but controlled, the pattern of a practitioner who had been in sustained engagement and was managing output carefully. "I heard everything," she said. "Northern approach? Stable for 2 hours without me. My formation specialists know the protocols." Her eyes were assessing him with the frankness of someone who had been doing difficult calculations and had arrived at an answer she found uncomfortable but workable. "The reserve you moved low and left, that was correct. They're in the right position for this counterattack direction. You anticipated it. I planned for it as one of 3 options. The other 2 were worse. They usually are." She looked at the center column, measuring distance and formation depth with obvious experience. "You're 40 practitioners from the pavilion. You want them in the drive? On the drive's left flank. They know formation counter techniques. If the formation specialists in the column deploy their arrays, I need people who can disrupt array resonance while the main column pushes through. That I can do." She met his eyes. "If you are wrong about this, we lose the mountain. I say that not to argue against the decision, I say it because I want you to have heard it said out loud, so that when we win, you know the weight of what you carried." "Then yes," Feng Yao said. "Let's go." Elder Yun turned and was already moving, communication talisman active, voice steady and carrying the precise authority that practitioners needed to hear before they changed everything about what they'd been doing, the authority not of command alone but of someone who had done the calculation and found the answer survivable. The authority in the voice was a product of decision under maximum consequence conditions. Feng Yao had been learning, over 9 months, what made an instruction effective, not volume, not rank alone, not the accumulated weight of sovereign status. An instruction was effective when the person delivering it had done the calculation that the person receiving it needed to trust had been done, and when the person delivering it was clearly willing to bear the cost of the decision they were asking others to execute. We hold the center required both. It required the calculation, which Feng Yao had done, and which was correct, and which he was willing to defend under any scrutiny, and it required the willingness to put himself in the center position and hold it while others reorganized. Both were present. Both were visible. Both were why the practitioners around him changed their deployment without hesitation when a 9-tailed fox in partial human form told them what was survivable, because the calculation behind the voice was clearly real, and the voice was not asking. Chapter 93 Feng Yao transformed at the moment before the counterattack committed. No ceremony. One instant human form, the next the fox was simply there, white fur, 9 seals contained, golden eyes oriented toward the center column's command position with the specific attention of something that has decided where it is going and is done reconsidering. The first 3 elite spirit masters in Shu Kanglang's forward screen were Spirit King tier, which was exceptional for screen duty and indicated how precisely the Grand Priest had anticipated a direct breakthrough attempt. Spirit King cultivation placed each of them at a level that a beast of less than 5,000 years would struggle to challenge alone. 3 of them in a coordinated formation, overlapping cultivation fields, each covering the other's flanks in a geometry that made direct approach costly from any angle, constituted an obstacle that most attackers would have gone around. Feng Yao went through it in 12 seconds. Not by force against the formation's strength, pressing against a well-constructed formation's face was how you spent your resources to generate their resistance. Fox Spirit technique moved through the angles a formation created rather than against the faces it presented. Every cultivator breathed. Every technique had a cycle, an output phase and a recovery phase, however brief. The center practitioner of a 3-person formation was the load-bearing node, and the load-bearing node had a 6-second recovery window when its contribution to the overlapping field dropped by approximately 30% before the next cycle began. Into that window, in the 6th second of the cycle, Feng Yao moved. The fox form's natural speed in open space was something that Spirit Kings did not plan for because it should not have been possible for a beast to cross the relevant distance in the available time. It was possible. He had 90,000 years of practiced movement to draw from. The formation collapsed inward rather than breaking outward. The breach created by his insertion destabilized the overlapping field from its center rather than its edge, which was structurally far more damaging. The 3 practitioners were not incapacitated. Spirit Kings did not go down from a single movement, however fast. But they were disoriented, their formation shell gone, their tactical purpose disrupted, and the center column around them scattered in response to the sudden breach. The formation specialists deployed their emergency response arrays on automatic trigger. Emergency mode formation arrays were defensive constructs. They amplified outward from the command position, louder at the perimeter than at the center. They were designed to protect the command node by making the perimeter difficult to cross. They also, as a structural consequence, made the command position very quiet to any perception tuned to the array's frequency. Feng Yao followed the quiet inward. Xu Kanglang was 40 meters back from his banner, positioned at lower elevation behind a natural rock formation that provided sight lines for command while reducing his own visibility. Exactly where a thorough, patient commander would choose to stand. 8 practitioners formed as personal guard, chi fields locked, techniques cycling at combat readiness, formation shell maintaining coherence despite the outer battle's chaos. They had been prepared for this contingency. And at his inner pockets and cultivation belt, 3 anchor points for the suppression cage were warm and resonating. Feng Yao could feel the targeting frequency from 30 meters out, reaching toward him like something that had been calibrated to his specific spiritual signature and was now finding it. He looked at Xu Kanglang across 30 meters of smoke and noise and broken ground. The Grand Priest looked back with the composed certainty of a man whose preparations covered every foreseeable outcome. Then Xu Kanglang raised his right hand, deliberate, precise, and the cage opened. The cage opening was an information event before it was a physical one. What Xu Kanglang's right hand signaled, in the precise deliberate gesture of activation, was not just that the spiritual suppression cage was expanding its influence. It was that the Grand Priest had concluded that the current engagement trajectory was not moving fast enough toward the conclusion he had planned for, and had decided to deploy the tool he had been holding in reserve for this specific moment. A practitioner of Xu Kanglang's discipline did not use his primary suppression tool until he had assessed that the alternative, not using it, produced a worse expected outcome. The fact that the cage was opening said that his previous approaches had not produced the outcome his plan required. It also said that he was still executing a plan. He had not adapted to something unexpected, he had escalated within a framework that had been designed in advance. Which meant the framework had a structure, and structures had limits, and Feng Yao was about to find where this one ended. Chapter 94 The cage field arrived like stepping into water that had learned to hold still. Not pain. Constraint, a progressive dampening of the spiritual channels that allowed his fox form to function at full capacity, the suppression field locating the specific resonance of his nine-tailed signature and applying pressure to it with the precision of a tool that had been built for exactly this target and had found it. The suppression worked the way the schematic had described, not a broad interference that affected everything, but a targeted dampening of the specific cultivation channels that a nine-tailed fox lineage relied on for peak output. His third and fourth tails went dull and unresponsive. His cultivation output dropped measurably. He could feel the reduction like a hand closing around a flame, the flame still burning but smaller, constrained. The cage had been well made. Xu Kanglang had invested serious resources in this tool. He pushed back with what remained available. The fifth through ninth tails were suppressed by his own seal intention and were not affected by the cage. The cage was fighting his open channels, not the sealed ones, and could not reach the sealed energy without the seals breaking first. The first and second tails remained fully responsive. He had 89,800 years, even after the hollow cultivator's drain, and even with the cage's suppression on his third and fourth tails, the gap between his active capability and the cage's design capacity was still substantial. A tool calibrated for a nine-tailed fox's normal output had not accounted for 89,000 years of accumulated cultivation. He pressed forward. The cage was suppressing him, but it was not stopping him. He was 8 meters from Xu Kanglang's guard formation when the impact sound reached him from the left. Not combat impact. The specific sharp crack of a soul tool's resonance frequency being struck by something that understood the frequency, a precisely tuned counter frequency applied at exactly the right point on exactly the right anchor structure. 2 of Xu Kanglang's guard practitioners turned immediately toward the sound source. A third pivoted, breaking the guard formation's geometric integrity at 3 points simultaneously. The coherent shell they had been maintaining, which relied on every node holding position, developed gaps at exactly those 3 points. The cage's suppression flickered, a half-second reduction in intensity, noticeable only from inside the field because it was subtle. Not stopped. Not broken. But imprecise now, the missing signal from the struck anchor creating phase interference that the remaining 2 anchors were partially compensating for and partially failing to compensate for. The sub-frequencies the schematic had described, the 12-layered harmonics nested inside the primary resonance, were losing coherence. The cage was still active but it was working harder and achieving less. He turned his head and found Lin Meihua on a natural rock shelf 20 meters to the left, holding a formation key rod with both hands, the rod still vibrating from the strike she had just delivered. The rest of her was showing the accumulated cost of everything the past 4 days had required, the pale skin, the tight jaw, the hands that were steadier than they had any right to be given the circumstances. She had memorized the schematic 3 nights ago. She had spent 4 days in a battle zone watching for the specific moment when Shu Kanglang's guard formation would have its attention divided. She had found the anchor's resonance point through the borrowed rod from 40 meters of battle chaos, confirmed the frequency match, waited for the guard formation to fracture, and struck. One anchor compromised. The cage weakened. Shu Kanglang turned toward Lin Meiwa with the complete and cold attention of a man who has identified the source of an interference and has decided to remove it, and he took one deliberate step toward her, and then another, unhurried, certain, as though the outcome were not in question. Lin Meiwa had no defensive cultivation, no formation support, no physical protection of any kind. The distance between them was shrinking, and Shu Kanglang's expression held nothing that resembled hesitation, only the focused efficiency of a practitioner addressing a problem. Chapter 95 Feng Yao moved before deliberation completed. The decision did not require thought in the conventional sense, thought took time, and the time it would have taken was time he did not have. The body moved on something older and more immediate than thought, the simple fact of Lin Meiwa standing unprotected on a rock shelf with Shu Kanglang moving toward her, and the equally simple fact that Feng Yao was between them. The cage field was still active, weakened by the anchor strike, creating phase interference that made the suppression imprecise, but functional. The pressure on his third and fourth tails persisted. He moved through the field the way something moves through resistance that is real but insufficient to stop it, slower than his natural speed, each step costing more than it should. The fox form's fluid efficiency disrupted by the field's drag on his open cultivation channels. He covered 30 meters in approximately 4 seconds. Between Shu Kanglang's first step toward Lin Meiwa and his second, Feng Yao was at the rock shelf. He turned his back to Lin Meiwa and faced the Grand Priest. The positioning was immediate and certain. Feng Yao now stood at the geometric center of the cage's 3-anchor triangle, the point where all 3 resonance signals overlapped with maximum concentration, where the suppression field was strongest, where the cage had been designed to operate most effectively. He had placed himself at the center of a tool specifically built to destroy him. The cage field responded. The suppression, which had been pressing against him at partial strength from 20 meters, was now operating at full concentration from every direction simultaneously. The pressure on his third and fourth tails redoubled, and then the 8th tail seal fractured. He felt it in a way that had no prior comparison. Not the deliberate unlocking of the HTS-HP milestones, not a controlled release of sealed energy. A fracture under structural load, the seal cracking along a stress line that had been accumulating since the Flame Ridge encounter, where the first fracture seeds had been planted by the previous cage contact, and through the crack, the energy that had been sealed for 10,000 years began flooding his cultivation channels at a rate that had no design accommodation. The cascade pressure hit the 9th tail seal immediately, the 8th tail's overflow seeking the next available containment structure. He felt the 9th seal's integrity drop, 10% in the first second, 20 in the second. A brief stabilization as his cultivated will pressed against the fracture, then further dropping. A full uncontrolled 9th seal release at the center of a plateau with hundreds of bodies, his fighters, the Nature Guard Pavilion practitioners, the wounded, Elder Yun, Lin Meiwa standing 3 steps behind him, would not distinguish between them. It would expand in all directions at the pressure of a force that had been contained since before this body was born. Feng Yao, Lin Meiwa's voice from directly behind him, very quiet, very careful, the voice of someone standing beside a thing they cannot fully see but can feel changing rapidly. He did not respond. He was holding the 9th seal with everything he had, every cultivated habit, every year of accumulated will, and giving the overflow nowhere to go except where he could direct it. Chapter 96 The only solution to uncontrolled overflow was controlled release, a direction, a target large enough and dense enough to absorb enormous output without dispersing it laterally into the surrounding area. Shu Kanglang's guard formation was the only answer within reach. He turned the flood. Did not fight it inward, did not attempt to reseal what had already fractured. Instead he shaped the cascade as best he could, imperfectly, expensively, with the full effort of someone redirecting a river while standing in the current of it, and gave the overflow a single direction, forward, toward the 8 practitioner guard shell, at a concentration that sacrificed precision for delivery. The shaped release was not clean. It was not the controlled precision strikes he had trained across thousands of years of cultivation practice. It was compressed urgency given direction and committed to a single vector, and it crossed the distance to Shu Kanglang's guard formation and hit it with a pressure that 8 spirit masters in a coordinated formation were not built to absorb at once. 3 practitioners were lifted from their positions by the leading edge alone, driven back and off balance, their chi signatures destabilized. The formation shell they had been maintaining, the coordinated field that made them collectively more than the sum of their individual outputs, shattered. The synchronization broke. 8 individuals remained. The formation was gone. The residual concentration reached Shu Kanglang directly. The Grand Priest caught it with personal defensive cultivation that was, genuinely, exceptional, the cultivation of a man who had survived decades of political and martial conflict by never arriving unprepared for direct engagement. It did not kill him. It did not shatter his core. But it drove him back 4 steps across stone that registered the force without caring about the rank of who received it, and the spiritual shell around his cultivation center cracked visibly to any trained perception, and he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth with the expression of a man whose preparations had contained a gap he had not considered. Feng Yao had not been in his preparations as a combatant willing to position himself at the center of the cage field. The Grand Priest had planned for a fox trying to escape the field, not a fox deliberately entering its focal point and redirecting the overflow. The suppression cage collapsed a moment later, not from the anchor strike alone, but because Xu Kanglang's hold on the active resonance had been disrupted by the impact's effect on his cultivation center. The 3-point harmonic system required his maintained intention to sustain the field. Without it, the sub-frequencies lost coherence and the cage dissolved. The suppression on Feng Yao's 3rd and 4th tails vanished. The 8th tail seal was still fractured, energy still bleeding through the crack, but the catastrophic cascade pressure had partially discharged through the directed strike, and what remained was manageable, barely, at ongoing cost, requiring active maintenance. Xu Kanglang looked at him across 6 meters of broken plateau. The flat assessment in the Grand Priest's expression was not defeat, it was recalculation. Xu Kanglang had lived as long as he had by being honest about the state of a situation. Then he raised his soulfire shield, deep orange-red cultivation energy wrapping him like a second skin, and his voice, carrying through battle noise with the clarity of long practice, retreat. Staged withdrawal. Full speed. He was gone within 30 seconds, his guard reforming around him, the soulfire shield burning as he descended the slope. Not dead. Not broken. And he carried, in the cage fragment's memory record, Feng Yao's soul signature captured at the moment of maximum contact. That was what he had come for, and he had gotten it. The soul signature capture was more dangerous than the cage itself. The cage could be resisted, broken, worked around. Lin Meihua had demonstrated that when she shattered the anchor. The soul signature was a different category of acquisition. It was information rather than force, and information, once gathered, could not be ungathered by breaking the tool that gathered it. Xu Kanglang now carried a cultivation-accurate profile of Feng Yao's spiritual architecture at maximum stress peak output, the exact configuration of channels, reserves, technique patterns, and identity signatures that the fox presented when fighting at full capacity. Every technique he developed in the interval between now and the next engagement would be developed against that profile. The cage had been the day's visible threat. The soul signature was the threat that would appear weeks later, when the battle was long over and the planning had had time to become something new. Chapter 97. Feng Yao was upright, and then he was on one knee with both hands pressed to the plateau stone, and then he was at full stop on his side with the stone cold against his face. It happened without a clear moment of transition, simply the removal of the structural residue that had been keeping him functional, and the sudden complete expression of what the cascade release had cost. Not dramatic. Not announced. The way a wall gives way, without warning, all at once. Yin reached him first. Then Xiao Wu, who had returned from the interior during the counterattack's final minutes and had watched the plateau from its eastern edge. Then Elder Yun, who crossed the distance quickly and knelt beside him with the efficiency of a practitioner who understood that assessment mattered more than reaction. The 8th seal, she said after approximately 1 minute of careful chi reading. Her voice was controlled in the way that covered something she was managing. I know. The fracture line runs along the posterior cultivation channel, the secondary meridian that connects the, I know the anatomy, he said. His voice was clearer than he expected, which was something. Maintain the stabilizing feed. Stop describing what I can already read from inside. She stopped describing and continued the feed. It was competent and helpful and it was exactly what was needed, and Feng Yao shifted his attention to the seal itself, assessing the crack's extent with the careful attention of someone who has to make decisions from the information, not just register it. The fracture was significant but not catastrophic. The energy bleeding through it was substantial but not unmanageable. The 9th tail seal had held. That was the critical information, the 9th was intact. The 8th tail appeared while he was completing this assessment. Not his intention. Not controlled. The fractured seal was expressing the pressure in the only way pressure expressed itself when a seal was imperfect, through the available gaps. The tail appeared in his physical form, white fur, a pale gold tip, lying across the stone surface of the plateau. 4 seconds before he could pull the seal tight enough to suppress it again. The 4 seconds felt considerably longer. Every fighter on the plateau saw it. The Nature Guard Pavilion practitioners saw it. The wounded on both sides saw it. Greystone, who had come forward against explicit instruction to be at the rear coordinate point, saw it from 20 meters with the expression of someone confirming something they had suspected for a long time. The quiet that followed was not silence. Battle aftermath was never silent. But there was a specific quality to the intention that moved through the assembled fighters, the quality of a truth landing simultaneously in collective awareness, something that had been understood abstractly now experienced in particular. An 8 tail meant the divine grade threshold was close. Full 9 tail manifestation was a classification that Spirit Mountain had not seen in its recorded history. The calculations everyone was running were visible in the quality of how they looked at him. Everyone saw, Quang Feng said from somewhere to Feng Yao's right. Perfectly neutral. Reporting. Yes, Feng Yao said. He kept his hands pressed to the stone. Kept his attention on the seal's maintenance. The answer to what everyone had seen was not a speech, it was this: getting up when the seal was stable enough to permit it. Staying up. Continuing to function in ways that demonstrated the tail count was a description and not a definition, and that the definition was being written by something that was not the count. He got up. Slowly. He stayed up, and that was the entire answer. The 8 tail's brief manifestation had been witnessed by everyone who had remained on Stone Gate Plateau, Greystone's council, Ayin's patrol leaders, Quang Feng's ridge fighters, the Nature Guard Pavilion practitioners who had been positioned on the western approach. None of them said anything about it immediately. The silence was not discomfort or denial, it was the silence of beings who had seen something and were integrating it, giving it the processing time it required before reaching for a framework. The 8th tail was not in the best year any of them had been raised with. Spirit Mountain's ancient lore described it in aggregate, the 9-tailed fox's power scale, but the living presence of an 8th tail in active manifestation was something that lore had not prepared them to feel. They had felt it. They were quiet about what the feeling meant. That was not the same thing as not knowing. Chapter 98. Huo Lai arrived at Spirit Mountain alone the following morning. No escort, no advance notice, no formal declaration of purpose. He appeared at the Stone Gate Plateau's base at first light, sitting in his beast form, the massive amber-scaled flame bear, which was somehow less alarming in early daylight stillness than his human form's deliberate measured quality, at a distance carefully placed outside any patrol's defensive trigger range and inside clear visual range. A position calculated to say, I am here openly. I am not here to fight. Feng Yao had been awake for 2 hours by then, managing the 8th tail seal's repair and reviewing the battle's accounting. The wounded count, the dead count, the position assessments, the resource expenditure. The plateau's damage. Lin Meiwa's condition. She had finally allowed herself to sleep 3 hours after the battle ended, when it became clear that managing her composure was no longer required by the situation. He came down from the plateau in human form. The seal's repair was at 34% and holding, slow, steady, requiring periodic reinforcement but not constant emergency management. The HTS was monitoring it with the methodical attention that had made the system valuable over these months, logging each incremental improvement. The plateau behind him showed the previous day clearly, scorched stone in the pattern of cultivation techniques detonated at close range, displaced rock formations from formation array activation at maximum output, the center gate pillar cracked lengthwise from impact forces that had exceeded the stone's natural load tolerance. The battle's residue would take weeks to fully clear. Some of it, the chi scarring in the stone's surface, the altered resonance patterns where cultivation energy had been released at high concentration, would take much longer. Huo Lai shifted to human form as Feng Yao approached. The amber eyes were measuring in the specific way of someone who has been watching a process conclude and is updating a prior assessment. I watched the whole siege from the southern ridge, Huo Lai said. All 3 days. The probe pattern, the adjustment last night when you moved the reserve and resprung the western traps, the counterattack. He paused. You fight like neither beast nor man. You've said that before. I keep arriving at it independently. No apology in the statement, it was an observation he believed was accurate and saw no reason to soften. Shu Kanglang left last night. Not to recover from the injuries, those are real but manageable for a Grand Priest's cultivation level. He left to meet with sect liaisons. 3 separate meetings before dawn, based on the traffic through the eastern lowland passes. You have that level of coverage on border movement? I have operational habit accumulated over 60 years of holding Flame Ridge. Traffic through the eastern passes is something I've had monitored since before you were born in this body. The amber eyes were steady. He's going to politics now. The military action was Phase 1. Phase 2 is coalition building. He'll come back with more, and the formal declaration of the coalition will change what other Spirit Master organizations are willing to do without risking political consequences. Feng Yao waited. I don't want a permanent Spirit Master army camped at my eastern border, Huo Lai said. If Shu Kanglang wins here, his sect's operational range extends to the Flame Ridge perimeter and my territory absorbs the political friction indefinitely. That's not acceptable. The amber eyes did not move. Non-aggression pact. Formal. Witnessed by 2 external parties, Greystone and the Elder with the grey armor. Elder Yun. Her. Northern quarter stays with Spirit Mountain. I stop pressing. You give me guaranteed safe passage through the mountain for personal hunts, no interference required, 6-month renewable terms. And if I decline? We continue as before, which serves neither of us while Shu Kanglang builds his coalition and neither of our territories can fully allocate attention to the more pressing problems. Something in Huolai's expression recalibrated, a small, precise adjustment, the kind that came from integrating new information into a prior model. I expected you to break at Flame Ridge. You didn't. That changes the value calculation of this negotiation for me, and I thought you should know that I know it changed. Chapter 99. The negotiation lasted 2 hours, which was fast for a formal territorial pact and felt slightly long to two entities who each preferred directness to procedure. Huolai's initial northern quarter claim extended 3 li past what Spirit Mountain considered its hunting boundary. Feng Yao drew the line at the watershed ridge, a geographic marker both sides could recognize without surveying equipment, permanent, unambiguous. Huolai studied the proposed line without visible reaction for 30 seconds and accepted it. The initial claim had been overage built in for exactly this concession. Both parties understood this and neither commented on it. The safe passage terms required more work. Personal hunts was the contested language. Huolai wanted to move through the mountain with up to 3 companions, which was a reasonable interpretation of personal from a Flame Ridge sovereign whose personal affairs frequently required escort. Feng Yao negotiated it to 2 companions, small enough that it remained genuinely personal rather than patrol scale, with 12 hours advance notification and a restriction on cultivation technique use within 5 li of established dens. Huolai accepted all 3 conditions without counter-proposal, which confirmed they were within his anticipated range. Greystone witnessed the signing with an expression that was very carefully not several things at once, not grief for what Spirit Mountain was becoming, not pride in what it had survived, not something harder to name that had to do with watching the mountain's first formal external treaty take shape in ink and seal. He was simply present, witnessing, which was what the moment required. Elder Yun added her seal with the efficiency of someone who has signed documents in difficult circumstances many times and understood that ceremony in this context was not the point. Huolai rolled his copy of the signed pact and stood. He did not immediately leave. He stood for a moment with the document and looked at Feng Yao with the particular consideration of someone who has something more to say and is deciding whether the context is appropriate. Send someone to the human cities, he said finally. Someone who can operate in political circles without making the situation worse. Shu Kanglang's formal declaration won't stay in military channels, he'll take it to the human powers, the academies, the sect councils. If Spirit Mountain has no voice in those rooms, the conversation happens without you, and conversations that happen without you tend to produce conclusions you didn't vote for. He paused. Do you have anyone who can do that work? Feng Yao thought of the HTS notification still waiting to be fully absorbed. 18 hours per day of sustained human form. Permanent partial form. The soul harmony at 52% and still climbing. I'm becoming someone who can, he said. Huolai accepted this the way he accepted everything Feng Yao told him, as a complete answer, examined and filed. He turned toward the mountain's southern descent and stopped once, without turning back. Don't die before 100,000 years, he said. I want to fight you when you're whole. What we had in Flame Ridge and what I watched yesterday, both of those were incomplete versions of what you'll be. He said this flatly, as information rather than sentiment. The hollow cultivator will return. He is patient and he doesn't need anything from you except the one thing you have in abundance. Keep that in mind. I do, Feng Yao said. Huolai descended into the morning light and became a shape and then was gone among the trees, and the mountain was quiet for the first time in 4 days, a quiet that held, underneath it, the specific weight of everything that had been spent and everything that was still coming. The quiet that settled over Spirit Mountain in the aftermath of the pact signing was the first genuine quiet in 4 days, not the tactical pause between engagements, not the silence between a strike landing and the response forming, but the specific absence of immediate threat that produced rest rather than readiness. The mountain's chi was noticeably different after 4 days of combat saturation. The channels were overcharged in some areas, depleted in others, the formation networks strained at the connection points. It would take weeks for the ambient environment to return to the baseline that the mountain's inhabitants experienced as normal. But the immediate crisis was resolved, the assault was withdrawn, the pact was signed, the coalition had fractured, and Spirit Mountain was still standing. The cost had been paid and the cost was real. What it had bought was also real. He held both facts and let them coexist without trying to net them against each other, because they were both true and the truth was not required to be simple. Chapter 100. At dusk, when the wounded had been settled and the dead accounted for and the battle's immediate aftermath had been given its necessary attention, Feng Yao climbed to the Stone Gate Plateau alone and sat on the eastern edge with his legs crossed and the whole mountain spread below him in the changing light. The cracked 8th tail seal was holding, the HTS monitoring its repair rate with quiet diligence, 34%, the last check had read. Slow repair, but steady. He had weeks of active management ahead before the fracture closed fully, and the repair required consistent attention that would compete with everything else that was coming. He sat with the weight of the past 4 days, which was different from the weight of decisions before they were made. Before, the weight had been theoretical, possible costs, projected outcomes, scenarios considered and rejected and reconsidered. Now the weight was actual: the 3 dead, the 7 wounded, the cracked gate pillar, the left flank that had broken when the terrain failed them. Lin Meiwa's hands still trembling when she had finally allowed herself to stop managing her composure after the battle ended. The plateau was quiet and the sky moved through gold to copper to the particular dark blue that preceded stars, and he let it be what it was. The HTS alert arrived in the stillness. Milestone: 300 horsepower reached. New capability unlocked: permanent partial form. Fox ears and tail may be expressed in human form as optional manifestation rather than suppressed state. Expression does not trigger seal cascade. Human form duration extended to 18 hours per day. Note: 8th tail seal repair progress, 34%. He read it twice. Then, because the plateau was empty of observers and the evening was what it was, he let the fox ears come forward. Not a full transformation, not an attempt, just the ears, the way you extend a hand to test whether water is warm. They appeared without effort. Without the low-level suppression he had been maintaining continuously since he first took human form, the constant background work of holding something back. They were simply present. Optional. His because he chose them. The evening wind reached them. He could feel the air's temperature gradient from elevation, the particular information a fox's ears could extract from wind that human ears could not, the additional layer of presence in a landscape that had been slightly flattened by the suppression's constant low-grade interference. 18 hours per day. Not 12. A partial form that required no cost. He was closer to human than he had ever been. Closer to something that could walk into a human city in daylight and be seen as a practitioner rather than a threat, closer to the voice that Huo Lai had told him he needed and that the war declaration scrolls were going to make necessary. The gap was narrowing. The direction was consistent. Below the plateau, movement on the mountain path, a messenger running with the urgency of someone carrying news they had been told to deliver immediately regardless of the hour. One of the young fox scouts, she elevated, tight with the kind of focused tension that preceded a report nobody wanted to give. Feng Yao watched the scout come up the path. Sat with the fox ears forward and the stars beginning their appearance and the peace of the moment exactly as complete as moments could be when held lightly. The scout reached the plateau edge and held out a scroll. The seal on it was Shu Kanglang's, the heaven hunting sex formal documentation crest, the kind reserved for official correspondence to external political powers. He broke the seal. Unrolled it. A declaration of formal war on Spirit Mountain, signed by Shu Kanglang of the heaven hunting sect. Below his signature, 4 additional seals, each one a different color and a different shape: the Iron Soul Society, the Bone Jade Academy, the Red Dawn Circle, the Thousand Spear Legion. 5 major spirit master sects. A coalition assembled in a single night from the resources of a man who had spent decades building exactly the kind of relationships that could be activated quickly when the moment required. The fox ears were still forward. The mountain was still beneath him. The stars were completing their appearance one by one in the darkening sky. But the scale of what was coming had just changed categories entirely, from military problem to political one, from one sex campaign to 5 sex declaration, from a conflict that could be resolved by holding a plateau to something that required a voice in rooms this mountain had never had a voice in before. And Feng Yao sat in his human form with his fox ears forward and 18 hours of existence available to him and understood that the most important thing he had been becoming, all these months, was not stronger, it was capable of the next step, whatever the next step turned out to require. Chapter 101. The War Declaration Scroll had been on the table for 2 hours before Feng Yao called anyone. He had needed the 2 hours. The information required being held alone before it could be discussed, held at its actual weight, without the softening that came from having other people in the room who needed to be kept functional and directed. The scroll was not a military document in the conventional sense. It was an institutional one, and those 2 categories of document required different types of processing. 5 sects. The Iron Soul Society, the Bone Jade Academy, the Red Dawn Circle, the Thousand Spear Legion, the Heaven Hunting Sect as originator. Each seal in different ink and different color and different character style, representing different networks of practitioners, different training lineages, different resource territories, different institutional relationships accumulated across the continent over decades of careful investment in the specific kind of capital that did not accumulate from cultivation rank alone but from being present in the right rooms at the right times and making the right connections. A military campaign could be resisted. Military campaigns had limits, they occupied specific terrain, required sustained resource expenditure from a defined force, concluded when one side could no longer sustain the expenditure. This document was different. A 5-sect institutional coalition operated through the channels that governed recognition and legal standing and arbitration rights and territory claims, and those channels did not have the limits of a military campaign. They were persistent, ambient, and could be operated from a distance by people who never set foot near Spirit Mountain. They would make Spirit Mountain's position worse not by fighting it but by progressively surrounding it with mechanisms that removed its options until the options were gone. Spirit Mountain had no voice in any of those channels. No seat at any continental council. No recognized standing before any arbitration body. No registered territory claims in any human institutional record. No allies in any human political context. Shu Kanglang had not spent months planning a military campaign, he had spent months building the case for an institutional one, using the military action as justification, and the coalition document was the result. Feng Yao had been thinking about this in the wrong frame. Military thinking produced military answers, and military answers were insufficient here. The human transformation system's milestones over 9 months had not been building a better fighter, primarily. They had been building something that could do what he needed to do now, walk into a human city as a participant rather than an infiltrator, stand in an institutional chamber as a recognized party rather than a subject, speak in the language of law and precedent rather than territory and force. 18 hours per day. Permanent partial form. Soul harmony at 52%. A face and a name and a history of presenting as something that passed in human environments. He was not sufficient for what was needed. He was honest about that, sitting alone with the scroll in the pre-dawn quiet. But he was what existed, and the alternative to attempting the insufficient option was conceding that Spirit Mountain had no option, and conceding that was what Shu Kanglang was counting on. The calculation was the same calculation he had made in every difficult situation since the transmigration: attempt the thing that might fail, because not attempting it guaranteed the failure. He rolled the scroll, called the council meeting for mid-morning, and spent the hours before dawn making a list of every legal precedent he knew and needed to know more about. The Transformation Edict had been passed 600 years ago in response to a dragon seized territory. It had never been applied to a nine-tailed fox. It had been applied exactly twice in its entire history, to dragons only, and the convention in the practitioner legal community was that it was a narrow instrument for a narrow purpose. That convention was not the law, the convention was an interpretation of the law, and interpretations could be challenged. The Continental Spirit Master Arbitration Council had a charter obligation to hear formal complaints from recognized parties. Spirit Mountain was not recognized. But if Spirit Mountain could become recognized, if the edict's application could be established before the coalition's institutional campaign fully closed off the avenue, then the complaint would have to be heard. The complaint's success was a separate question. But the question of whether the complaint would be heard at all was the first gate. He wrote down the Transformation Edict. Under it he wrote, qualifying threshold, 50,000 cultivation years. Spirit Mountain sovereign, approximately 89,800 years. Status, qualified. Under that he wrote, challenge, representative must demonstrate authentic standing in human institutional space. Note, human form maintained 18 hours/day. Soul harmony 52%. Contracted spirit guide registration may address hunting provision. Under that he wrote, talk to Lin Meiwa about the registration idea before the council meeting. He had the list. He had the framework. He did not have sufficient confidence that any of this would work, but sufficient confidence was not the threshold. The threshold was whether attempting it was better than not attempting it. The answer to that was not in doubt, and so the question was settled, and what remained was execution. Chapter 102 Greystone assigned Feng Yao the floor before the formal session opened. This was not a procedural accommodation or a courtesy. It was a structural designation, placing Feng Yao in the strategic lead position, which meant his assessment framed the options rather than simply contributing information to a discussion that someone else was conducting. The Elder Council had formal authority over Spirit Mountain's decisions. Greystone was indicating, through the assignment of floor position, that the formal authority was choosing to follow a strategic recommendation rather than originate one. The distinction was significant and everyone in the assembly understood it. Feng Yao presented the scroll, the coalition's composition, and the analysis he had conducted before dawn. He presented what each co-signing sect contributed to the coalition's institutional reach, the Iron Soul Society's connections to 3 continental arbitration bodies, the Bone Jade Academy's presence on the Spirit Master Certification Registry, the Red Dawn Circle's territorial claim recognition relationships, the Thousand Spear Legion's military recognition frameworks. The combined institutional footprint of 5 major sects, coordinated under Shu Kanglang's direction, was sufficient to make Spirit Mountain legally and politically invisible in every context that mattered. He then presented the options clearly. Military resistance was not viable on a long enough timeline. Spirit Mountain could hold its ground against individual assaults, but sustained pressure from 5 sects' combined resource base would outlast any defensive configuration the mountain could maintain. The military option led to attrition and eventual loss. The political option required representation before a neutral continental body, specifically the Continental Spirit Master Arbitration Council, which maintained a glittering jade office and had a charter obligation to hear complaints from recognized parties. Spirit Mountain was not currently a recognized party. Making it one required using the Transformation Edict, which Feng Yao had read and which applied under the mountain's circumstances. The edict required a representative who could stand in human institutional space as a participant. He was the only available candidate for that role. He presented this as a recommendation, not a request. Then he stopped talking. The silence lasted 40 seconds. He counted. "The mountain has been changing for 9 months, Qianfeng said, still looking at the table. "This is the same change, extended outward." "I agree." The sable mother looked at him with the direct assessment she applied to anything that mattered. "He's right," she said. "We don't fight this by fighting." The remaining council members were quieter. Several nodded. None dissented. Greystone looked around the circle and then turned to him, carrying the full institutional weight of everything Spirit Mountain had been and everything it was becoming. "Spirit Mountain's external representative," he said. "Formally. On the record." The words settled into the assembly's memory the way important words did, not dramatically, but permanently. The spirit of this mountain had shifted. The shift had been building for 9 months. Now it was declared, and declarations changed what was possible in ways that undeclared truths did not. After the session formally closed and the council members dispersed, Greystone remained in the assembly space. Feng Yao remained as well, because Greystone's expression said he had something more to say. The sable mother and Qianfeng agreed, Greystone said. "You noticed that?" "Yes." "They have not agreed on much in the last several years. Their disagreements have been useful, 2 strong perspectives, both valid, and the mountain is better for having both present in its decisions." The old beast looked at the space where the council members had been sitting. The fact that they agreed today is significant. Not because agreement is always right. Because those 2 specific beasts agreeing means the mountain's assessment is unified, and unified assessments are not common and do not remain unified unless what they were agreeing about was actually correct. Feng Yao received this. "You're telling me the council's agreement confirms the assessment rather than simply following it?" "I am telling you that when you return from Glittering Jade," Greystone said, "the mountain will be here. Whatever you build out there, there is something here to build it from." He paused. "I have watched enough of history to know that the first time a new kind of thing succeeds, everything after it becomes easier. Be the first time." He left. Feng Yao stood alone in the assembly space for a moment with the weight of the designation and the weight of what it required, and then he went to find Lin Meihua and tell her they were leaving in the morning, and that she had been right about the registration, and he needed to know if the filing had been completed yet. The specific way that Shu Kanglang's coalition had been assembled, with the Dao Covenant at its center and 3 smaller sects providing the formal standing that the war declaration required, said something about how the Grand Priest assessed the situation's legal parameters. A war declaration required cosigners under the Arbitration Council's protocols, and the cosigners' participation gave the declaration its institutional legitimacy. Without the cosigners, the declaration was one sex assertion. With them, it was a multi-party position that the council had to acknowledge even while it reviewed. The assembly had been deliberate. What was also deliberate was the choice of which sects to recruit: smaller sects with existing grievances against Spirit Beast territory expansion, sects whose institutional interests aligned with the declaration's outcome without requiring them to be fully committed to the campaign's methods. Useful tools. And now that the campaign had failed, they were tools that were looking for the exit, and Shu Kanglang, when he rebuilt, would need better ones. Chapter 103. The road to Glittering Jade required 2 days of travel and a quality of sustained attention that covert work had never required. He had moved through human territory before: infiltration approaches, intelligence gathering, brief border crossings. Every one of those movements had shared a common quality: they had exits built into every step. If he had been identified at any point, retreat was the immediate response. The operational priority had always been concealment, and concealment made identification the failure condition. This was different. He was traveling as Spirit Mountain's formal representative, heading toward a city where he intended to stand in an institutional chamber and be recognized as what he was. There was no concealment priority. If someone identified him on the road, the appropriate response was not retreat but his name, his title, the documentation in his inner pocket. The performance of ordinary travel, looking like a young cultivator in transit, was not concealment. It was simply the ordinary low profile of someone who was not making their business everyone's business. These were different things. Understanding the difference did not make the road feel different. The difference was only legible from the inside, and from the inside, what it felt like was fragile, like a status that had not yet been confirmed by the situations it would be tested in. Lin Meihua walked at his pace without adjusting her stride, which meant she had observed his pace and calibrated accordingly. She did this without comment. He had learned to register this quality of social attentiveness as competence rather than mere accommodation. "You are thinking about what happens if someone in the city identifies you," she said, mid-afternoon of the first day. "Among other things. The most likely identification trigger is the eyes. Gold eyes in cultivator populations occur in several minor bloodlines, unusual, not impossible in a large city. If you don't perform humanness, if you walk as you walk and look as you look without the overlay of trying to appear natural, the eyes are explainable." She paused. The performance is usually what gives people away. And if the eyes are insufficient explanation, then we use the contracted spirit guide registration, which I filed before we left. She gave him a moment to process this. The Herb Gatherers Registry Satellite Office in the Eastern Lowlands processes registrations for the Western City Circuit. Glittering Jade is in the circuit. The registration will already be in the city system when we arrive. He looked at her. When did you decide that was necessary? When I read the transformation edict 6 weeks ago and understood that the hunting provision problem would arise the moment you tried to use it in a human institutional context. Her voice was matter-of-fact. I prefer to have solutions prepared before the problem is acute. It is generally more useful than preparing them during. The city appeared at dusk of the second day, vast, elevated, lit against the darkening plain with the accumulated light of 400,000 people conducting their evening. The gate was ahead. Guards in municipal cultivation armor. Evening traffic moving through in the ordinary rhythm of routine. He felt the threshold, the specific weight of crossing from outside to inside as something other than what he had always been when crossing that kind of line, and walked through it. The gate guards were processing the evening's traffic efficiently, checking documentation, waving through the familiar faces, pausing briefly on the unfamiliar. One guard looked at Feng Yao's face for approximately 1 second longer than was standard, not suspicious, just registering the unusual gold of the eyes. Then he looked at Lin Meiwa's travel documentation, confirmed the return trip registration that covered Feng Yao as her companion, and waved them through. The first moment inside the gate was the first moment of operating in a human city as something other than an infiltrator, and it felt like standing in water for the first time after years of looking at it from the bank, real in a way that the idea of it had not prepared him for. The city smelled different from Spirit Mountain. The chi in the air was human-saturated, tens of thousands of cultivators coexisting in a concentrated space, their spiritual signatures overlapping and blending into a background hum that was simultaneously overwhelming and, within a few hundred meters, something his perception adjusted to and filed as context rather than information. The streets were lit with cultivation lamps. The buildings were tall and close. The people moved with the particular efficiency of urban rhythm, which was different from the mountain's rhythm in every way. He walked with Lin Meiwa toward the lodging she had arranged, a practitioner's inn in the middle ring, not wealthy enough to attract attention to its guests, not cheap enough to attract a different kind of attention, and registered the city around him as something he was inside of rather than observing from outside, and found that the difference between those two relationships was larger than he had anticipated. Tomorrow morning, they would find the Arbitration Council's office. Tonight, he was inside Glittering Jade, and that fact alone was something he needed a few hours to absorb before he could be useful at anything else, and the city outside was full of people who did not yet know what was coming. Chapter 104 The Continental Spirit Master Arbitration Council's Glittering Jade office occupied a solid building in the administrative quarter, gray stone, appropriate ceiling heights, formal signage communicating institutional gravity through architectural choices that had been made by someone who understood that gravity required demonstration. Lin Meiwa had identified the office on their first morning, located the procedural requirements in a legal reference text she had borrowed from the city library the night before arrival, and had the documentation prepared before Feng Yao had finished his assessment of the city's power ecology. They filed mid-morning. The receiving clerk processed the fee, reviewed the submission, checked the documentation against the procedural requirements, and paused at the section identifying the filing party. Spirit Mountain, she said. Correct. Spirit Mountain is a spirit beast territory. She said this with the professional neutrality of someone who processes whatever arrives and tries not to project whether whatever has arrived is unusual. Also correct. She looked at the documentation again. The fee was paid. The submission was complete and correctly formatted. The procedural requirements did not include a provision restricting spirit beast territories from filing. She accepted the filing, gave Feng Yao the case number receipt, and scheduled the preliminary hearing for 3 days hence. The preliminary hearing was held in a chamber with 5 arbitrators behind a raised table. Feng Yao presented the case in the formal standing position, the military aggression, the coalition formation, the applicable charter provisions, the requested remedies. He spoke in the formal legal register the context required, drawing on 9 months of Lin Meiwa's tutelage in human institutional language and 6 weeks of specific preparation. When he finished, the arbitrators looked at each other. The lead arbitrator leaned forward slowly, with the deliberateness of someone choosing words with particular care. Representative. What, exactly, are you representing? Spirit Mountain. As I've stated in the filing. Spirit Mountain is a spirit beast territory. A pause. So you are a spirit beast. Filing a formal complaint. On behalf of a spirit beast territory. With this council. That is an accurate summary, yes. The 4 other arbitrators were each conducting their expressions very carefully. 3 of them appeared to be working to keep their faces neutral. One was studying the papers in front of him with the intensity of someone who has found the documents unexpectedly fascinating. One was failing, slightly, to suppress something that was not mockery but was definitely a response. "We will need to consult on procedural jurisdiction," the lead arbitrator said carefully. "This situation is..." He stopped. Started again. "We will need to consult. Please return in 2 days." His voice carried the quality of an institution encountering an edge case it has never encountered and needing time to determine whether to reject it or adapt to it. The 5 arbitrators were already exchanging looks that would become a conversation when the chamber cleared, the conversation of practitioners who have spent decades in an institutional system and have just discovered that the system has an edge case they were not trained to handle. Feng Yao and Lin Meihua left the chamber. In the corridor, she looked at him with an expression that asked without speaking, "That went as expected?" "The consultation window is the relevant variable now," he said. "If they consult in good faith and apply the edict honestly, the complaint proceeds. If they decide the institutional disruption is too significant and find a procedural reason to decline, the edict's applicability remains disputed and Spirit Mountain's standing is uncertain." He walked toward the building's exit. "We will know in 2 days which kind of institution the Arbitration Council actually is. And if they decline? Then we determine what the next avenue is." He pushed the door open into glittering Jade's afternoon. "But I think they will apply it. The edict's language is broad enough and their institutional reputation is specific enough that declining without a clear procedural basis would cost them more than accepting would. The disruption of an unprecedented application is smaller than the disruption of being seen to bend the law for a major sex benefit." Lin Meihua walked beside him. "You've been thinking like a legal practitioner," she said. "I've been thinking like something that needs legal practitioners to work in its favor," he said, and that was the difference, and they had 2 days to confirm whether it was sufficient. Chapter 105 The 2-day consultation gave Feng Yao time to deepen his research in Glittering Jade's library archive, which held a comprehensive collection of Continental Charter precedent texts and 600 years of Arbitration Council decisions. The Transformation Edict had been applied exactly twice. Both applications involved dragons. The drafters had intended the edict's scope to be narrow. They were addressing a specific crisis involving a 10,000-year dragon-seized territory and did not anticipate the language they used being applied to other spirit beast lineages. The threshold requirement was 50,000 cultivation years, which had been set precisely because no spirit beast below that accumulation level would be expected to have the kind of legal interests the edict was designed to protect. The drafters had not anticipated a 9-tailed fox with a legal team. The edict's language was in several respects broader than its specific intended application. Legal personhood equivalent to highest-tier human practitioners had been the formula used. The breadth of that equivalence had never been fully tested because the situations in which it would matter had not previously arisen. When the arbitrators reconvened and announced that the complaint would proceed to formal consideration, their manner indicated that they had spent 2 days arriving at the conclusion Feng Yao had reached before filing. The edict applied, and the institutional integrity of the council required applying it regardless of how unprecedented the application was. Shu Kanglang's representative arrived 20 minutes into the session. Senior Practitioner Dao, 78th rank Spirit Master, entered with 3 assistants and the specific efficiency of someone who had been briefed thoroughly and had prepared a response. He submitted a counter-motion before addressing the arbitrators, the document formatted precisely and filed without preamble. The lead arbitrator read it aloud. "The individual claiming to represent Spirit Mountain is an impersonating beast, a spirit beast using artificial form to appear human, constituting fraudulent representation under the authentic standing provision. As such, the complaint's representative lacks authentic standing and the filing must be dismissed." Dao looked across the chamber at him with the expression of a practitioner who has placed a decisive piece on the board and is waiting for the board to reflect that assessment. The trap was elegant. Its elegance was in the fact that it did not require Dao to prove anything, it only required Feng Yao to respond, and either response produced the outcome the heaven hunting sect needed. Acknowledge the beast status. The authentic standing provision excluded beasts from human institutional representation, and the hunting provisions applicable to unregistered beasts in human territory gave Shu Kanglang's disciples the legal right to act immediately, right here in the arbitration chamber, in full view of the arbitrators who would be powerless to prevent it. Deny the beast status. The Transformation Edict's application rested entirely on authentic beast identity, and denying the identity dissolved the edict's applicability, which dissolved the standing, which ended the case. Both exits led to Shu Kanglang winning. The arbitrators were watching. They knew a trap had been set. Their role did not permit them to intervene in the legal argument. They could not offer Feng Yao guidance or suggest an escape, because their neutrality required allowing the legal process to proceed regardless of outcome. Dao was waiting. The chamber was very quiet. Lin Meihua leaned toward him, very quietly, with the specific quality of someone who has located a third option. "I have an idea," she said. "Trust me." And the tone of her voice said that the idea was not speculative, it was prepared, it was present, and it required only that he request the recess to deploy it, and what it would expose about Dao's motion was not something the counterparty would be able to walk back. The counter-motion was more elegant than its apparent simplicity suggested. A motion to dismiss on jurisdictional grounds was a standard legal maneuver. Dou's representatives had clearly prepared it, had probably anticipated the contracted spirit guide filing, and had the paperwork ready. What they had not anticipated was the specific evidentiary basis Lin Meihua had been building for 3 weeks, not just the filing, but the chain of witness statements, the pavilion's formal endorsement, the 3 faction observers' testimony already in the record. Each piece had seemed like procedural caution. Together, they formed the ground on which the counter-motion had nothing to stand on, because the counter-motion required the filing to be a legal novelty, and Lin Meihua had spent 3 weeks making sure it was instead a thoroughly documented fact. The legal fiction had become a legal reality, and the reality was in the record, and Dou's counter-motion arrived 2 days late to be arguing otherwise, and the record would remember the timing. Chapter 106. They took the 5-minute consultation recess. In the side room, Lin Meihua opened the document case she had been carrying since they left Spirit Mountain and removed a folded piece of registry paper with an official administrative seal, the contracted spirit guide registration, filed with the Herb Gatherer's Registry, stamped with the glittering Jade Circuit's receiving seal, legally valid in this city's administrative system. She explained it. The instrument had been created originally for mountain herb gatherers whose work required extended travel through beast territories. The filing established a formal legal relationship between a human practitioner and a spirit beast companion, granting the beast the status of a registered working companion. Under the commercial companion exemption from the general hunting provisions, a registered companion could not be subjected to hunting action during the contract period without civil review, a process requiring weeks and formal complaint that could not be bypassed. The registration acknowledged the spirit beast status directly. This meant there was no impersonation. The beast status was declared, registered, and protected under a legal framework that predated the transformation edict by 2 centuries. Dou's counter-motion required either undeclared beast status, impersonation, or unprotected beast status, subject to hunting. The registration produced a third category, declared and protected beast status, which the counter-motion had not accounted for. The lawyer will know exactly what you've done, Feng Yao said. Knowing what I've done doesn't make the registration invalid. It is correctly filed, correctly sealed, correctly registered. Its validity is procedural, not dependent on Dou's assessment of its purpose. She was watching him with the focused attention of someone confirming comprehension. The trap required 2 options. This is a third option. Traps with only 2 exits are manageable when the third exit exists. He read the registration again. When did you file this? Before we left. I filed it when I understood that going to Glittering Jade was the necessary outcome and that the hunting provision problem would arise the moment you made the transformation edict argument. I prefer solutions ready before the problem is acute. A pause, the careful neutrality she used when she was saying something that mattered and did not want to perform the fact that it mattered. I have been working about 2 steps ahead of the current situation for most of the past 6 weeks. I thought you should know that, so you don't think I have been withholding information. I have been holding preparatory work. Feng Yao looked at the registration for a long moment. Then at Lin Meihua. She was watching him with the steady attention of someone who has done the work and is now simply waiting for the person who needs to use it to confirm they understand what they have. The trap has 3 exits, he said. Dou counted 2. Yes, she said. The third exit requires acknowledging the beast status directly, which removes the impersonation grounds. And then the registration makes that acknowledgement safe rather than dangerous. Yes. You prepared this 6 weeks ago. When I read the transformation edict and understood that invoking it would create the hunting provision problem. A pause, her voice carrying the careful neutrality she used when she was saying something significant and did not want to perform the significance. I have been working ahead of the current situation for most of the time I have known you. This is the most prepared I have been ahead of a specific problem. I thought you should know the extent of it. It is not uncomfortable, Feng Yao said. Let's go back in. He opened the side room door. In the arbitration chamber, Dou was waiting with the professional patience of a practitioner who has set a decisive trap and is allowing it time to work. The arbitrators were waiting with institutional neutrality. The chamber was quiet with the particular quality of a room holding its outcome in suspension. The third option walked back into the chamber with him, valid, registered, legally complete, and Dou's trap, which had counted 2 exits, was about to discover that it had miscounted. The contracted spirit guide registration was Lin Meihua's idea, and it was hers specifically because she had the particular quality of mind that could look at a situation with no established precedent and identify the precedent that could be constructed. Other practitioners, presented with the problem, establish Feng Yao's legal personhood in time for the arbitration proceeding, would have looked for existing categories. Lin Meihua had looked for the materials available and asked what category could be built. The available materials were, a human practitioner with documented skills in cultivation medicine and beast welfare, a spirit beast who had been in sustained human form for months and had been acting in legal capacity, and 3 weeks of arbitration proceeding in which that capacity had already been demonstrated rather than just asserted. The category the materials supported was not one that had existed before she needed it. It existed after she filed it. That was not a coincidence, and whoever filed the next one in this category would cite Lin Meiwa's work. Chapter 107 He presented the contracted spirit guide registration to the lead arbitrator. The document passed down the line of 5 arbitrators, each reading it with the careful attention of a practitioner determining what a piece of documentation means for the institutional situation they are managing. The expressions across the panel moved through recognition, assessment, and, in 2 cases, something that looked like genuine professional appreciation for the mechanism's elegance. Senior practitioner Dou received the document when the lead arbitrator extended it. He read it without visible change in expression. His 3 assistants, who had been watching the arbitrator's reactions with the calibrated attention of experienced legal aides, exchanged a look that communicated something they did not say aloud. The arbitrators deliberated briefly and quietly among themselves. Then the lead arbitrator announced, the companion registration document was valid under the commercial companion exemption framework. The counter-motion's impersonation grounds were moot, because the registration acknowledged the spirit beast status explicitly, no impersonation was occurring. The hunting provision problem was addressed by the exemption's protection during the contract period. The original complaint's authentic standing was confirmed under the Transformation Edict, with the commercial companion exemption providing the protection that made the edict's application practically viable rather than theoretically sound but operationally dangerous. Spirit Mountain's complaint would proceed to formal consideration. Dou set the registration document down on the table in front of him. He looked at it for a long moment with the expression of a professional completing a final accounting of a position that has changed significantly. Then he looked at Lin Meiwa, who was sitting in the advisory representative's chair with her hands folded and her expression arranged in the composed neutrality of someone who does not intend to perform satisfaction. She's cleverer than she looks, Dou said, not as a concession, not as flattery, but as a genuine professional evaluation delivered with the directness of someone who respects a technique regardless of whether it was used against him. The session adjourned. The arbitration was on the record. The heaven hunting sex legal options were exhausted. Feng Yao and Lin Meiwa left the arbitration building into the afternoon light of glittering jade. The city carried on around them with the ordinary rhythms of a large urban center, trade and movement in the background hum of 400,000 people's simultaneous cultivation activity. Nothing about the city's rhythm acknowledged that something had just happened in the gray building they had walked out of. That was how institutions worked. They recorded things without displaying them. Dou will report to Shu Kanglang before nightfall, Lin Meiwa said as they walked. Yes. And Shu Kanglang's response will not be legal. She was not asking, she was stating the sequence she had already worked through. He will have understood when he sent Dou that legal channels were insufficient. Dou was the best case attempt. When the best case fails, the next attempt is something else. Yes. When? She asked. Tonight or tomorrow night, Feng Yao said. He will need time to position assets and assess what the escaping operative from any previous attempt would tell him. If he sends someone tonight, it is because he already had people positioned in the city before Dou filed the counter-motion. A pause. Which means he was already planning for the legal failure when he sent Dou. Which means the 2 approaches were running in parallel. Lin Meiwa was quiet for a moment. He is very good at this, she said. Yes, Feng Yao said. He is very good at this. And we have handled everything he has done so far. He looked at her sideways. Stay alert tonight. I'll manage the approaches. You manage the documentation that needs to go to the council tomorrow regardless of what happens tonight. Already prepared, she said, and they walked back through the city's afternoon toward the lodging that would, in a matter of hours, become a different kind of location, and neither of them knew yet exactly what kind. The afternoon following the ruling's announcement had a specific texture, the texture of a legal victory that had been won on the correct merits and that the other party was now obligated to acknowledge in the official record. Dou's representative had left the hearing chamber with the expression of someone who had arrived with a plan and had encountered a situation the plan had not been built to handle. He had not lost dramatically. He had lost specifically and documentably, which was in some ways worse. A dramatic loss could be attributed to circumstances or bad luck, but a specific loss on the documented merits stayed in the record as exactly what it was. Lin Meiwa's filing would be cited in future proceedings involving Beast legal personhood. She was aware of this. It was part of why she had filed it the way she had, not just to win the current proceeding, but to establish the foundation that the next proceeding in this category would be built on, and the next proceeding was already forming somewhere on the continent. Chapter 108 The legal victory lasted 18 hours before Shu Kanglang's response arrived in a different form. Feng Yao had been tracking the surveillance around the lodging since the first night in the city, 3 positions, 7-hour rotation, intelligence collection configuration. Expected behavior for a major sect monitoring the movements of an opposing party during arbitration proceedings. He had filed it as non-threatening and proceeded accordingly. On the evening of the hearing day, The surveillance configuration changed. The three positions repositioned to tighter range. The rotation pattern became more adaptive, less clockwork. The chi signatures of the practitioners in those positions were different from the intelligence collectors who had been there before, heavier, more concentrated. The specific quality of active combat cultivation maintained at sustained readiness rather than passive observation. Intelligence operatives coasted in passive awareness. Combat operatives maintained their techniques at ready state. The difference was palpable to 89,800 years of predator sensitivity. He counted 5 operators before midnight. Then confirmed a 6th in the rear approach. The heaven hunting sect had decided that legal channels were insufficient and had moved to direct action. The civil consequences of attacking a registered contracted companion would be manageable for a major sect. The consequences were financial and institutional rather than existential. The decision had been made that the manageable consequences were worth the operational outcome. He woke Lin Meiwei at midnight. 6 operators outside, he said. Mobile, combat ready. Positioning consistent with pre-dawn strike window, low traffic for isolation, some ambient light for withdrawal routes. She came fully awake without transition. She had been sleeping lightly, which meant she had already registered something in the atmosphere of the past 2 hours. The council? Not on a timeline that matters for tonight. He looked at the window. This needs to be handled here. I need you in the inner room, stone walls, low to the ground, away from the windows. Stay there until I come for you or until dawn, whichever comes first. She stood. She looked at him with the evaluating attention she brought to situations where assessment was more useful than reaction. The contract doesn't protect you physically, she said. No. Just legally. He met her eyes. The registration did what it needed to do in the hearing room. Tonight requires different tools. Be careful, she said. Not performed, specific, genuine, the instruction of someone who meant it and knew it was not sufficient and said it anyway. She went to the inner room. He went to the roof, the highest point, the last position a standard extraction team planned for one briefing on a target who was expected to be asleep, and settled in to wait with the patience of something that had spent its existence being very good at exactly this. The night was clear and the city's ambient light created a low ceiling of illumination that reduced the stars to the brightest and made the rooftops visible in the faint orange-gray of urban sky. He could see 3 of the surveillance positions from the rooftop, the repositioned operators, maintaining their posts with the specific discipline of someone on a timed assignment, checking their positions at intervals that told him approximately when the operation was scheduled to begin. 2 hours. He had 2 hours from the time he settled on the roof. He used the first hour to map the likely approach routes, identify which of the 6 operators was most experienced based on their movement patterns and position maintenance, and estimate the team composition's probable configuration. 5 through standard ground approaches, 1 elevated as a cutoff and signal runner. The elevated position would be the most experienced member, positioned to signal the ground team if the target appeared to relocate, and to relay aboard instructions if the situation changed. The elevated position would also be the first one that encountered him on the roof. He used the second hour to remain completely still, not inactive, not passive, but in the state of sustained readiness that a predator maintained before the moment of engagement, every sense running at calibrated output, every variable of the approaching situation tracked and updated as new information arrived. This was something the human frame had learned from the fox instincts, or the fox instincts had learned to express through the human frame. The boundary between the two was less clear than it had been 9 months ago, and in moments like this, the boundary was not the relevant thing. The relevant thing was that someone was coming up through the roof access hatch in approximately 12 minutes, and he was ready, and they were not, but the one who had escaped was already beyond the rooftops, carrying information he could not afford to let reach its destination. Chapter 109. They came 3 hours before dawn, as he had estimated. 5 at ground level, 4 in standard 2 and 2 split through the main entrance and ground floor windows, 1 positioned at the back as a cutoff. 1 on the roof. The configuration assumed the target was inside and unaware. Both assumptions were wrong. The roof operative emerged through the access hatch and found Feng Yao 3 meters away in the open night air, already aware and already watching. The operative did not have time to signal before the engagement began. The ground team entered on their planned schedule, because the roof operative's failure to signal meant the ground team received no aboard instruction and proceeded according to plan. They entered to find a lodging with no one in the main room and 3 rooms to clear, and began the clearing sequence, and had completed the first room when Feng Yao, having descended from the roof through the exterior wall, entered through the window they had left unobserved, and the sequence of the night's work became something other than what the team had been briefed to expect. He used 3 elements: illusion, applied at close quarters to create positional misinformation; speed, drawing on the accumulated physical cultivation that the human frame could channel; a depth of physical cultivation that the brief that had been prepared on injured spirit beast in human form had seriously underestimated; and precise soul strike technique applied in short sequential bursts, targeting cultivation coherence rather than physical damage. 4 operators incapacitated. No lethal damage. Dead practitioners in a lodging the day after a formal hearing were evidence that would complicate the arbitration proceedings, and he wanted the proceedings uncomplicated. The fifth ground operator, the most experienced, with the fastest disengagement instinct, cleared the window he had entered through and was gone before the fourth was down. Feng Yao let him go. The escaped operator would deliver a report. The report was the point. The specific content of what one professional told another about what they had encountered was more useful than the sixth incapacitation. One got away, he told Lin Meihua, who emerged from the inner room at dawn with the composed attention of a woman who had spent 3 hours staying very still and was now conducting a full situational assessment. She looked at the 4 practitioners on the floor, then at Feng Yao, then at the practitioners' equipment, the heaven hunting sect contract seals, the contract documentation, the communication talismans still warm from the operations preparation. She was doing an inventory, not reacting, cataloging what was present and what it represented in the broader sequence. The contract seals and communication talismans go to the arbitration council at opening hours, she said. With a sworn statement, full account of the attack, identification of the sect contract seals, request for formal notation in the complaint record as evidence of continued aggression against a party to an active arbitration proceeding. She picked up one of the communication talismans carefully. These confirm the operative's affiliation and the operations authorization through the sect's hierarchy. With these as physical evidence, the attack is not deniable as an independent action. He will deny it anyway. Yes. But a denial made on record with physical evidence of the sect's operational materials is a different kind of denial, one the arbitration council cannot ignore without compromising its own institutional credibility. She set the talisman down. What did the escaped operator see? A beast that fights as a human, Feng Yao said. Perfectly. Lin Meihua absorbed this. Her expression was doing the calculation that it did when she was moving from current state to likely next state to necessary preparation. When that report reaches Shu Kanglang, she said, he will conclude that indirect approaches have a ceiling and direct action is the remaining option. He will come here himself, probably within a day. Yes. Which means we have tonight to build what we need before he arrives. She looked at him directly. The witness network. The 3 factions. Tonight. Tonight, Feng Yao confirmed, and they spent the next 2 hours managing the immediate logistics of 4 incapacitated practitioners before the window of darkness began to close, and the escaped operator would reach Shu Kanglang within the hour. Chapter 110 Shu Kanglang arrived in Glittering Jade the following afternoon with 12 disciples and the bearing of a man who had finished with intermediaries. The Heaven Hunting Sect's 87th rank Grand Priest accompanied by 12 high-tier disciples registered across the city's practitioner networks within 2 hours of arrival. A chi signature of that density and rank was not something a cultivator city's awareness failed to notice. By evening, Feng Yao had received the information through 3 separate channels before the formal note arrived. The note was delivered by a young disciple who handed it to the lodging door, waited for acknowledgement, and departed without speaking. The crest was the Heaven Hunting Sect's formal documentation mark. The interior was a single handwritten sentence, I will give you until dawn to leave the city. After dawn, I collect your soul ring personally. Feng Yao set it on the table next to the arbitration case number receipt and the assassin's contract seals, evidence filed with the council that morning, but he had kept copies, and looked at the combination. He's done with the legal approach, Lin Meihua said from behind him. Yes. 12 disciples. Your 8th seal repair is ongoing. Last night cost some reserves. She was doing the accounting without performing alarm. This was what the accounting looked like, done clearly. And we are in a city with no combat support from Spirit Mountain, and I am the closest thing to backup that exists in Glittering Jade. I'm not leaving, Feng Yao said. I know. A pause. I was not suggesting leaving. I was calculating what exists between leaving and a direct confrontation tomorrow morning, because there is usually something between extremes. He looked at the city's evening light through the window. The practitioner factions and minor sect establishments that populated Glittering Jade's power ecology, each with their own institutional interests, their own histories with the Heaven Hunting Sect, their own calculations about what a shift in the local balance would mean for their position over the next several years. There is something, he said. But it requires tonight. He turned from the window. I need the names and locations of every minor faction in this city with documented grievances against the Heaven Hunting Sect. Historical disputes, territory conflicts, procedural manipulation, anything on formal record. I have that already, Lin Meihua said. I pulled the archived grievance records from the Arbitration Council 2 days ago. 3 factions with documented grievances and active establishments in the city. I'll write the addresses. He looked at her for a moment. The evening light through the window was doing what evening light did, making everything look like a question about what came next. I was working ahead, she said. I thought the information might become relevant. It is very relevant, he said. Can you also draft a statement of the night's note from Shu Kanglang and its implications for the arbitration proceeding? The council will need to know, he said, a dawn deadline. Already started, she said. He picked up the list of faction addresses and looked at them. 3 establishments. 3 different histories with the heaven hunting sect. 3 different things they had to offer and 3 different things they had to gain from being present tomorrow. The conversations would need to be fast and precise. Midnight to pre-dawn was enough time for 3 visits if he did not waste any of it. If I'm not back by 2 hours before dawn, he said, assume something has gone wrong and take the documentation directly to the Arbitration Council's emergency contact. Lin Meihua, you have that contact information? I have it, she said. Good. He folded the list into his inner pocket. Then I'll be back before 2 hours before dawn, because I will need the remaining dark hours to rest before whatever Shu Kanglang brings to the plaza. He left, and the city outside was quiet and waiting, and there were 3 doors to knock on before the night ended, and behind one of them, someone had already been told he was coming. The note Shu Kanglang left, leave by dawn, was not a threat, technically. A threat required specificity, leave by dawn or something will happen. The note offered only the deadline, not the consequence. That was deliberate. A man of Shu Kanglang's precision did not omit consequences accidentally. He omitted them because the consequence was understood, because anyone reading the note would supply the consequence from context, which meant he had communicated everything he needed to communicate without putting anything in writing that could appear in an official proceeding. It was a sophisticated use of implication, the kind of move that a practitioner who had been navigating formal institutional processes for decades would have developed. He had probably used it before, in other contexts, with other targets who had left by dawn and then been officially characterized as having chosen to leave voluntarily. Feng Yao noted the sophistication and found it useful information about Shu Kanglang's relationship to the arbitration process, and what his next move would look like. Chapter 111. He visited all 3 establishments between midnight and 2 hours before dawn, each visit taking approximately 40 minutes. The Riverstone Cultivation Hall, 60 practitioners, water element specialty, a territory dispute 8 years prior in which the Heaven Hunting sect had used procedural manipulation through the arbitration process to transfer water rights from the hall's primary training valley to a sect affiliate. The manipulation had been technically legal. The hall had contested it and lost. The loss had not destroyed them, they were still operating, still training, still present in Glittering Jade's practitioner community, but it had set a ceiling on their growth that the lost resources had prevented them from breaching in the 8 years since. Senior Lu listened to him in her office with the alert attention of a practitioner who had learned not to waste the hours between midnight and dawn on anything that didn't warrant them. He presented his offer, Spirit Mountain's formal institutional backing, as a recognized entity under the Transformation Edict, in exchange for the hall's presence as witnesses to the morning's events. Not military support, not martial alliance, not resource sharing. Institutional attestation, a formal record that the Riverstone Cultivation Hall had observed and reported the confrontation, entered into Spirit Mountain's archive and available as independent corroboration in any future arbitration proceeding. Senior Lu considered this for 30 seconds. Spirit Mountain's backing is legally meaningful now, she said. Under the edict. As of 4 days ago. And this backing requires us only to stand and observe. Yes. We will stand witness, she said. The Quiet Peak Sword School agreed on similar terms. The documentation of their witness would be useful to them in ways that did not require their martial participation in a confrontation with an 87th rank Grand Priest. The Herbalist Collective agreed in exchange for Feng Yao's personal attestation that Spirit Mountain's herb territories would be open to licensed gathering under terms to be negotiated. A reasonable exchange that fell within his representative mandate. 3 witnesses. None of them capable of fighting Shu Kanglang's disciples. None of them needed to be. Witnesses served a different function. They made the morning a public event with institutional observers who had their own channels for reporting accurately and their own interests in the report's accuracy. The morning had to be something that could be witnessed and reported and entered into the institutional record, which was the only kind of record that outlasted a military or martial outcome. Senior Lu had asked, at the end of their conversation, a question that Feng Yao had not expected: what is Spirit Mountain trying to become? He had considered this. Not a rhetorical pause, an actual consideration, because the question deserved an actual answer. A territory that has rights, he had said finally. Not just territory that has power. The distinction matters. Senior Lu had looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she had said. That is the distinction that matters. That is what none of the sects will give you voluntarily, which is why you have to take it through the channels they use when they don't want to give something. That was why 3 witnesses were enough. They were not there to fight. They were there to ensure that what happened in the morning existed in the institutional record as something that had been seen and attested to. Once attested, it could not be erased by force or wealth or political influence, it could only be contested on its merits, and its merits were real. That was what tomorrow needed to be, and tonight's work had built it. The 3-faction witness network required a different kind of cultivation than combat, the cultivation of credibility, which was a slow process that did not accelerate under pressure and could not be manufactured from nothing. Feng Yao had been building the network since the second week of the arbitration, identifying practitioners who had independent reasons to observe the proceedings accurately and whose institutional affiliations were sufficiently distributed that their concurrent testimony would be difficult to characterize as coordinated. 3 factions. 3 separate institutional affiliations. Each with their own reasons to be present and their own professional reputations that gave them incentive to report accurately. The network was not proof of anything by itself. It was the infrastructure within which proof could be generated, the difference between a claim made by one party about what happened and a claim made by 3 independent credentialed observers about what they saw. If anything happened publicly, the witnessing would be in the record. That was the point, and something was going to happen publicly. Chapter 112 The Central Plaza at dawn. Feng Yao arrived an hour before first light and stood in the open space without urgency, visible, unhurried, present in the way that established a fact before the confrontation's specific moment arrived. The morning city observed him as part of its ordinary early operation, a young man in travel clothes standing in the plaza, the gold eyes unusual but not alarming in a city where unusual things were regular. The 3 faction witnesses arrived in the half-hour before dawn and positioned at the plaza's edges without acknowledgement, seniorly with 4 practitioners, the sword school head with 3 disciples, the herbalist collective senior member alone. Their position was observational and they maintained it without approach. Lin Meihua was at the Arbitration Council's offices with the assassin's contract seals and a sworn statement documenting the previous night's attack. She was in an institutional building with officials present. She was the safest person in Glittering Jade at this specific moment. Xu Kanglang arrived precisely at dawn. 8 disciples, 4 fewer than he had arrived with, which meant the other 4 were positioned elsewhere or held in reserve at the sex lodging. He crossed the plaza toward him with the unhurried certainty of a man executing a decision already made. He stopped 10 meters away. He looked at him with the complete and precise assessment that characterized everything the Grand Priest did. Then he laughed, not mocking, not contemptuous. The genuine, ungrudging amusement of a man whose expectations have been contradicted by observation. "I expected a beast," he said. "I am a beast," Feng Yao said. "Also other things." Xu Kanglang's amusement settled into something more careful. He was not a man who misreads situations. He was reading this one accurately, the witnesses at the plaza's edges, the public space, the formal posture of Spirit Mountain's representative standing in the location he had been told to vacate. None of this was what he had planned for at dawn. "You've made this public," he said. "I'm standing in a public plaza in my representative capacity," Feng Yao said. "Which is where I was told to leave. I chose not to leave." Xu Kanglang looked at him for 3 more seconds with the assessment running full. He was looking at the witnesses at the plaza's edges. He was looking at the morning observers accumulating at the boundaries. He was looking at Feng Yao, at the gold eyes, the human form, the posture of someone who had made a decision about this morning weeks ago and had arrived at it prepared. "You've made this public," he said. "I'm standing in a public plaza in my representative capacity," Feng Yao said. "Where I was told to leave. I chose not to leave." Xu Kanglang absorbed this. He did not react to provocations, he processed them. The public setting meant that whatever happened here would be observed by people with no affiliation to either party, which meant the outcome would be reported without the selective framing that affiliated observers applied. The Grand Priest's calculation was running, the cost of proceeding publicly versus the cost of postponing. The cost of proceeding publicly was visibility. The cost of postponing was that Spirit Mountain's representative would remain in Glittering Jade, in an active arbitration proceeding, with growing institutional standing. Neither was acceptable. But one of them at least produced a resolution. "Disciples, maintain position," he said. And stepped forward alone, the choice that said more about his assessment than anything he had spoken aloud, because a man who has exhausted every indirect approach and steps forward personally has made a specific decision about what the direct approach requires, and Xu Kanglang, at least, was not a man who made such decisions carelessly. The plaza was a public space in the formal civic sense, a location within Glittering Jade's jurisdiction, open to general observation, documented in the city's administrative records as a public commons. What this meant practically was that anything that occurred in the plaza was, by definition, a public event, witnessed by any observers present, documented if the observers were credentialed, reportable through any of the channels through which events in public spaces were officially recorded. Xu Kanglang's instruction had been to leave by dawn, to remove Spirit Mountain's presence from the city. The choice to remain in the public plaza in representative capacity was the choice to make the confrontation unavoidably public. Not hidden, not bilateral, not resolvable by the Grand Priest on his own terms. Publicly observed, officially documentable, and whatever happened would become part of the official account of what had occurred in Glittering Jade during Spirit Mountain's arbitration proceeding, and the record would not let any of them forget it. Chapter 113 The first exchange lasted 47 seconds and established the information Shu Kanglang had come to collect. He opened with a calibrated probing strike, not his full output, a technique designed to assess the target's defensive capability, response speed, and cultivation tier. The same quality of opening he had used everywhere else, patient, methodical, information first and commitment second. Feng Yao moved. Fox spirit technique in human form, unimpeded by the suppression fragment, produced a specific problem for any opponent tracking by either physical position or cultivation signature. The illusion layering kept both consistently misaligned from the actual location, and the misalignment was dynamic rather than static. The probing strike hit the space he had been 0.3 seconds before it arrived. Shu Kanglang recalibrated within 2 exchanges. This was the quality that distinguished him, not the rank alone but the speed of adaptive response. He processed the miss and adjusted his tracking parameters with the efficiency of a practitioner who had spent decades learning that assumptions about targets were liabilities. By the 5th exchange, Feng Yao had landed 3 strikes. The damage was accumulating, not decisive against an 87th rank spirit sage, but real and present and continuing to compound. Then Shu Kanglang's left hand made a small deliberate movement, not a cultivation strike, not a defensive technique. An activation sequence for something he was carrying that he had prepared specifically for this confrontation. The suppression fragment activated. Smaller than the full cage, calibrated for personal combat rather than territorial deployment. It targeted the specific spiritual channels through which Fox spirit technique operated and closed them. The illusion layering collapsed. The Fox speed advantage dropped to what the human frame's pure physical cultivation could achieve. The exchange became something the suppression fragment had been designed to create, a 9-tailed fox stripped of soul technique augmentation versus an 87th rank spirit sage who had prepared specifically for that configuration. The fragment was not improvised. It had been prepared for this morning, for this specific confrontation, for the exact moment when the fox technique was removed and the remaining contest was something the Grand Priest had calculated he could win. Shu Kanglang pressed forward with the patient certainty of a prepared man executing a prepared plan, and the calculation he had done was, for the moment, correct. The exchange entered its second phase, the phase the fragment had been designed to create. The Grand Priest's techniques were more direct now, less cautious. He no longer needed to account for the illusion layering's unpredictability because the illusion layering was gone. He was fighting a 9-tailed fox's physical cultivation in a human frame, without augmentation, and at 87th rank with the suppression fragment active on the fox soul channels, his output was higher than the raw physical cultivation could reliably absorb for extended periods. Feng Yao pressed back with everything available. The physical cultivation was real, 89,800 years of accumulated chi density, channeled through narrower pipes than the fox form would have permitted but still substantial in absolute terms. He landed strikes. He took strikes. He managed the accumulated damage with the efficiency of someone who had been managing cultivation channel stress for months and had developed habits for it. He was slower than he should have been. Less elegant. The adaptations he had developed fighting in human form for months were real but they were not sufficient to overcome an 87th rank spirit sage with a tool specifically designed to remove the fox advantage. The fragment was the decisive element. Without it, this fight looked different. With it, Shu Kanglang had constructed a specific situation, and he had constructed it correctly. The only question was whether he had constructed it completely, and whether the answer was yes or no would determine everything that came next. The suppression fragment was not in the public record of devices approved for use in formal engagement contexts, Feng Yao had checked, through Lin Meiwa's research, before the dawn confrontation. Its deployment in a public plaza against a credentialed arbitration party, in the presence of 3 faction witnesses, was an event with specific legal weight. Not illegal in an absolute sense, the cultivation world's laws were complex on the subject of tools deployed in what could be characterized as lawful enforcement contexts. But documentable. The 3 witnesses had seen the fragment activated. Their testimony would include its use, its effect, and the context in which it had been applied. Whatever Shu Kanglang intended to achieve through the confrontation, the legal record of what he had done to achieve it was being built in real time by observers he could not dismiss as affiliated. He had known this when he activated the fragment. He had calculated that the outcome justified the record, but the outcome he had calculated for had not arrived. Chapter 114 Without the Fox Soul Technique channels, the fight changed its character. The physical cultivation density of 89,800 accumulated years remained available. The suppression fragment targeted the soul technique pathways, not the raw chi reserves. What it created was a gap between the reserves that existed and the channels through which they could be optimally deployed. Enormous power with a narrower pipe than the fox form or the unimpeded human form would have provided. He was slower. Less precise. The spatial awareness that the fox form carried intrinsically, the ability to simultaneously process incoming threat vectors, deployment angles, formation geometry, and Chi signature patterns, was reduced to the narrower processing capacity of a human frame's unaugmented senses. It was a specific kind of disadvantage, not weakness but disconnection. The reserves existed and the will to apply them existed, but the infrastructure between them had been deliberately closed. Each technique he attempted arrived at its destination fractionally late, slightly off-center, at 70% of the output it would have carried through unimpeded channels. Individually, each shortfall was small. Accumulated across 17 exchanges, each small shortfall became a trend. The suppression fragment had not been designed to match him. It had been designed to create a specific outcome ratio, Shu Kanglang's 87th rank output at full operation versus Feng Yao's physical cultivation at 70% channel efficiency. Shu Kanglang had evidently run the numbers before arriving at the plaza, because the ratio he had engineered was, with mathematical precision, sufficient. Not comfortable. Sufficient. Which was what a careful man would create. Shu Kanglang's technique shifted to match the new configuration. The cautious measured approach he had used against an illusionarily agile target gave way to the direct high-power application of an 87th rank spirit sage who had just removed the thing that made the exchange complicated. 17 exchanges. By the 5th, Shu Kanglang was accumulating the advantage. By the 10th, the trend was visible to the 3 faction witnesses and the morning observers who had gathered at the plaza's edges. By the 17th, the momentum had moved consistently in one direction long enough to be a direction rather than a fluctuation. He blocked a maximum output cultivation strike. The residual impact transmitted through his cultivation channels in a way that confirmed the reserves were running thinner than the situation required. He pressed back, drove Shu Kanglang 2 steps, set his feet for the next exchange. And the 8th tail seal broke. Not the fracture from Stone Gate Plateau, that had been the seal cracking under the cage's concentrated suppression. This was the cracked seal, progressively weakened over the previous weeks of combat and repair and combat again, giving way under the combined load of 17 exchanges at sustained high output plus the suppression fragment's ongoing drain. The fracture that had been 64% repaired was now wider than before the repair had begun. The energy flooded his cultivation channels. He went to one knee. Shu Kanglang stopped striking. He stood back and watched with the focused attention of a man whose assessment of the situation has just shifted in a direction he considers favorable, and waited for the cascade to complete its work and leave the target incapacitated. The Grand Priest was a patient man. He had been patient in the arbitration hall and patient through the legal proceedings and patient while Spirit Mountain accumulated institutional standing. He had calculated that the direct approach would be required eventually and had waited for the moment to execute it rather than forcing the moment prematurely. The seal fracture was not something he had engineered. It was a consequence of the fighting he had created, but the result was consistent with what he had been building toward. He waited, with the patience of a man who had already won the significant calculation, for the cascade to confirm his work, and for the fox's resistance, which had been more substantial than the calculation had predicted, to finally run out. The fox spirit technique's absence was most noticeable not in the output but in the proprioception, the specific spatial awareness that fox cultivation carried in the body as a background process, requiring no active attention, simply present as an enriched sense of the environment. Without it, the world flattened. Still visible, still tactically readable, but with the reduced dimensionality of a map compared to terrain. The illusion layering had been the most visible loss. Less visible was the reduction in simultaneous threat processing, the fox form's ability to track multiple opponents' cultivation signatures as a passive background function while active attention was on the primary engagement. He was tracking Shu Kanglang consciously now, which meant the tracking was using resources that the automated background process would not have touched. The fragment had not just removed a technique. It had reduced the sensory infrastructure that every other technique relied on, and without it, what came next would cost considerably more than Shu Kanglang had accounted for. Chapter 115 He caught the overflow before it cascaded to the 9th seal. The margin was narrower than at Stone Gate Plateau. He had less reserve to spend on containment. The 8th tail's energy was more substantial than the first fracture because the crack was wider and the release was faster. He caught it with everything he had, every cultivated habit, every year of learned energy management, and shaped it the only direction it could safely go, outward, physical, expressed. The partial transformation emerged, silver-tipped fox ears, fully present. One golden tail, extended. The rest of the 9-tail form held in suppression by the remaining seal and his own intention fighting the overflow at the fracture's edge. He rose from his knees. The suppression fragment's efficiency dropped. It had been calibrated for a human-presenting target with fox soul pathways suppressed. The partial transformation was producing interference in the fragment's targeting parameters, not eliminating the suppression, but reducing it as the fragment's calibration encountered a configuration it had not been designed to manage. The fragment had been precision-built for a specific configuration. That configuration had ceased to exist. The tool was still operating, but it was operating against a target profile that no longer matched its parameters, the way a key continues to be inserted into a lock that has slightly changed, still engaging some tumblers and failing others. Perhaps 60% efficiency. Perhaps less. The soul technique channels were partially reopened, imprecisely, inconsistently, not enough to restore the full fox spirit combat output but enough to change the ratio the Grand Priest had so carefully engineered. The partial transformation was not a planned move. It was an emergency adaptation that had produced a secondary effect he had not accounted for, because a prepared opponent plans for the target's probable responses and a cracked 8th seal releasing under battle stress was not one of the probable responses a careful man would have included in his calculation. Shu Kanglang was prepared. He was not prepared for this specifically. The plaza had gone very quiet. The 8 disciples were frozen at their position. The 3 faction witnesses had not moved from the plaza's edges. The morning observers at the boundaries had stopped. The specific quality of the silence was the quality of a large group simultaneously processing an experience they had not expected to have, the moment when something that had been abstract became specific and present. They had come to watch a confrontation between a spirit sage and a spirit mountain representative. What they were watching was no longer only that. Shu Kanglang looked at him across the broken morning stone. The Grand Priest's expression had settled, the calculation was still there, the assessment still running, but something had appeared beneath it. The expression of a man who has been looking for something authentic for a long time and has found it. "There you are," he said. Quietly. Specifically. To Feng Yao alone, as if the plaza and the witnesses and the city around them had become temporary conditions rather than real ones. "Now we can actually begin." The suppression fragment was still active at reduced efficiency. The 8th tail's energy was still pressing against his containment. The 8th seal was cracked wider than it had ever been. The fox ears were present, visible to every observer in the plaza. And Shu Kanglang, having confirmed the authentic target, was beginning to move his hands in the pattern of something that was not a standard cultivation technique, something slower, more precise, that required deliberate construction rather than rapid deployment, with the unhurried focus of a man who had been waiting for exactly this opening, and what he was building was not a standard technique, and it was not going to stop on its own, and there was nothing in his current 11% that was sufficient to stop it for him. Chapter 116 The real battle was different from anything before it. When Feng Yao stopped fighting the partial transformation and began using it, stopped spending resources on suppressing the overflow and started directing it, the change was internal and not visible as a shift in stance. It was a decision about relationship, not the energy as something to contain but the energy as something to work through, using the available channels the way water uses the available space in a landscape rather than trying to fill an impossible container. The human frame's structural limits had not changed. What changed was how he was operating within them. Not fighting the flood, directing it. Imperfectly, expensively, with the full commitment of every cultivated habit he had, but directing it rather than opposing it. It was expensive in a specific way that a cultivated ability was not. A cultivated ability ran along established pathways with established efficiency, its cost predictable and manageable within a known budget. What he was doing now was something that had no established pathway, an improvised route through channels that had been partly closed and partly reopened, with the 8th tail's raw overflow providing the fuel. The route worked. It cost twice what a proper pathway would cost. He could sustain it for as long as the overflow provided fuel, and no longer. Shu Kanglang's techniques were the refined output of decades of deliberate mastery. They were powerful, precise, optimized for consistency. They expected a target whose combat approach matched recognizable patterns. What they encountered instead was the technique that had been developing for 9 months in the space between beast tradition and human instinct, something that drew on both simultaneously in proportions that shifted with each exchange, producing output that did not match either expected profile and therefore could not be fully countered by an adaptation to either. The Grand Priest adapted, because he always adapted. But adaptation required accurate information about what was being adapted to. What was being adapted to was not fixed. Each exchange produced a different proportional balance between the beast foundation and the human cultivator's habits, because the balance was determined by what was available in that moment and not by what had been decided in advance. The technique was not designed. It was improvised from available material, and available material shifted. Strike 17 landed differently than Strike 3. Strike 20 produced a result that Strike 17 had not. The accumulation was real and running in one direction. By the 14th exchange, Shu Kanglang was favoring his left side, the cultivation ribs around his core, accumulated damage from the first phase compounding. By the 19th, deliberate in his movement. By the 22nd, he stepped backward. One knee touched the stone. He was not defeated. 87th rank and the will that had built it did not collapse from a single extended sequence. He was driven to one knee and remained there and looked up with the calculating assessment that never fully left his eyes. The assessment was still running. He had been driven to one knee and the assessment was still running, which was itself information about what kind of opponent Shu Kanglang was. He was the kind of opponent who recalculated from one knee without wasted time, without visible despair, with the same methodical precision he had applied from full standing. And from one knee, his hands began moving in the slow precise pattern of a technique that had to be constructed carefully rather than deployed quickly, the movement of something being built rather than something being thrown. Chapter 117. The technique was soul unraveling, and Shu Kanglang did not announce it. There was no statement, no warning, no declaration. He simply built it from one knee, slowly, with the precision of a practitioner who had spent 30 years learning a technique from an ancient record and had not used it frivolously because using it frivolously would waste it. Soul unraveling targeted the bond between a cultivator's consciousness and the channels through which that consciousness operated the body's cultivation. For human practitioners, the bond was inherent to their construction and difficult to attack directly. For a spirit beast operating in a non-native form, maintaining coordination between beast consciousness and human form channels through ongoing calibration, the bond was more deliberately maintained and therefore more susceptible to deliberate disruption. Feng Yao recognized what the technique was doing approximately 2 seconds before it completed activation. He had time to understand what was arriving. He did not have time to do anything about it. The reason he could not do anything about it was structural. To defend against a technique attacking the bond between consciousness and channels, one needed to use that bond to execute the defensive response. The defense required the very thing being attacked to be functional while it was being attacked. A human practitioner might manage this through accumulated cultivation memory. The bond for them was so deeply integrated with their fundamental structure that attacking it was like attacking the grammar of their existence, and the body's deep architecture resisted automatically. For Feng Yao, the bond between his original beast consciousness and the human form channels he had spent 9 months calibrating was exactly that, learned, deliberate calibration. Not integrated by birth. Integrated by practice. Real and genuine, but not identical to the practitioner who had never been anything other than what they were. The technique arrived like a dissonant frequency pressed against the interface between his awareness and everything his awareness operated through. Not pain. A wrongness in the signal, the way a transmission becomes static, the way coordination becomes unreliable. He intended to move, and the movement that resulted was not the movement he had intended. He intended to apply a cultivation technique, and the application was delayed, imprecise, off-center in a way that accumulated into uselessness faster than he could correct for it. He hit the stone and caught himself on both hands and tried to process what was happening, and found that the processing itself was being disrupted, because soul unraveling attacked the signal between mind and channel, which meant it attacked the signal between mind and everything, including the mind's attempt to understand its own state. The HTS appeared at the edge of his perception, flickering and intermittent in a way it had never appeared before. Identity crisis detected. Cognitive fragmentation active. Soul unraveling technique detected. Invoke soul harmony protocol? Yes, no. He could see the words. The interface was there. But the coordination between seeing and responding, the very thing the technique was unraveling, was not available, and the interface waited with the patience of a system that did not experience urgency for an answer he could not form. The HTS had never presented this prompt before. It had tracked cultivation milestones, HP thresholds, soul harmony progression. It had never detected a crisis that required emergency intervention by name. The fact that it was doing so now, the fact that the system's parameters included a contingency for this specific scenario, was information he could not process with sufficient clarity to act on, because the very capacity for clear processing was what soul unraveling was dismantling. Shu Kanglang's technique continued its work, patient, precise, and specifically aimed, and it was winning. Chapter 118. The 3 simultaneous layers of experience ran together and could not be clearly separated. The first was the original life, not nostalgia, not grief, just the specific, sharp texture of a world made from completely different materials. Urban, digital, climate-controlled, saturated with ambient human noise and light, and product in the particular flatness of a life that had never known the living presence of a mountain beneath the feet, or the chi signature of stone, or the specific information that when carried to ears built to receive it. The memories were real and present and competed with the present moment for primacy, which was the specific wrong thing soul unraveling had engineered, competing layers of real experience overwhelming the capacity to locate oneself in the current one. Shu Kanglang had chosen this technique specifically. He had known what was in the target, had observed the 9 months of behavior, had catalogued the anomalies that a pure beast would not have produced, had concluded that the fox of Spirit Mountain was not a simple beast consciousness, and had found a technique calibrated for exactly this complexity. The technique was not improvised cruelty. It was a precise instrument, deployed against a specific vulnerability that a straightforward beast or a straightforward human would not have had, and it worked because the vulnerability was real. The transmigration had produced something that carried more layers of genuine experience than any single being was constructed to hold simultaneously. The second was the accumulated weight of 89,800 years of fox existence, not episodic memory, No being maintained episodic memory across that span, but the atmospheric foundation underneath memory, the sense of seasons over centuries, the mountain as a living presence, the sensory depth of a form built to read everything about the physical world, having read it for as long as continuous could meaningfully apply. Also real. Also present. Also competing. The Fox Foundation was not abstract cultivation history, it was the substrate that everything else was built on, and when it rose to the surface simultaneously with the original life's memories, the result was not integration but collision. The third was the current moment, the plaza stone, cold and solid. The eighth tail's cracked energy. Shu Kanglang somewhere in peripheral awareness, maintaining the technique and waiting. Xiao Wu, when had she arrived? Somewhere very close, real in a way that was different from the other two layers because it was happening right now rather than being remembered or accumulated. The specific danger was not that any one of the three layers was false. All three were real. The danger was that when all three were equally present and equally loud, there was no stable ground from which to determine which one was the one that mattered right now, and the decision about which one mattered right now was the decision that determined whether he could act. The HTS interface persisted, soul harmony protocol available. Invoke. Yes, no. He could see it. He could not reach the yes. The soul unraveling had attacked the coordination that reaching required. And then a voice arrived in the fracture space, not generated by either of the parallel experiences, not produced by the HTS, not memory and not system. Present. Real. Specific. Saying his name in a tone that expected to be heard, not pleading, not performing, not calibrated for effect. The specific tone of someone who understood exactly what the fracture space was like because she had been in her own version of it, and had found her way back, and was telling him the direction, from the only position that could reach him here. Chapter 119 Feng Yao. Xiao Wu's voice in the fracture space, occupying the frequency of something happening right now rather than something being remembered or processed. Not competing with the three simultaneous layers. Simply present alongside them as a fourth thing, but a fourth thing that was anchored in a way the other three were not. She was kneeling beside him on the plaza stone. Her hand was on his hand. Not using soul sync, the contact was below the threshold. She was talking. "You are Feng Yao," she said. Her voice was conversational. Informational in the way that clearly true things were informational when delivered without performance. "That is the name you chose. You chose it because names matter when you are something that is still deciding what it is, and you were trying to get the name right. You have been getting it more right every week." She had followed them from Spirit Mountain. He had not asked. He had not known. She had come because she was Xiao Wu, because she was the kind of being that did not stay where she had been put when the people she cared about were elsewhere, and she had apparently decided he was one of those people, and she was here. "You are Spirit Mountain's sovereign." That was not given. You built it out of 9 months of decisions that would have been easier not to make. I watched most of them. Her hand was steady on his. The plaza stone was cold. Shu Kanglang was holding position, maintaining the technique, waiting. The morning city was very still around the plaza's edges. "You are the thing that explained everything to me like I couldn't figure it out myself. The thing that went into Flame Ridge alone. The thing that got up after Stone Gate Plateau. None of those things stopped being true because Shu Kanglang has a technique." The fragmentation was still active. The three layers still ran simultaneously. But her voice threaded through them as something specifically real, not resolving the fragmentation, not countering the technique, just being present in the fracture space as something that was happening right now and could not be disrupted by a technique that targeted the bond between mind and channel, because her voice was not traveling through that bond. It was arriving directly. Xiao Wu had not used soul sync. She had not needed to. What she was doing was simpler and, in the circumstances, more powerful. She was speaking true things in a specific order, and the specificity was what mattered. Not comfort. Not reassurance. Verifiable facts, delivered without inflection, about a continuous and coherent entity that existed as something other than three competing layers of experience. She was, in effect, describing him from outside the fragmentation, and the description was accurate enough to provide a reference point. "You are my stupid, impossible, too-human fox," she said. Her voice was steady and specific and entirely direct. "You are not done. Come back." The HTS interface was still there. The yes was still not reachable through the disrupted pathway. But along the thread of her voice and the contact of her hand and the irreducible fact of her presence as something happening right now, one thread in his awareness found its coordinates. The fragmentation did not resolve. But within it, one strand became locatable. He could find the interface through the strand. He pressed yes, and the Soul Harmony protocol began. Chapter 120 Soul Harmony activated at 65%. Not dramatic, progressive. The three simultaneous layers converging toward a single coherent point as the accumulated integration of the past 9 months, the HP milestones, the Soul Harmony progression, The months of decisions that had built toward the coherence the system was now deploying, assembled into something functional. The Transmigrator's memories settled into background context. The accumulated beast foundation settled into its proper place. The HTS interface became stable and readable in real time. He was on the plaza stone. Xiao Wu's hand was on his. Shu Kanglang was 12 meters away, rising from one knee. He had been maintaining the soul unraveling technique and managing battle injuries simultaneously, and the combined cost was visible in the way he moved. Feng Yao stood. The partial form was still active. The eighth seal was still cracked. The suppression fragment was still functioning at reduced efficiency due to the partial form's interference. None of these were resolved. But he was coherent, and coherent was what the next moment required. He drew the eighth tail's energy into a single expression, not distributed force, not sequential technique. One full application, everything the overflow could be shaped into, compressed into the resonance that a nine-tailed fox's full accumulated output could produce, the fox cry, which operated across physical and spiritual registers simultaneously. He released it directly at Shu Kanglang. The plaza stones cracked in a 7-meter radius. The resonance wave moved outward at a frequency that the 8 disciples at the plaza's edges could not resist. They were driven off their feet, some sliding across the cracked stone by the wave's physical component while its spiritual component disrupted their cultivation coherence. The morning observers at the plaza's boundaries did not move, but they flinched, every one of them, because the frequency hit something that was not dependent on spirit master training to feel. Shu Kanglang's personal defensive cultivation caught the leading edge and then failed. The accumulated battle damage to the spiritual ribs, the fragment's energy drain, the ongoing cost of the soul unraveling, the earlier cracking from Stone Gate Plateau, the sum was a structure that could not absorb one more full output fox cry. The Grand Priest went down. Down and not immediately rising. The disciples were scattered. The plaza was cracked and smoking with dissipated cultivation energy. The 3 witnesses had not moved from their positions. The morning city was quiet in the way a city goes quiet when something has happened that falls outside its existing vocabulary for public events. There were morning observers at the plaza's boundaries, merchants, early pedestrians, cultivation students from the nearby academies, who had watched a confrontation between a spirit sage of the Dao Covenant and a beast cultivator in partial transformation produce a result that neither party had clearly predicted at the outset. They were still. Not because they had been asked to be still, but because the situation had not yet produced a clear framework within which they knew what to do. Shu Kanglang was down. Feng Yao was standing. Xiao Wu was beside him, her hand no longer on his. She had risen when he rose. The eighth seal's energy was spent. The HTS soul harmony was active and stable. The partial form's fox ears were still present, silver-tipped and visible to everyone in the plaza. And from the smoke at the northern edge of the plaza, where the morning light was still establishing itself, a figure stepped forward, unhurried, unmasked, moving with the patient certainty of someone who has been waiting for a specific moment and has finally seen it arrive. Feng Yao looked at the hollow cultivator's face, visible for the first time, and felt the specific disorientation of recognition where recognition was not supposed to be possible. Finally, the hollow cultivator said, "I can take what is mine, what has always been mine." The fox cry that shattered the plaza was not the same as the fox cry he had used at Stone Gate Plateau. That cry had been the overflow from the seal fracture, uncontrolled, redirected with effort, the force of a breach rather than a deliberate application. This one was deliberate. Everything the cracked seal had remaining, organized by the soul harmony protocol's stabilized coherence, shaped into the specific resonance frequency that a nine-tailed fox could produce when operating from a place of complete self-knowledge. The difference between the two was the difference between a river flooding its banks and a river running in its proper channel, the same water, but in the first case running without direction and in the second case directed precisely where it was sent. The plaza stones did not crack from the quantity of force. They cracked from the precision of where the force was applied, and the precision was the product of everything the last 9 months had built, and the hollow cultivator, stepping forward from the smoke, had not been part of the calculation. Chapter 121 The plaza smoke had not fully cleared when the hollow cultivator removed his mask. Feng Yao was running on what the HTS classified as 22% operational capacity. The eighth seal was cracked wider than it had ever been. The soul harmony protocol had stabilized his cognition but had not replaced the cultivation reserves depleted across 3 consecutive engagements, the first phase against Shu Kanglang, the second with the partial transformation active, and the final fox cry that had driven the Grand Priest down. He was standing because the situation required standing. The margin between standing and not was narrower than he was willing to calculate in real time. Xiao Wu stood behind him and 1 step to his left. She had been fighting her own contained engagement on Spirit Mountain's behalf before she arrived at the plaza. Her reserves were also depleted, not critically but substantially. She was at perhaps 60% of full capacity. Her hands were at her sides, very still, In the way that meant she was ready to move the instant the situation required movement and was conserving absolutely everything that did not require expenditure right now. The figure at the plaza's northern edge moved forward through the dissipating smoke with the unhurried pace of a person whose timing was not governed by the urgency of the moment but by their own internal calculation. The mask came away, a simple motion, both hands, no drama in it, as if the concealment had been a practical tool rather than an identity. As if what was underneath was something the figure had been carrying for years and was finally done carrying. Elder Yun. The Nature Guard Pavilion's leader. The 400-year practitioner who had arrived at Spirit Mountain in Arc 5 with 40 practitioners and a conditional alliance. The man who had supplied the cage anchor that Lin Meiwa had used to break Shu Kanglang's spiritual suppression cage. The first human ally Spirit Mountain had acquired in this campaign, the one who had asked, in their first meeting, which academy Feng Yao had attended, with the specific attention of someone who knew the question's answer mattered more than it appeared to. The man who had been hunting him since Chapter 3, when the resonance of 89,800 cultivation years had registered on instruments that a 400-year practitioner who had spent decades studying ancient beast carcasses would know to watch for. "I owe you a proper introduction," Elder Yun said, "now that the pretense is no longer useful." Feng Yao did not speak. He was calculating, assessing the distance, the remaining reserve, the probability curves of several possible next moves, and the calculation was not yet complete, and until it was complete, words were an inefficiency he could not afford. The mask was necessary, Yun continued. He was not moving toward them yet. He was speaking the way a person speaks when they believe they have time, the confidence of someone who has evaluated the opposition's current capacity and found it insufficient to threaten the next stage of what they had planned. "You were cleverer than most. If I had approached openly as a collector of accumulated cultivation years, you would have identified the conflict of interest. As your ally," Feng Yao said, "I did eventually identify it." "Eventually," Yun agreed. He took one step forward, slow, deliberate, measuring the response, and then another. But by then the damage was done. He had to run the recognition through twice before it fully resolved. Elder Yun. The man who had sent 40 practitioners to Spirit Mountain's defense. The man who had provided the anchor tool that Lin Meiwa had used at Stone Gate Plateau. The man who had sat across from Greystone's council and spoken with the measured earnestness of someone who genuinely wanted the Spirit Mountain situation to stabilize, and had not been lying about any of it, not exactly, because his desire for stability and his intention to harvest were not contradictions. He had wanted both. He had been patient enough to pursue both simultaneously for 3 years without either compromising the other. The recognition settled and the calculation ran. A 400-year practitioner with 280 years of accumulated harvesting at 91% capacity against 22% and 60%. Shu Kanglang had been the visible threat. This was the real one, and it had been present since the beginning. Behind him, Xiao Wu shifted her weight forward, barely perceptibly, her center of gravity adjusting into the stance that preceded immediate action. She was ready. She had been ready since the mask came off. The question was only what came next, and what came next was going to cost everything both of them had left. Chapter 122 Elder Yun spoke as he moved, the habit of a man who had held his account for a very long time and had things he wanted said before the accounting ended. 412 years, he said. I have been practicing the age harvesting technique for 280 of those years. I developed it from studying what remained of heaven beast remains, the cultivation residue in bone and cartilage after a body of that age deteriorates. The original insight was not predatory. I was a researcher. I wanted to understand what accumulated cultivation looked like in physical matter. He was 12 meters away and walking at the measured pace of a man who was not concerned about the distance closing too quickly, because he had evaluated what was standing between him and his objective and had concluded the evaluation was favorable to him. This was the same calm calculation Shu Kanglang had displayed, the specific confidence of a practitioner who had done the numbers. Understanding became application, Yun said. Application became necessity. A 400-year practitioner who cannot reach the next threshold and cannot afford to stop, the technique offered a path. Not elegant. Not something I am proud of in retrospect. But it worked for 60 years, drawing from creatures whose cultivation accumulation was high and whose social connections were non-existent. Spirit beasts at the periphery of territory. Beings that would not be missed. And then, Feng Yao said. And then I sensed your resonance. Yun stopped at 7 meters. Close enough that the beginning of the engagement would require very little space to close. 90,000 years in a single body. The single largest accumulation of cultivation years I have ever encountered concentrated in a form I could reach. I have been patient for 3 years. I have been careful. The alliance was real. I did want Shu Kanglang stopped, because Shu Kanglang's campaign was disrupting the approach and threatening to destroy the target before I could use it. His agenda and my agenda ran parallel for a time. I leveraged that. You engineered the alliance, Feng Yao said. You gave Lin Meiwa the anchor tool to break the cage. Not because you wanted Spirit Mountain to win, Because you wanted the battle to end before Shu Kanglang's techniques could damage the accumulation you intended to harvest. Yun's expression shifted, the recognition of accurate analysis from an unexpected direction. She is cleverer than she looks, he had said in the arbitration hall, about Lin Meihua. He had not expected the same quality from the fox itself. He had expected an ancient beast with impressive raw accumulation and the narrower processing that pure beast cultivation traditionally produced. He was looking at something that was not that. He was looking at Feng Yao, and whatever calculation he had run about what Feng Yao was capable of, 3 years of observation had evidently not produced a complete picture. It doesn't change the arithmetic, Yun said. You are at 22% operational capacity. I am at 91%. He paused. I have also been carrying what I took from 47 years of incremental harvesting. The total accumulation I can apply is considerably more than my base cultivation years suggest. Behind Feng Yao, Xiao Wu moved, forward and to the right, an arc that would bring her to a flanking position. Yun tracked her without alarm. He had accounted for her too. I confirmed your alliance, Yun said, deliberately, so that you would bring me to Glittering Jade. So that I would be present when this moment arrived. He looked at Feng Yao with the specific focus of a man who has been studying a target for 3 years and is finally facing it directly. I am sorry for the betrayal. I mean that, in whatever way a man in my position can mean it. The 40 practitioners I sent were real. The resources were real. The conditional alliance was real in every dimension except the one that matters now. Feng Yao said nothing. He was watching Yun's hands, the way a practitioner's hands moved before the technique built indicated which direction the initial application would come from. Yun was not building yet. He was still speaking, which meant he either wanted the time for some purpose or he genuinely had things he wanted said. The distinction mattered. 3 years is a long time to carry a plan, Feng Yao said. Especially one that required being useful to the target. It was not only calculation, Yun said. He sounded like he meant it. Spirit Mountain's situation was genuinely unjust. Your campaign was correct on its merits. I believed in the outcome I was helping to produce, I simply also intended to collect what I had earned by producing it. He paused. I have been waiting 3 years, and I am not going to stop now. Chapter 123 Yun's age harvesting technique did not feel like a standard cultivation strike. Standard cultivation strikes produced impact, force, spiritual disruption, channel stress. Yun's technique produced something different, a cold drain at the point of contact, as if the exchange had a direction, and the direction was one way, and what was flowing in that direction was something more fundamental than qi. Cultivation years. The accumulated foundation underneath the qi, the substrate that the qi was expressed from. The first contact was not decisive, Feng Yao blocked it with everything available and the block held, but the residual sensation at the contact point was the specific wrongness of having had something withdrawn rather than having taken a hit. Like pressure applied to a wound rather than a bruise. Xiao Wu's counterattack from the flank landed cleanly and drove Yun 2 steps sideways. 100,000 years of rabbit cultivation applied at full output was a substantial force even at 60% reserve, and it interrupted the technique's next application. She moved with the efficiency of someone who had been fighting in combat contexts for decades and had developed zero waste in her motion, no flourish, no hesitation, the exact trajectory and force required for the specific target in the specific position and nothing additional. They were fighting well. The problem was arithmetic. Yun at 91% capacity with harvested additional accumulation versus Feng Yao at 22% and Xiao Wu at 60%. The numbers did not close, not without something that changed the calculation. Feng Yao was tracking the number of exchanges available before his reserve crossed the threshold where sustained combat became impossible, and the number was not sufficient to produce a resolution at the current rate of output. He needed an asymmetry. Something that cost him less than it cost Yun, or that spent what he had most efficiently, or that changed what the remaining reserve could do. Xiao Wu drove Yun back again. 2 hard strikes in sequence, the second landing on the accumulation injury from the first, and he caught himself, recalibrated, and answered with the age harvesting technique targeted at her now rather than at Feng Yao. She blocked it and the block held, but the drain was visible in the way her next movement was fractionally slower. The technique was effective against her too, possibly more effective, because 100,000 years of rabbit cultivation was exactly the kind of accumulation Yun had spent 2 decades learning to extract. 100 exchanges at this rate would wear them both down past the point of function, and Yun would still be standing. He watched Yun adapt between exchanges, the specific efficiency of a 400-year practitioner who had been in combat across many decades and had developed the adaptive response of a being for whom adjustment was as natural as the initial assessment. Every technique Feng Yao tried, Yun had a counter for. Not always immediately, sometimes it took 2 or 3 iterations, but consistently, over time, the adaptation arrived. What made Yun dangerous was not peak output but precision and patience. He had spent 280 years learning how to extract cultivation years, which meant he had spent 280 years in close engagement with ancient beasts who could destroy him if he made a mistake, which meant every technique he had was tested under maximum consequence conditions. The exchanges accumulated. By the 12th, Feng Yao had fallen to 17% operational capacity. By the 15th, 15%. The trend line was clear and unfavorable. Xiao Wu was at 45% and declining more slowly, but the age harvesting drain was targeting her more aggressively now. Yun had identified her accumulation as the more sustainable target and was rotating between them with the efficiency of a combatant who had done this calculation before. He needed the asymmetry, and there was one available. One that would cost him specifically and no one else, and that changed the architecture of what Xiao Wu would do next, because it would give her something she had needed for 9 months and had not had, and what she would do with it would not be what Yun's calculation predicted. He looked at Xiao Wu across the 3 meters of open space between them. She was watching him with the attention she gave to things that mattered, and he reached for the Soul Sync. Chapter 124 Soul Sync was a once-per-day ability. He had not used it today, had been conserving it, uncertain of when the moment would arise when it was needed most. He knew now that this was the moment. The threshold for Soul Sync activation was contact. He needed to touch her hand. The plaza geometry was 3-person engagement space, Yun positioned to the north, Feng Yao south center, Xiao Wu to the east. To reach her hand, he had to cross 2 meters while Yun maintained the ability to intercept. Yun would intercept, not because he would understand what was happening, but because his general operational principle was to prevent the 2 opposition members from coordinating. Intercepting movement toward the other combatant was standard practice. Feng Yao moved north, directly at Yun, a feint that committed enough reserve to be credible, and drew Yun's response south to match the projected impact, and then redirected west toward Xiao Wu and caught her hand in the half-second before Yun corrected for the feint. He opened the Soul Sync. Not a message this time. A full memory share. Everything, the modern Earth, the games, the specific texture of a climate-controlled urban life, the particular flatness of that existence compared to what he had woken into. The moment of transmigration, waking in a fox cub's body on Spirit Mountain, the terrifying vertigo of 2 complete lives simultaneously present, the first hours of trying to understand what had happened. The HTS interface appearing for the first time. Every month of learning what he was becoming. Every doubt, every fear, every moment when the 2 identities had seemed irreconcilable and then, slowly, had found their way toward a third thing that incorporated both. He gave her all of it. The full account. The thing he had been carrying alone for 9 months. It moved through the Soul Sync channel the way all Soul Sync transmissions moved, compressed, complete, organized not by narrative order but by emotional weight, the most significant memories arriving with the most signal. So she received the transmigration moment first, the shock and disorientation of waking in a body that was not the one he had previously occupied, the terror of not knowing where he was or what he was, the fox cub's body around him unfamiliar in every dimension. Then the first year, learning what the HTS was, what it wanted, what it would give if he engaged with its conditions. Then the specific encounters, the first time he had spoken to Xiao Wu in 9 months of changed behavior and had seen her watching him with the patient attention of someone cataloging discrepancies. The shame of carrying the secret. The fear that she would receive the truth and find it insufficient. Xiao Wu received the memory share. He saw, through the closing contact of the sync, the moment it arrived in her. He felt the impact of it. He had been afraid, beneath everything, of this moment, afraid that the truth of what he was would be the thing that finally exceeded what she could hold. She stopped moving. Her eyes went blank, unseeing for 3 seconds, processing 9 months of his complete interior life in the compressed time that the Soul Sync permitted. 3 seconds, in a live combat engagement, with Yun correcting his approach from 12 meters away. He stepped in front of her while she processed it, interposing himself between Yun and the 3-second window of vulnerability, and took the age-harvesting strike on his left cultivation channel and felt the cold withdrawal and held the line, and waited for her to come back. The 3 seconds cost him 4% operational capacity, the age-harvesting strike plus the ongoing drain from being the primary target while Xiao Wu was offline. He was at 11% when she came back. He noted it without distress. 11% with a changed partner was a different calculation than 11% with the same one. The question was whether what Xiao Wu received would produce what he had calculated it would produce, whether the truth he had been afraid to give her was, as he had finally decided to believe, the thing she had needed and not the thing that would break what they had, but he was out of time to be uncertain about it. Chapter 125 She came back harder than anything he had ever seen from her. The 3 seconds ended and Xiao Wu moved, forward and fast, with the specific economy of motion that meant she had stopped processing and started acting, and the action was not hesitant. She had received everything. She had held it. And then she had decided what to do with it, and the decision was this. She drove Yun back 6 meters in 12 exchanges, sustained output at a level that committed reserves she had been carefully managing, The 100,000-year rabbit cultivation applied without the conservation margin she had been maintaining. Not reckless. Strategic. The calculation she had made was that this engagement needed to end in a specific window, and that window required spending what she had been saving. "I always knew you were someone else," she said, while she fought, not performing the line, delivering it in the flat informational tone she used for things that were simply true. The distance between them and Yun had opened to 8 meters while she spoke, giving Feng Yao time to receive the words. "I just didn't know it was to someone's." He understood, hearing it, that she had known since the early months that something was different about him from the being she had grown up alongside. Not transmigration, she had no framework for transmigration. But the specific texture of his behavior had shifted 9 months ago in ways that were not explicable by normal beast development, and she had been holding that knowledge, patient and careful, waiting for whatever truth was underneath it to become available. The soul sync had given her the truth. She had processed 9 months of his complete interior life in 3 seconds and had emerged from the processing not wounded by it but oriented, the way a navigating animal is oriented when it finally receives the information about the terrain it had been moving through in partial knowledge. She had been carrying the missing piece as an empty space for 9 months. Now the space was filled. What she did with the fullness was specific and efficient, she recalibrated. Every anomalous behavior of the past 9 months had been logged in her careful internal account and had been carrying the weight of unexplained data. Unexplained data required maintaining multiple hypotheses simultaneously, which was a cognitive overhead that she had been carrying without being aware it was overhead until the moment the soul sync removed the need for it. 9 months of hypotheses collapsed into one account that explained everything. The overhead released. She was fighting with less weight. That was the effect Feng Yao had calculated, not just the emotional release, but the specific combat efficiency of a being who no longer had to hold multiple conflicting interpretations of their partner's behavior active while also executing combat technique. She was fully present. Fully here. Completely committed to this engagement with nothing held in reserve for the other interpretations. "It answers everything," she said. She landed 2 more strikes, one to the left cultivation channel, one to the core, and Yun's defensive output absorbed the first and half absorbed the second, and the half that got through produced visible damage to his spiritual rib structure. She was targeting the injury she had already opened, the way a skilled combatant returns to known damage rather than distributing force. "The questions I had. The things that didn't add up. All of it. It answers all of it." She looked at Feng Yao across the 7 meters of open engagement space. "Now let's finish this, together." The 11% she had been holding in reserve, the margin Xiao Wu maintained across all extended engagements because she had learned, across decades, that the margin between adequate reserve and insufficient reserve was narrower than it appeared from the outside, came forward in the engagement's final phase. She had been managing it all day, the journey from Spirit Mountain to Glittering Jade, the contained engagement at the city's approach, the arrival at the plaza, the watch. Each phase had drawn from the reserve in ways that had to be replaced when the opportunity arose and had not been fully replaced when the opportunity had not arisen. She was below her standard engagement capacity. She was fighting above it. The gap between those two things was the specific kind of cost that accumulated in silence across the hours of a day that had been too long, and she was paying it without acknowledgement and without reduction in output, because Feng Yao had given her the truth she had needed for 9 months and the least she could do was give him what this moment required, and the moment required everything she had left. Chapter 126. They had been fighting for 40 minutes. The combined engagement, the Shu Kanglang sequence, the partial transformation, the fox cry, the soul sync expenditure, the current engagement with Yun, had depleted Feng Yao to what the HTS was calculating as 14% operational capacity. Xiao Wu was at 35%. Yun, despite the damage from her sustained assault, was at 73%. The numbers still did not close. Not a maintained output. What they needed was a burst, something that spent the remaining reserve in a single concentrated application rather than a drawn-out exchange, producing a decisive output the current ratio could not produce through accumulated attrition. He had one option available. It would cost everything he had left. The 8th seal was cracked. The 8th tail's energy was not gone, only partially spent from the fox cry in Chapter 120. There was accumulation remaining in the cracked seal, the residue that had not fully discharged when he directed the overflow outward. Accessing it again would widen the crack further. The seal would not hold across a second forced discharge. It would break entirely, meaning the 8th tail energy would require full management attention afterward and would not be available for anything else. He could sustain 10 minutes of 8th tail power at the cost of everything the seal had remaining. 10 minutes was either enough or it was not. Xiao Wu understood what he was doing before he did it. She shifted position, moving to intercept Yun's access angle while Feng Yao prepared the forced release, absorbing the engagement pressure so that he had the 3 seconds the preparation required. The forced release activated. The 8th tail manifested, not partial, not suppressed, fully present behind him in the cracked seal's overflow. The golden tail at full expression, moving with the wind, visible across the entire plaza and the surrounding streets and, likely, from any elevated point in the city with sightlines to the plaza. 10 minutes. He moved toward Yun. The 10 minutes were different from any of the previous fighting. With the eighth tail's energy fully expressed, the output was not the 22% operational capacity the HTS had been tracking, it was the 22% physical cultivation plus the overflow from the cracked seal, which at full expression added a significant additional component. Not the controlled fox spirit technique of the earlier exchanges. Raw accumulated force from 89,800 years of foundation, discharged through the cracked channel in the direct, unoptimized way that force applied without the proper infrastructure was discharged, at high cost, at high output, and not sustainable for longer than the overflow lasted. Yun recognized the change immediately and recalibrated toward defense. His age harvesting technique was effective against deliberate cultivation application, and the raw overflow was something different. He was an excellent combatant who had spent 280 years in engagement contexts. He was not prepared for a nine-tailed fox's complete accumulated output discharged at point-blank range, unfiltered, through a cracked seal's emergency release. By the 4th minute, Yun was losing ground. By the 7th, he was managing only defense and no longer applying offense. By the 9th, his defensive output was failing under the accumulated pressure and the injuries that Xiaowu had been landing consistently on the structural damage she had already opened. Yun activated his desperate measure at the 9-minute mark, when he calculated that the 10-minute window was going to produce a decisive result unfavorable to him and the only remaining path was the technique he had been holding in reserve, the full reserve, everything he had accumulated in 280 years of the age harvesting technique, organized into a single technique that would drain a target to 0 cultivation years. Not temporary incapacitation. Permanent erasure of the accumulated foundation. 0 years. Not death in the standard sense but an end that the HTS did not have a classification for. The technique activated in Yun's hands, built from 300 years of study and 60 years of application, and it was aimed at Feng Yao, and at this range and at this reserve differential it was going to land, and there was nothing in the remaining 14% that was sufficient to deflect it. Chapter 127 Lin Meihua stepped between them. She had been at the plaza's eastern edge since the engagement began. The 3 faction witnesses had remained in their positions throughout the entire sequence, because that was what the arbitration process required, and she had remained with them. She had watched the entire engagement from that position. She had watched the hollow cultivators reveal, and the identity beneath the mask, and the fighting, and the soul sync exchange, and the eighth tail's manifestation. And when Yun's drain technique extended toward Feng Yao and she calculated that the vector passed through her position and that her contracted spirit guide status created a beast protection resonance that the technique's targeting parameters would have to account for, she stepped forward. The contracted spirit guide registration was a legal fiction. It was a piece of documentation that Lin Meihua had argued into existence in an arbitration proceeding as a procedural mechanism to establish Feng Yao's standing as a legal person under spirit master law. It was paper. It was ink. It was a bureaucratic category that had not existed before she created it. It was also, in the moment her body intercepted the technique's vector, real chi. She had understood, in the weeks of the arbitration proceeding, that legal recognition was not merely administrative. In a world where spiritual law and civic law overlapped and reinforced each other, where the arbitration council's rulings carried chi weight that the cultivation community was bound by in a more than metaphorical sense, a formally recognized protection was also a formally supported energetic structure. The Beast Protection Clause had been acknowledged by the Council's witnesses, recorded in the official proceeding, and affirmed by 3 independent faction observers. The acknowledgement had duration. The protection resonance that the formal acknowledgement generated had accumulated in the spaces between the legal words like cultivation energy accumulates in properly structured channels. The legal category had accumulated resonance over the 3 weeks of active arbitration, the witnesses, the official record, the formal recognition by the Arbitration Council. A legal protection, formally acknowledged and actively enforced by institutional process, generated genuine chi in the spaces where law and spiritual law overlapped, and the Beast Protection Clause generated a resonance that the age harvesting technique, which was designed to drain accumulated beast cultivation, registered as a barrier. She had calculated this. She had done the calculation in the moment she saw the technique build in Yun's hands, assessed the vector, assessed her position, assessed the resonance's approximate yield, assessed the 1-second window, and had decided the calculation was acceptable. Not comfortable. Not safe. Acceptable. Which was what a careful person decided when the alternative was watching the person she had spent 3 weeks in legal proceedings for cease to exist. The technique's full force hit the resonance and the resonance held it for exactly 1 second. 1 second was sufficient. Now, Lin Meihua said, her voice completely steady, the voice of someone who had calculated what she was doing and had decided the calculation was acceptable, and Feng Yao released the eighth tail's full accumulated output at point-blank range, inside Yun's guard, with nothing between the delivery and the target, and at this range, nothing was going to stop it. Chapter 128 Elder Yun fell and did not rise. The age harvesting technique broke on the fox cry's direct impact, the drain reversed, the stored accumulation of 280 years of harvested cultivation years destabilizing when the technique's coherence failed under direct force. Not returning to the sources from which it had been drawn. Simply unraveling, the energy structure dissolving without a target to complete itself against. The age harvesting reversed onto its practitioner. Yun aged. Not quickly enough to see in real time, but present and accelerating, the accumulated years he had been carrying, unmoored from the technique that had held them, passing through his physical structure in the direction that cultivation years flowed without a retaining vessel. He aged through his 4th century in a matter of minutes. His 5th. His 6th. His 7th. The accumulated foundation that had kept him functional at 400 years could not sustain the reversal of what he had been carrying. He reached the end of his natural span and went still, sitting on the cracked plaza stone, and then slowly, with the specific dissolution of something that has simply completed its time, became dust. The plaza was very quiet. The 3 faction witnesses had not moved from their positions. The morning city beyond the plaza's edges was completely still, the observers and early pedestrians and Cultivation Academy students who had watched the entire sequence from the beginning. No one spoke. No one moved. The smoke from the earlier fox cry dissipated slowly in the morning air. Lin Meihua was shaking. Not distressed, functional, standing, present. But the 1 second of interposing herself between a 300-year age harvesting drain technique and its target had cost something the shaking expressed. The beast protection resonance had held the technique for 1 second and then released, and the residual contact had been, not damage, not injury, but something she had not expected the technique to feel like and was processing now that the immediate requirement of steadiness had passed. Feng Yao reached her in 3 steps and caught her arm. She did not say anything. He did not either. The morning city beyond the plaza was beginning to move again. Slowly, tentatively, the movement of people returning to function after something had happened that exceeded their vocabulary for public events. He considered what to feel about Elder Yun and found that what he felt was complicated rather than clean. Yun had been a genuine ally in every dimension except the one that mattered most. The 40 practitioners who had come to Spirit Mountain had been real. The alliance had produced real outcomes. The anchor tool Lin Meihua had used at Stone Gate Plateau had been a real resource provided at real cost. Yun had genuinely wanted the Spirit Mountain situation stabilized, had genuinely believed in the legitimacy of the cause, and had also been carrying the intention to harvest the mountain sovereign at the moment of his choosing, and had kept both simultaneously active for 3 years without allowing either to compromise the other. It was not possible to hold both in a single emotional framework. There was no word for the feeling of genuine gratitude and genuine betrayal in the same direction toward the same person. He held both and acknowledged that both were accurate and that the complexity was not a failure of his analysis but an accurate reflection of the situation. The dust settled fully. The morning air was still. Xiao Wu stood at his right side, watching the dust settle where Elder Yun had been, with an expression that contained no satisfaction and considerable weight. "Is it over?" she asked. "Part of it," Feng Yao said. "The part that was trying to kill us, yes." He paused. "The larger part is still ongoing. The arbitration. The 6 seeds. The distant watcher that the HTS mentioned." He looked at the dust and then at the morning city beginning to reassemble itself around the plaza's edges. "But the part that was trying to kill us today, yes. That part is over." The 3 faction witnesses filed their initial reports within 2 hours of Yun's dissolution. Protocol required it, an event involving the death of a credentialed practitioner in a public space during active arbitration proceedings triggered mandatory reporting within a specific time frame, and the witnesses were professionals who knew the time frame and met it. The reports were concurrent, independent, and aligned on every material point, which was what the witness network Feng Yao had built was designed to produce. 3 separate accounts, no coordination between them, no shared framing. The Arbitration Council would receive 3 versions of the same event that agreed on every fact and disagreed only in emphasis, which was the most reliable possible testimony structure. Lin Meihua, when she read the reports the following morning, noted 3 places where the witness's testimony created evidence directly relevant to the proceedings' outstanding motions and immediately began drafting supplementary filings. The work was never finished, only advanced. Chapter 129 The 3 faction witnesses reported to the Arbitration Council within the hour. They were witnesses in the formal sense, credentialed observers whose testimony carried legal weight, present at the plaza by prior arrangement to observe the confrontation that Spirit Mountain's representative had been told to leave the city to avoid. They had observed the entire sequence, the dawn confrontation, the engagement, the identity reveal, the full engagement with Yun, the resolution. Their testimony was concurrent, 3 independent accounts that aligned on every material point. The council convened an emergency session by midday. Feng Yao attended in human form, with Lin Meihua, from a chair rather than a standing position, The 8th SEAL's second forced discharge had left him at 8% operational capacity, and the council, displaying a sensitivity to the situation's context that surprised him, had arranged seating without being asked. Xiao Wu remained at the plaza observation point at Spirit Mountain's official request. Her presence inside the council chamber created protocol complications that the emergency timeline did not have space to resolve. She was, technically, a spirit beast, and the formal distinction between Feng Yao's status and hers was still a matter of active legal proceeding. The censure of Shu Kanglang's Dao Covenant was formal and unanimous. The three co-signing sects of the war declaration had arrived at the council chamber before the session began, seeking to formally withdraw their signatures. Without Shu Kanglang standing, the Grand Priest was at 15% capacity by witness testimony and had been removed from the plaza on a litter. The coalition had no coherent center. Each of the three sects had signed based on the Grand Priest's certainty of outcome. The outcome had not been what the Grand Priest had calculated. The first formal recognition of Spirit Mountain as a legally protected territory came in the early afternoon. Not a comprehensive recognition, not the full autonomous territory status that the outline's final stages would require. A preliminary designation, Spirit Mountain was a protected territory pending final arbitration, which meant that the war declaration was legally suspended and any action taken against it during the suspension period would be subject to council sanction. The two remaining co-signing sects of the war declaration were still at the table when the preliminary designation was announced. They had come to withdraw and had been retained for the emergency session, and they were witnessing the announcement from the council that the entity against which their war declaration had been filed was now under council protection. The expressions of the sect representatives carried the specific quality of people who have calculated an outcome and arrived at the session expecting to manage a political retreat, and have found that the retreat they are managing is more complete than the one they had calculated. Spirit Mountain's legal standing was no longer hypothetical. It was documented. It was in the council record. It would be cited in future proceedings. Lin Meihua would spend the following week filing supplementary documentation while the record was fresh, and the documentation would be thorough, because Lin Meihua's documentation was always thorough. Feng Yao sat in his chair and read the document 3 times and felt something shift, the specific shift of a weight that had been present for so long that its absence registered as a new texture rather than a relief. Spirit Mountain was, for the first time in years, protected by something other than its own strength, and the protection was real, and it had cost what it had cost, and it was here. He thought about the ancient beasts on Spirit Mountain who had maintained the mountain's chief for centuries without recognition from any external institution. He thought about Greystone, who had held sovereign through challenges that had no institutional support. He thought about the mountain itself, the specific living presence of it, the ancient old growth and the river spirits and the cultivated chi that was the product of thousands of years of dedicated attention by beings who had loved it. What the council document said, in its formal legal language, was that the rest of the world now had to account for what Spirit Mountain had always been, and that accounting was going to take years. The specific significance of the preliminary designation was not in its current practical effect. It did not yet prevent hostile action, only made such action subject to council sanction, but in its precedential function. The arbitration council's records were public and permanent, accessible to any practitioner who wanted to cite them in future proceedings. A preliminary protection designation on the council record meant that any party claiming authority to take action against Spirit Mountain had to account for the council record in any proceeding that followed. It was not a shield. It was a precedent, the beginning of the institutional architecture through which Spirit Mountain's legal existence would accumulate recognition until the recognition was too dense to contest. Lin Meihua understood this better than he did. She had been building toward this kind of accumulation since her first filing. The preliminary designation was the first brick in a structure she could already see the shape of. Chapter 130 The Hollow Cultivator's research notes were found in his lodging by the council's investigative officers that evening. Lin Meihua reviewed them with the systematic attention she gave to all documentation, cataloging, cross-referencing, identifying what was material and what was background. She worked through the night. By dawn, she had identified the finding that changed the entire architecture of what Feng Yao understood about his situation. She brought the notes to him at first light, in the inn where they had been given rooms. The HTS is not a random artifact, she said. She did not preface it. She did not ease into it. She delivered the finding the way she delivered all findings, directly, with the relevant evidence organized. Yun's research traces it. The system was deliberately seeded into the Fox Den on Spirit Mountain approximately 3,000 years ago. She set the relevant pages on the table between them. The notes were in Elder Yun's precise scholar's hand, the writing of a man who had spent decades in careful research and had accumulated evidence with the patience that patience requires. The documentation was thorough, translation of ancient records from pre-Spirit War texts, cross-referenced with cultivation residue analysis from multiple sites, converging on a single origin point. A heaven beast, one of the 3 recorded in the continent's history, species unidentified, cultivation tier estimated at 400,000 years, had died on Spirit Mountain's summit 3,000 years ago. Not violently. In the manner of a being that had chosen its ending. The Heaven Beast had embedded the HTS seed as the last act of its life. A golden interface calibrated for the specific resonance profile of a being carrying dual consciousness, one from outside the world, one native to it, because its creator had understood that the gap between beast and human was not a fixed feature of the world but a product of two civilizations that had developed without sufficient overlap. The HTS was a bridge-building mechanism, designed for a carrier who would be, by construction, simultaneously both things. Deliberately chosen. There are 6 others, Lin Meihua said. She turned a page. Yun identified 6 other sites where the same cultivation residue is present. 6 other HTS seeds embedded in other beast territories, waiting. Feng Yao read the documentation in silence. The morning light through the window was ordinary, the specific ordinariness of mornings after things that could not be processed immediately. He read the Heaven Beast's documented intention, translated imperfectly from a 3,000-year-old record, and understood what the HTS interface had been telling him from the very beginning in its terse, formal notifications. He was not an accident. He was not random. He was the first, and somewhere on the continent, in 5 other beast territories, 5 others were waiting to become what he was becoming. He sat with the notes for over an hour after Lin Meihua went to prepare for the day's recovery management. He read the Heaven Beast's documented intention multiple times, not because the meaning was unclear but because the meaning was large and required multiple passes to fully receive. It had been watching the divide between beast and human civilization for a span of time that made Spirit Mountain's longest living elder look like a recent arrival. It had seen, across 400,000 years, the cycles of conflict and partial reconciliation and renewed conflict, and had concluded that the divide was not inherent but structural, the product of two civilizations that had never had a shared language for the most important things. It had wanted to create the language. The HTS was its last project. He thought about what it meant that he was the first carrier to reach 80% soul harmony. The first to achieve the liminal being designation. The first data point in a 6-point experiment designed by a being that had been gone for 3,000 years. He was not alone in this. There were 5 others, somewhere. The question that followed from this was not small, and it was not answerable this morning, but it was present, and it was now specifically, irreversibly his. The Heaven Beast's research notes contained one additional piece of information that Lin Meihua had flagged but had not yet brought to him when she delivered the initial findings, the documentation of what its creator had observed, across its 400,000 years, about the cycles of conflict between beast and human civilization on the continent. The cycles were consistent: alliance, followed by misunderstanding, followed by conflict, followed by damage on both sides, followed by a recovery period, followed by renewed alliance, and each cycle had ended in approximately the same place as the previous one because neither side had the architecture for genuine understanding of the other's interior life. The HTS was not just a bridge-building mechanism. It was a translation architecture. The liminal being designation was not an endpoint. It was a translator's certification, the recognition that a being had completed the curriculum that the 400,000-year builder had designed for exactly this purpose, and 5 other bearers were somewhere on the continent, waiting to begin theirs. Chapter 131. They left Glittering Jade 3 days after the council session. The arbitration proceedings were in recess pending the council's formal deliberation on the protected territory designation. Lin Meihua's filings were current. The legal process would continue without her physical presence at the council. She had appointed a council-registered advocate to maintain the filings during the interval. There was nothing more that required their presence in the city, and Spirit Mountain had been without its full complement of leadership for 11 days. The road home ran northeast through hill country, the same road Feng Yao and Lin Meihua had taken traveling in, now in the opposite direction. Xiao Wu had not traveled the road before. She moved through the human-settled landscape with the specific attention of a being encountering an environment that is not native to her form, interested, absorbing, occasionally stopping to examine something that the human environment contained that the mountain did not. She and Lin Meihua walked at approximately the same pace, 3 or 4 meters apart, neither making conversation and neither making the pointed absence of conversation that would have indicated active avoidance. Something was forming between them, not warmth yet, not friendship, but the specific beginning of mutual assessment that precedes both. They had each, in their own way, been central to what had just ended. They had both, in their own way, held something at cost. The acknowledgement of that was not spoken. It was present. Feng Yao walked slightly ahead, managing the 8th seal's repair process while moving. The seal required active attention across the first day or two, a background monitoring task that did not prevent travel but occupied a portion of his processing. He was at 31% capacity by the first morning and gaining steadily. The mountain-specific chi signature would accelerate the repair once they were in range. At the midpoint of the second day's travel, Xiao Wu fell into step beside him. "The soul sink," she said. Not a question. "Yes," he said. "You were afraid of it," she said. Showing me. He considered denying it, then didn't. Yes. You thought I wouldn't hold it, she said. I thought it might be the thing that was too much, he said. 9 months of someone else's interior life. 2 complete histories. All of the doubt and the calculations and the things I was afraid of. She was quiet for a moment. The hill country moved around them, green and ordinary, a hawk turning lazily over the next rise. You were wrong, she said. I know, he said. She had known, she said. She had been carrying the knowledge that something was different for 9 months. She had observed the specific changes, the processing style, the analytical vocabulary, the way he occasionally referenced things that had no source in beast tradition or spirit mountain culture, and had filed the discrepancies without resolving them, because the being she had grown up alongside was still present beneath the differences and the differences were not contradictions of that being. They were additions to it. She had loved the being she had grown up alongside and she had also, gradually and without planning to, begun to love the additions. He received that information and held it and did not say anything for a while, which she did not require him to. On the 3rd day of travel, Lin Meihua walked level with Xiao Wu for 2 hours through the late afternoon, still not in active conversation, but no longer maintaining the 3-meter distance. At one point, Lin Meihua noted something about the hill country's herb distribution and Xiao Wu asked a clarifying question about the habitat preferences of one variety, and they had a brief, focused, technically accurate exchange that lasted 4 minutes and resolved cleanly, and then they walked in silence again. Feng Yao observed this from slightly ahead and decided not to comment on it. They walked together for the rest of that day without speaking further, which was not silence in the way that avoidance was silence, but a comfortable quiet, like the mountain at dawn, full of presence rather than absence. The road had changed in the weeks of the arbitration proceeding, or rather, they had changed and the road was showing them that by being the same road. The 3 of them walking it in the return direction were not the same configuration as the 2 who had traveled it the first time. Lin Meihua had been tested, and had held, and had spent 1 second between a 300-year drain technique and the person who had asked nothing of her and had received everything she had. Xiao Wu had received 9 months of someone else's interior life and had done with it exactly what he had been afraid to find out she would do, which was, hold it, integrate it, and fight harder. He had done what he had done. The road did not track these changes. The road was the road. But the people walking it carried the changes, and walking it in the other direction while carrying them was a particular kind of return. Chapter 132 Spirit Mountain was waiting. The mountain had a specific chi signature at its periphery, the combined output of its ancient beast population, the accumulated centuries of cultivated territory, the living presence of old growth and stone and the formations that had been maintained for longer than individual memory ran. After 11 days away, approaching the boundary felt like the specific recognition of returning to something that was already part of the body's expectation of how existence should feel. The council assembly had been convened for the morning after their return, by Greystone's instruction delivered via the Pavilion Communication Network. Greystone sat at the council's center position, the ancient wolf who had been Spirit Mountain sovereign before Feng Yao and who had yielded to Feng Yao's emergence not from weakness but from the recognition that what the mountain needed and what he was able to provide had stopped being the same thing. He listened to Feng Yao's full report without interruption, the arbitration proceedings, the engagement in the plaza, the identity of the hollow cultivator, the resolution, and the council's preliminary protected status designation. When the report finished, Greystone was silent for a long moment. Not processing the information, he had been processing it while Feng Yao spoke, with the focused efficiency that had made him the mountain sovereign for 200 years. The silence was something else. Shu Kanglang's faction, he said, censured. Coalition dissolved. The Grand Priest withdrew. He's wounded and rebuilding. Feng Yao paused. He is not done. The censure is institutional, not personal. He will reassess and return in some form. But not soon. Greystone nodded once. He looked at the council members, the assembled elders and senior beasts, the wolves and cats and river spirits and old birds who had been governing Spirit Mountain's internal affairs for longer than the current crisis, and when he spoke, it was to them as much as to Feng Yao. I am amending the beast law, he said. He said it clearly, with the weight of a declaration that had been considered and had arrived at its form. Effective with council ratification. A Spirit Mountain beast who maintains human form as a secondary expression is governed by mountain law, not by the external law that would classify the form as the primary nature. The amendment reads, a beast remains a beast of Spirit Mountain so long as its cultivation root holds in Spirit Mountain's foundation, regardless of the form its expression takes. He looked at Feng Yao directly when he said the last sentence. The amendment was directed at him. It was not subtle. The council knew it. He knew it. Greystone knew it. Ratification by show of chi, Greystone said, and every council member present, without exception, produced a brief controlled chi pulse, the mountain tradition for formal approval. He looked at the council members, the full range of Spirit Mountain's elder community, Beings who had watched him for 9 months with the careful attention of a community evaluating something they had no prior reference point for. The river spirit elder whose chi had been among the first he had learned to read. The old hawk whose sightlines covered the mountain's entire upper quarter. The wolfpack elder who had been skeptical in the early months and had become, gradually, one of the most consistent presences in his peripheral awareness. Every one of them had pulse chi. The unanimous approval was not a political decision, not council members calculating what their affiliation with the sovereign status required them to do. It was a community that had watched a being spend 9 months earning a place and had decided, with the institutional authority of the mountain's oldest governance structure, that the place was earned. The mountain had made room for what he was becoming. The formal recognition came from the oldest authority on Spirit Mountain, in the oldest ceremony they had, and it was unanimous, and what it meant was that there was no longer a tension between what he was and whether he belonged here. The tension had resolved. Not because the world outside had changed its position. Shu Kanglang was still somewhere rebuilding, the 6 HTS seats were still out there, the distant watcher was still watching. But the mountain, which was the thing he had been fighting for, had spoken clearly and without qualification. He was home, and home, it turned out, was not the end of anything. It was where the next part began. Chapter 133. Quang Feng was waiting at the training ground the morning after the council session. He was not waiting in the patient way of someone who had been sitting for hours. He was waiting in the way of someone who had arrived at exactly the time he had calculated Feng Yao would appear, based on the pattern of behavior that 9 months of close proximity had given him precise data on. He was standing at the center of the training ring with his arms folded and his expression carrying the specific flatness of a being preparing for a serious engagement. "I want the rematch," Quang Feng said. Feng Yao was at 67% capacity, 4 days of recovery and the mountain's ambient chi had done substantial work. Not full, but functional in all combat-relevant registers. Now, Quang Feng said. Before you're at 100% again. So it's a real test of where you actually are, not where you'd be if everything was ideal. It was not what Feng Yao had expected. He had expected Quang Feng to want the rematch from maximum conditions, the cleanest possible comparison. The thing Quang Feng was proposing was different, a test of the current reality, not the optimal version. The rematch started with Quang Feng's characteristic approach, direct, high output, no preliminary assessment because Quang Feng had the preceding 9 months of close proximity data as his assessment and did not need additional information gathering. He went straight to what he had always done, applying maximum force from the opening exchange and maintaining the pressure, because Quang Feng's combat philosophy was that the best information about an opponent was collected under maximum condition stress and any information collected under lesser conditions was provisional. What he encountered was different from what he had encountered at the previous peak engagement. Not dramatically different, not a transformation. The same being, with the same foundation and the same habits and the same specific way of processing combat geometry that Quang Feng had catalogued precisely across 9 months. But the foundation had new expressions. The habits had acquired additional options. The processing was faster in ways that 9 months of sustained combat engagement under high-stakes conditions had produced, the specific sharpening that came from needing to apply everything correctly and not having the luxury of approximation. By the 15th exchange, Quang Feng recognized that the gap had opened. Not closed. Opened. He was applying more than he had applied at any previous engagement and producing less result than the lower applications had produced before. He kept fighting, that was not a question. Quang Feng kept fighting until the conclusion was unambiguous, and the conclusion became unambiguous at the 29th exchange and remained unambiguous through the 31st. The rematch lasted 31 exchanges. Feng Yao won back the 7 rounds he had lost and added 3 more. Quang Feng stood at the ring's edge afterward, his breathing returning to normal with the deliberate control of a cultivator managing recovery efficiently, and looked at Feng Yao with the expression of a being completing a very long calculation and finding that the result is exactly what the calculation predicted it would be. "I can't beat you anymore," he said. There was something different in the line from how it might have sounded from a different speaker in a different context. Not defeat. Not bitterness. Something that had settled, the relief of a long-running uncertainty resolved into clarity, and clarity, even when the clarity is not what one had hoped for, is better than the uncertainty it replaced. "I pushed you harder than anyone else did," Quang Feng said. "For years. I want you to know that I know that. What you became, I was part of making it necessary." "I know," Feng Yao said. Quang Feng was quiet for a moment, the specific quiet of someone who has said the main thing and is deciding whether there is a secondary thing that needs saying. He decided there was. "The mountain is different because of what you became," he said. Not an endorsement, Quang Feng did not deliver endorsements. An assessment. The external threats that came at it, we held them. Because you were what you were when they arrived. He paused again. "I didn't make it easy for you to become that thing. I am content about both facts." "I know," Feng Yao said again. "I'm content about it," Quang Feng said. He sounded it. He turned and walked back toward the forest, the specific walk of someone who has completed the thing they came to do and is moving on without residue. And behind him, the morning mountain carried on in the way it had always carried on, which was with the continuity of something that had been here before them and would be here after them, and was glad, in its way, for the specific presences that moved through it. The mountain had earned this morning, one decision at a time, across 9 months of choosing correctly when it would have been easier to choose otherwise. Chapter 134. Ah Yin was in the western grove, which she preferred in the afternoons when the light came through the old growth at a low angle and the ambient qi was warmed by it. Feng Yao found her there 3 days after the rematch, going through what he understood was his regular cycle of checking on those who had held their positions during his absence. She was tending a section of cultivation dense herb that grew at the grove's heart, the specific herb that was best for channel repair after combat injury, which the mountain's injured wolf pack survivors had been using in quantity since Flame Ridge. He noticed her cultivation signature before she turned 50,000 years. Not the 80,000 she had been carrying when he first mapped the mountain's cultivators in his early months. She had been at 80,000 years for as long as he had been paying attention. She was at 50,000 now, which meant she had given 30,000 years of herself to the Wolfpack's recovery. The Wolfpack's injuries from Flame Ridge had been severe and sustained. The Flame Mountain faction's assault had produced damage that Standard Mountain Chi could not repair in any reasonable timeline. The cultivation channel disruption required high-density foundation input, the kind that took accumulated years to generate. Ah Yin had what the Wolfpack needed. She had the accumulated years and the specific cultivation type that matched the injuries. She had the available resource and the clear view of the cost. "You noticed," she said, without turning. "Yes," he said. "It was a choice," she said. She turned then and her expression was, not sad. Settled. The expression of something completed. "I have more years than any of them. They needed the foundation to recover. I had it available. It was a calculation, and the calculation was clear." She looked at him with the specific attention she had been giving him since the beginning, the quality that saw more than it acknowledged. "I'm not diminished. I'm different. There's less of the accumulation and more of the choice. The choice is what the human path is, choosing." He thought about what it cost to give 30,000 years. Not theoretically, specifically. 30,000 years of foundation, built across the long accumulation of Ah Yin's life, transferred into beings who had been wounded and who needed it, and who would never know precisely what they had received or from what source it came. The gift was anonymous to its recipients. The choice was entirely hers. "How many of them know what you did?" he asked. "None," she said. She said it without regret. That's the point. A gift that requires acknowledgement to sustain itself is not the same kind of gift as one that is complete whether or not it is received. He thought about the Heaven Beasts research notes. A being that had spent 400,000 years accumulating everything there was to accumulate and then gave the last thing it had to create a bridge. Not diminished by the giving. Completed by it. "The human path," he said. "You've been on it longer than you realize," she said. She turned back to the herbs. "The HTS tracks what you gain. It doesn't track what you give. That part is invisible to the system." He stayed with her in the grove for an hour, helping with the herbs in a way that was companionable and did not require words. The afternoon light through the old growth was exactly what she had said it was. He could see why she preferred it here. He thought about what Ah Yin had said across the afternoon, not the words, which he had received and understood, but the underlying structure of the thing she was describing. The human path was choosing. Choosing required having something at stake, required that the choice produce a real outcome, one that could not be revised after the fact. The specific characteristic of the human path, in Ah Yin's account, was not that humans chose better than beasts. It was that the choosing itself was the thing, that the weight of an irreversible decision, made with full awareness of its irreversibility, was something different from anything that accumulated cultivation years produced, and that this different thing was what she had been slowly becoming across the decades of her careful, precise, unusually thoughtful existence on Spirit Mountain. She had been becoming it long before Feng Yao arrived. He had simply given her a vocabulary for what she already was, and she had been waiting for it longer than he had known. Chapter 135. They went to the mountain's high ridge at night, the place where the stone was clear of trees and the sky was fully visible in every direction and the wind carried chi information from 3 separate territory boundaries simultaneously. It was the place Feng Yao had gone alone in the early months when he needed to think without the mountain's constant social texture surrounding him. Xiao Wu knew about the place. She had known about it before the transmigration, had known the fox who would become Feng Yao had a habit of high places and solitude, and she had never followed him there until now. "Tell me about the other life," she said. He had expected the question and had been thinking about how to answer it. The honest answer was complicated. "What do you want to know?" "Everything," she said. "But start with, what was it like?" "The world itself," he told her. Not the summary version, the full account, translated as accurately as he could into terms she had reference points for. The flat world, the ambient hum of it, The technology that substituted for qi and produced a kind of power that was useful and deeply impersonal. The cities, the specific crowded presence of millions of humans living at very close range, separated by walls and schedules, interacting at high frequency and low depth. The food, which was remarkable in variety and standardized in a way that mountain food was not. The light, which was constant and artificial and did not change with the hour the way mountain light changed. The games, he tried to explain games to a 100,000-year rabbit who had never encountered recreational simulated engagement and found it more difficult than expected. She listened to the explanation with the focused attention she gave to things that mattered and then asked a clarifying question, so it was a world in which you could participate in challenges with consequences that were not permanent? Yes, he said. That sounds terrifying, she said. He had not expected that response. Why terrifying? Because the absence of permanent consequences means the stakes are never actually high, she said. Which means the engagement is never actually real. Which means you spent your life not quite doing anything. She paused. I think you were very bored. He considered it. I think you're right, he said. She listened with the focused attention she gave to things that mattered. Did you love anyone there? She asked. The question was direct in the way she was always direct, not performing casualness, not embedding the real question inside a safer one. She was asking what she was asking, with the specific quality of a question she had been holding and had decided it was time to ask. He thought about the honest answer. The honest answer was also simple. No one like you, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The mountain's wind moved through the clearing with the specific information it always carried, Qi signature of the northern boundary, temperature differential from the snowfield above, the distant trace of the old growth's accumulated years. Things he could read now that he had not been able to read when he arrived here. That's a complicated answer, she said. It's an honest one, he said. She considered it. Then she leaned against his shoulder in the way she had since they were small, the fox cub and the rabbit on the mountain's high places, watching the night sky, and the gesture was the same gesture it had always been, and it contained everything it had always contained, and also something new, because she knew now who was carrying it. She asked him about the technology. Not in general, specifically, what was the most powerful thing it could do that cultivation could not? He thought about it carefully and answered honestly. The most powerful thing it could do was distribute information. A piece of knowledge produced in one place, in his previous world, could be in the hands of everyone in the world within hours. No cultivation equivalent existed, knowledge moved through the cultivation world at the speed of trusted transmission, which was slow and filtered and heavily mediated by the social trust networks of the cultivation community. What the previous world had was speed and reach at the cost of depth. What the cultivation world had was depth and reliability at the cost of speed. She considered this for a while. And you ended up here, she said. Which has both. He had not thought of it that way before. The mountain is not fast, he said. Fast enough, she said. For the right things. The morning at the high ridge had produced two things simultaneously, the clearest account of both his origins that he had ever assembled into a single coherent telling, and the understanding that the telling did not reduce to a simple form without losing something essential. He had been trying, over 9 months, to find the version of his own history that had the fewest moving parts, the version that could be stated simply and received simply. What he understood now was that the moving parts were the point. A being with two origins, two foundations, two complete and genuine histories was not a simplified being waiting to be condensed. It was exactly as complex as it was, and the complexity was the thing the Heaven Beast had been trying to create. Chapter 136 Lin Meiwa's formal residency application went before the council 30 days after the return from Glittering Jade. She had spent those 30 days as she had spent most days on Spirit Mountain, in the herb gardens, in the archive, in the careful documentation that was her natural mode of engaging with the world. The mountain had been treating her with the cautious acknowledgement of a community that has determined something is useful but has not yet determined how to categorize it. She was the human who had broken the cage anchor and filed the arbitration documents and stepped between the drain technique and Feng Yao. She was also a human on a spirit beast mountain, and the latter fact required formal resolution before the former facts could accumulate into a stable status. The application was for herb keeper, a position the mountain had not previously carried in its formal structure, because the mountain's traditional medicine was managed by cultivators who were also, by definition, spirit beasts. Lin Meiwa had been documenting the herb garden's cultivation for 3 months and had produced measurable improvements in 3 specific varieties that had been struggling under the mountain's defensive formation pressure. The documentation was thorough and the results were verifiable. The council ratified the appointment with the same unanimous chi pulse that had ratified the Beast Law Amendment. Not quickly, there had been a discussion, which Feng Yao had attended as sovereign but not participated in, because the council's deliberation was their function and interference and it was not his. The deliberation was substantive, questions about how the mountain's chi channels would interact with a long-term human resident, About what protocols governed a human's access to cultivation-dense areas, about the precedents set by formal residency for potential future applications. Greystone had answered each question with the methodical thoroughness that had made him effective for 2 centuries. The herb keeper data had resolved the core question cleanly. 3 varieties measurably improved. Documentation verified. Benefit real, present, and continuing. The mountain's deliberative tradition required evidence of benefit before accepting formal change, and the evidence was in Lin Meiwa's notebooks, organized and verifiable. She sat in the garden that afternoon in the late sun, reviewing her notes on the 3rd struggling variety's recovery rate, and Feng Yao sat on the garden wall above her, in human form, because the mountain had made room for it, and watched the mountain carry on around them in the way it always had. She did not look like someone celebrating. She looked like someone who had completed a task and had already identified the next one. That was Lin Meiwa's relationship with accomplishments. They were completed items in an ongoing list, not destinations. The formal residency was a completed item. The 3rd herb variety's recovery was an open item. She was working on the open item. Feng Yao found this quality easier to understand than he had in the early months. It was, in its specific way, the same relationship he had with the HTS notifications. A completed milestone. The next objective already in focus. What happens, she said, without looking up from her notes, when you can hold human form permanently? All day, every day? He thought about the question. He had been thinking about it since the HTS had first started tracking soul harmony. I don't know yet, he said honestly. That's the right answer, she said. Is it? The wrong answer would be any answer you've already decided on, she said. She turned a page. The right answer is the one that's still open. The one that says, whatever I am then, I'll decide what to do with it when I'm there. She paused. That's the human path too. He smiled, a thing the fox face had learned in 9 months and that still felt slightly strange and exactly right simultaneously. You and Yin should talk, he said. We already have, she said, and returned to her notes. The herb keeper appointment had a secondary significance that Lin Meiwa had noted in her filings and that the council had understood but not explicitly stated. It established a precedent for the category of human resident of a spirit beast territory that would be available for reference in future arbitration proceedings. The contracted spirit guide registration had established one precedent. The herb keeper appointment established another. Together, they created the beginning of a documented legal framework for the relationship between human practitioners and spirit beast territories, a framework that had not previously existed and that the current conflict had made urgently necessary. In 10 years, Lin Meiwa's filings would probably be cited in proceedings that had nothing to do with Spirit Mountain. The documentation she was producing was not just for the current case. It was for the cases that came after, brought by entities who did not yet know they were going to need it. Chapter 137. The HTS notification arrived on a morning in late autumn, when the mountain was in the specific stillness that preceded the first frost. He was in the high meadow, the place near the ridge where the grass had gone amber and the chi density was particularly fine in the pre-frost stillness. He was not doing anything in particular. He had been learning, in the months since the return from Glittering Jade, that not doing anything in particular was a practice with its own rewards, that the cultivation accumulation that happened in stillness was different from what happened in engagement, and both were necessary, and he had been neglecting the stillness for months. The golden interface appeared without preceding indication, simply present, in the specific way the HTS operated when it had something to report. Soul harmony, 80%. Human form duration, 22 hours per day. New milestone unlocked, liminal being. The subject is recognized by the world's spiritual laws as neither beast nor human in exclusive jurisdiction. The laws that govern beasts cannot claim complete authority over this subject. The laws that govern humans cannot claim complete authority over this subject. This status is unique in the recorded spiritual taxonomy of the continent. The subject occupies a category that did not previously exist. He read it twice. Not because the words were unclear, the HTS was always clear, in its terse formal way, but because the weight of it required a second reading to properly receive. Neither beast nor human in exclusive jurisdiction. Both, and therefore neither, and therefore something that the existing categories had no precedent for. Not a hybrid. Hybrid implied two halves imperfectly combined. This was a third thing, constructed from both and therefore answering to neither, and the world's spiritual laws had registered it and had no framework for claiming it completely. The specific implication was structural. A being outside exclusive jurisdiction was a being that no single legal or spiritual framework could claim without that framework encountering something it had not been designed to include. The Tao Covenant's war declaration had been filed against a spirit beast, under spirit beast law, with the assumption that the target was unambiguously a spirit beast. The liminal being designation meant that this assumption had become technically inaccurate. The legal implications would take years to fully work out. Lin Meiwa, when he told her, would see them immediately and would probably spend a week filing supplementary documentation. But the immediate fact was simpler. The world's spiritual architecture had noticed him and had been forced to create a new category rather than fit him into an existing one. He had changed the taxonomy by existing completely. The notification closed. The morning continued around him, ambergrass, the pre-frost stillness, the mountain's ambient chi and its late-season density. And then something else. Not the HTS. Not a notification. A presence at the very edge of perception, not on Spirit Mountain, not within any distance that normal cultivation awareness reached. Far away. Enormous. The specific quality of something very old and very large noticing something it had not previously noticed. Noticing him. With what felt, across the impossible distance, like recognition. Not threat. Not hunger, he had felt the quality of Yun's attention and of the hollow cultivator's interest, and both had carried the specific texture of appetite. This was different. This was the specific attention of a being recognizing something it had been waiting to see. He held very still and let the recognition complete, whatever it was, whatever was looking, and then it withdrew, and the morning resumed its ordinary quality, and he remained in the meadow for a long time afterward, thinking about what older things existed than a 90,000-year fox who had become the first liminal being in the continent's recorded history, and whether they had been watching for the liminal being specifically, and what they intended to do about it, and whether they had already begun. The notification's text had more implied consequence than it stated directly. Neither beast nor human in exclusive jurisdiction was a present tense statement about legal status. It was also a future tense statement about how every party who had previously tried to constrain Spirit Mountain through legal mechanisms designed for one category would have to revise their approach, because the category their mechanisms targeted had ceased to accurately describe the target. Shu Kanglang's censure had been filed against a spirit beast operating in legal contexts. The Dao Covenant's counter-motion had been against a spirit beast's legal standing. Both had assumed exclusive beast jurisdiction as the relevant framework. The liminal being designation made that assumption permanently incorrect, and the Council's notation of the designation was in the public record, which meant the assumption's incorrectness was documented for every future proceeding that looked at the record. Chapter 138 The Sky Fox altar was at the mountain's summit. Not the peak. The peak was stone and ice and the formation anchors that had sealed the 8th and 9th tails 10,000 years ago. The altar was 100 meters below the peak on the southern face, where the stone had been shaped in a time before memory by the foxes who had been Spirit Mountain's first great cultivators. The shaping was simple, a flat place, a wind shelter of position stones, the specific arrangement of altar stones that foxes used for ancestor communion. Feng Yao had not been here before. The fox whose body he carried had known it. The atmospheric memory of the place was present in the foundation layer, the 89,800 years of accumulated fox experience that ran beneath the Transmigrator's episodic memory. The altar was a place of the original self. Not of the human edition. He had been saving it. He went alone, before dawn, the morning after the HTS notification. The altar was cold in the pre-frost air. The stone had the specific chi density of a place that had been regularly used for cultivation communion for thousands of years, not stored cultivation, but cultivated chi, the residue of practice in a dedicated space. He sat at the altar's center and let the foundation layer rise, not actively summoned, not controlled. Just present. The 89,800 years rose. Not as memory, no being maintained episodic memory across that span. As foundation. As the accumulated sensory substrate of a form that had read the mountain for 9,000 years times 10, the specific texture of every season across that accumulation, the living knowledge of the mountain is something that changed and continued and changed again. The fox life, in its full dimensionality, without the Transmigrator's framing of it. He let it be fully present. He did not reduce it. He did not overlay the human experience onto it or translate it into terms the human framework could claim. He let it exist as itself, 9/10 of what he was, the foundation that the human 10th was built on, the original that preceded the addition. And then, from within the full presence of the fox life, he acknowledged the human addition. Also fully. Also without reduction. The Transmigrator's memories and personality and particular way of processing the world, the gaming terminology that still appeared in his thinking, the earth references that still surfaced in his analytical frameworks, the specific humor and the specific fears and the specific capacity for irony that 89,800 years of fox life did not produce. Both, simultaneously. Neither subtracting from the other. The third thing, held in full consciousness of both its components. The 9th tail stirred. Not an emergence, the seal had held for 10,000 years, and one morning of honest self-accounting was not the end of 10,000 years of seal work. But a movement. A sign of life. Something that had been locked and was still locked but was no longer quiescent. He had not expected it. He had come to the altar